In my past life, I was a top student who lived and died by the grind. Now, my name is Luyu, and I've awakened the easy winning system. As long as my employees and I eat, drink, and have fun, I can trade leisure for profit. The more I lie down, the richer I become. This time, I just want to enjoy life and win effortlessly. Meanwhile, there's Lu Mengyuan, the overachiever next door. She got the dream-fulfilling guaranteed system. Work hard, improve endlessly, success guaranteed. This life, she swore to fight, to burn bright, and to conquer destiny. The problem? We're both starting our companies, under the same game studio. One works herself to death, the other refuses to lift a finger. And somehow, the games we make together keep going off the rails. It was supposed to be a cute cat-girl adventure, why did it turn into an R-rated simulator? A chill island farming game, why am I driving a whale to battle pirate captains? A VR love sim, why is my AI girlfriend trying to kill me in real life? A normal card battle, why do I have to flirt with the black-stockinged opponent to win? 2012, Zhonghai City, Zhonghai University. Brother Lu, hurry up and grab a seat, otherwise the library study room will be full for the whole week. A distant yet familiar voice came into Lu Yu's ears. Isn't this the voice of his college roommate Fatty Chu? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lu Yu saw Chu Xiong, his best friend of 4 years in college, shoveling instant noodles into his mouth while throwing various review materials into his school bag. Looking around again, I saw that it was indeed the dormitory from my college days. I traveled back more than 10 years ago? Looking at his roommate Chu Xiong's round face dotted with small grape eyes, Lu Yu was filled with emotion. He hasn't been in touch with this best friend for a long time. After graduating from university in 2012, Lu Yu moved from one company to another in the gaming industry. He encountered extremely deceptive leaders and all kinds of magical PUAs. He used to work overtime in the early hours of the morning to meet his performance KPIs and year-end bonuses, and he also had fierce office fights with colleagues who were stepping on him to get ahead. At the age of 34, he finally defeated other competitors and was promoted to the producer of a mobile game project with a monthly turnover of over $1,000,000. He remembered that one Thursday morning not long ago, he was supervising the review of the new version package at the company when he suddenly felt severe pain in his chest, couldn't breathe, and his eyes went black, and he fell down at his workstation. Before he finally lost consciousness, he heard other colleagues frantically looking for an AED, but it was too late. Years of endless fierce competition and internal competition finally took their toll on him. Looking at the young faces of his roommates, Lu Yu was overjoyed. 10 years after graduation, he was busy day and night, forgetting the passage of time and gradually becoming estranged from many of his old classmates. He would love to be able to travel back to his youth and start over. In this life, he must live a leisurely and comfortable life, and no longer be inward-looking. As if in response to this thought, a translucent light curtain flashed in front of Lu Yu. The leisurely win system is successfully bound. Host, Lu Yu. For first-time use, please click on the system panel to enter the tutorial. The standard equipment for time travelers, the golden finger, has arrived. The system of easy and easy wins is extraordinary just by looking at the name. With his roommates still around, Lu Yu concealed his inner ecstasy, pretended to be calm, and clicked into the beginner's tutorial with his mind. This system will support the host to choose a career direction of interest and establish a company. However, developing a career you love should be part of enjoying life. This system does not encourage the host to engage in endless involution and internal consumption. During the company's project operations, the host must maintain a healthy mind and body, avoiding fatigue and any other mental drains. Every time the host engages in a leisurely and enjoyable activity, they will earn leisure points. After each round of the project cycle, a settlement will be made. The system will convert the leisure points earned by the host during this period into personal property at the host's disposal according to a certain ratio. Current exchange rate, 1 leisure point equals 100 yuan. What? Did I read that right? I can just sit back and relax, enjoy life, and get paid? Lu Yu was dumbfounded. It is indeed difficult for me to rack my brains and work hard to get ahead, but if you let me lie down, isn't that easy? Just put it up and it's done. The system light curtain pops up a prompt again. lying down does not mean giving up or playing badly. The host needs to operate the company normally and cannot engage in obvious and unreasonable passive sabotage. The system hopes that the host will not only lie down, but also win. During the company's initial establishment, the system will provide an initial startup capital. The funds on the company's account can only be used for company operations, and the host cannot obtain any funds from the company's account. Once the company account is exhausted and the operation fails, the system will automatically unbind it. Liu suddenly realized that he couldn't just give up like a loser. He still had to maintain the company properly, otherwise it would be a huge loss if the golden finger was untied. A prompt box popped up in front of him to enter the company name, and Liu began to think. First of all, in terms of career direction, what he first considered was not the most profitable direction, but the direction that he was best at and easiest. After all, he would not get a penny of the money earned by the company, but if he did things that he could get started quickly, he would not have to work too hard. He chose game development without hesitation. After all, he was a producer in his previous life, so starting with games would definitely be a lot easier. Company name, Teo Yuanxiang Technology Company, Limited. Liu took this name from Peach Blossom Spring. The implication is that no matter how turbulent the gaming industry is, no matter how sparks are flying, my small studio in Taoyuan Township will remain unmoved and unconcerned. After successful registration, the system will continue to pop up new user tips. Hosts should be reminded that this system has two major rules of diminishing marginal effects. First, the more the enjoyment experience is not related to work and is related to life, the more leisure points the host will earn. On the contrary, the more work-related the experience is, the fewer points the host earns. If it is purely work experience, the points the host earns will be infinitely close to zero. Second, the more times you repeat the same enjoyable activity in a short period of time, the more leisure points you earn will have a diminishing marginal effect. After reading the instructions, Liu was stunned. There's something special about this system. It allows him to keep the company running while giving up his internal competition at work and enjoying life in different ways. In this case, he initially determined the company's development direction. First, the company's business cannot grow too fast. Because according to the system rules, he couldn't get a penny of the company's account funds, so no matter how much money the company made, he had nothing to do with it. He was so involuntarily at work that he didn't get any points. On the other hand, if the company grows too fast, you will have more and more things to worry about, which is naturally contrary to earning leisure points. Secondly, the company's staff size cannot expand too quickly. It is a headache for both recruiters and managers. Even if you hire a human resources assistant and become a hands-off manager, you still have to keep an eye on them at all times to prevent any unexpected problems from happening in the company. He is not worrying for no reason. As a veteran who has been in the industry for 10 years, he has witnessed with his own eyes that the founders of those game companies, who are in their early 30s, already have bald heads, and they engage in all kinds of battles of wits and courage with their employees and stab each other in the back every day. Therefore, Liu simply decided that he would be the only employee in Teo Yuanxiang Company, and he would eat snacks and drink Coke in the office every day to earn points, and occasionally tinker with an independent game to earn some money to keep the company running. Wouldn't that be great? He felt like he had figured out the correct way to play the system, and was just thinking about it happily when the screen popped up another prompt. The company has been created and will now enter a 3-day system trial period. Probationary period task, recruit the first full-time employee for Taoyuan Township Company. Mission rewards. First, the system is officially bound to the host. Second, the system will calculate the leisure points earned by the host during the trial period. Third, the system will enable a new feature. If company employees feel physically and mentally happy, they will also earn leisure points for the host, with an initial rebate rate of 10%. Consequence of failure, the system will be unbound from the host. Blah. It seems the abacus beads accidentally hit the system's face, the system will sanction it immediately. Just when I was thinking of lying down comfortably, it turns out that my task during the probation period is to recruit people. Fortunately, after recruiting employees, they can also earn points for themselves, which is a consolation. The 10% rebate ratio means that for the same pleasant thing, if Lu Yu can earn 1 leisure point, then the employee can only earn 0.1. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and 0.1 points is still 10 yuan. The host must be reminded that the host must not disclose the existence of the system to anyone, and when hiring employees, they must provide a salary that is no less than the fair price in the labor market. This prompt from the system is equivalent to blocking Lu Yu's way to cheat. In order to keep the company running, the host cannot force employees to cheat with low wages. After closing the system screen, Lu Yu lost all sleepiness and jumped out of bed. At this time, Fatty Chu was just finishing his breakfast of Master Kong braised noodles and Shuanghui ham sausage. For the struggling college students of that era, this breakfast was both filling and delicious. A more indulgent option might include a small bag of rustic braised eggs. Lu Yu always felt that instant noodles were magical. When they were just brewed, the aroma that filled the room was enough to whet his appetite, but every time after eating them, he swore in his heart that he would never eat them again in his life. "Brother Lu, why did you get up so late today? This is not like you. I have to go to the library first to reserve a seat, otherwise I won't be able to get a seat. Someone has already set up camp at the door the night before." In Lu Yu's memory, there were always not enough seats in the study room of Jianghai University Library. After all, students have too many needs. Those preparing for postgraduate entrance exams, civil service exams, preparing graduation theses, and taking IELTS and TOEFL exams for studying abroad all flock to the library. This year is the graduation season for Lu Yu and his classmates, and people who are preparing resumes and written exams are flocking to the library. Lu Yu and Xu Xiong originally wanted to go there early to reserve seats and prepare for interview questions. "We have to get up early because many people are so eager to take up seats." In addition to setting up tents to keep watch, some even rush into the study room with a roll of toilet paper, roll it on the table, and take up an entire row of seats at once. In short, it's just one word: volume. But this time Lu Yu gave up on reserving a seat. He wanted to try out the system's effectiveness first. "You guys go first, I'm going to the playground for a run." Amidst the astonished gazes of his roommates, he left the dormitory. Leaving the dormitory building, the crowd rushed towards the library in the campus corridor. Lu Yu was like a person going against the flow, going upstream in the crowd alone and coming to the empty playground track. The sun was shining brightly in the early morning, and the fragrance of grass filled his nostrils. Lu Yu took a deep breath and ran a lap around the playground. When he was in college, his favorite sport was morning jogging. But after graduation, his increasingly busy work made him neglect exercise. Long-term overwork and irregular lifestyle caused him to suffer from many occupational diseases. In his 30s, thyroid nodules, fatty liver, hypertension, gallstones, gout, cervical spondylosis, lumbar disc herniation. A gentle breeze blew across his face, he took a deep breath, and his complexion gradually turned rosy. After many years, he felt his healthy body full of youthful energy again, and he felt that his sense of control over his life was back. After running a lap, the system pops up a prompt. "A refreshing morning run, leisure points +3. Lu Yu was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. Just by running a lap, he got 300 yuan? Damn, this money is so easy to make. After sweating a little and feeling a little thirsty, Lu Yu bought a bottle of green tea from the convenience store next to the playground. While studying abroad, his conditions were limited and he couldn't make his own tea. This cheap instant tea drink has been his favorite for a long time. He inherited the habit of drinking tea from his father. "My father is a hydropower engineer in an old state-owned enterprise. He has worked hard all his life, and his only hobby is tea tasting. Even his own name was taken by his father from Lu Yu, the tea saint of the Tang dynasty. In my father's words, the tea saint traveled around the world throughout his life, tasting tea and appreciating water, discussing poetry and essays. He lived a free and easy life with clear thoughts. After the college entrance examination, he once said to Lu Yu, 'We have no choice but to work hard all our lives. You have caught up with a good era. Live the life you want.' As I reminisced, I let the sweet drink moisten my throat. After exercise, have a bottle of your favorite green tea, leisure points +2. He stared at the half-drunk drink in a daze. Did he get another 200 yuan? If I keep running around here and drinking drinks, can I keep making money? However, when he finished another lap, he only got 1 point. After running the third lap, he didn't earn any points. When he finished the fourth lap and felt his legs aching, the system popped up a prompt. Excessive exercise leads to fatigue, leisure points -1. I blanch it, and I can actually deduct points. The system pops up the novice prompt again. The host needs to be reminded that any experience that makes the host and employees feel physically and mentally exhausted will deduct the host's leisure points. The system's point deduction rules also follow the principle of diminishing marginal returns. The more fatigue related to life, the fewer points the system will deduct. The more fatigue related to work, the more points the system will deduct, with no upper limit. Lu Yu stopped running immediately. If you think about it carefully, the human brain has a threshold for the degree to which it secretes dopamine to feel pleasure in response to the same thing. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. If Lu Yu wants to earn more leisure points, he needs to experience more new things that make him feel happy physically and mentally. It's not a big problem. This system is a good thing after all. Lu Yu sighed. He was reluctant to unbind the system and had to find a way to recruit the first employee within 3 days. The question is, who to recruit? For his first employee, he wanted to recruit someone he trusted and was familiar with. Fatty Chu? No, this guy is a complete test taker. Every time he takes an exam, he often says that reviewing is useless and he just leaves it to fate, and then he secretly practices questions in his bed in the middle of the night. According to the system's characteristics, if an employee is too overworked or too complacent, Lu Yu's points will be deducted. If he recruits this fat guy, no matter how many points he earns, it will not be enough to cover the deduction. It would be best to hire someone who understands game production but isn't too competitive. Lu Yu was sitting on the lawn of the stadium, thinking idly, when suddenly a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. The girl sat cross-legged on the lawn, holding the drawing board in front of her with both hands, painting seriously. Her long hair falls down, covering her handsome profile, and the JK uniform highlights her graceful figure. Under the skirt, the slightly translucent black stockings reflected a shiny black luster in the sunlight. The warm breeze blowing across the lawn brought the faint scent of grapefruit on her body. Lu Yu was slightly moved, and ripples appeared in his heart. If there was any regret in his youth before his rebirth, this girl was his biggest regret. Her name is Lu Mengyuan, and she is a college classmate of Lu Yu, who is in the School of Software Engineering and she is in the School of Multimedia Arts. At this time, Lu Mengyuan was concentrating on copying a white tabby cat on the lawn with a sketch pen. Lu Yu took a look at her drawing with a complicated expression. This thing she drew can't be said to be exactly like a cat, but it can also be said to have nothing to do with it. Her artistic bacteria is still so abstract, it makes me cry. Lu Yu remembered that he met her during a club activity in his sophomore year. Both of them joined the school's game research club and participated in that year's college game development competition. Originally, this club was a makeshift team and no one was optimistic about this team. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan unexpectedly showed amazing potential in this competition. The horizontal level passing game Catsway developed by the two of them eventually won the third prize. Although the cat drawn by Lu Mengyuan had strange lines and was too unorthodox, it unexpectedly fit the game's anti-traditional gameplay and tone, and ultimately conquered the judges of the competition. After winning the award, the two of them became more and more in sync with each other in the club. For the first time, Lu Yu felt that there was a girl who could resonate with him so perfectly. Just when their relationship was about to develop beyond friendship, everything came to an abrupt end because of her sudden dropout from school. It was also during this period of suspension that all kinds of rumors about her began to spread. Only then did Lu Yu know that Lu Mengyuan was the daughter of Ms. Lu Lan, chairman of Lu Holding Group. Lu Group is a Fortune 500 company operating across multiple fields. Yugi Company, the second largest gaming company in China by market value, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Lu Group. Yugi Company is also the organizer of the game development competition. Because of this, some people in the club started to gossip that Lu Lan had bought the prize for Catsway. Lu Yu naturally couldn't stand it, and after a big quarrel with the other party, he angrily quit the game research club. After taking a half-year leave of absence, Lu Mengyuan returned to campus. He did not return to the Yu Yen Society, but attended classes regularly. She moved into a private apartment off campus, and was escorted by several female staff members in suits, who forbade her from contact with any other classmates, especially those of the opposite sex. This made Lu Yu suddenly realize that the two people's circles and life trajectories could never intersect again, and Lu Lan wanted to appoint Lu Mengyuan as the successor of the group. In addition, after entering his senior year, he also faced the pressure of work and study. The two lines that briefly intersected became parallel again. After graduation, as his career developed, Lu Yu also walked among the flowers in the world of fame and fortune, but he never stopped beside any flower and remained single until he was in his 30s. For some reason, every late night, when he looked out the window at the bright lights and nightlife of Jianghai City, the figure of this woman always lingered in his mind and could not be shaken off. After living a new life, the person who appeared in his dreams countless times appeared before him again, and the fire in Lu Yu's heart was ignited again. If it was the same day in his previous life, he probably wouldn't be here, but would be squeezing into the library with Fatty Chu, holding a piece of bread. But now, the timeline of fate has changed. Lu Yu pretended to be calm and slowly walked towards the other party. Lu Mengyuan tore off the manuscript paper on the drawing board, put a new one on it, and started drawing. At this time, there were 9 drawings stacked beside her. Almost every one of them was equally abstract and showed no improvement. Lu Yu was just wondering what the point of this mechanical repetition was, but then he saw her 10th drawing, and his style had clearly improved a lot. At least the cat's appearance was more detailed. This progress was so abrupt that Lu Yu was dumbfounded. What he didn't know was that at this moment, in front of Lu Mengyuan, the system light screen lit up and prompted. Simple sketching practice, proficiency point +1. Congratulations, the host's 10 practice sessions have triggered the guaranteed bonus, and the art skill simple sketch has been directly upgraded to LV2. This system really works. There was a glint of excitement in her beautiful dark eyes, a blush appeared on her fair face, and she clenched her fists slightly. Living again, this time, I will never be a useless girl again. Yes, Lu Mengyuan, like Lu Yu, is also a reborn time traveler. Although to outsiders, her identity as the daughter of the Lu group can be said to be that she was born in Rome. But, perhaps it was the price of being born into a wealthy family. Although her name was Mengyuan, almost all her dreams in this life were daydreams. Her growth experience can be summed up in one sentence: she is not good at anything, but she is the best at eating. When she was young, she was trained by her mother Lu Lan as the heir to the group. At the age of 4, he started learning English, but it took him more than half a year to recognize all 26 English letters. At the age of 5, she was practicing calligraphy, but her overly abstract and distorted symbols caused her to cry to the old professor, "I can't teach this child anymore. If I let her continue writing, it would be an insult to the art of calligraphy." At the age of 6, he practiced playing the piano, which caused his piano teacher, who was both virtuous and talented, to lose his pitch. He had to quit the art world and rest for half a year before he recovered. Soon after, tea ceremony, flower arrangement, ballet, literature, singing, kendo were all abandoned. This made Mother Lu Lan's defense break down. "Why did I give birth to such a stupid girl like you? If you were any good at all, you wouldn't be completely useless." "Mom, I can eat. Being able to eat is a blessing." Young Lu Mengyuan stuffed macarons into his mouth desperately, puffing up his little cheeks. When his daughter turned 18, Lu Lan wanted to send her to an Ivy League school in the United States to improve her academic performance. Her academic performance didn't matter, Lu Lan could use his wealth to ensure her graduation. However, the art teacher who taught Lu Mengyuan painting accidentally said, "Chairman, don't be sad. Miss still has some artistic talent. With a little care, she can still create art that can be understood by the humans on this planet." Perhaps. This gave Lu Lan hope, and because she was worried about her going abroad, she sent her to Jianghai University, which has the best art college in the country. However, after 4 years of study, her art of making paper was still blank. After graduating from university, Lu Mengyuan began to rotate internships in the group's companies. However, no matter which department she was in, Lu Mengyuan could always bring her performance to the bottom of the group, and the bosses of various departments were unresponsive to her business training. The aging Lu Lan gave up struggling and simply handed over the group to professional managers. Loser, loser, vase, drag on the family, waste, the ruiner of the Lu group. Lu Mengyuan, who is in his early 30s, has already been burdened with labels and experienced all kinds of ridicule in the business world. But now, everything is different. Because she was reborn, she was bound to the dream guaranteed system. Are you worried about being a loser? It's okay. Any effort deserves respect and should be rewarded. This system will guarantee the host's life dream. As long as the host repeatedly practices a certain skill, they will definitely improve. Even if it is mechanical and boring repetition, it doesn't matter. The so-called skills can be work skills or life skills. No detours, no wasted effort, day after day, there will be progress. Burn your youth and fight, girl. Through the sketching experiment just now, Lu Mengyuan verified the functionality of the system, which made her extremely excited. However, in order to truly bind to the system, she still needs to complete the tasks during the system trial period. Probationary period task: join a company within 3 days. Mission rewards. First, the system is officially bound to the host. Second, the system will open the Dream Mall, where you can pay proficiency points to purchase various talents. Third, the system will enable a new feature: other company employees can also earn proficiency points and improve their skills. The initial learning rate of employees is 10% of the hosts, and the proficiency points earned by employees will be returned to the host. Consequence of failure: the system will be unbound from the host. Note, if the company selected by the host goes bankrupt due to poor management, the system will also automatically unbind it, so please consider your choice carefully. Lu Mengyuan curiously clicked on the mall preview. It turns out that in this system, basic abilities are practiced through guaranteed proficiency, while what is sold in the Dream Mall are some talents that can add icing on the cake. For example, the color sensitivity of a painter, the sweet vocal cords of a singer, the taste judgment of a chef, the dexterity of fingers of a pianist, and even the keen reaction of an esports player. These are things that you are born with. If you don't have them, you will never get them no matter how hard you practice. Seeing the dazzling array of talent scrolls, she was almost dazzled. These were all the regrets she had wanted to try in her previous life but couldn't get. She would practice hard and study hard to see who in the group's board of directors and the dandies in the business community would dare to say that she was the good-for-nothing girl of the Lu family. However, when she wanted to continue practicing sketching, she felt a little dizzy and her hands were sore, so she had to stop. It seems that although the system does not limit the number of times she can practice, a person's energy and time are inherently limited. She still needs to plan carefully and decide where to focus her energy in life. There was a sound of rustling grass behind him. Lu Mengyuan turned his head and met Lu Yu's eyes. The moment they looked at each other, Lu Mengyuan's heart was filled with emotions and his heart was beating fast. Although, there are many regrets in Lu Mengyuan's youth that has passed away. But Lu Yu is undoubtedly her biggest regret. In her previous life, many years after graduation, she was alone and rejected all the wealthy marriages introduced by her mother. Years of blows have made her life increasingly decadent, and she wanders around like a wandering soul with disheveled hair all day long. Lu Lan, who loved her daughter dearly, had no choice but to keep her under house arrest in the villa, but it was of no use. At the darkest moment of his life, Lu Mengyuan suddenly remembered. In her limited life, the only thing that could be considered fulfilling was making games with Lu Yu and winning awards. This was also her happiest time, and she finally realized who she really cared about. The news of Lu Yu's sudden death from her classmates was the last straw that broke the camel's back. She knew it was too late. Long years no see. Lu Yu spoke subconsciously and immediately realized that he had said something wrong. In the current timeline, he and Lu Mengyuan hadn't seen each other for more than a year. Oh no, he was about to reveal his identity as a time traveler. Unexpectedly, Lu Mengyuan was completely unaware of his mistake. He smiled slightly, revealing his cute dimples, and replied in the same tone. Long years no see. The morning light sprinkled on the girl's long black hair, outlining a faint golden halo, which made Lu Yu's heart skip a beat. However, neither of them thought much about the other's slip of the tongue, thinking it was just the enthusiasm caused by not seeing each other for over a year. "Why are you here alone?" In Lu Yu's impression, the women in black around her in school were inseparable. "I had a fight with my mom, so I'm kind of running away from home now." Lu Mengyuan tucked her long hair behind her ears, and a shy look of drunkenness appeared on her fair, oval face. Now that she is reborn, she definitely cannot obey Lulan anymore, otherwise nothing can be changed. At first, she escaped through the apartment window to get away from the surveillance of her spies. Unexpectedly, those heroic female bodyguards were already waiting for her at the exit of the community and carried her back obediently. When his escape attempt failed, Lu Mengyuan simply cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang himself, threatening to commit suicide in front of Lulan. Lulan really couldn't stand her daughter's noise anymore, so she just ignored her out of spite and let her pack her luggage and move back to the university dormitory. Lu Yu's eyes dropped and he saw her pair of curvy and tight black legs. There were several snags on her pantyhose, which seemed to have been caused when she climbed over the window. Afterwards, the two of them strolled around the playground, chatting about interesting things that happened when they were in the game research club and the development process of The Way of Cats. "Do you remember when our president was presenting his achievements to the school leaders, and his computer wallpaper was a pornographic picture of chocolate and vanilla? Ha ha ha, now I remember, it was a public execution. The more we talked, the happier we became, and we almost forgot the passage of time. Chatting with a beautiful girl I haven't seen in years, feeling happy, leisure points +5. The two chatted for 2 hours, and when they finally parted, they were both a little reluctant. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "I recently opened a gaming company. Are you interested in working there?" "Eh?" Lu Mengyuan was a little surprised. His dark eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Lu Yu naturally had his own reasons for inviting her. The two had worked together before when they were in the Game Research Society, and they had some tacit understanding. Moreover, she was the only one in the entire campus who did not go to the library to study, but was leisurely drawing here early in the morning. This showed that she was not the study king, so she did not have to worry about having her leisure points deducted. What's more, if there are soft and cute girls in the studio, it is enough to make people happy. If you are in a good mood, you can earn leisure points. In other words, if you invite her in to sit, you will get money. Why not invite her? Of course, these are not the most important. The most important reason is that he is willing to do so. I don't want to relive the regrets of my previous life, so what if I'm the daughter of the Lu group? This time, Lu Yu went straight for A. Okay. She smiled with curved eyebrows. The answer was so quick that Lu Yu was caught off guard. "No, you didn't hesitate at all? You're not going to inherit the huge fortune?" Lu Mengyuan also has his own little thoughts. In her memory, Lu Yu was a well-known test-taking king at Jianghai University. Not only did he rank among the top students and receive scholarships every year, he was also a student union cadre and could even be seen taking the test papers in various competitions. Under his leadership, their entire dormitory and even the entire class became the top test taker. If you join his company, your daily life will definitely be very busy. Wouldn't it be a great deal to earn proficiency points? She had even begun to imagine herself showing off her artistic accomplishments and feeling proud in front of her mother and the group's directors someday soon. Moreover, if Lu Yu is the producer, the game he makes should not be unsaleable, right? Of course, these are not the most important reasons. The most important reason is that she is willing. When Lu Mengyuan was in the Game Research Society, he always felt insecure when making games with Lu Yu. Apart from the family halo, she felt that she had no shining points. She doesn't want to repeat the regrets of her previous life, so she will prove to Lu Yu that she is not a useless girl. So, Lu Mengyuan also went to this time. The two people agreed to print the contract today and officially sign it tomorrow. When he returned to the dormitory at night, Lu Yu found that Chu Xiong and his other two buddies seemed to have lost their souls. The fat man held the stainless steel rice bowl and kept digging into the rice topped with 3 fresh vegetables that he had brought back from the canteen. Brother Lu, you didn't see the fight for seats in the library today. It was so exciting. Several groups of people started fighting. Hey, fighting for seats almost killed us. Then you guys keep going, I won't get involved. Lu Yu took out a few cans of iced black tea from the shopping bag and threw one can to each person. Chu Xiong suddenly stopped eating and his big nostrils contracted a few times. Where does that perfume smell come from? The third brother, the only one in the dormitory who has a girlfriend, said. Chanel's top-grade perfume, at least better than the one my girlfriend uses. Lu Yu smelled his sleeves and it seemed that they were stained while chatting during the day. Brother Lu, who was the other party? Fatty Chu's grape-shaped eyes sparkled with brilliance. Hey, don't overthink it. We're just ordinary friends. We played games together before. The other three people knew that Lu Yu had won the award and immediately came to their senses. Zhao. Could it be Lu Mengyuan? The fair, wealthy, and beautiful girl from the Lu group? That's not right. Didn't the people from the Lu group protect her? Normally in school, not to mention men, even male cockroaches would be stepped on to death by those girls if they got close. Lu Yu spread his hands and said, so, we just met by chance and chatted for a few hours. What? It's usually hard to get a glimpse of your beauty, but you can chat for hours? The guy in the bed was rolling around in pain, like he was having heart pain. I reported you, brother. You didn't do anything wrong. It's all my disgusting jealousy and petty self-esteem that's to blame. The smell of your perfume completely broke my defenses. Alright, even iced tea can't stop you from talking. Lu Yu spoke lightly, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Being Versailles in front of your roommates, feeling happy, and gaining +2 leisure points. I made a small profit of 200 yuan, which made me feel very happy. After dinner, Chu Xiong opened his laptop and started to practice LeetCode, preparing for campus recruitment at major internet companies. Lu Yu looked down and saw the resume and tripartite agreement on his desk. Next is the spring campus recruitment, and Tenghui Interactive Entertainment will come to Zhanghai University to hold a recruitment briefing. In 2012, Tenghui had grown into the largest internet company in China by market value, and was known as Bat together with the other two. In his previous life, Lu Yu joined the Daimei Studio Group through this recruitment and began his career in game production. He also witnessed Tenghui's acquisition of the American Hammerhead Company, catching up with the MOBA and chicken-eating trends and making a fortune. Tenghui is a good place for many fresh graduates. The competition is fierce, so the campus recruitment process is also quite complicated. Resume screening, written test, group interview, leaderless group discussion, first business interview, second business interview, team leader interview, director interview, HR interview. It's just like climbing a tower in a game. Especially the leaderless group discussion. After Lu Yu had participated in it once, he vowed never to participate in such an interview again. Because he felt that this elimination game was very twisted. It is obvious that the goal of every participant is to use as much rhetoric as possible to eliminate others, but on the surface they have to pretend that they are a team and show enthusiasm for unity and cooperation. This made him suspect for a time that this kind of interview was not screening out people who were truly down to earth, but rather old hands and shrewd people. Forget it, these have nothing to do with me anymore. I can't work, I will never work in this life, wouldn't it be nice to win without doing anything? Lu Yu casually threw the resume into the drawer. The next day, Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan formally signed the labor contract. At the moment of signing the contract, a system screen popped up in front of Lu Yu. Congratulations on completing the probationary period task, recruiting the first employee, and successfully binding the system. New system function activated. If company employees feel happy physically and mentally, they will also earn leisure points for the host, with an initial rebate rate of 10%. Settlement is about to be settled. Current leisure points are 12 points, and are being exchanged. 1,200 yuan has been credited to my personal account. Wow, he made $1,000 in just one day and one night? In 2012, it was hard to find a job that paid over yuan a day. Even if you join Tenghui Company, it is difficult to get this amount in the first year if your position is not high. And I just run, flirt with girls, chat with my buddies, and live such a leisurely life, so I think I'm making a profit? Don't be too happy. Luyu was happily thinking of more ways to earn leisure points, and a prompt popped up from Lu Mengyuan. Congratulations on completing the trial period task, the system binding is successful. Dream Mall is now open. New system function enabled. Other employees in the company can also gain proficiency points and improve their skills by practicing skills. Host's current proficiency points, 10 points. Lu Mengyuan opened the Dream Mall, which contained a wide variety of talent scrolls, but her current proficiency points were not enough to buy these things. However, she noticed one detail: the products in the mall had changed from what she had previewed before. The items in this system's mall will change based on the host's skill training. For example, if the host's proficiency points are concentrated in singing, the mall will refresh with more singing-related talent scrolls. It seems that we need to plan carefully how to accumulate these proficiency points, otherwise the mall will be in chaos. Fortunately, Luyu is a top student and a top student. Working in this company, he should be doing some serious work-related things, right? The girl comforted herself in her heart. Now, the contract pays Lu Mengyuan 4,000 yuan per month, but she still feels it is not enough. Because these 4,000 yuan are really a timely help. Lu Lan's original words were that since he had run away from home, he had to do it all, and he immediately froze all of Lu Mengyuan's pocket money. So, this daughter of a Fortune 500 company is now penniless and not even as rich as Lu Yu. After signing the contract, the two men shook hands in a friendly manner. Lie down with me. Lu Yu's eyes were burning, and he thought to himself. Roll up with me, fighting. Lu Mengyuan's eyes lit up with stars, and he thought to himself. Returning to the dormitory at night, Lu Yu checked the system accounts and planned the company's business direction. Currently, the initial operating capital of Taoyuan Township Company is 10,000 yuan. The next settlement cycle is 14 days later. Additional task: release the first game produced by Taoyuan Township Company before the end of the cycle. Task reward: random surprise effect. Lu Yu thought about it and decided to release the game before the next cycle. Even if he himself does not receive salary from the system account, Lu Mengyuan's monthly cost is more than 4,000 yuan. If the company does not find a profit point, it will not last more than 2 months. Send a message to Lu Mengyuan on WeChat. Tomorrow, Monday, we'll officially start work. Okay. Do you know that pedestrian street with flower houses near our university town? Let's meet there. Ah, why? Shouldn't we just rent an office and work there? Oh. You'll find out when you get there. Good night. Putting down the phone, Lu Mengyuan's cheeks flushed. At this moment, she was lying on the bed wearing a light pink nightgown. Under the light gauze, her slender waist is faintly visible, and the hem of her skirt highlights her white and smooth thighs. The collar of the nightgown was open, revealing the white collarbone and slender neck, as smooth as jade. In her arms, she held a faded cat-shaped stuffed doll, which was the celebratory gift Lu Yu gave her after The Way of Cats won the award. No, Lu Mengyuan, you have to stay calm. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She simply slapped her face and went to sleep under the quilt. Not far from Lu Mengyuan's dormitory building, there is a serviced apartment across the street. By the window, a tall and cool woman wearing sunglasses and a suit turned her eyes away from the telescope. The phone rang in front of her, and her hand approached the collar of her suit. Pull out your phone from the canyon between the towering peaks. Wang Su, what's going on? Please rest assured, Chairman. I have organized several special working groups to rotate shifts and will definitely ensure the safety of the young lady. This little girl is obviously going to starve, but she hasn't cried and made a fuss about going home yet? Well, not really. On the contrary, he looks a little happy. Maybe he still has some money left. I don't think the commotion will last long. Please report any new developments to me at any time. After hanging up the phone, Wang Su, the security director of Lu Group, felt complicated. She had been hesitating whether to tell the chairman that the eldest lady was showing signs of falling in love. After thinking about it, she decided to give up as she had no evidence yet. It is also foreseeable that the chairman will be in an even worse mood. If she is in a bad mood, the entire group will have no hope of living in peace. The veins on the back of Wang Su's hand twitched slightly, and he clenched his fist slightly. Congratulations, man. No matter who you are, you've successfully caught the group's attention. The next day, Hualu Pedestrian Street. Lu Mengyuan changed into a fresh and cute white sailor suit and tied a blue silk scarf, adding a touch of playfulness. The hook tights have been replaced by black over-the-knee socks. The shiny black stockings fit the slender legs, making them elegant and sexy. A pair of beautiful feet wearing shiny little leather shoes complement the clothes perfectly. When Lu Yu walked side by side with her, the boys passing by all looked at them sideways with envious expressions. Lu Yu was also dressed casually, looking relaxed, and didn't look like a producer at all. Lu Mengyuan was a little confused. So, the working hours are changed to tomorrow? No, I'm officially back to work now. Today's main work content is shopping, eating, drinking and having fun. This. Lu Mengyuan was a little worried. This company wouldn't go bankrupt in just 2 months, right? After all, the existence of the system cannot be exposed, so Liu has to find a way to fool this girl. Let me ask you, what was the original purpose of the art form of games? Is it to bring happiness to the players? Yeah, but if the game developers themselves aren't happy, how can they convey the same emotions to the players? So, my first day at work is to have fun and think about the subject matter of my first game. It made so much sense that she couldn't refute it. So, Lu Mengyuan, with a confused look on his face, was led by Lu Yu and began to stroll leisurely in the pedestrian street. Soon after entering from the street corner, they smelled the tempting aroma of jianbing from afar. The stall owner skillfully pours the batter onto the pancake pan, then adds egg liquid, chopped green onions, sauce and other ingredients, and fries until golden and crispy. This kind of pancake stall is a standard feature near university towns. A ball of batter is rolled into a perfect circle. It looks so fun. Lu Mengyuan was so excited as if he had discovered a new world. Lu Yu sighed inwardly. It seemed that Lu Lan protected his daughter too well, which made her feel fresh about many things in the outside world. Boss, give her a pancake to spread for fun. Huh? Are you kidding? I'm busy. I'll pay double. Okay, you're welcome. The pancake uncle bared his teeth and thought to himself, good boy, you actually come to my pancake stall to pick up girls. Lu Mengyuan rolled up his sleeves and began to awkwardly spread out a strange-shaped pancake. Fortunately, the uncle made up for it in time and it tasted pretty good. Take a bite, and the crumbs fall off with a crunch. Lu Mengyuan's soft, plump lips curled up in a sweet curve. She squinted her eyes like a cat, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. This cute way of eating made Lu Yu purse his lips slightly, and his expression gradually became unrestrained. He coughed dryly and looked away. Be more restrained, take it slow, and don't scare her away. Enjoy the delicious pancakes, feel happy, and get +2 leisure points. Employee Lu Mengyuan personally tried making and tasting it, leisure points +0.4. Next, Lu Yu took her to visit various stalls on the pedestrian street and asked her to spin the marshmallows, squeeze the cream for the ice cream, and throw rings in the lottery stall to win a bottle of mineral water. When he reached the end of the street, Lu Yu had earned a total of 8 leisure points. Lu Mengyuan, on the other hand, watched belatedly as various strange proficiency levels increased. Pancake making skill +1. Marshmallow transformation proficiency +1. Ring tossing proficiency +1. What the hell is this? What happened to fighting for our dreams? It cost you money. Lu Mengyuan felt a little embarrassed. She was short of money and Lu Yu was the one who paid for everything. It's okay. These are all normal R&D activities, and we're spending the company's R&D funds. Does he have any misunderstanding about R&D funds? Can this company really continue to operate? No, this girl must find a way to find something fulfilling and serious to do. By the way, when do we start discussing the project? Don't worry, we're almost there. Lu Yu pointed to the end of the street corner, where there was a cat cafe with a sign that read, Cat's Tea. A cat cafe is a coffee shop where you can drink coffee while petting cats. When you open the door, you will see cat-themed art. Paintings hanging on the wall opposite you. The lobby has comfortable sofas and coffee tables, and the floor is covered with soft carpets that are crawling with cats. An orange British Shorthair basked in the sun on the windowsill, a blue-eyed Siamese cat crouched beside the counter, its eyes lively. A black and white tabby nimbly dove between the customers, drawing bursts of laughter from the girls. Lu Mengyuan didn't say anything and started rubbing each cat madly. Tired of petting the cat, she turned around and found that Lu Yu was already typing on his laptop, thinking of something. I have to say, this man's profile is still a bit handsome when he is working seriously. With a dry cough, Lu Mengyuan changed her gradually blooming infatuated smile back to a ladylike expression. No, you have to take it slow and don't scare him away. As soon as she sat down, the system reminded her. Congratulations, the host's 10 cat petting attempts have triggered the guaranteed bonus, and the life skill cat petting technique has been directly upgraded to LV2. Cat petting technique LV2, deft petting techniques can help cats lower their guard more quickly, gaining their trust. Furthermore, this skill's special attack on the cat's chin is increased by 20%. Left to trigger the next level guarantee, 30 times. She was speechless and choked. We said we would feel proud of ourselves, but what weird tricks are these? It's a rip-off. But, I have to admit, the sun is shining, Lu Yu is by my side, and I'm stroking the cat in my arms, so it's pretty comfortable? The waiter brought the drinks. Lu Yu ordered a cappuccino, while Lu Mengyuan ordered a red bean milk tea. She felt refreshed as she gulped down the milk and chewed the soft pearls. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Girls seem to care about their figure. Won't ordering a super large cup mean I'll exceed the calorie limit? How's the saying? My sister says it's zero card." Relaxingly enjoying a cup of coffee and chatting with a beautiful woman, leisure points +3. Employee Lu Mengyuan is enjoying petting cats and drinking tea. Leisure points +0.5. Up to now, I have earned a total of 1,150 yuan, so great. Being able to enjoy life and get money at the same time made Lu Yu even more reluctant to let go of such a great golden finger. Therefore, we still have to find a way to release the game as soon as possible so that the company can continue to operate. Do you still remember the inspiration for developing the way of cats in the club? Seeing Lu Yu start talking about business, Lu Mengyuan also became excited. I remember. She took a sip of her milk tea. It's a Hollywood cartoon called Tom and Jerry, right? In fact, from Lu Yu's perspective of more than 10 years in the industry, the game Cat's Way that he developed at Yuyanch can be described as simple. It mainly tells the story of a mouse at home, who tries various ways to avoid being chased by a house cat and finally successfully escapes back to the hole. The game's resources are extremely rudimentary, and it even uses free templates. Moreover, the game is no less difficult than Cat Rio, and it is full of unreasonable traps, which really provides no user experience. The highlight is the overly stylized level design and artistic image. Today, when Lu Yu saw Lu Mengyuan petting a cat, his memory was awakened again. I want to make a new horizontal scrolling game based on Cat's Way. Let's call it Cat Girl Paradise Adventure. Cat lady? Lu Mengyuan looked stunned and even forgot to drink his milk tea. Yes. Lu Yu explained that the basic gameplay framework of the new game is still horizontal level passing, but some changes need to be made. First of all, the protagonist used to be a dollhouse mouse, but now it has been changed to a chubby and cute hamster. He also named the hamster John. The story is not set in a residential building, but in an amusement park called Cat Girl Paradise. The hamster was brought to the park by its owner and then lost there. It could only find the exit of the park by itself. A large group of cat girls blocked John's way home. Players must successfully avoid the pursuit of all cat girls in order to pass the level. How should I put it? It's a bit subtle. Lu Mengyuan heard that, apart from the cat girl being a gimmick, this game is just a standard horizontal scrolling game, right? Really? Lu Yu remains silent. Now, he doesn't care whether this game can sell well or not. On the contrary, if he works hard on development and loses leisure points due to fatigue and stress, it will not be worth it. Anyway, not a penny of the company's profits will go into his pocket, so the best strategy is to earn as many leisure points as possible. However, the system will be untied when the company goes bankrupt, so Liu cannot just sit back and relax. He still needs to operate it a little to make enough money to break even. In fact, in the past few days since he came here, he has often watched the news and done some market research. This is a parallel world different from the original world, where the status of the player group and the development of the industry have deviated. What impressed Liu the most was that this world seemed to be much more inward-looking than his original world. For example, in university libraries, students would fight over seats. In the office, two office workers will start an unlimited fight for performance commission quota. Even on the hotpot street, two bosses who open shops opposite each other to compete for customers would explode if they looked at each other for just one more moment. Everyone was rolling with all their might. This inward-looking sentiment has also spread to the gaming field. Various unlimited PK, arena, gang war, group war, and national war games are very popular and occupy an absolute dominant position in the market. Every player is paying to win. The user experience of zero players is that of paying players, and the paid experience of smaller players is that of big or rich players. In the snack street where Liu was playing, he could even see from a distance the billboard slogan of the National War PK online game Legend of Mir operated by Xingju Games. Imperial City National War, 10,000 people PK, if you're a brother, come and kill me. In the era of 2012, cute games or two-dimensional games that are meant to heal people easily are not considered to be of high quality. Not long ago, Lu Wei, president of Milieu Company, shyly explained to the judges who were laughing downstairs at the college students' business plan competition what an otaku is and what the second dimension is. Creatures like cat girls only exist in some unhealthy single-player games. Based on his experience in his previous life, Liu felt that cute games were a blue ocean waiting to be developed. Therefore, he wanted to give this world, which is overrun with involution, a little cute shock. After deciding on the type, Liu officially started production and opened Yuyi Workshop on his computer. The so-called Yuyi Workshop is a gaming platform similar to the Steam platform in its previous life, and is also the largest gaming platform in China at present. Game makers can publish games, and players can purchase games on this platform. In the workshop's developer market, you can buy many mature components and development solutions, and game resources such as art and sound effects can also be found by various outsourced artists on this platform. This platform even provides an open-source game engine, allowing many producers to break through technical barriers. In short, as long as you have money, you can find any talent on it. In this way, producers can concentrate on game design, which is very convenient. For the following week, Liu and Lu Mengyuan stayed at Mausheiming, developing the game. As long as they keep their drinks refilled, they can sit in this cat cafe all day. Liu designed Cat Girl Paradise Adventure to be completed in less than 3 hours. The game's obstacles are typical of side-scrolling games, including jump platforms, traps, turrets, and moving enemies. But the turrets and enemies all turned into cat girls. With the help of the Yuyi Workshop platform, the basic framework of the game was easily built. Liu was too lazy to develop the various subsystems of the game himself, so he directly purchased ready-made components on the platform and plugged them in. In short, do whatever makes you feel comfortable, and the most important thing is comfort. In this era, casual standalone games are gradually declining, so all related development components are sold at very low prices, almost giving them away for free. On the other hand, Lu Mengyuan is responsible for the art design of the cat girl. She only needs to draw one, and then copy and paste it in the game engine, and it most slightly change some small details, and she can mass-produce many different cat girls. Originally, she wanted to draw the story stage of the park as well, but Liu seriously stopped her. The background is not important, I will just outsource it. Besides, I only offer you a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. You only need to do the workload that matches this salary. Don't find extra work for yourself. This is not a good workplace habit. That's what I said. Lu Mengyuan tilted her head and said, but my workload is so limited, it's not saturated at all. I finally got the chance to practice my skills, and you let me just draw it once and be done with it? The idea that workload is not saturated is a false proposition in itself. Lu Yu was filled with emotion and began to teach earnestly. I have always believed in a theory that company managers are not stupid. When they arrange work, they must have calculated the labor costs. You have to believe that many companies won't give their employees cheap wages for no reason. They will assign you work that is in line with your current salary. So, even if you finish it early, so what? Who can guarantee that you will finish it just in time for the end of the day and not be allowed to take a break? Even if the leader is a fool and miscalculates costs, resulting in his subordinates being too idle, that is the leader's management responsibility. Employees do not need to feel guilty, let alone take the initiative to take on the work. If you are really bored, you might as well do some interesting hobbies. Oh. Lu Mengyuan nodded thoughtfully. She had attended her mother's management training within the Lu group. Compared with the groups, Lu Yu's philosophy could not be said to be exactly the same, but it could be said to be completely different. Within the Lu group, overtime culture and wolf culture are promoted, and many people are embarrassed to leave the office on time after get off work. Anyone whose workload seems insufficient will be a thorn in the leader's side, and the workload will definitely be doubled at the next morning meeting. Of course, every day you can always find someone who seems to be working the least, because least itself is a relative concept. This results in everyone being super doubled in turn, and leaving get off work later and later. Looking at Lu Mengyuan's confused face, Lu Yu thought to himself, it's no wonder that she grew up with Lu Lan. Lu Lan is a businesswoman who spends over 300 days a year on airplanes. She's been sending her daughter through various training programs since she was 3 years old. If she's not a role king, what's she? However, in Taoyuan Township Company, any form of roles are not allowed. Correcting her values is a long and arduous task. Therefore, during this one-week development cycle, Lu Yu arranged to spend only half a day on development every day, and use the other half day to rest and relax. Once, Lu Mengyuan was so engrossed in his painting that he yawned out of exhaustion. He pounded his stiff waist, and the system immediately popped up a prompt. Employee Lu Mengyuan is tired, leisure points minus 0.2. Lu Yu felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Although 20 yuan is nothing, a 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an ant hole, so we must nip the problem in the bud. He immediately stopped all of Lu Mengyuan's work and took her out to drink drinks and play with cats. Well, actually, I think I'm fine. I can still work for a while. I don't want you to feel it, I want me to feel it. After all, according to the system's rule of diminishing marginal returns, there are no points gained from various experiences at work, and there is no such thing as pain and happiness, but the points deduction is quite severe. If you are not relaxed and comfortable enough, the system will deduct my money. What a fuss! Lu Yu said earnestly. What may seem like mild fatigue symptoms are actually your body's warning to you. Do you think chronic diseases like cervical spondylosis and lumbar disc herniation can be contracted in one go? All of these illnesses are the result of years of accumulated, neglected fatigue. Moreover, Lu Yu discovered that the theory of diminishing pleasure threshold is still effective. If he and Lu Mengyuan repeatedly visit the stalls on the pedestrian street that they have visited before, the leisure points they get will gradually decrease. Therefore, Lu Yu would try to experience different new stalls with Lu Mengyuan every day to keep things fresh. A week later on Monday, when Lu Yu accumulated 30 leisure points, he finally finished Catgirl Paradise Adventure. Lu Mengyuan served as the first player to conduct a trial play. The game's opening animation shows a hamster with a bulging belly waking up on an old-looking amusement park bench. My name is John, and I'm a hamster, but my friends call me Rat Dot. My careless little master left me here, but it doesn't matter. I've already escaped from the cage. Rat, I must go home today. Lu Mengyuan's delicate hands carefully pressed the handle, controlling the fat hamster to start breaking through the levels. The pits and moving platforms at the beginning were not difficult, and even a girl like her with not very good skills could handle them easily. Finally, I arrived in front of the first cat girl. I looked at her from a distance, lying on the ground sleeping, looking harmless. However, just as Lu Mengyuan was controlling Shushu to pass by her, a warning message suddenly appeared above the cat girl's head. Ah! That's annoying, meow. After a slightly awkward close-up animation, the hamster was blown away by the awakened cat girl with a big slap. The fat rat rolled several times in the air before finally landing back on the bench where it started. Seeing that all the journey just now was in vain, Lu Mengyuan stood there in a daze. Oh, there will be a warning value on the cat girl's head. You have to find a way to sneak past it without being discovered. Lu Yu waved his hand. Ah, why did she fan so far? Because it makes the game more challenging and interesting, and it also prolongs the gaming time. Of course, these are all Lu Yu's serious nonsense. The real reason is that the algorithm used by the cat girl to slap the hamster away directly uses ready-made functional components. He was not willing to write different movement algorithms based on each different cat girl and position. Although it was not difficult, it was very troublesome and full of workload. He didn't know how many leisure points he would have to deduct before he could finish it. So, just put it there and that's it. How much does this game cost? $5. Lu Yu was very self-aware and set the price at a very low price. He had no expectations for the performance of this game at all. You know exactly what you are doing. This Catgirl Paradise adventure has two purposes. One is to complete the system tasks within the cycle, earn extra rewards, and take advantage of the system. The second is to rely on the gimmick of the cat girl to attract LSPs to buy, and offset Lu Mengyuan's labor costs for these 14 days, which would be considered a victory. After all, the future two-dimensional overlord Milyu is still a small, shabby studio now. Even if the gameplay is not innovative, as long as it is replaced with a cute girl skin, it will be enough to sell hundreds of copies. Now, Lu Yu's business philosophy is that as long as the company survives, it is a success. He had to enjoy life to the fullest. The development cycle was 2 weeks, so he could spend 1 week developing the game and the other week enjoying himself, drinking, and having fun, earning tons of leisure points. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Fortunately, the system didn't seem to like to torment him, and didn't make him work hard to make money or lose money. This system emphasizes lying down and posing, which is comfortable. The game is set to be released in a week, taking advantage of the summer movie season. So what are we doing next week? Play. Lu Yu said concisely. Lu Mengyuan was speechless. Her cat-stroking skills had already been upgraded to LV4 Grandmaster Cat Pet Scooper. Mao Jining's cat now comes up to her as soon as it sees her. Looking at Lu Mengyuan's suspicious eyes, Lu Yu suddenly realized that he should not behave too abnormally. After all, not exposing the existence of the system is also one of the rules. Well, don't get me wrong. Although we are having fun, it's not a holiday. The company is still operating normally. Having fun is part of the job. To increase his persuasiveness, he randomly searched for a sentence online. I don't know which marketing account wrote this inspirational chicken soup. Career should be part of life, and life should be part of career. Transforming into a riddle man and leaving this ambiguous sentence, Liu began to leisurely watch TV series, movies and games. Leaving Lu Mengyuan sitting alone in a mess opposite. Even though she was not a professional game planner, she could see that this game had not made significant progress compared to the Way of Cats previously developed by Game Research Society. Cat's Way had previously sold 300 copies on the Yuyi platform, and with the Catgirl gimmick, the new game's sales were expected to be around 400 at most. At a price of 5 yuan, the maximum turnover was 2,000 yuan, barely enough to cover half a month's salary, not counting the cost of various development components, even though those ubiquitous toolkits were already very cheap. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Yu. The man was as calm as ever. She had a misconception that playing games wasn't his main purpose at all, but just a side task. His real business was finding an excuse to go out on this street and have fun. She felt that this man had changed. Her impression of Lu Yu is that he pursues perfection and extremes in everything he does, and his personality is almost paranoid. When he was making the Way of Cats in the club, in order to optimize the game before the deadline, he relied on several cans of Red Bull and worked all night for several days and nights, and his eyes were bloodshot. This kind of Buddhism nowadays was really beyond her expectations. Lu Yu was playing games leisurely there and glanced at Lu Mengyuan inadvertently. The development is clearly complete, but she doesn't look relaxed at all. This is not good. He called the waiter and served Lu Mengyuan a bowl of tiramisu. Try it, it's the hidden signature of this cat cafe. Tiramisu comes in a small square shape, covered in fine cocoa powder and topped with chocolate. Lu Mengyuan used a small spoon to cut open the dessert. The layers of golden cake and cream soaked in rich coffee were filled with fragrance. Take a small piece and put it in your mouth. The texture is so smooth and tender on the tip of your tongue that it feels as if your taste buds are wrapped in clouds. What is this? It's so delicious. She widened her eyes and covered her cherry lips. Since she was very young, Lu Lan strictly restricted her from eating sweets. This signature dessert made her discover a new world. Employee Lu Mengyuan is enjoying dessert and is in a good mood. Leisure points plus 0.5. That's right. This is the reaction of a Taoyuan Township employee. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction and continued playing the game. Lu Mengyuan looked at the focused man in front of him. How should he put it? Although the feeling was different from when he was in the Game Research Society, this change in him was not that annoying. In the week since she joined the company, she seemed to be relaxed down to her very pores. Since she was a child, her mother taught her that she must be the best in every field. She had never experienced this wonderful comfort and pleasure before. Moreover, Lu Yu seemed to trust her quite a lot. As a producer, he never gave any comments on her paintings and just used them as they turned out. Trust? Wait. Lu Mengyuan shuddered. If you think about it carefully, this is his own company, he can't be so perfunctory. So, will Lu Yu take the opportunity to secretly observe her over the next week to test whether she is qualified as an art partner? Is she worthy of continued trust? No wonder. Lu Yu took even the subtle changes in his expression so seriously. It was a close call. I almost fell for this man's sugar-coated tricks. An expression of having seen through everything appeared on Lu Mengyuan's pretty face. Humph, just wait and see, Lu Yu. Since I have said that I will make you look at me with admiration, I will never admit defeat so easily. She calmly logged into her Yu Workshop account, opened the project file of Catgirl Paradise, and began to think about it. The stage background of Catgirl Paradise has been outsourced, and she doesn't think her skills are better than the outsourced ones. Then, can you take a step further in the Catgirl art that you are responsible for? After thinking hard for a while, her eyes were already circling like mosquito coils. Wow, no wonder the gold medal game producers on TV are bald at such a young age. This is indeed a job that consumes a lot of brain cells. Just when she was confused, suddenly, Lu Yu, who was sitting opposite her, looked at the computer and muttered to himself. Damn, so many careers to choose from? What's the meaning? Although Lu Yu did not look up, Lu Mengyuan had already started analyzing frantically. This was probably his way of reminding me. Occupation? Yes, since it is a catgirl paradise, all catgirls should have different professions. But how should it be designed? Don't give up, Lu Mengyuan. He must have given you a hint. Suddenly, Lu Yu's chicken soup just now flashed through her mind. Business should be part of life, and life should be part of business. Life? Isn't it just the pancake making, marshmallow making, and ring tossing she's been practicing these past few days? Moreover, these professions are in line with the theme of paradise and can be included in the game. So that's why. No wonder Lu Yu took her to play with these and told her that this was part of the research and development. All of Lu Yu's seemingly abnormal behavior these days has been reasonably explained and connected together. In order for me to understand this, he did this for me. This man has me in his heart. A strong sense of sweetness and emotion surged from the bottom of my heart. Employee Lu Mengyuan feels trusted and is extremely happy, resulting in a critical hit. Leisure points +1. The system screen in front of Lu Yu suddenly flashed with huge words burning with flames. Critical. Huh? What's wrong? Lu Yu raised his head, looking confused. He had just downloaded the client online game of this world and was casually sighing when his leisure points suddenly skyrocketed, scaring him. You know, now Lu Mingyuan's rebate rate is only 10%, so she got 1 point, which is equivalent to Lu Yu getting 10 points. No wonder the system prompts that a critical hit has occurred. But he didn't do anything, so why did he attack this girl so violently? Nothing. Lu Mengyuan covered her mouth and laughed, gave Lu Yu a look that said, "I understand everything," and continued to concentrate on making it. Never mind, just ignore her. Lu Yu continued playing games. Soon, Lu Mengyuan drew various catgirls running snack stalls and amusement stalls. LV4's master-level cat-stroking skills allow her to know the cat's habitual movements very well. She has added interactive animations to each catgirl, such as feeding and petting. But, even though the game looks good, it's still not fun. She was feeling distressed when Lu Yu's complaints came from across the table. Damn, how many NPCs do I need to visit to learn a skill? These unintentional words once again awakened Lu Mengyuan. Yeah. Just the animation being different would be too boring. Why not? Each catgirl NPC has her own preferences and personality. Players can unlock hidden content by interacting with them. Catgirls are no longer just enemies, but are now capturable. For example, the catgirl selling pancakes in the park, after players capture her and make her their partner, they can learn 2 skills. Pancake Tornado, catgirl spreads around pancake forward, which spins rapidly and creates a powerful hurricane, blowing away enemies. These cyclones can also push boxes that are blocking the way or change the wind direction in the level, allowing players to skip classes and clear levels. Pancake Shield, when attacked by multiple enemies, catgirl can summon pancakes to form a shield to defend against the enemy's attacks. The shield can last for a period of time and can resist damage. Lu Mengyuan quickly made the skill animation and used the same idea to create more catgirls. With the help of development components, she can also independently complete the implementation of functional logic. Now, the game has become much more interesting. If there is any flaw, it feels that the main story is too cliched. A hamster that got lost in an amusement park went through untold hardships to return home and reunite with its owner. Just listening to it makes people so bored that they want to sleep. Although she is an artist, if the game is not fun, the company will go bankrupt and the cheat code will be untied. She must do her best. Lu Yu's exclamation came again, interrupting her thoughts. Damn, it turns out the final boss is his dad. This plot twist is really exciting, worthy of being a ballet production. These words once again surged through her mind like an electric current. Yup. The plot could obviously add more twists, such as John's owner deliberately left him in catgirl paradise. However, if it is simply abandonment, it will inevitably fall into cliché. Is there a possibility that John's owner left it here for an experiment? And the subjects of the experiment are those catgirls. The reason why John was chosen is because John is very special and his genes may promote the awakening of the catgirl's abilities. Behind this, there may be a connection between this seemingly abandoned amusement park and these unattended catgirls. Is there a mastermind behind the scenes manipulating them? What is the purpose of these masterminds in taming the catgirls? Going one step further, have the mastermind behind the park and John's family known each other for years? Lu Mingyuan's thoughts were pouring out as he typed frantically on the keyboard. Thursday evening. Lu Yu stretched. I spent a week and wanted to earn some leisure points by playing games. But after playing domestic and foreign games of this era, Lu Yu had only one feeling: boring and frivolous. First, he played TT Speed, TT Dance, and TT Cool Run, all produced by Tinghui Interactive Entertainment's Daimei Studio Group. Compared with their predecessors, these competitive games have changed beyond recognition and focus more on PvP and the experience of players who spend money. For example, in the TT Speed Prop Race, all the items in a character's account are not bound. You can use your own armored racing car to create other players' cars and explode their gold coins. Everything in other people's accounts, including coupons, gold coins, skin appearances, and racing cars that they have painstakingly saved for several years, can be dropped in PK competitions. After a race, the ground is littered with golden points and out-of-print racing cars. The winners soar to success, while the losers waste several years of hard work. In TT Dance, several characters can dance and fight each other to grab the costumes on each other's accounts. When the game is settled, no matter how much they have grabbed, it will be counted as their own. More importantly, all props in Tinghui Interactive Entertainment's games can be monetized on the official trading platform, Bybauge. Therefore, it is no problem for a team or dance troupe that can PK to earn thousands of W annually. Although it sounds exciting, it is destined that only top-tier spenders will have the gaming experience, because the big guys' equipment values are overwhelming. Most other players have to spend a lot of time practicing their skills just to keep the stuff on their accounts. The whole game was very tiring and exciting. It was like I was finding a class for myself. But why do people still play it? Because other domestic games are more involuted and cruel than Tinghui. Playing games is a necessity for many young people to pass the time, so they can only make do with it. Afterwards, Liu played foreign games that were distributed by agents. World of Dragons and Light Destroyer, represented by Yuyi Company, are produced by the veteran American developer Ballet Company. Originally, these two games were quite playable, but soon the company that launched the game turned against them and introduced a large number of unlimited PK systems, equipment stores, and paid mounts, which led to excessive internal competition among players and a plummet in reputation. At last year's Thunder Carnival, the producer announced that Light Destroyer will introduce a national war system, which is simply another version of the attack on the city of Shabak, and sells a god-killing sword that will deduct 9,999 health with one hit. Facing the protests from the players and the audience, the producer said with a smile, "Dear players, don't you have to compete with others when you go out? Then I advise you to stay at home and be a good baby to your mother." Since then, some players have put up a banner, "Any product produced by Ballet must be a thug." There are still many masterpieces from console game manufacturers in this world, but none of them have entered the domestic market. Liu decided to play with them slowly later. He stretched and accidentally opened the project file of Catgirl Paradise, and was shocked. "I didn't expect the game to have so many more things." The submitter of these changes is Lu Mengyuan. He randomly picked an illustration and found that although Lu Mengyuan's painting was still very abstract, it could be seen that after he had made no progress on the 10th illustration, he suddenly seemed to have gotten the hang of it and made obvious progress. Is she a genius? You added anything to the game? Well, I'm free anyway. Are you not tired? Liu looked serious. It's okay. I'm happy with what I'm doing. Thinking back to the past few days, Liu breathed a sigh of relief as the system did not prompt him to deduct points. However, this week, he and Lu Mengyuan earned a total of 20 leisure points at the Cat Cafe, which was less than last week. He still felt pained when he thought that he might have lost a lot of potential points because of Lu Mengyuan's overwork. Pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Game, development or something else doesn't matter. The key is to not overwork yourself, okay? Ah. Lu Mengyuan tucked her long hair behind her ears, a shy look on her face. A game producer actually said that game development didn't matter for his own sake. This man really has me in his heart. Employee Lu Mengyuan feels happy and cheerful, leisure points plus 0.5. Afterwards, Liu did not carefully read all the things Lu Mengyuan submitted. He just improved the code that might cause bugs and clicked the scheduled release button. The game will be officially released next Monday. But for some reason, Liu had an illusion that after these 2 weeks of development, his ability to troubleshoot code and fix bugs had become more and more proficient, which made his dead workplace memories begin to attack him, fixing bugs before going online and applying patches after going online. This feeling is not good. At the same time, a system prompt popped up in front of Lu Mengyuan. Congratulations, your boss Liu has fixed the 100th bug, triggering the guaranteed fix. His bug troubleshooting ability has been upgraded to LV2. The corners of her mouth curved like a cat's. Very good, Mr. Liu, please earn more proficiency points for me. On the weekend, Liu lay leisurely on the bed playing with his mobile phone. He is the leader of the dormitory, and the other three buddies, the second and third in the dormitory, are preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, while the fourth in the dormitory, Shushon, is doing interview questions. They all seem busy and nervous. During the rainy season in midsummer, the dim fluorescent lights make the dormitory seem even more depressing. At this time, the second son Wang Chen's laptop was broadcasting a live broadcast of the postgraduate entrance examination sprint lecture. Many students say, "Teacher, the exam is still 6 months away." But I want to say, you're competing with millions of people. Also, I want to single out Wang Chen for criticism. Last night, everyone was studying in the live studio, but you were the only one who had so much to do, wanting to go to bed at 12 a.m. How old are you? It's time for you to try your best. How can you sleep at your age? Do you deserve to sleep? Wang Chen had dark circles under his eyes and his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was dissatisfied, but he remained silent. The tuition for postgraduate entrance examination classes is not low. If you swear at the other party directly, you will give them a handle. Suddenly, a system light screen popped up in front of Lu Yu. Employee Lu Mengyuan feels slightly tired, leisure points minus 0.1. Employee Lu Mengyuan is happy about trying new art techniques. Leisure points plus 0.1. Why do the points keep jumping up and down? Made a phone call. Miss Lu, you're so busy even on this weekend. Are you modifying the project documents again? Oh. I thought, since it's going to be launched soon, I might as well draw a game cover. Games on the Yuyi platform have a trial run before they're launched, and it won't look good without a cover. Of course, there was another reason that Lu Mengyuan didn't tell Lu Yu. The first round of refresh cycle for Lu Mengyuan's system mall is exactly 14 days, and Monday is the deadline. She wants to gain more proficiency points before the deadline so that she can buy the talents she wants in the mall. Okay, once you've finished the painting, it's done. Go to bed early. Also, if you have nothing to do, you can sleep until noon tomorrow. After all. Lu Yu glanced at Wang Chen's computer screen. The female teacher was still criticizing Wang Chen with saliva flying. He deliberately raised his voice. Young people should sleep in more. Then hung up the phone. Who interrupted me? The voice in the computer rose an octave. Wang Chen, you're my. Do you have any problem with me? No, teacher, I didn't say anything. Wang Chen suppressed a smile and said calmly, my roommate was chatting with someone else. Is your roommate also from our platform? What's his name? I'll have someone check his student ID. No, he's not taking the postgraduate entrance exam. Is he taking the civil service exam? Our platform has a civil service exam service, but I'll still make sure he doesn't have a good time. Lu Yu lazily propped up his head, crossed his legs, and said to the computer. All right, stop making trouble, Mr. Bai. I won't test you on anything. Just attend your class. Damn, young people don't deserve to sleep. That's right. If you don't sell some anxiety, your half-baked knowledge will be exposed. A truly good teacher wouldn't force students to stay up late. To put it bluntly, their teaching methods are not good. What did you say? Try saying it again. The computer microphone broke. At this time, the other passionate students in the live broadcast room could no longer bear it. Okay, teacher, let's continue the class. Our tuition fee is not low. That's right, what's wrong with someone sleeping a little longer? It's your roommate's phone call, it has nothing to do with you, why are you bothering him? And you even went to look up the exam number, what a genius. The live broadcast room was silent for a moment. The female teacher continued teaching as if nothing had happened, and her tone was even much more polite. After all, one person confronting her and the whole class confronting her are two different things. The latter will result in losing her job. Speak your mind freely, be clear-minded, feel happy, leisure points plus 5. Lu Yu was stunned. What, you get paid for having fun arguing with people? So fucking cool. During lunch break, 3 fat heads gathered beside Lu Yu's bed. Brother Lu, how far have you and Lu Mengyuan progressed? You keep calling her Miss Lu. Oh, that's so intimate. I heard that you and her started a company, Brother Lu? Are you going to continue your relationship with the Game Research Society? Chu Xiong imitated Lu Yu's phone call just now, and said in a coquettish tone, "Dear, go to bed early." Roll, roll, roll. Lu Yu rolled his eyes and threw a bottle of iced black tea to each of them to send them off. Then he stared at the ceiling in a daze. In fact, he was also a little puzzled as to why Lu Mengyuan agreed to join the company so readily. And he seems to be very happy these 2 weeks, and he criticizes himself at every turn. I don't know what this girl is thinking. Is she a rich second generation who is just having fun and experiencing life? But my current situation is that I just lie down and live a leisurely life, and I am not as motivated as my 3 roommates. In her eyes, I'm probably just a failed boss who's not doing his job properly. How do I begin the first step of my strategy without scaring her? Can't think of his sister. Lu Yu stopped thinking and fell into a deep sleep. On Monday, Catgirl World Adventure was officially launched on the Yuyi platform. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the game was approved and released on Yuyi Workshop. Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan still came to the cat cafe to meet up. On the cover of the game, the fat and cute hamster John is grinning with his big teeth bared. Behind him, there is a group of charming cat girls acting cute in various ways. Although the cover is a bit awkward, the stylized cat girl is still eye-catching. The game costs 5 yuan. However, after the game was released, sales remained at 0 until the evening. The gaming industry is also very competitive, with tons of new games released every day. Unless you search for the game name, you won't be able to find it in the game library. Lu Mengyuan comforted Lu Yu. It doesn't matter. Within 12 hours after the Game Pass's review and is released, the Yuyi platform will definitely have the first round of trial recommendations. The game recommendations on the Yuyi platform adopt a promotion mechanism. All games that have passed the review will be placed in the first round of trial recommendations. For example, Catgirl Paradise Adventure will be placed in the secondary channel sub-interface of the action game category and displayed in a scrolling manner with other games of the same period. Although it's just a small corner, it will still be exposed a little. Afterwards, the platform will comprehensively calculate sales, playtime, user ratings and other factors to select excellent games and advance to the next round. For new games from Yuyi Workshop, the best recommendation position is Yuyi New Star, which is a homepage recommendation with very high exposure. Of course, the recommended positions with better positions such as Big Shot Fun, Golden Hall, and Annual Star are basically not available to new producers, as they are all works of heavyweight manufacturers and star producers in the industry. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yu finally found his own game in the scrolling recommendation position in the corner. Almost at the same time, the system screen popped up the settlement information. This cycle is about to end. Current leisure points are 58.5 and are being redeemed. 5,850 yuan has been credited to my personal account. Congratulations on completing the extra mission of the cycle, release your first game, and receive a random surprise effect lottery as a reward. A large lucky draw will appear on the system screen, spinning madly, and then stopped at a certain position. Abundant Harvest LV1 effect. In the next 7 days, for every game sold by Taoyuan Township Company, the system will provide an additional 5 yuan of operating funds and transfer it to the company account. Currently, Taoyuan Township Company's operating capital is 7,500 yuan. The next settlement cycle is 45 days later. Additional task: before the end of the period, release the second game produced by Taoyuan Company. This game must be a multiplayer online game with no restrictions on themes. Task reward: random surprise effect. Seeing the settlement data, Lu Yu felt happy. With his serious efforts, the income from leisure points reached a new high. He silently calculated the cost of developing Catgirl Paradise as follows. The cost of food, drink and entertainment is 1,500 yuan, the purchase of outsourcing and components is 1,000 yuan, and Lu Mengyuan's half-month salary is 2,000 yuan. After the game is launched, it is expected to earn 2,000 yuan in return. Moreover, with the fame of the first game, we can strive to make a profit of 4,000 yuan from the second game, and then we can continue to develop similar games. The only hope is to make a profit and keep this small two-person company running, an endless cycle. In this way, he can focus on studying how to lie down more professionally and make a lot of leisure points. Isn't that wonderful? Correct. If I earn more leisure points in the future, can I transfer money to the company account to maintain the binding of the gold finger? Just as this thought came to mind, the system screen lit up. Warm tips: the income of the company's operating account can only come from business operations, and the host's personal funds will not be accepted. Lu Yu shook his head regretfully. Seeing the Mao Jiming bill on the table, he had another idea. Can I pay for it with my own money? This is equivalent to reducing the company's capital expenditure in disguise. Friendly reminder: according to the host's company philosophy, employees' meals, drinks, and entertainment during workdays are considered activities related to game development. Therefore, all expenses must be paid through the company account, and the host's personal funds will not be accepted for reimbursement. Damn, it was me who was imprisoned in the circle. But as for the relationship between sisters, there is no big problem. Lu Yu was still happy as he looked at the fresh money in his personal account. On the other side, Lu Mengyuan was looking at the newly refreshed dream mall with a confused look on his face. Experienced pancake maker, with a good hand feel, the pancakes you make will be closer to a perfect circle that conforms to pie. Sharp vision, it can naturally locate the prizes in amusement stalls such as balloon shooting and ring tossing. Cat lover, it naturally increases the attraction to cats. The price is 200 proficiency points. But, damn. What kind of weird talents are these? What she worried about finally happened. The eating, drinking, and entertainment on the pedestrian street caused her to develop a lot of strange skills, which seriously affected the refresh categories of the mall. She picked and chose among the pile of goods and finally saw Q version hand drawing. When drawing Q version image illustrations, the natural sense of design is increased. Fortunately, she found some extra work for herself in the past 2 weeks and finally got a usable one. I paid 200 proficiency points to purchase it, but only 10 points are left in my account. The proficiency points are not enough. I can't be corrupted by Lu Yu's sugar-coated bullets anymore. I have to work harder. After dinner, Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan chose to stay in the cat cafe to observe the sales data. The last time Lu Mengyuan was so nervous and excited was when he participated in a competition in the Sports Research Society. There are 12 games competing in the same period, and each game will be exposed once every 36 seconds, for 3 seconds each time. Suddenly, a prompt sound popped up on Lu Yu's computer, indicating that the first copy of the game had been sold. He smiled faintly. You bought it, right? Yeah, I'll buy a copy of the game I made to show my support. What's wrong with that? Unexpectedly, he was found out so quickly. Lu Mengyuan turned his head away proudly. Not only did she buy it, she also left a comment in the review area. User ID, Zio Yuanyuan. Comments: this game is super fun. The cat girls are adorable, and the story is heartwarming, but I can't reveal any spoilers. Everyone is welcome to download and play, at @. After 10 minutes, someone replied, this review is too fake. 5 minutes after purchase. Can your company hire more professional water army? Lu Mengyuan didn't get annoyed and replied seriously, I'm not a troll, I'm the artist of this game. I'm not kidding, this game is really cute and healing. The cat girls are really cute, and the mice are cute too. A minute later, I got a reply, really? I'm actually a little tempted by what you said. Well, it's only enough for a bucket of instant noodles, so I'll just buy it. If it's not fun, I'll just consider it charity. Cumulative sales, 2. Lu Mengyuan excitedly showed the computer to Lu Yu, then held his little head, looking forward to the player's feedback. 1 hour. 2 hours. She refreshed the comments section almost every minute, and she was so nervous. The comments section remained calm. Her eyes, which had finally brightened, dimmed again. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Lu Yu yawned and started to pack up his computer. If you are late, your leisure points will be deducted. He is not particularly concerned about sales and reviews now. After all, it has just been recommended, so it is normal to have a delay. Anyway, as long as 400 copies are sold, it will be considered a success. Miss Lu, let me take you back to the dormitory. Lu Mengyuan pouted and looked at the game comments section with dissatisfaction. The only player who bought the game never showed up again. Could he have died from the poison? Is it really that boring? Oh, by the way, since you ran away from home and have no money, I'll give you an advance of 4,000 yuan for this month's salary. Great! When she heard about the money distribution, Lu Mengyuan immediately smiled. She was worrying about how to spend the rest of the month. Lu Yu sighed, wow, the daughter of a Fortune 500 company is so happy to hear that she has received her salary. It turns out that the threshold of happiness will change with the environment. The two people turned off the computer and left. There was suddenly an extra message in the comments section of Catgirl Paradise. On the Yuhi platform, where games are as numerous as stars, it is inconspicuous, but long enough. Fuck, OP, I'm back. It's so fucking fun. I swear, I've never played anything this fun. John is so cute, the Catgirls are so cute too, and the ending made me cry. Why is such a good game so unpopular? I want to play the sequel, and I want it now. Crawling darkly, screaming, distorted, splitting, creeping gloomily, eerie growl, crawling darkly, screaming, distorted, splitting, creeping gloomily, eerie growl. Midnight, in the southern port city of Shenzhou. A large study on the top floor of a luxurious high-rise apartment. A man in his early 30s was sipping whiskey from a goblet while boredly browsing the new game recommendations on Yuhi Workshop. He is the gold medal editor of the most well-known and authoritative gaming self-media, Game Grapes, in China, and is also a game critic with high reputation and status in the industry, with the pen name Thomas. And now, what he is doing is called sweeping the list. The so-called chart sweeping is what the editors of the gaming media in this world often do. By browsing and trying out the games on the new game charts and recommended positions of major platforms, they can quickly discover the potential new games and weird and bad games that can trigger hot topics, and publish their articles before other gaming media. The sooner you publish your article, the higher your visibility will be. Therefore, cleaning up the new game recommendation slots for the day in the early morning has been Thomas's habit for many years. Ha! Catgirl Paradise Adventure? What the hell? He really wasn't staring at the game on purpose, but the cover with the cute catgirl was too eye-catching among the new games that focused on PK and competition. He took another look at the game's slogan. In Catgirl Paradise Adventure, you'll explore a world full of surprises and mysteries, and embark on an adventure with the adorable catgirls. Based on classic side-scrolling gameplay, this game will take you on a journey through the unique culture of the Wasteland Paradise, where you'll experience the charm and abilities of the catgirls. By collecting catgirl companions, you'll uncover the secrets hidden behind the park. A gorgeous and varied skill system, rich level design, and puzzles will test your wisdom and courage. But don't worry too much, there's more than one way to the end. Thomas sneered disdainfully. Hey, here we go again, another newcomer's self-entertainment product with absolutely no regard for the market environment. He glanced at the comments section again and saw the player who bought the game praising it wildly. He laughed disdainfully again. It looks fake at first glance, and it's obvious that two insiders are playing opposite roles. Every once in a while, he would come across works by new artists that were completely different from the mainstream style in the market. Years of experience in sweeping the charts have given him a pair of sharp eyes. Just by looking at the promotional posters and slogans, he can roughly understand what the game is about. There is no way. In recent years, there are too many independent producers with similar sentiments. To put it nicely, it means you have dreams. To put it bluntly, it means you are a greenhorn. What is the current market environment? With the rapid development of the economy, wealthy bosses naturally want to engage in spiritual consumption and become the best in the virtual world. Therefore, the mainstream of China's game market is pay to win, focusing on PK and team battles. If game companies want to survive in the involutionary market, they must develop games around this core gameplay. Those who have the passion to make stand alone. Games and independent games either shut down tragically or transform in line with market trends. How can you, a little-known Taoyuan Township studio, do this? Even if you create a pseudo-competitive game of pay-to-win card battles, it will be considered that you are aware of the current situation as a newcomer. Thomas looked proud and sipped the whiskey contentedly. To be honest, he had just seen a small studio of this kind not long ago. Miluyu, also from Jianghai City, had only 4 founders and developed a single-player game called Collapse Academy. However, after its release on the Yugi platform, it barely made a splash. Now those poor college students still eat rice with toppings downstairs in the campus every day. Well, anyway, he just happened to have a manuscript assignment on hand, and the Taoyuan Township studio had fallen into the trap. Of course, in order to avoid wrongly accusing Taoyuan Township, Thomas still spent 5 yuan to buy a trial of the game. 30 seconds after entering the game, he encountered the first cat girl and was blown back to the starting point. He closed the game with a grim face. It's confirmed that this is a completely terrible work. In the action game field of this world, there is a saying of golden 3 levels. As a result, don't even mention the first 3 levels, players are discouraged from playing the game within the first 30 seconds. What a waste of time. It seemed that the $5 thrown away made him even more angry. He opened the background of the game grapes, tapped the keyboard frantically, and wrote a review of Catgirl Paradise. Game production warning: young people shouldn't be too self-enthusiastic. After spending half an hour writing the manuscript, he felt refreshed, breathed a long sigh, and pressed the publish button. 1 a.m. Dilly dilly, dilly dilly. At this time, the live broadcast room of Wang Fanxie, the anchor in the gaming area, was still extremely lively. Wang Fanxie is a well-known up-host in the Dilly Dilly game area, with more than 200 million fans. The fact that there are still 10 viewers in the early morning is enough to prove his popularity. But he is in a very bad mood now. Just now, in a live broadcast of a national war in Legend of Nier, the guild that Tomato and his good brothers belonged to was defeated by the enemy guild. A top-grade piece of equipment that took months to craft was also blown to the ground and picked up by someone in the chaos. The comments in the live broadcast room were filled with messages of comfort. Forget it guys, let's play a new game to change our mood. Wang Fanxie opened the WeChat public account out of boredom and happened to see that GameGrape had pushed a new article. Thomas is a well-known game critic among up-hosts in the gaming area, and is also a highly respected leader in the field of game appreciation. He and other gold medal editors from other well-known gaming media are collectively known as the Zhongyuan 5 editors. Hey, let me see what kind of rubbish game made teacher Thomas so angry. Come on, come on, come on. The barrage quickly went viral. Hurry up and play, can't wait, haha. I'd rather see Mr. Tomato make a fool of himself. As a funny up-host in the gaming area, Wang Fanxie is very good at magnifying the shortcomings of some junk games through pranks to create comedic effects, which has become his trademark as a up-host. Look guys, Catgirl Paradise Adventure. TSK, this cliché name seems to have a smell of shit. But let me be honest, brothers, I still like the white-haired catgirl on the cover. Look at these big furry ears and this little tail that holds up the skirt. And this petite figure and those little legs with white stockings, she's perfect to be my wife. Ha! I won't say any more, brothers. The super administrator warned me. The barrage of comments refreshed the screen again. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Wang Fanxie is awesome. He's already started making things happen before he even enters the game. After taking a sip of water to moisten his throat, he opened the game with a serious look on his face. My name is John, and I'm a hamster, but my friends call me Rat Dot. My careless little master left me here, but it doesn't matter. I've already escaped from the cage. Rat, I must go home today. Wang Fanxie operated the keyboard, and the fat hamster on the screen swayed left and right, and its round belly rolled back and forth elastically. What the hell, guys? Where's the cat girl? Where's that adorable cat girl on the cover? Why am I controlling a mouse? Ha! The super administrator spoke again? It turned out to be a hamster. Sorry, I am ignorant. I apologize to the super administrator who raises hamsters. Ha 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 ha. You've completely offended the superintendent. The joyful atmosphere in the live broadcast room quickly reached a new climax after 30 seconds. Wang Fanxia met the first cat girl in the game, the pancake cat girl who ran a pancake stall. Then, he watched helplessly as Shushu was slapped away by the cat girl and fell back to the starting point. Moreover, this cat girl is actually Wang Fanxia's favorite white-haired cat on the cover. The live broadcast room was once again filled with comments. Ha 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 ha, my wife has brought me back to square one. The girl making pancakes is so combative. Ha ha ha. Wang Fanxia quickly regrouped. Brothers, it's not a big deal. Did you see that? There's a warning bar on her head. Just be careful to go around it. I'm a game expert. Then he was blown back to the starting point. Ha 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 ha. After all, he was a up host in the gaming area. After repeated attempts, he finally bypassed the pancake stall. Goodbye, white hair. We are not destined to be together. Oh, look what's in front of you, the yellow-haired cat lady who makes marshmallows, my new wife. Then he was slapped away by the other party. The poor mouse did 3.5 spiral turns in midair, followed by a backflip Thomas spin, and landed on the pancake stall of the first cat girl. Before it landed, it was blown away by the white-haired cat again, and finally rolled back to the starting point. Donmu popularity hits new highs. Ha 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 ha. 666,666. I just wasted half an hour, ha. White hair, I heard you have a new wife. Wang Fanxia's face turned pale. Miss Supermanager, you're so disgusting. You've been laughing at me all the time and you haven't stopped. Ha 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 ha. It turns out Lao Wang still cares about the Supermanager sister. The explosive performance of the live broadcast room attracted many wealthy people to donate money, and the popularity of Wang Fanxia's live broadcast room soared to the first place in the game section. This attracted many curious new viewers. Wang Fanxia struck while the iron was hot, rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Brothers, I, Lao Wang, am the boss of the gaming area, just watch out. After that, his nimble fingers began to rapidly tap the keyboard, trying to break through the level again. After several failed attempts, he finally managed to dodge the second cat girl again. However, facing the third cat girl setting up a ring-tossing stall, the difficulty increases sharply. Because the opponent could actually attack from a distance, he saw Shushu from a long distance, and then used the Chin-Kuan circle to hit the target. Shushu was knocked away and repeated the fate of being slapped repeatedly before, falling back to the starting point. Ha 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 ha. No, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard, I'm dying. This studio called Taoyuan Township is really weird, ha ha. Wang Fanxia roared. Zhao. It's a crappy game that was played by Mr. Thomas. You're deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, right? I'm not playing anymore. The popularity and gifts of this live trial were just right. I can edit the materials later and make a video. And his mood also inexplicably improved, which was worth it. Just as he was about to close the game contentedly, someone in the barrage suddenly mentioned. Host, look, is there something in the bushes near the start of the level? Wang Fanxia has always been pampering to the audience and will respond to every request from the barrage. He immediately started a new game, and sure enough, he found a new item in the bushes. It appears to be a triangular cotton hat with blue and white stripes, a bit like a beret, but too narrow at the top. The item has a note that reads, a hat that smells like strawberries. Perhaps someone is anxiously searching for it. It's hard to comment on this. Wang Fanxia clicked the equip button almost as if possessed by a ghost. Rat quickly put the tricorn hat upside down on his head. Hiss, why does it look so awkward? Never mind. Maybe if I equip this, I can bypass the white-haired mane. When Wang Fanxia controlled Shushu to approach the pancake stall, Bai Mao actually did something he had never done before. She rushed out of the pancake stall and snatched the hat. The cat's ears moved around, its cute face was flushed, and its head was like a boiling kettle, steaming. You pervert, a big pervert. Baimao picked up one of Shushu's short legs and swung it left and right on the ground. Bang! 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 After beating Shushu all over, the cat girl raised her beautiful white silk legs and kicked Shushu towards the screen with a volley. Bang! Shushu's bruised face was projected onto the screen, creating a light effect of broken glass. Afterwards, the entire game client was forcibly closed. Wang Fanxia was now expressionless, even forgetting to check the comments in the live broadcast room, muttering to himself blankly. Brothers, I've never played such a weird game in my life. He criticized it with his mouth, but his hand clicked the start button again. That's weird, let's play Kong Kong again. After re-entering the game, he picked up the item from the bushes again and found that the note on the item had changed. Oh, so this isn't a hat, good boy. This time, Wang Fanxia was completely defeated. Taoyuan Township Studio, I'm Nin Daddy, I fuck your uncle. The barrage exploded instantly. Ha 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 ha. No, I have to shut down the live broadcast room for a while. I laughed so hard I went insane. My dog was so scared he started digging at the door. After calming down, Wang Fanxia clicked the submit button and handed the props to the white-haired cat girl. With a blushing face, she hid in the corner of the stall, lifted her skirt, and put on the props. You idiot, I'm not going to be happy just because you helped me find this. She muttered in a low voice with a tone of reproach, but the joy and satisfaction in her eyes betrayed her. The petite figure is slightly raised, revealing tall and proud curves, and the woven texture of the white stockings wraps up the tight lines of the legs. Then she stole a glance at John, the tips of her cat ears turning slightly red, and her little nose twitching slightly. My name is Ilya, would you like to take me on a journey? The live broadcast room was filled with cuteness. AWSL. 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 Wang Fanxia broke his voice directly. Wife, I do. Afterwards, relying on Ilya's pancake shield, he successfully subdued Marshmallow and Ring Catgirl and unlocked more skills. In the subsequent adventures, Wang Fanxia met various new catgirls. On the drama stage in the park, Wang Fanxia met a catgirl with strange costumes. She called herself a cross-dressing master. As a straight man, Wang Fanxia needed to help her match outfits with various themes in order to pass the level. In the forest level, Wang Fanxia met a catgirl who loved to hide treasures and was extremely anxious trying to find the treasure in the forest. In the musical theater level, Wang Fanxia met a musical instrument catgirl and played an exciting music game before he barely passed the level. Moreover, there are many hidden elements scattered throughout the game levels. After cracking them, you can get gifts that the catgirl likes and increase her favorability. The cracking method is also very imaginative. For example, you can use Ilya's pancake tornado to forcibly blow open a suspended windmill platform to find a hidden passage. Although these little gadgets look very simple individually, it's obvious at first glance that they are ready-made components purchased from Yugi Workshop. However, when they are combined together, a wonderful chemical reaction occurs, making every gameplay element of the game natural. In addition, I always feel that the design of some places is too girly. Could it be that the producer is a girl? This game is fucking good, guys. Wang Fanxia became more and more addicted to the game. What makes him even more addicted is that the plot of the game is not as superficial as it seems. As the adventure progresses, Wang Fanxia gradually realizes that this catgirl paradise has been abandoned for many years, and Hamster John and his little owner are even the only recent visitors. But everything inside the park is still operating normally. There is a manipulator behind the scenes who is managing the park and monitoring everything. John also gradually discovered his own secret. He has a gene that can activate the potential of catgirls, a gene that hamsters in nature cannot possess. The owner and his family who raised the pet have long known the park's management. In other words, John's abandonment here was part of the plan from the very beginning. And the process of John escaping from paradise is the process of activating the catgirl's fighting potential. As the plot progressed, Wang Fanxia's expression became more and more nervous, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began to heatedly discuss the direction of the plot. He discovered an abandoned biological laboratory inside the park's facilities, and the remains of developers in white coats lying inside. Finally, Wang Fanxie found a dusty document in a corner of the park's research facility. General Purpose Cat-Type Combat Weapon Development Plan. Over the years, in order to control the out-of-control cat-human weapons, we have conducted various biological resonance experiments. We call the creatures that possess genes that resonate with cat-humans triggers. Trigger number 10006, codename John, species hamster, experiment successful. After learning the truth, John decided to change the cat girl's fate as a weapon and challenged the park management. After that, after a difficult journey, John finally arrived at the place where the controller of the park was located. When Wang Fanxie saw the true face of the final boss, he was stunned. The final boss is an old hamster with white hair and beard, wearing a black suit and holding a cigar. A bit like Vito Corleone in The Godfather. On the wall behind, there are big words printed: "Eliminate human tyranny, the world belongs to hamsters." The first words the old hamster said when he saw John were, "I am your father." Old John paced around the room with his hands behind his back. "As you can see, my son, this is a human weapons research facility. As number 10006, I was subjected to many experiments here by researchers and became a victim of humanity's competitive desire. However, how could I be willing to be manipulated by humans like this, so I took the opportunity to kill the researchers in this base. And you, with a pure soul that can gain the cat girl's trust, and the perfect genes inherited from me. So, in preparation for today's activation ceremony, I sent you to be fostered by a robot family next to the park. You didn't let me down, the cat girls have awakened, and now it's time for us to launch a counterattack against humans. We will use the cat girl army, the weapons they created with their own hands, to destroy their cities and make them feel the pain we once felt." "No, father, you are mad." John shook his head. He had developed feelings for the cat girls and didn't want them to become weapons again. "I'll give you an offer you can't refuse." Old John snapped his fingers, and a glowing column-shaped object rose in the center of the room. The moment the pillar rose, Ilya was suddenly sucked onto the pillar by an invisible force and could not move. Wang Fanxia's eyes were bloodshot, and he broke into a voice in the live broadcast room, "Wife." Old John sneered. "I created this pillar of resonance with the possibility of today's situation. Thanks to you for activating the potential of all the cat girls in the park, we now have only one step left to go. If you disobey my orders, I will have to burn her life to achieve my goal." During the cut scene, John rushed directly towards the resonance pillar device. "Father, you may not have read the research files completely. The genes of our hamster tribe can be both a positive trigger and a negative insurance." John rushed into the device and rescued Ilya. He used his own blood to reversely transform the cat girls, completely freeing them from the fate of being weapons. However, doing so would mean sacrificing yourself. John struggled hard inside the device, and the weak Ilya tried to pull the other's short legs. "You are my first friend. I will not give up on you." At the moment the resonance pillar exploded, John was rescued by Ilya and other cat girls working together. The research base began to collapse, and John wanted his father to escape with him. "Father!" John reached out his hand desperately. "Live with pride, my son." After a lifetime of hard work, old John is exhausted. It chose to sit on the throne and be buried with the base. A black screen with the credits scrolling. After the end, there is a short animated plot. John returned home. The family of masters who raised him destroyed themselves because they had completed old John's mission, exposing the machine parts inside. Since he was born, this little cabin has been John's entire world, and its only way to the outside world is to paradise. John helped the cat girls, who had finally gained their freedom, to climb over the wall of the paradise. Beyond the deserted paradise lies an even more vast wasteland. There are no bustling cities and no lush green countryside. On the surface of the blue planet, there are only huge nuclear explosion craters. "Father, it seems your plan is in vain. Humanity has already destroyed itself." John sighed, and disappeared at the end of the horizon with the cat girls beside him. End of the game. The live broadcast room's barrage of comments was swiping the screen like crazy. This game is fucking amazing. Oh my god, this ending is so shocking. I feel like I want to say something. Wow, the story is over. I really don't want to leave my wife Ilya. Wang Fanxia stood there in a daze, still unable to recover from the shock brought by the game. He rubbed his face vigorously. Fuck, guys, no, I need to calm down and sort out my emotions. He took a deep breath, remained silent for a few minutes, and suddenly broke into words. Taoyuan Township Company, listen up, I have an announcement. From today on, you are my dad. This explosive live broadcast lasted until 5 a.m. Afterwards, Wang Fanxia and the audience were surprised to find that after completing the game for more than 3 hours, they could unlock the collection elements for the second round. If you want to collect all the illustrated books, it will take at least 8 hours. It's really worth it to be able to get such a gaming experience for just $5. Where can I buy this game? I've already downloaded it online, but I still want to support the developer. I want to play too. Exactly. 5 yuan wouldn't even buy a monthly pass for other games, but just for this gaming experience, I'm willing to buy multiple copies. Wang Fanxia was also infected by the emotions in the barrage. He remembered that when he bought the game, the sales volume was only in single digits. How could this be possible? He would never allow such a developer to starve to death. Anyway, he was too excited to sleep, so he simply started cutting the live broadcast slices. Soon, a new live video clip appeared on the Dilly Dilly Danmu website's hot list. Wang Fanxia takes you to be a mouse. Why are the cat girls in the paradise going crazy and out of control? At noon, when Luyu woke up from his bed in the dormitory, he saw dozens of missed call records on his mobile phone and felt a little confused. What's going on? Is this the end of the world? A few of the calls were from Lu Mengyuan, but most of them were from unfamiliar landline numbers, some from Jianghai City, some from other cities, and even some from the capital. He called Lu Mengyuan back first. Miss Lu, what's making you so anxious? Wow, you're finally awake. Look at the UE platform. Our game is a blast. Lu Mengyuan was so excited that he was a little incoherent. What? It was blasted? If it was removed from the shelves, that's fine. Just fix any possible violations and put it back up. Lu Yu yawned. As a producer with more than 10 years of experience, he had seen a lot of this kind of thing. No, the game's sales are exploding. Lu Yu woke up instantly, got out of bed and turned on the computer. The sales data on the UE platform made Lu Yu subconsciously rub his eyes several times. Total sales, 5,000. Wow, the game has only been on the recommended list for less than half a day. What happened? In the comments section of UE Workshop, many players left messages. I got this from Wang Fanxia. I'm still not satisfied after watching the live broadcast. I have to buy a copy to show my support. I'm just a passerby. I saw a bunch of fans of a certain anchor suddenly gave him a bunch of positive reviews. I paid 5 yuan for some fun. You're my mouthpiece, that's why I bought it. After playing it, I realized the quality of the game is really great. $5 is a steal. After looking around, Lu Yu discovered that the culprit was the game anchor named Wang Fanxia. Lu Yu suspiciously clicked on Station D and opened Wang Fanxia's video commentary. Wang Fanxia gave a serious summary of the game. Brothers, even with my years of experience playing games, I think the graphics of this game are very appealing. Ilya is my wife. Secondly, the gameplay is amazing. The level design, skill design, and puzzle-solving mechanisms are all remarkable. Of course, the most important thing is that I can see that the theme of the story is anti-involution. As the saying goes, more haste makes waste. I started playing very impatiently, but the game's feedback was even more impatient than me. However, when I started to carefully explore the cat girls and played with the mentality of visiting a theme park, I played more calmly and happily. And I'm so blown away by the plot of this game. In the middle and late stages, a shocking reversal occurred. Doesn't that devastated world prove that humanity has ultimately swept itself away? Considering that some viewers haven't played the game yet, I won't spoil it too much. Anyway, it was like watching a movie. Luyu was confused and asked, "Are you playing the wrong game? Is this crappy game from our company really that good?" I'm almost embarrassed by all the praise. But in short, Luyu finally understood where those suddenly excessive missed calls came from. It is estimated that many of them are editors of the UE platform, other channel partners seeking cooperation, or gaming media requesting interviews. Luyu rubbed his eyebrows. According to his experience in his previous life, he would be busy in the next few days. But the question is, how did a big-up host with 200 million fans notice this little game in a corner? He couldn't miss his sister. When Thomas woke up in the morning, he went through a roller coaster of emotions. While he was having a sweet dream, the editor-in-chief called and scolded him. He had just published the article criticizing Catgirl Paradise in the early morning, and Catgirl Paradise miraculously became popular. This was a complete blow to the authority of professional media such as Game Grapes. If it was an unknown game, it would be fine if I made a mistake, but the problem is that this game is now on the D-Site's hot search list, which is a blatant slap in the face. A game review that is refuted may require 10 more authoritative reviews to restore the reputation of Game Grapes. No wonder the editor-in-chief was so angry. Thomas, with dark circles under his eyes and a dull gaze, opened the comments section of his brilliant article, a warning to game makers: young people, don't get too self-enthusiastic. Why does Thomas always hate young people? Because he himself is no longer young. He feels regretful and jealous. That's right. These people are always saying that this generation of young people is useless, that generation of young people is ruined, as if they themselves have never been young. I've been watching Game Grapes for 10 years now, and this is the first time I'm disappointed in you. Your review is full of emotion and subjective judgment, and it's obvious that you haven't even played the game to the end. Thomas, hurry up and quit the game. Look at the role of John, the protagonist of this game, in the story. And what about you? You're even worse than a hamster. Thomas swallowed an indescribable bitterness in his throat. It is impossible to say that my manuscripts have never been rejected over the years. After all, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. But most of the small studios he controlled in the past kept silent and did not cause any trouble. This Taoyuan Township studio was the first to beat him so hard. Then he thought about it again, and realized that it was his own negative article that caused the game to attract the attention of the anchor, which made him feel even more hurt. At this moment, the hamster John on the game cover looked like he was mocking someone. And many more. Thomas shuddered. Is there a possibility that this is not a coincidence, but Teo Yuanxiang Studio is trying to trick him? They were very poor and had no budget for publicity and promotion, and they knew that Thomas had a habit of sweeping the charts, so they deliberately hid the key props to break the deadlock in the bushes, fishing for his fish and waiting for him to produce the manuscript. Anyway, these days, black and red are still red. The more Thomas thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and his eyes became sharper. Okay, Teo Yuanxiang Studio, you've successfully caught my attention. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Hualu Pedestrian Street, Old Chongqing Hot Pot Restaurant. Luyu and Lu Mengyuan sat by the window and ate heartily. After learning that the game was a hit, Luyu dragged Lu Mengyuan to a celebration banquet without saying a word. This is the most expensive hot pot restaurant on Hualu Street, with an average cost of over 500 yuan per person, which is considered a luxury near the university town. Anyway, if you hold this kind of dinner on a weekday in the name of celebrating a success and spend money from the company account, the system will not object, and you can also earn leisure points. Lu Mengyuan was looking very satisfied as he dipped a piece of supreme beef in sesame chili sauce and put it into his mouth. The beef juice bursts on the tip of your tongue, the taste is rich, fat but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. In the past, her mother always controlled her to eat less greasy and fishy food. This was the first time she enjoyed eating so much. Employee Lu Mengyuan tasted the hot pot beef and felt extremely satisfied. Leisure points plus 0.5. Before coming, Liu had already taken the time to play the official version of the game. He was very surprised that Lu Mengyuan had added so many clever ideas. I didn't expect you to be so talented in game design. He sighed as he picked up a thin piece of kidney. snow-white fat appears, emitting an alluring meaty aroma. Take a bite and you'll find it incredibly tender. Eating with a beautiful girl, enjoying kidney slices, feeling happy, leisure points +3, Luyu's casual sigh made Lu Mengyuan look confused. I'm just an artist. Didn't you remind me of these designs? What the hell? Did I warn you? Luyu was even more confused, and his chopsticks stopped in midair. I was so lazy and lay down for half a month, why did I remind you? The two of them looked at each other with eyes full of wisdom for a moment, and finally couldn't stand the aroma of meat on the table anymore, so they ignored such insignificant details and continued to eat. Luyu showed off a big mouthful of kidney. Also, before you start talking nonsense, explain to me what that blue and white striped prop is. I don't remember stuffing it into the bushes. Lu Mengyuan guiltily put 2 shrimp balls into his mouth, and his cheeks were bulging. She pretended to be calm. Ha! What blue and white stripes? I can't seem to find them. Did you add them yourself and forget to pinch them? Luyu was concentrating on eating when he suddenly looked up. Almost at this moment, he saw a mischievous smile like that of a little devil on Lu Mengyuan's pretty face. After rubbing his eyes and looking carefully, he found that the girl had returned to her harmless and good girl expression. This girl Lu Mengyuan, how should I put it, maybe she unexpectedly has many unknown and untapped sides. The beautiful girl you admire has a hidden attribute? You're even more excited about this. Leisure points +5. Luyu's old face turned red. I'm not, I don't have that, system, please don't talk nonsense. On the 3rd day after the release of Catgirl Paradise Adventure, the game advanced to the next round of recommendations. What follows is greater exposure and sales. The operations editor of the Yuyi platform called his cell phone. Mr. Luyu, based on your game's current performance, promotion to the 2nd round of trial is a foregone conclusion. Please fix the game's bugs as soon as possible in the next few days. If possible, you will also need to interact more with the players in the comments section. Because your game is likely to be featured on the Yuyi Rising Star list. This is a position many new developers dream of, so please pay attention to it. After hanging up the phone, Liu saw that the game's sales had soared to more than 10,000. Now, there happens to be a system-wide 7-day, abundant harvest, buff blessing. In addition, the Yuyi platform does not participate in the profit sharing of the first game sold by newcomers, so for each game sold, he collects 5 yuan, and the system buff rewards another 5 yuan. In a blink of an eye, the company's account has accumulated more than yuan in funds. The game is also breaking out of more and more circles, and even in the comments section in game forum, there are already various mouse and cat girl emoticons and fan creations. Of course, as the number of players increases, various strange bugs begin to emerge, and some players will denounce the official when they encounter them. Good boy, it looks like we'll be busy in a short time. Since Wednesday, the two of them have been busy fixing bugs, interacting with players, monitoring sales data, and answering calls from various partners. After a busy day, he couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. In the evening, the system popped up a reminder, because you are too busy, your leisure points are -6. What he worried about happened. Although he and Lu Mengyuan had several big meals in the name of celebrating, the leisure points he earned from eating out could hardly offset the points deducted for being busy. After all, according to the underlying rules of the system, the more work-related the fatigue is, the more severe the point deduction will be. If possible, he really doesn't want the company to develop too fast, because if he does, there will definitely be a lot of trouble and his leisure points will be deducted to the extreme. After working hard for a long time, the company's account funds still cannot be put into his pocket. But he was unwilling to give up. Maliciously stopping a company's operations is likely to violate system rules. More importantly, he could feel the joy and sense of accomplishment that Lu Mengyuan gained from the best-selling game, which was extremely precious to this useless girl in the group's eyes. Well, it's the woman you chose, what can you do? Just pamper her. In fact, the core concept of his founding of Taoyuan Township is leisure. Ideally, 2 people would do the work of 1 person, so that everyone could be more relaxed. As a result, 1 person now does more than the work of 2 people. How can that be possible? We must expand enrollment. On Wednesday night, Lu Mengyuan was lying comfortably in bed, browsing the statistics on the system screen. Since the beginning of this round of settlement cycle, the host has obtained 150 proficiency points. The following skills have been improved before the host. Hot pot scooping skill level 3, ability to quickly and accurately locate and grab desired ingredients from the hot pot, giving you the upper hand. This is very useful for large gatherings. Beef tasting level 3, ability to quickly identify the origin, production date, and quality of hot pot ingredients by their texture, color, and taste. Cat petting technique level 4, master petting master. This deft technique allows cats to let down their guard more quickly, gaining their trust. Furthermore, this skill's special attack on the cat's chin is increased by 50%. Coffee tasting level 4, able to identify coffee's origin, grind, and barista skills through a 6-dimensional tasting method: aroma, sweetness, body, astringency, bitterness, and sourness. Lu Mengyuan dragged the system light curtain and felt more and more overwhelmed as he flipped down. Scrolling down the skill menu, she finally found a few useful skills. Story creation LV2. Original painting creation LV2. Level design LV1. Talent, Q version hand-painted. Although I practiced a few things that seemed useful with Catgirl Paradise Adventure, they were still small projects and a drop in the bucket. Ever since she got the system, she has spent most of her energy on eating, drinking, and having fun in the pedestrian street. The skills she has improved can be said to be useless, but it can also be said to be completely useless. Especially the skill points related to eating, which are already full. She can already imagine what strange talents will be refreshed in the next round of System Mall. She patted her little face hard, and her smooth skin bounced back several times. No, Lu Mengyuan, you can't continue to degenerate like this. We agreed to impress Mother and the old guys on the board of directors. Just as I was cheering myself up, Lu Yu called. Miss Lu, I want to discuss something with you. I think our company should expand its recruitment. Oh. So, do you have any clue about the right candidates? You know, I know nothing about personnel management, recruitment KPIs, and the like. Of course, this is not entirely Lu Yu's real purpose. He is also afraid of recruiting all kinds of terrible role kings into the company. Lu Mengyuan's social circle should consist of some pampered second-generation people, and there may also be some who want to come and have fun and experience life. After all, there's no need to teach them how to enjoy life. They'll find fun and earn leisure points on their own. Peace of mind. You've asked the right person about this. Lu Mengyuan patted her chest and continued in a sweet voice. As for me, and I'm not exaggerating, there are only 2 things I can't do in my life. Which 2? Neither. This nor that. Her tone grew more proud. Lu Yu began to regret making this call, and the other party continued. Anyway, you're the one who makes the decision on this matter. If you want to expand enrollment, then go ahead. It'll be easier for us anyway. In fact, from a selfish point of view, Lu Mengyuan does not want to expand enrollment too quickly. Although she has been a little busy recently, being busy is not a bad thing for her. She has already gained a lot of proficiency points from herself and Lu Yu. But she also noticed that Lu Yu seemed a little tired. Well, it's the man you chose, what can you do? Just pamper him. Lu Mengyuan hung up the phone, hugged the ragdoll cat on the bed, thought for a moment, and her face flushed again. He called me specifically about the company's affairs. Do you think I'm the boss's wife? In fact, she couldn't understand why Lu Yu, a top student with a high score, would recruit a useless girl like her into the company. Thinking of Lu Yu's various profiles over the past few days, the girl's heart was aroused. How should she begin the first step of her strategy? Her mind was filled with various love dramas, her cheeks were getting hotter and hotter, and her beautiful legs were pressed together. Never mind, I'll go take a shower and calm down first. Lu Yu had just hung up the phone when a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Employee Lu Mengyuan, feeling extremely happy while bathing, incurring a critical hit, leisure points plus 1.5. Lu Yu was stunned. Oh my god, a critical hit with such a high score. What's going on? In the apartment across from the dormitory, Wang Su, the security director of Lu Group, slowly put down his binoculars with a complicated expression. Miss, you've grown up. Thursday. Shenzhou City, Central CBD Business District, Lu Holdings Group Global Headquarters Building. The skyscrapers reach into the sky, and the glass curtain walls reflect the scorching sun, demonstrating the strong financial strength of this company with a market value of hundreds of billions. The rotating observation tower on the roof and the chairman's office. At this time, Lu Lan stood in front of the glass curtain wall, staring at the distant horizon. As the helmsman of this multinational giant, Lu Lan is still graceful and elegant in her early 40s. She has a tall and plump figure wearing a simple women's suit, her back is as straight as an arrow, and her delicate face is painted with light makeup, showing a majestic aura that makes people dare not offend easily. A fat middle-aged man in a suit and tie stood in front of the desk with his head drooped. The table was filled with precious cordyceps sinensis and deer antlers. Wang Su stood respectfully in a corner of the office, watching calmly. Boss Xiao, please take these things back. I'm a woman, and I can't take any supplements. She said this, but her tone was full of contempt. Chairman Lu, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Mr. Zhao kept nodding and bowing, and the look on his face as he lowered his eyebrows and secretly glanced at Lu Lan was like a dog that had lost its home. He almost knelt down in front of the desk. As our distribution partner, you've delayed payments for Lu's communications cell phone inventory more than once or twice. You don't think our company has achieved its current status by relying on vegetarianism and Buddhist teachings, do you? There was a murderous aura in Lu Lan's casual words. 1 billion yuan has been in Mr. Zhao's hands for half a year. He's probably made quite a bit of money just from the interest. I heard Mr. Zhao is even using the money to invest in overseas real estate. He's really into it. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Mr. Zhao's forehead, soaking the wool carpet under his feet. The group secretary walked into the office, unfolded the documents in his hand, and said in a tone without any emotion. Mr. Zhao, starting from the second month since you became delinquent, our group has organized lawyers and private detectives to take prompt action and conduct an in-depth investigation into all your business, financial records, and even your personal life. Now, with sufficient evidence, the legal team is preparing for lawsuits and claims. We have also issued a warning to all partners of the group, asking them to carefully choose your company to avoid being implicated. Mr. Zhao looked desperate. Mr. Lu, you are pushing me into a dead end. I'll show you a way out. Let the Lu Group acquire your distribution company and use your shares to pay off the debt. This. Mr. Zhao's face was twisted into a knot. Starting from a trading company in the late Qing dynasty, his family passed the family business down through 4 generations before it was passed on to him. As a result, the Lu Group got the upper hand. How could he be willing to accept this? He might as well give up the lawsuit and delay it for as long as possible. Seeing that Mr. Zhao was still holding on, Lu Lan tapped the glass curtain wall with her slender fingers, and the diamond ring was like a jewel in the crown. Also, my private investigator found out that Mr. Zhao has a lot of fish in Jinghai Garden. 2 of them have even produced fry. Do your father-in-law and wife know about this? You reap what you sow, you must pay the price for your actions. If you don't accept the agreement, then you will be ruined. Think about yourself and your fry. These words completely broke down Mr. Zhao's defenses. He slumped to the ground and chose to compromise. Half an hour later, the bodyguards dragged Mr. Zhao, whose legs were weak, out of the office like a dead pig. Even after following Lu Lan for so many years, Wang Su was still shocked by this woman's skills and courage. She was like a viper, with quick, accurate and ruthless moves. Lu Lan didn't turn around. She lit a slender lady's cigarette, and the swirling smoke quickly enveloped her. Is the little girl not starving to death yet? Chairman, the eldest lady not only did not starve to death, she even found a job. She pulled out a photo. This is a picture of Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan busy in a cat cafe. This is a gaming company. Judging from the young lady's expression, their games are selling well. Who is this man? Lu Yu, a student at Jianghai University in the same class as the eldest lady. His father is a retired engineer and his mother is a middle school teacher. There's nothing intimate between the two of you, right? No, at this point, it seems to be just a normal employer-employee relationship. Lu Lan nodded slightly. Boss Lu, the game they released is on the UE platform under our group. If you want the young lady to return home, do you want me to notify UE company and make some arrangements? Lu Lan looked at her daughter in the photo in silence. It had been a long time since she saw such a sunny smile on her daughter's face. It's just a small studio. There's no need to rush. Let her be for now. Mr. Zhao, who was just paralyzed by Lu Lan, is at most an insignificant hyena in the ups and downs of the Lu Group's business world over the years. In Lu Lan's eyes, the current Taoyuan Township studio is not even an ant. This little girl, if she doesn't work hard, she won't understand the hardships her elders have gone through in starting a business. It's good this way, let her get some experience outside. Looking at the bright lights and feasting outside the window, she exhaled a string of smoke rings. But, you must keep a close eye on her and prohibit any male creature with bad intentions from touching her. On Thursday, Cat Girl Adventure in Paradise advanced to the third round of recommendations on the UE platform. This round of recommendations is displayed on the first level page of the Action Game channel, with greater traffic. The game has now broken through the circle a little bit, and many anchors in the Dilly Dilly game area will naturally not miss this wave of traffic. This also directly caused the total sales of the game to exceed 20,000 copies. The comments section was extremely lively, with some people clamoring for a sequel to be released as soon as possible, and others criticizing the bugs. At noon, Liu brought Lu Mengyuan to the most popular Hong Kong-style tea restaurant near the university town to start their nth celebration banquet. Although Lu Mengyuan didn't understand how many times the celebration banquet would be held, the food on the table was so tempting that he just ate it. Liu sat comfortably on the leather chair. The restaurant's decoration was simple and warm, with soft lighting. The pineapple bun has a crispy crust and a soft interior, and the sweetness of pineapple and the aroma of wheat blend in your mouth. Enjoy a moment of tranquility and delicious food during a leisurely lunch break, leisure points +5. Looking at the operating budget of more than 20 in the company's account, Liu is a little dazed. We were supposed to run the business smoothly, but how come a small hit suddenly appeared? Is this reasonable? Now that the company doesn't have to worry about bankruptcy for the time being, he began to think about how to spend the money. The first thing, of course, is to use the money to continue enjoying life as much as possible. Anyway, there are plenty of excuses to spend the company's budget. For example, every time a game advances to a round of recommendations, they'll have a party in the name of celebration. Every time the sales volume reaches an integer, they'll have a party. Elsewhere, Lu Mengyuan began scooping up her curry fishball rice with a spoon. The golden curry sauce coated the fishballs, creating a rich and alluring feast. As she ate the rice, the rich and mellow curry and tender, flavorful fishballs whetted her appetite. Employee Lu Mengyuan enjoys Hong Kong-style cuisine and is in a good mood. Leisure points +0.5. Liu smiled and said, "You are the daughter of the Lu Group. I thought this kind of popular restaurant would no longer be attractive to you." Lu Mengyuan rolled his eyes. "Let me tell you, ever since I entered puberty, my mom has hired experts to come up with a scientific meal plan for my perfect growth. The protein, fat, carbohydrates, and total calories are all calculated to the nearest decimal place. The result is that all the staple foods are the same after being chewed for more than 10 years, or a hodgepodge of organic vegetables, and various top-quality meats are also cooked in their original flavors. If she knew I was secretly eating this kind of food, she would beat me to death. She is so harsh even to her daughter, she is truly a tough and ruthless woman." Watching Lu Mengyuan continuously generating new leisure points, Liu thought that even if the company expanded its recruitment, it would be better to recruit people as free and easy as Lu Mengyuan, and not any high rollers, in order to ensure the efficiency of earning points. "Oh, by the way, considering your outstanding performance in developing our first game, I'm going to double your salary to 8,000 yuan a month." Lu Mengyuan was stunned. Wow, how could the salary double in less than a month? Employee Lu Mengyuan feels happy, leisure point +1. "Aren't you running away from home now? I'll give you some extra pocket money, so you can go out and experience life outside on your own during the holidays. Lu Yu was calculating in his mind. After all, the employees would give him some money back if they were happy in their lives. Since he couldn't embezzle the company's account, he might as well give more money to the big producers. After returning to the dormitory, he stared at the recruitment software in a daze, thinking about how to register a corporate account to receive resumes, when he suddenly received a strange phone call from Shenzhou, which scared him. "Hello, are you Mr. Lu Yu, the developer of Catgirl Paradise? We are the talent search team of Tenghui Interactive Entertainment." Lu Yu raised his eyebrows. "How did you know my phone number?" "Well, we did some research, but it's not important. The thing is, the Daimei Studio Group recently established a new project team, and I think you'll be very interested. Our studio's senior management really appreciates your production capabilities, so please be sure to join us." "Not interested, thank you." Lu Yu hung up the phone woodenly. In his previous life, if he received an invitation from a big company like Tenghui, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. But now, he's fed up with the internal competition and infighting in large companies. Especially the few days before his performance review, which feels like the eve of his trial. Why should I torture myself when I can just lie down and make money and enjoy life? But the content of the call still caught his attention. Tenghui recently established a new project team, and it must be one that I am interested in? Lu Yu had some bad suspicions in his mind. Under the bed, Chu Xiong also opened the recruitment software and started voice communication with a recruiting company. "Hi, my name is Chu Xiong. I just submitted my resume to your company a few days ago. I'd like to know why my resume wasn't accepted. How can I participate in your campus recruitment?" A soft voice came from the other end of the phone. "Sorry, our position requires more than 2 years of experience in graphics development. But I'm a fresh graduate. Where can I get work experience?" "I'm sorry, sir, but this position requires relevant development experience." Chu Xiong patiently borrowed the website account of the second roommate in the dormitory, changed his username, and reconnected the voice call. "Hello, I'm a graphics engineer with 2.5 years of training. Can I apply for your position?" "I'm sorry, you've already been working for over 2 years. We're recruiting on campus, so we only hire fresh graduates, sir." "Okay, you said it yourself, right?" Chu Xiong smiled wittily and changed his words on the spot. "Oh, I made a mistake. I am a fresh graduate." After saying that, he took the opportunity to send his resume to the other party. "I'm sorry, you don't have relevant experience. We need more than 2 years of development experience." "What the hell?" Chu Xiong was so angry that he almost threw the computer to the ground. "You're crazy. Why don't you hire someone under 20 with more than 20 years of work experience?" Chu Xiong's major is computer graphics, but this major is not popular in the domestic gaming field in this world. Because the entire industry focuses on PK games, and pays more attention to server hosting and economic system design, and does not pay attention to the game's graphics quality, plot performance, or anything related to gameplay. Lu Yu could see that Chu Xiong was having a hard time finding a job during graduation season. Moreover, the more he couldn't find a job, the more anxious he became, and the more he competed with more candidates for those popular positions. Lu Yu sighed lightly. In fact, he still felt a little guilty towards Chu Xiong. Because the rolling spirit in Chu Xiong was initiated by Lu Yu. As the former top-scoring student in the college, Lu Yu single-handedly led the entire class in his freshman and sophomore years, raising the college's average final exam score by several points. Some poor students were so overwhelmed that they cried. So, Chu Xiong is so exhausted now, and he thinks he has some responsibility. But the direction of Chu Xiong's role was a little off. This guy, how should I put it, is a bit of a geek. Since he started taking professional courses, he has set his learning direction on strange rendering, such as the rendering of stocking materials and the rendering of the skin gloss of female characters. Also, how to make the bear shake more naturally. Such a strange field. He is currently writing his undergraduate thesis. 3D game engine application, research on rendering algorithms for stocking materials. Lu Yu once glanced at a fragment of this genius's paper. If you've ever observed a girl wearing stockings, you'll notice that if you pull the top edge of a pair of black over-the-knee stockings open with your hands and then suddenly let go, you'll hear a snapping sound. The stockings will squeeze the skin in the absolute area of the thigh, causing slight indentations and skin bounce. Using computer graphics algorithms to recreate this natural thigh texture within a 3D game engine will be a cutting-edge research direction in graphics. Lu Yu thinks that whether this paper can pass depends on how many experienced teachers there are in the review group. Hey, how did this seemingly honest and simple fat man end up in this situation? Lu Yu fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the memory of the dead began to attack him crazily. During his freshman and sophomore years, Chu Xiong was a very shy and honest guy, the kind who would blush if he looked at a girl for a second longer. Until one day, Lu Yu was playing a weird 3D game called XX Beach in the dormitory, and dragged Fatty into the game. He still remembers Chu Xiong's eyes widening, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Shua, it turns out that I am the culprit again? There's no point in ignoring this. Lu Yu said casually, Old Four, come work for me. Chu Xiong looked up suddenly, and light appeared in his eyes again. Thinking of me, Chu, who has been adrift for half my life, I only regret. Alright, stop it. Lu Yu raised his hand to interrupt. He didn't want to be super senior. As you know, I recently started a business, and it's doing pretty well. The Cat Girl Paradise on the Yuyi platform was created by us. Oh my god, it turns out you, Brother Lu, made this. This game has been quite popular among the LSPs in our school recently. Chu Xiong was immediately excited. I was wondering why the blue and white hat design at the beginning looked so familiar. It's definitely your work, Brother Lu. I want to say that it was designed by the white, rich and beautiful goddess in your eyes. Do you believe it? We are a small company and can only offer you 6,000 yuan. Please don't think it's too little. How can it be too little? Chu Xiong shook his head like a rattle. I don't have a single offer right now. If I lose my status as a fresh graduate, I'll be out of money. Okay, then come sign a contract with me tomorrow, and you'll officially start working next Monday. Great. I'm tired of dealing with those HR people. He withdrew his resume from the recruitment website with confidence. Lu Yu took a casual glance at the portfolio attached to his resume, which was full of renderings of various stockings and thighs. He somewhat understood why the other party was practicing Tai Chi with the fat man. You really are a genius. The current research direction of this guy is destined to make the future technology tree go further and further astray and not do the right thing. This is the epitome of a laid-back person. What Lu Yu wants is the idle and idle people. This is the big spender who earns points. If Chu Xiong's research direction was even slightly normal, Lu Yu would not consider hiring him. After all, letting him in was not to let him take the entire company's technology with him. In the future, the main part of his work will definitely be to troubleshoot bugs. On Friday morning, Lu Yu woke up and looked at the system interface, and the company's account soared to 25. This means that more than 5,000 units have been sold from yesterday to now. I had a great celebration party, raised salaries, and hired more people, but why is the money still being spent? Lu Yu calculated that he could still afford the cost of hiring a new person. The other two guys in the dormitory were going to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination, so Lu Yu didn't bother them. Today's companies already have planners, programmers, and artists, so all we need is a game composer. So, he posted job information on the recruitment platform in the name of Taoyuan Township Company. As a result, just a few minutes after the post was published, a large number of resumes began to pour in. After all, Taoyuan Township has begun to gain popularity in the gaming industry. In addition, campus recruitment is quite competitive these days, and the number of resumes made Lu Yu numb. However, when he started to open them one by one, he shook his head. Look, one by one, they are afraid that the employer will not want them, so they write all kinds of nonsense upwards. One of the candidates provided a composition demo that sounded pretty good. But he insisted on writing in his resume. Willing to endure hardships, able to handle pressure, calm personality, strong endurance and tolerance. Are you willing to endure hardship and pressure? Are you very patient? Goodbye, isn't this just masochism? Our company doesn't have any special quirks. We hired you here to make you suffer? Are you bored? You come in here and suffer every day. Are my leisure points enough for you to deduct? We're not a fucking prisoner of war camp. Oh, sorry, I insulted the prisoner of war camp. The Geneva Convention says that prisoners of war should be treated well. Liu Yu shook his head and continued to look at the resume below. I have strong self-motivation and self-motivation. Compared to other competitors, I am capable of working intensive overtime, including all-nighters, to ensure the delivery of version resources on time. Do you have a grudge against sleeping? You always want to stay up all night. We're not a fucking prison. Oh, sorry, I insulted the prison. Nowadays, prisoners in prison have to go to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening. If you don't sleep, the guards will force you to sleep. Don't even mention how healthy their lifestyle is. He's a strong team player, good at self-reflection and self-assessment. He's able to consistently work around any requests from his leader, and he's cooperative and never complains. Ha, isn't this a perfect PUA candidate? Please, can you have some opinions of your own? Just do whatever your boss tells you to do. If we recruit this kind of person, he will definitely bring bad influence to the whole company. The more Liu Yu looked at it, the angrier he got. I just want to find a real leisurely and lazy person, is that so hard? Everyone was desperately trying to get into this. Just as he was becoming more and more desperate. Suddenly, among a pile of resumes, I found a resume that caught my eye. The candidate is a girl, and judging by her age, she is also a fresh graduate this year. Apart from anything else, Liu Yu was shocked just by looking at the photo on her resume. The person in the photo has an expressionless face and calm eyes, as if he has experienced countless wasted years and has understood life. If this photo is changed to black and white and 2 incense sticks are placed in front, there will be no sense of incongruity at all. Liu Yu continued to flip through the contents of the resume, which was even more amazing. Name, Zheng Qiqi. Self-introduction, human. Educational background, Zhanghai Conservatory of Music. Major, composition. Specialty, sleeping. Hobbies, daydreaming. Certificate, none. Job intention, a job with high salary. Note, if the company is in a different place and it is not convenient, I can also just take the salary and not work. The entire resume, apart from the photo, only has a few words, which is in sharp contrast to the previous resume. This girl is so lazy that she doesn't even bother to type. This resume has been in the website's talent database for quite some time, but the number of views is still in the single digits. I guess the HR staff thinks she is crazy. However, Liu Yu felt extremely excited. I like money, I like sleeping, I hate working. Isn't this definitely a rare talent? Who doesn't like such a life? Compared with those hypocritical resumes, this girl is so honest. With such a talented person joining the company, Liu Yu was not worried at all that the other party would get involved. Recruit. Must recruit. Liu Yu immediately sent the other party a job invitation. The next day, Saturday, Liu Yu asked Zheng Qiqi to interview at a cat cafe on the pedestrian street. As soon as he pushed open the door of the cat cafe, Liu Yu located Zheng Qiqi from a distance. Compared with the mortals around her, she simply has a deep and isolated aura. She was wearing a linen t-shirt and baggy overalls. There was no makeup on her face and her hair was cut into a boyish style. Different from Lu Mingyuan's lively eyes that were full of wisdom, this girl's eyes were pitch black, as if there was nothing in them. Meow. A Siamese cat came over and rubbed her legs, trying to act cute. The cats here are all experienced and know that young girls are willing to pay to feed them dried fish. However, Zheng Qiqi just rolled her eyes and didn't even bother to twist her neck. That empty look in her eyes, as if even if a meteorite was about to fall from the sky, she would still quietly finish a full meal first, and then curl up in her little quilt and wait for the end of the world to come. Highlight a lazy and casual look. Liu Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, it's this kind of look, this feeling is so right. Lu Yu walked over, sat down and introduced himself. After a night, Zhang Qiqi was still surprised by his recruitment and scanned the surrounding environment with her eyes. I didn't expect that anyone would be interested in my resume. She spoke one word at a time, extremely energy efficiently, as if she was about to pass out in the next second. Be more confident in yourself. Lu Yu was afraid that this talented candidate would back down, and his eyes were full of encouragement. In my opinion, your resume perfectly showcases your strengths. You are exactly the kind of talent our company is looking to recruit. Zhang Qiqi's eyes were still as calm as water, without any ripples. Well, of course, we still have to go through the normal process. Your resume on your website doesn't include any works. Can you demonstrate your compositional abilities? I have a sample on my phone. She took out an Android phone that was black and heavy like a brick and turned on the speaker. From the speaker of the mobile phone, an indescribable melody of music slowly and leisurely popped out, one syllable at a time every few seconds. This was like the music in a bizarre dream, which made Lu Yu's body tremble. The next moment, he even had an illusion right in front of him, a gaudy circus clown, smirking at him, constantly changing his tricks and leaping around happily. Then, the atmosphere became more and more weird and terrifying, with various unrelated beats colliding frequently, as if it was a bizarre night parade of 100 ghosts, except that all the ghosts had lost their sense of direction and were running around everywhere. As he listened, Lu Yu suddenly began to replay his life, starting with memories from kindergarten. His subconscious survival instinct immediately stopped Zhang Qiqi's playback. When he came to his senses, he found that his forehead was covered with sweat and the guests around him had distorted expressions. The Siamese cat closest to Zhang Qiqi had already fallen to the ground, kicking its legs and rolling its eyes. The cat cafe staff was so frightened that they ran over to provide emergency rescue. Excuse me, what is your understanding of music? I'm in school and self-taught. My music is my understanding of the world. Good man, in your worldview, are there monsters and clowns everywhere? Well, in a sense, that's not wrong. Lu Yu rubbed his eyebrows. In fact, he was generally satisfied with Zhang Qiqi. Her leisurely look showed that she was a big spender who earned leisure points. You've basically passed my interview, but there's just one minor issue. After all, you'll be involved in composing game music after you join the company, so I have to remind you to pay attention. Lu Yu coughed dryly and said in a tone that tried not to irritate the other party. Well, art can be down to earth, but it can't be outdated. You should bring your work to the audience, not send them away. Oh. Zhang Qiqi nodded mechanically. Ruzi can be taught. Lu Yu nodded. It's not a big problem for me, as artistic talent can be cultivated slowly over time. I'm offering you 6,000 yuan a month, based on the current salary for composer recruitment. If you perform well, you can expect a raise. You'll officially start work next Monday. We'll meet at this cat cafe. I'll introduce you to your other two colleagues. After hearing the amount of her salary, Zhang Qiqi's expression, which had been dull and expressionless, finally showed a slight movement. She looked at Lu Yu, and her pupils turned into pie charts. There were 3 parts of joy, 3 parts of curiosity, and 4 parts of disbelief. Is this boss out of his mind? On Sunday, Cat Girl Paradise Adventure advanced all the way and finally got the top recommended position of new games on the Yugi platform, Yugi Rising Star. Yugi New Star is the featured product on the homepage, and is in a very prominent position on the platform, attracting another wave of traffic from the entire site. In the evening, the final sales data for the first week came out, 5 units. With the blessing of a week's bumper harvest, the company earned more than 50 yuan. Although this is not the most outstanding achievement in China's fiercely competitive gaming industry, it is definitely a dark horse for a newly established studio. Chu Xiong excitedly told him the good news, but his expression was extremely calm. The reason is simple, he cannot take a single cent of the company's money, so he is more concerned about the situation of his leisure points. After a week, he took Lu Mengyuan out to a restaurant in the name of a celebration banquet, and he showed off 40 leisure points from himself and the girl. Earning 4,000 yuan a week by doing nothing is not bad. This is the result after he made time to fix bugs in his spare time. After the expansion of enrollment, I estimate that there will be more free time and I can earn more. Next week, the game will be removed from the recommended list, and its popularity will eventually fade away. The system interface displays. This round of settlement cycle is 38 days later. Additional task: before the end of the period, release the second game produced by Teoyuanxiang Company. This game must be a multiplayer online game with no restrictions on themes. Task reward: random surprise effect. He now knows the value of the bumper harvest buff, so he is determined to complete the extra tasks of the period. After all, it's the system's wool, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Luyu began to ponder what he should do in this cycle. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled up, and a genius idea quickly emerged in his mind. When I tell my employees tomorrow, they will definitely be happy. On Monday, Luyu took his two newly recruited talents to meet Lu Mengyuan at a cat cafe. After all, we were all recent graduates of the same age, so we became less restrained after meeting for a few minutes. As a result, they just got to know each other for a while and their butts were not even warm yet. Luyu waved his hand and said, "Let's go. It's almost 11 o'clock. Let's have lunch and continue the celebration banquet." Chu Xiong was stunned. "Brother Lu, after your game became popular, didn't you hold a celebration party?" Luyu raised his eyebrows. "Who said the celebration banquet can only be held for one day? As long as the game continues. To be successful, we can continue to have celebration banquets." In order to welcome the two newlyweds, Luyu specially chose the most expensive Korean restaurant, Chifengding, on the pedestrian street. The decoration of Chifengding is exquisite, and the large kimchi jar placed at the door once became a landmark of the pedestrian street. Luyu specifically chose a seat by the window and ordered all the signature dishes. After sitting down, Luyu was the first to raise his Coke cup. "Come on, let's go first. You are all excellent top talents. Let's get to know each other, learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and contribute to the great cause of our Teoyuanxiang Company. Oh no, the great cause of game development." Drinks were served once. The first dish served was the supreme Korean barbecue beef. This is just what Fatty Chu, who loves meat, wants. Chu Xiong picked up a piece of tender and juicy beef and placed it on the baking tray. Sizzle! The flame on the grill pan instantly roasts the beef, and the aroma of meat instantly fills the air. As a college student, Chu Xiong had little income and it was rare for him to eat this kind of top-quality barbecue. This time, he feasted on it with relish, eating it in a rough manner, and the delicious taste lingered on his lips and teeth. Employee Chu Xiong enjoys grilled beef on the teppanyaki plate, feeling happy, leisure points plus 0.5. Lu Mengyuan has a special liking for bibimbap. The tuna is cut into fresh and tender thin slices, the rice is soft and fragrant, and the sauce has a slightly spicy taste blended with a light sweetness, making it delicious. Employee Lu Mengyuan enjoys bibimbap, feeling happy, leisure points plus 0.7. Jung Chi-chi's favorite after-meal dessert is Korean fried rice cakes. The fried rice cake has a golden appearance. Take a small bite and the soft rice cake melts in your mouth instantly, releasing a rich rice aroma. Her calm eyes once again showed a barely perceptible emotion. Employee Zhang Chi-chi enjoys stir-fried rice cakes, feeling happy, leisure points plus 0.5. Seeing the constantly rolling system light screen, Luyu breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, this meal is also a test of the newcomer's ability to earn leisure points, which can be regarded as an employment assessment. It turns out that he really has the ability to recognize gems with a keen eye. It seems that these two people have extraordinary talents and have the potential to become major producers. But the training time was not as long as Lu Mengyuan's, so he is still slightly inferior to Lu Mengyuan. But as for our sister relationship, there is still a long way to go, so everyone please lie down like crazy and generate more points for me. We ate and talked while we were eating, and we didn't finish until 2 in the afternoon. After returning to the cat cafe, Liu asked Lu Mengyuan to teach the two people how to register as developers on Yuyi Workshop's development platform. Chu Xiong originally graduated from a computer science major and quickly got the hang of the engine and development kit. While Lu Mengyuan was giving instructions, he happily watched the system screen scrolling. Employee Chuxian's engine proficiency plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. Zhang Qiqi's comprehension ability was a bit poor, and she was not good at speaking, so even the initial game engineering creation was quite difficult for her to learn. But Lu Mengyuan was not in a hurry at all, and looked confident. I created it and failed. A hint of frustration appeared on Zhang Qiqi's calm face. It's okay, have confidence and keep learning. Lu Mengyuan comforted softly. Zhang Qiqi was a little confused. She felt dizzy when she saw the complicated operating interface. What was the point of this mechanical repetitive failure? This went on for half an hour. Suddenly, she had an epiphany, and her mind was flooded with inspiration. I actually created it successfully. She didn't know what was going on, but the interface of the development engine seemed to be more organized and less complicated. Employee Zhang Qiqi repeatedly practiced and triggered the guaranteed minimum, and her engine usage skills were upgraded to LV2. Lu Mengyuan looked at the system screen with satisfaction. So, have confidence in yourself. Zhang Qiqi looked at Lu Mengyuan's encouraging smile, and a warm feeling inexplicably passed through her heart. The sarcasm of her classmates and the cold comments of the recruiting HR flashed through her mind. The company she joined today was indeed a bit strange, but how should she put it, she didn't dislike it. On the other side, Lu Mengyuan was delighted as he looked at the abundant proficiency points he had gained. Although the two newcomers have just started and the production is not fast, but the relationship between the sisters. As long as their respective skills are gradually upgraded, won't the proficiency points come in quickly? Roll up like crazy and generate more points for me. The best talents in the system mall are waving to me. Lu Mengyuan curled up the corners of his mouth and smiled like a cat. With the success of Catgirl Paradise and the growing number of talented people in the company, she had a premonition that one day she would be able to impress her mother and the old-fashioned people on the board of directors. Just watch me counterattack step by step. Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan glanced at the two newcomers at the same time, causing them to shiver slightly involuntarily. Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi looked at each other. I always have the feeling that the way these two look at me is like looking at a fat fish to be slaughtered. They were leisurely returning to the cat cafe when it was almost 3 o'clock. I learned a few things, drank some coffee and fished for a while, and soon it was 5:30, so it was time to think about dinner. Lu Yu put the coffee cup in front of him on the table and stretched. Don't leave after get off work, we have a dinner party soon. Didn't you have lunch? Chu Xiong was a little dazed. The luncheon is a celebration banquet. We haven't had a welcome party for you two yet. Coincidentally, there's a good hot pot restaurant that Lu Mengyuan and I went to before. Let's go there for dinner. Great, the beef there is really delicious. Lu Mengyuan also applauded. Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi looked at each other again. Is this really work? On my first day at work, I only had an hour or so to get familiar with the business. The rest of the time I was either eating or on the way to eating. In the evening, Zilishan Hot Pot Restaurant. 4 people sat in a private room, watching the boiling hot pot, chopping with their chopsticks. Lu Yu was full and pushed the bowl in front of him away. Well, I have something to announce. Well, it's actually not a big deal. He picked his teeth with a toothpick and said leisurely. Everyone, do you have anything else to do in your life in the near future? Everyone looked confused and then shook their heads. I'm already at work, what else could there be? That's great. Tonight, everyone go home and pack your luggage and about a month's worth of toiletries. We'll officially set off tomorrow afternoon. The 3 of them were stunned and asked in unison, where are we going? Dongming Island Tourist Resort. Lu Yu's mouth curled up. Dongming Island is a small island in the eastern waters of Zhejiang Province. The scenery on the island is pleasant, with winding mountains and a dreamlike peach blossom forest. There are also famous beaches and bathing beaches both at home and abroad. This well-known tourist resort not only appears in many martial arts novels, but is also the filming location for many idol dramas. I'm announcing that the company will soon embark on its first team building trip, a month-long vacation to Dongming Island. Of course, this trip can also be considered a graduation trip. Graduation trip? Everyone was dumbfounded. Yes, you see, we are all seniors, and the tail end of our college years is very precious. I see you don't have any other graduation activities planned, so why not go together? Liu said it lightly, but Xu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi could not hide their shock. Eat like crazy on the first day of work, and go on vacation directly on the second day? You're telling me this is a gaming company? Lu Mengyuan was also extremely shocked. Wow, I was just getting ready to start making great strides in my career, but this time I didn't even stay at the cat cafe and went out to play? And I can play it for a month. My system mall, you have to hold on. The girl cried silently in her heart. Lu Yu smiled without saying anything. This was part of his plan. Lu Mengyuan's hit Catgirl Paradise had already sounded a slight alarm in his heart. In order to avoid his employees getting together, he suddenly started to get involved in his own affairs. So Lu Yu decided to go all out and go on vacation to the island. This would isolate him from the environment where these people would develop internal conflicts, while also allowing him to show off his leisure points. As for the new game? In the last few days of the next billing cycle, just tinker with something and release it. As long as it is a game that can be played normally, meets the minimum requirements of the system tasks, and does not trigger warnings of malicious tanking, it will be fine. There's no other way. We're too rich. According to the current budget, even if the next new game doesn't make any money, we can still last a few more months. Why work so hard? We'll talk about the future later. Let's have fun first. The next morning, the four of them went to the mall to buy vacation items. Girls mainly buy some sunscreen, swimwear, beach towels, sun hats, parasols, cute pink flip-flops, and bring water and snacks, etc. Xu Xiong bought a pair of loose beach pants and a pair of sunglasses. Lu Yu bought a high-end SLR camera worth tens of thousands of yuan. Since you are going out to enjoy yourself, especially to the beach, you must record all kinds of precious images. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Mengyuan, who was purchasing various beach swimwear. The plan goes through. Of course, what makes everyone happier is that whether it is the purchase of these things or all subsequent expenses on the island, everything will be covered by the company's budget, and they don't have to spend a penny. After packing up, we took the bus to the port in the afternoon and officially headed for Dongming Island. At dusk, the passenger ship arrived at the waters near the island. Everyone stood on the deck of the ship and looked at Dongming Island. The blue sea and the azure sky complement each other and blend into one. Dongming Island is like a shining pearl floating at the junction of sea and sky. Along the coastline of the island, endless golden beaches are shining, and many colorful cabins are built on the beach. Dongming Peak, the main peak in the center of the island, is shrouded in mist and looks like a fairyland. An ancient temple stands on the top of the peak, with carved beams and painted buildings. The peach blossom forest at the foot of the mountain, with pink petals fluttering in the air, is fascinating. Many tourists on the boat who were visiting for the first time cheered with excitement. After landing on the island, during the ticket inspection, the security officer casually asked, "Sir, what is the relationship between the four of you?" "Oh, we are from a gaming company and we are here for team building." When they heard that the game company was offering a tour at their expense, they couldn't help but express envy. In this era, making games is known as a sunrise industry with high income. I suppose your company has developed quite a few blockbuster titles? Where? Lu Yu was polite and glanced at his companions. A boss who only wants to be lazy and laid back, an artist who's only good at eating and petting cats, a programmer with a crooked tech tree, and a composer whose music can send people away. With this roster, who wouldn't be confused? This isn't a serious game development team. It is simply the time when the stars of humanity shine. This time, the plan of lying flat is stable. Lu Yu bought a super luxurious monthly travel package for 4 people, so they stayed in a 4-star hotel on the first night at the scenic spot. The main building of the hotel stands on the coastline like a luxurious palace. The huge bonsai in the center of the hotel lobby was made directly from local materials on the island, as if the entire island was scaled down in proportion. The 4 people kept taking photos excitedly. It is worthy of being a 4-star hotel. It has something special. The standard price for a single room for one night is 350 yuan. Luyu pushed open the door of the guest room. Each room had a balcony overlooking the sea and the beach. The rooms are equipped with various luxury brand appliances, a jacuzzi, and top-quality toiletries. Lying on the soft velvet bed, Liu suddenly felt that the fatigue of the journey was relieved. Stay in a comfortable and cozy suite at a star-rated hotel, feel happy, and get +5 leisure points. Liu casually opened the system account to check. After playing all the way, Liu has earned 20 points. Xu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi also contributed 3 points to Liu each because of their excitement about vacation. Lu Mengyuan seemed to have something on his mind and only contributed 2 points. The relationship between the two girls is just beginning, and he will slowly train her well. In just one day, I earned 2,800 yuan, which made me very happy. If the system hadn't warned him, he would have really wanted to take a vacation every day of the year. There was still some time before going to bed, so Liu turned on the 90-inch LCD TV in the guest room and randomly flipped through the channels. Soon, a trailer caught his attention. At Tinghui Interactive Entertainment's annual press conference in the near future, Daimei Studio Group will present a brand new and enterprising original work, Dog Paradise Adventure. This multiplayer online side-scrolling game will allow players to adventure into a post-apocalyptic wasteland paradise filled with adorable dog girls. Stay tuned for the launch event. Liu watched the promotional video. Wow, except for the cat girl's skin being changed to a dog, everything else is almost exactly the same, a nano-level replica. He couldn't help but sneer. No wonder Tinghui's HR called him before. They probably wanted to recruit the original producer into the project team to make development easier. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. The other 3 people filed in. Brother Liu, have you seen the TV? Xu Xiong asked in a loud voice full of anxiety. I didn't expect Tinghui to be so excessive. Lu Mengyuan echoed. Too much. Zhang Qiqi said expressionlessly and concisely. Lu Yu was extremely calm. In 2012, it was the expansion era when Tinghui's Sharingan skills were fully upgraded, so this was really nothing new. And, to be honest, he really doesn't care. Whether you succeed or fail in replicating it, what does it have to do with me? I don't really want to compete with your company. I just want to earn my own leisure points quietly. So he waved his hand, don't panic, I know what I'm doing. Lu Yu's calmness and composure gradually calmed everyone down. Xu Xiong secretly admired him in his heart. He remained calm when facing a crisis, and he probably already had a plan to kill Tang Hui. He was worthy of being called Brother Liu. Lu Mengyuan was still worried that the emergence of competing products would inevitably affect the sales of Cat Girl Paradise. It would be best for the company to release news about new games as soon as possible to stabilize the players. Lu Yu, when will our new work be released? Don't worry, I know. What's going on? Lu Yu, lying on the bed, changed to a more comfortable position and waved his hand again. New work? He's too lazy to even create a new folder now. There is still more than a month left in the settlement period, don't panic. The light in the room cast a shadow on Lu Yu's angular profile, covering the upper half of his face. From Lu Mengyuan's perspective, he looked like a shrewd villain in a movie. Combined with his indifferent tone of voice, Lu Mengyuan suddenly understood, and his eyes gradually became blurred. Yes, we were worrying too much. Maybe the new work had already been conceived in Lu Yu's mind. He remained calm and was able to respond to changes with great speed. He is indeed the man I like. The next morning, Lu Yu was still asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a ringing bell. I'm the editor of the Games in Progress column on the UE platform. I'd like to conduct a brief telephone interview with you. Is it convenient for you now? Oh, okay. Lu Yu agreed, half asleep and half awake, saying that the UE platform could not be offended, so he would just deal with it casually. The editor on the other end of the phone curled his lips. After Daimei Studio Group released the trailer for Dog Paradise Adventure, he contacted Lu Yu specifically, and chose this time just to add fuel to the fire. The Uti platform is also the distribution platform for the two games, Cat Girl Paradise and Dog Girl Paradise. If it can create a new trend, it will definitely attract a lot of curious external traffic. Black and red are also red. At the beginning, the questions asked by the editor were still very official, mainly asking about the mental journey of game development. Lu Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and said sincerely, "In fact, we are just an ordinary, unremarkable small studio. The first product was developed by sheer luck, so there wasn't much of a personal journey involved." The editor was dumbfounded. All the previous interviewees of this column were tearful and spoke at length, wishing they had come into contact with the Nintendo Famicom when they were in elementary school, and then started talking about how they made making games their lifelong dream. As a result, Lu Yu's answer was so nonchalant and ordinary. The editor was unwilling to give up, so he simply stopped pretending and showed his killer move directly. "I believe you, Mr. Lu, have noticed that there have been some imitators of Cat Girl Paradise in the industry recently. What are your thoughts on these competitors imitating you?" "I don't have any ideas." Lu Yu yawned again. The editor was stunned. What does it mean to have no ideas? The key point is that Lu Yu's tone was particularly sincere, and the editor felt like he was punching cotton. The editor didn't get the answer he wanted after asking the two questions. Feeling frustrated, he asked the last question as a matter of routine. "What do you think of that article about Cat Girl Paradise, the industry-renowned gold medal editor, Mr. Thomas? It's been a bit of a hot topic in the gaming world lately." Lu Yu looked confused. "Who is Thomas?" "I don't know him." He was telling the truth. He didn't have much opinion about Thomas. He hadn't even read his manuscript and really didn't know him. The other party was speechless, said a few polite words and hung up the phone. Lu Yu didn't take it seriously and continued to enjoy his leisurely nap. At 9 a.m., this interview was exclusively broadcast on the homepage of the Uti platform. Soon, the number of views began to soar. Lu Yu's answer broke the defenses of many small and medium-sized game developers on the platform. "Good man, are you being modest or Versailles? There are many old flops who have been making games for their entire lives but have never been recommended by Uti New Star. You and I have an ordinary little studio, and we are lucky." The key is that his tone sounds particularly nonchalant and lazy. "Hi, I'm even more angry. It's so frustrating to compare yourself with others." At the same time, Shenzhou City. Thomas was at home, leisurely drinking tea and reading The Romance of the Three Kingdoms in an antique binding. "After all, I am a gold medal game connoisseur, so in order to maintain the standard of writing, I have to be a little more elegant." The radio station started playing Game On, which he often listened to. After listening to Lu Yu's interview, Thomas was immediately defeated. He threw the ancient book to the ground and angrily shouted, "How dare you do this, you brat! Okay, Taoyuan Township Company, you can trick me and catch my fish. But now you have turned your back on me. I have been famous in the industry for more than 10 years. How can I believe that you, a game developer, don't know me? Do you fucking think you are a time traveler?" Being ignored is the highest level of contempt. How could Thomas tolerate such humiliation? He immediately dialed a number. "Hello? Is this the PR department of Tenghui Interactive Entertainment? I've changed my mind. I've accepted your commercial for the Dog Bitch Paradise article." Originally, as one of the authoritative 5 editors of Central China, Thomas wanted to protect his reputation, so he rejected Tenghui Interactive Entertainment's invitation to write an article. But what is tolerable? Just because you got lucky and created a hit product, you can become arrogant? If Wang Fanxia hadn't been broadcasting live, and if one of the viewers in the live broadcast room hadn't happened to see the blue and white striped key props, how could the situation have developed to this point? So Thomas concluded that the Utopia studio was just a flash in the pan. The young man is ignorant and doesn't know the rules, so he has to teach him a lesson. Without even bothering to drink his tea, Thomas opened Word and wrote the title. Comparing Catgirl and Doggirl, re-evaluating Teo Yuanxiang Studio, a flash in the pan? A lack of continuity? A producer, exhausted of ideas, faces a dead end under Tinghue's siege. He began to type furiously on the keyboard. Today is the second day on the island, and the team building arrangement is to visit the beach and the seaside. Luyu found a spot with the best view, set up a lounge chair, and began to bask in the sun leisurely. Chu Xiong had already put on his colorful beach pants and was excitedly paddling in the water at the distant beach. This guy grew up inland and had never seen the ocean before, so he was extremely excited. On the other side, Zhang Qiqi was wearing a dark blue swimsuit and holding a small plastic shovel, playing with sand on the beach. The pile of sand was also very abstract, looking like the remains of aliens visiting the Earth, which was consistent with Luyu's impression of the girl. "Luyu, I'm here. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Lu Mingyuan's voice sounded from the side. She was wearing a light pink lace bikini that was tailored to her body, showing off her perfect curves. The flowing long hair falls over the shoulders, covering the slender neck. Her slender waist and well-proportioned legs, as white as jade in the sun, looked delicate and charming. She looked at Luyu, her eyes full of brilliance and a charming curve at the corner of her mouth. And Luyu's eyes were full of pearls, plumpness and uprightness. "Good boy, I underestimated her. No, I just arrived too." Luyu pointed to the empty chair next to him. She naturally lay down on the lounge chair next to Luyu, stretching her beautiful legs comfortably. "During the time you've been away from home, it seems you've maintained a good figure and haven't gained any weight." The sunlight flashed through Luyu's sunglasses and he smiled slightly. "Really? You're still talking about that?" "I weighed myself on the electronic scale in my room last night and I've gained a full 3 pounds. Lu Mengyuan pouted her cherry lips and said coquettishly. "That pretty face that is acting. Coquettishly is as fragrant as the 5 colors and as gentle as a drizzle." Luyu smiled but said nothing. It's better to be a little fatter, experienced people know this, at least Lu Mengyuan is fat in the right places. At this time, Lu Mengyuan's cute look as she acted coquettishly towards Luyu made the male tourists on the beach stunned. Such a charming and seductive swimsuit beauty made them instantly feel that the girl they just hooked up with was no longer attractive. "Wow, I'm so envious. This guy, in his previous life, did he rub a photolithography machine with his hands, or lead the men's football team to win the World Cup? Why?" Luyu wore sunglasses and smiled slightly, hiding his achievements and fame. Being Versailles in front of beachgoers, feeling happy, leisure points +6. After lying in the sun for a while, Luyu got tired of lying there, so he organized 4 people to play beach volleyball. Luyu specially arranged Lu Mengyuan and Zhang Qiqi into a team. After the competition started, Lu Mengyuan's nimble white legs danced on the beach like a lively deer. Although Zhang Qiqi is an introvert, she seems like a different person on the beach volleyball court, waving her arms freely and with perfect movements. The sunlight shines on them, highlighting their youthful and lovely faces. This vibrant and erotic scene also made the surrounding tourists stop and watch. But after all, girls' sports bacteria are still slightly inferior to boys. Halfway through the game, beads of sweat had already appeared on Lu Mingyuan's forehead and he was exhausted. But she still played with determination and refused to show weakness. She communicated with Zhang Qiqi with her eyes to decide who would receive the ball and who would pass the ball. Although she was so tired that she was panting and her face was flushed, she still forced herself to stand on the court with her plump body. It can be seen that the 2 girls really want to win. "Fatty Chu, you understand, right?" Luyu and Chu Xiong exchanged glances tacitly. During the next serve, Chu Xiong suddenly twisted his ankle. "Ouch, why is the sand here so harsh on my feet?" With a shake of his fat body, Zhang Qiqi's serve easily passed the net and scored. Luyu's release of water is more direct. "Oh, I fell." He hit the ball directly and fell to the ground, and Lu Mengyuan scored another point. The onlookers were ashamed. "Damn, your acting is too fake, isn't it? Is it moral? Are you honest? Do you have sportsmanship? He is so shameless just to pick up girls." "What? What if it were me? Then I might be even more shameless than them." LSP is so hypocritical. With 2 players taking turns letting the ball go, the girls' team turned defeat into victory. Lu Mengyuan stood on tiptoe and happily high-fived the calm Zhang Qiqi. Employee Lu Mengyuan won the beach volleyball match, feeling happy, leisure points plus 1.5. Employee Zhang Qiqi enjoys the beach in sweats, leisure point plus 1. Well, it seems that Lu Mengyuan is more determined to win, while Zhang Qiqi is more indifferent to the world and enjoys the process more. You are amazing. I have specially provided a reward for the winner. Miss Lu, come and claim your prize. Lu Yu's mouth curled up. A moment later, Lu Mengyuan, with a scarf covering her face and a wooden stick in her hand, stood in front of a big watermelon. This was her prize. A classic activity at the beach or sea bathing beach, playing with watermelon. Lu Mengyuan cautiously bent forward slightly and raised her hips. It makes the already curvy figure even more devilish. Especially the scar, which became deeper. Her hand holding the stick trembled slightly. Lu Yu, where is the watermelon, left or right? Lu Yu took out his SLR camera and said with a smile. Left, right, oh no, left, poof. The crystal clear little feet stepped on the soft sand, swaying left and right for a while, and finally fell to the ground with a plop, and the hem of the bikini swimsuit flew up. Really, Lu Yu, you bully me again. She puffed out her cheeks. Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh, so cute. After that, I took a lot of photos with my SLR camera. Why do you keep filming me? I'm good at discovering the pearls in life. Yes, it's that aggrieved little expression. Keep it up, I'll take another one. The tourists were stunned. Shit, who was rewarding whom? This guy is good at picking up girls. After playing around, Lu Mengyuan lay back in his chair and casually turned on the system screen. The trip to the beach increased my proficiency points by more than 50. But, what kind of weird skills did I learn? Beach volleyball LV2, ability to serve at more challenging angles. Beach watermelon hitting level 2, the angle when swinging the stick is more precise. Lu Mengyuan was very distressed. She clearly wanted to be a struggling girl, but was dragged to the island by Lu Yu. Wouldn't this mean that the more she learned, the more useless she would be? But, glancing at Lu Yu's profile, Lu Mengyuan smiled for a moment. Never mind, it's okay if it smells good for now. Didn't this scene appear many times in her dreams in her previous life? Now that the time, place, and people are right, and the atmosphere is right, this girl is going to take the initiative. She swept her long hair to one side and lay on the lounge chair with her back facing up. Her long eyelashes fluttered twice, she bit her lower lip lightly, and looked at Lu Yu with shining eyes. She grabbed the chair with both hands and deliberately straightened her beautiful back to make her curves more attractive. Lu Yu, can you help me apply some sunscreen? Lu Mengyuan tried to make his tone as casual as possible. Can't you reach it yourself? Lu Yu remained motionless and continued playing with his SLR camera without even raising his head. Hold on. Now, I don't know whether the other party is trying to spy on my character or really wants something from me. If you agree immediately, you might even be given the title of Shrimp Headman. Seeing that Lu Yu did not move, Lu Mengyuan continued. I really can't reach it. Let's be clear, we're just colleagues helping each other. It's innocent, don't think too much about it. Yeah. Lu Yu felt relieved. Since ancient times, it has been important to have a pretext for going to war. If Lu Mengyuan used such a pretext, he would feel much more at ease. Of course it's just a favor between colleagues at the company. It's all clear. As Lu Yu spoke, he spread the sunscreen evenly on his hands and slowly approached the other person's back. Lu Mengyuan closed her eyes, her back slightly tense, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. Lu Yu curled his lips, muttering thank you for the treat in his heart, and was about to apply it, when suddenly visions emerged in his mind. 4 black men in suits were carrying a wooden coffin and dancing in a flashy manner. That was the music and scene of black people carrying coffins. Moreover, the closer the hands are to each other, the stronger the illusion becomes. Damn it! Lu Yu quickly retracted his half-extended hand, and the illusion slowly disappeared. He took a deep breath and was about to reach out his hand again when the music of the black people carrying the coffin sounded again. Whenever his hand approached Lu Mingyuan's back, the illusion and music of carrying a coffin would sound in his mind. After repeating it twice, Liu stopped decisively. He believes that this hallucination is the brain's survival instinct when facing danger. Looking around, he indeed saw a furtive figure not far from the beach, secretly observing in this direction. The murderous aura he had just felt came from there. At this time, Wang Su, the security director of Lu Group, was standing behind a beach hut not far away, holding a telescope and quietly observing the direction of Lu Mingyuan. She was wearing a black bikini, exuding the sharp temperament of a female special forces soldier. With a muscular body, she looks like a female leopard ready to attack at any time. Of course, what attracts the most attention of the tourists around is her proud career line. The tourists on the beach all blushed, and as Wang Su walked like a cat on the beach, their eyes moved up and down. Big, 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 big. Of course, her murderous aura that keeps strangers away still makes many LSPs stay away. Wang Su didn't notice the tourists around her. She muttered to herself. That male boss just now seemed to be applying sunscreen to the young lady? But he didn't touch her. Was I seeing things? Looking at the swimsuit that was too tight on her body, Wang Su sighed softly with a complicated expression. Monitoring the young lady's safety is not an easy task. Does this company called Tao Yuanxiang really make games? This is everything except gaming. She has been following her target for so many years, but she has never seen a company run like this. It is probably going to go bankrupt soon, right? Well, that's not bad either. The young lady will be home soon. Lu Yu also caught a glimpse of Wang Su's figure out of the corner of his eye. He could more or less sense that Lu Mingyuan had been protected remotely. Come to think of it, she is usually surrounded by female bodyguards at school. Even if she ran away from home now, how could Lu Lan really let his daughter go completely alone? But, as a senior LSP, do you think this will stump me? I'm definitely going to put on sunscreen today. Lu Yu took out his cell phone and dialed Chu Xiong's number. Brother, I was about to enter the flower bed to pick some flowers, but the gardener blocked my way. Understood. Leave it to me. This is the unique code for assisting each other. After Chu Xiong hung up the phone, he thought for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He picked up some seaweed from the beach and wrapped it around his waist. Then he took a deep breath and suddenly started shouting. All eyes are on me. The tourists were startled and their attention turned towards Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong raised his left hand high, waved his right hand, gently swayed his bloated body, and danced hula on the beach. The fat man's arms moved in an uncoordinated manner, looking like he was fighting each other. He held a piece of waterweed in his mouth and winked at the tourists around him. Everyone was amused by Chu Xiong, some laughed uncontrollably, and some cheered loudly. Wang Su's attention was also drawn over, and his expression was complicated. There are really no normal people in this company, only psychos. Although she thought so in her heart, the corners of her mouth were still trying to bend. She was a former Special Forces soldier, professionally trained, and she would never laugh unless she couldn't help it. Put. Wang Su finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Lu Yu saw Wang Su turn his head, seized the opportunity, and stretched out his hand. Bang! Apply sunscreen to Lu Mingyuan, feeling extremely happy, inflicting a critical hit, leisure points plus 10. Employee Lu Mingyuan is cheered up by your gentle application of sunscreen, resulting in a critical hit. Leisure points plus 2. When Wang Su turned around again, he found that Lu Yu and Lu Mingyuan were lying on their chairs as if nothing had happened. However, the blush on Lu Mingyuan's face had not yet faded, and his breathing was a little disordered. Wang Su muttered in confusion, but was helpless. Although she didn't see it, the male tourists around her saw the scene clearly. They were so jealous that they almost bit their back teeth. Damn, this beauty has a perfect body, is charming and cute. Why? Why can you wear sunscreen? Lu Yu wore sunglasses and basked in the sun leisurely, with a slight smile on his lips, hiding his achievements and fame. If these people knew that she was the daughter of the Lu Group, which has a market value of hundreds of billions, the beach would probably be littered with back teeth. In the distance, Chu Xiong was still dancing the hula tirelessly, and even became more and more ecstatic as he danced. Lu Yu was so moved that he choked up. "My good brother, you have made such a great sacrifice. I will treat you to a big meal to compensate you." Employee Chu Xiong, while dancing the hula, felt extremely happy and had a critical hit, resulting in a leisure point increase of 1.5. At night, the vast ocean is extremely quiet and a bonfire is burning on the beach. Various barbecue ingredients are placed on the grill next to the campfire. Fresh beef, lamb, and chicken are skewered on bamboo sticks. There's also plenty of seafood, including prawns, scallops, and fish fillets. There are vegetable salads, fruit platters, and iced drinks on the side. This beach bonfire barbecue is also part of the monthly travel package. Lu Menyuan held the baking tray and placed the ingredients on the grill one by one. She smiled and said to Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi, "Eat as much as you want. Mr. Lu will pay for all the expenses tonight." "Ah, indeed. Eat as much as you want." Lu Yu picked up the spatula and tongs and kept turning the ingredients over. Soon, the skewers became golden and crispy, making an enticing crackling sound. Seeing the other three foodies gradually salivating, Lu Yu felt very proud. Eat, drink and have fun like crazy on the island. It's best to have so much fun that you don't want to leave. The plan goes through. He believes in a theory that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. If these employees experience the beauty of a leisurely life, they will never get tired of it again. There is no other way. It's because the first game became a small hit, so it would be a waste not to spend the operating funds. Get lost on the island and focus on earning leisure points for me, haha. The devil's hideous laugh gradually echoed in his heart. The four of them spent the entire night by the campfire, with Lu Yu taking out various photos he had taken during the day and publicly executing them, accompanied by laughter. I never thought that a graduation trip would be so fun. Zhang Qiqi stared at the crab twisting in front of her in a daze, then threw it into the fire with a snap. Yeah, brother Lu, I really made you spend a lot of money. Chu Xiong was also very touched. This dormitory leader had always taken good care of him since he started college. Without Lu Yu's guidance, it would be impossible for him to open the door to the wonderful new world. How boring his life would be. Not to mention Lu Menyuan, her back still retains the touch of Lu Yu's warm big hands. In just a few dozen days since joining Taoyuan Township, the happiness she has gained has exceeded the total of several years in the past. Lu Yu was very pleased to see these three people gradually integrate into the holiday atmosphere. Very good, keep going like this. Eliminate all thoughts that lead to internal circulation. He sighed, you finally understand my good intentions. It's worth all the effort I put into bringing everyone to the island. This is just the beginning. We still have a month or so to learn and make changes. He gave everyone a look that said, you understand, and stood up alone to grill new skewers for the three of them. Lu Menyuan looked at Lu Yu in the distance and fell into deep thought. Lu Yu just said, everyone will gradually understand and make changes. What do we want everyone to understand? Lu Menyuan felt a shock in his mind, as if an electric current passed through. Could it be the company's second game project? So, she lowered her voice and whispered to the other two people. Do you feel that there's something behind what Lu Yu said just now? Chu Xiong nodded in confusion. I was thinking about it too. What advice does Sister Lu have? Chu Xiong was very sensible and well-behaved and called her Sister. This is partly because Lu Mingyuan's birthday is indeed the oldest among the three of them. Secondly, of course, it is because her mother is the helmsman of Lu Holding Group. These three things, just based on the scene where she applied sunscreen during the day, who dares to say that she won't be the boss's wife in the future? Lu Menyuan whispered, guess why Lu Yu is so confident about his new work despite Teng Hui's offensive? Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi looked at each other. Why? I think it's because he has faith in us. The two expressed their lack of confidence, but we have no experience in game development at all. That's not a problem. Lu Menyuan continued in a low voice. Let me put it this way, everything Lu Yu has us do has a deep meaning behind it. Afterwards, Lu Mengyuan shared with the two people what happened during the development of Catgirl Paradise Adventure. Lu Yu took her to visit various stalls on the pedestrian street, which gave her inspiration for designing the Catgirl. Then, through various casual words and indirect hints, she finally understood and improved the game. Those key design points were all pointed out to me by him casually. Chu Xiong listened and slapped his head. I see, I understand. I totally understand. Chu Xiong's eyes were filled with emotion. Brother Lu is just like that. He doesn't want to do everything himself. That wouldn't help us grow. Just like Sister Lu said, he's testing us, testing whether we have the ability to design games independently. Then, Chu Xiong recalled his college days in his heart. You know, the reason I'm on the path to graphics rendering now is because of Brother Lu, my mentor. He still remembers that it was a summer afternoon when Lu Yu opened XX Beach on his computer. Although Lu Yu didn't say anything, he looked at Chu Xiong meaningfully. Chu Xiong quickly fell into the trap, and his entire life ambition changed. He is no longer the introverted and honest fat man who lives like a zombie, but a big shot who dominates various mod forums. But Lu Yu never boasted about his achievements as a guide in life. Good brothers, everything is self-explanatory. Brother Lu was like this during our university days. I always learned new things while interacting with him. Moreover, he can always give you advice inadvertently, which can make you suddenly enlightened. To be able to do this, one needs to have all the intelligence, emotional intelligence, cultivation, and knowledge. There is no doubt that Brother Lu is this kind of person. Chu Xiong boasted so much that his saliva flew everywhere, and the two girls were moved by what they heard. I didn't expect that Lu Yu had considered so much for their growth. Especially Lu Mengyuan, she widened her eyes and listened to the other party listing Lu Yu's advantages. There is a saying that goes, no self-praise can compare to the evaluation of others in life. What to do? I like it more. Employee Chu Xiong is grateful to you and is in a good mood. Leisure point +1. Employee Lu Mengyuan is grateful to you and is in a good mood. Leisure point +1. Employee Zhang Qiqi is grateful to you and is in a good mood. Leisure point +1. Lu Yu, who was grilling meat in the distance, was stunned, then a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You guys, all my hard work was worth it, you finally understood my good intentions. Come on, turn your gratitude into motivation to eat, drink and have fun. Forget about developing games for a while and just have fun. Chu Xiong wiped the corners of his slightly moist eyes. So, maybe the test of developing a new game has already begun, and Brother Lu is looking forward to our growth. He mentioned what Lu Yu said when he first pulled him into the filming of XX Beach. Life is full of learning. The more you know, the better. Lu Mengyuan shuddered. The last time I heard similar chicken soup was last time. At that time, Lu Yu's casual remark life is part of career directly affected the development of the entire Catgirl Paradise Adventure. And today, Lu Yu said a similar piece of chicken soup to Lu Mengyuan. When he was taking pictures of Lu Mengyuan, he casually said, discovering the pearls in life. Lu Mengyuan originally thought it was a joke, but now it seems that Lu Yu has other intentions. The question is, how should this sentence be interpreted and what does Mingzhu refer to? The three of them were silent for a moment. Chu Xiong glanced at the Dongming Island tourism poster on the table and his eyes suddenly lit up. Dongming Island's tourism slogan is Pearl of the East China Sea, so the pearl that Brother Lu mentioned might be referring to this island. Lu Mengyuan thought for a moment and realized that Lu Yu hoped that the new game would be related to this island. The island life we are experiencing now is the inspiration for the next new game. But the problem is, there are too many things to do on this island. Surfing, diving, beach volleyball, mountain climbing, and forest exploration. Any of them can be made into a game on its own. Chu Xiong spoke at this time. According to Brother Lu's unyielding character in college, he would definitely say this. He made a fist gesture. I want it all. Doesn't that mean a game should encompass all aspects of life on an island? If that's the case. My leisurely island owner life. Zhang Qiqi, who had been watching silently, blurted out the game title she came up with word by word. Yeah. Lu Mengyuan patted her long white legs. My leisurely island owner life, this is the concept of the new work. Because only the island owner has the authority to enjoy life and do everything. In short, the theme of the game has been preliminarily determined: life simulation. As the island owner, the player lives a leisurely island life. But a new problem arises: what can be done on the island? It is indeed possible to play surfing, beach volleyball, and watermelon shooting, but Lu Mengyuan doesn't think that these are the only things that can make this game shine. Especially since Teo Yuanxiang's debut work became an instant hit, players will definitely have higher expectations for the new work. Previously, Lu Mengyuan modified Catgirl Paradise Adventure based on the game framework made by Lu Yu and made some modifications. Now, none of the three have any experience in game planning, and it is obvious how difficult it is to ask them to build a gameplay framework from scratch. We have just arrived on the island. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if we asked Lu Yu for help right away? Moreover, Lu Yu would also be disappointed. Lu Mengyuan rubbed his eyebrows. Anyway, let's take it slow and start with the work we are each good at. After all, no matter what the gameplay is, you have to make the model of the island first. As a graphics engineer, Chu Xiong leads by example. I'll first try to build the island's model framework within the Yi platform's game engine. For its specific appearance, I'll refer to the real Dongming Island. Well, if you need art textures, I can provide them. Lu Mengyuan nodded. I'll try background music and see. Zhang Qiqi also agreed. After discussion, the three people decided to create a work discussion group on the Yi Workshop platform to exchange development progress and synchronize development resources. Anyway, the vacation life on the island is very leisurely. You can have fun during the day and do the development work in your own room at night. Well, how was your conversation? Lu Yu walked over from a distance carrying freshly grilled skewers. Chu Xiong said happily. We know exactly how to spend the next month. In fact, this is all thanks to your guidance, Brother Lu. Hey, this is right. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a good brother of many years, he understood what I meant at once. In order to prevent these people from still thinking about their work and feeling embarrassed to just eat, drink and have fun, Lu Yu added. Remember, now that you've arrived on this island and decided on a lifestyle, you must hold fast to your convictions. Do you understand? Yeah. Don't worry, Brother Lu. Originally, Chu Xiong had no experience in game development and was a little hesitant. Lu Yu's words of encouragement gave him peace of mind. That night, the three of them returned to their hotel rooms and each turned on their computers and started working. Lu Mengyuan happily watched the system continuously broadcast various proficiency points. Your art texture proficiency points +1. Employee Chu Xiong's graphics development proficiency points +0.1. Employee Zhang Qiqi's game scene music proficiency points +0.1. For the next week, everyone continued to vacation at the beach during the day and develop games in their rooms at night. The sun is shining, the sea breeze is blowing gently, and the seawater is rippling with blue waves. Lu Mengyuan and Zhang Qiqi wore floral swimsuits, held surfboards, and ran towards the rough sea. Lu Yu and Chu Xiong put on diving goggles and snorkels and dived into the clear seabed. Schools of colorful fish swam past, and the corals on the seabed sparkled. Lu Yu happily showed off his leisure points. On Saturday evening, a music festival was held on the beach. The stage lights were shining brightly, and tourists were cheering and dancing to the rhythm of the music. Lu Mengyuan was wearing a light long dress, twisting her graceful figure on the dance floor, her black hair fluttering with the rhythm of the music. Although her dance steps were a little awkward, she still looked like an elf due to the training she had received since childhood. Halfway through the dance, she caught a glimpse of Lu Yu standing at the edge of the dance floor with his hands folded, looking at her. She smiled, extended her hand to him, and made an invitation. There were dense crowds of dancers all around, and it was estimated that the spies of the Lu group were also squeezed out. So, Lu Yu took the lead and jumped into the dance floor. He held the other person's hand with his left hand, put his right hand on the other person's shoulder, and began to dance slowly. Is this a special benefit for me as the boss? It's a thank you for taking care of me during this period. What Lu Mengyuan said was indeed sincere. He provided him with an advance on his salary and food, drinks, and entertainment. Without his help, Lu Mengyuan's plan to run away from home would not have been so smooth. The rhythm of the music became melodious and soft, and a gentle slow dance began. The two of them moved closer, their hands gently resting on each other's waists, and they could even feel each other's breath. Lu Mengyuan lowered her head, her face flushed, and she bit her lower lip shyly. The two began to slowly spin on the dance floor, their steps soft and graceful. When it came to this ballroom dance music, the two people were very awkward in their dance steps at first. But as he was dancing, a system screen popped up in front of Lu Mengyuan. Your dance practice triggered the guaranteed bonus, and your ballroom dance skill is upgraded to LV2. Your boss Lu Yu triggers the guaranteed bonus, and his ballroom dancing skill is upgraded to LV2. As the music beat, the two danced more and more skillfully. Lu Yu hugged Lu Mengyuan tightly, and she responded to Lu Yu's action, gently standing on tiptoe. The two of them completed a difficult and elegant turn, like ballerinas on the stage. The audience around exclaimed in admiration. Dancing with my beloved girl, feeling extremely happy, resulting in a critical hit, leisure points plus 10. Employee Lu Mengyuan was extremely happy and had a critical hit, leisure points plus 2. The male tourists once again broke their back teeth. Blanche. This kid is really enough. I have been at the beach for a week and all I see is you two showing off your love. My titanium. Alloy dog eyes? I'm jealous. The music festival ended at midnight. Lu Mengyuan sat in front of the hotel's fountain, staring at the sea in a daze. This week, the basic development work of my leisurely island owner life went very smoothly, and the virtual island in the game has begun to take shape. However, the biggest obstacle facing her is still game design. An island owner, on his own island, plays with surfing, playing with sand, playing with watermelon. No matter how you think about it, you'll get bored of it within an hour. If this is done, the game is doomed to fail. Just as I was worrying, a bottle of iced black tea suddenly appeared in front of me. It's so late and you're still not sleeping? Think of something. Lu Mengyuan took the iced black tea from Lu Yu. She remembered that when she was a sophomore, Lu Yu liked to buy all kinds of tea drinks for her to drink, and he would tell her stories about the tea Saint Lu Yu every day. Lu Yu asked, "How are you feeling recently?" Lu Mengyuan thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I'm quite happy. It's completely different from being at home. No one forces me to learn anything, do anything, or follow any rules. I just feel comfortable and at ease. I'm a little embarrassed about my free and easy nature." What's there to be embarrassed about? Lu Yu took a sip of tea and pointed around. Look at all the people at the music festival. What does this mean? It means that many people deep down yearn for this kind of freedom, but life still has to go on, so these moments are precious. When we have free time in the future, let's participate in more activities like this to communicate with others. Don't always stay in your own isolated island of life and be complacent. Lu Yu's subtext is, dance with me more often in the future. However, when Lu Mengyuan heard Lu Yu's words, his mind suddenly shuddered. Don't always stay in your own isolated island of life? Yup. That's it. You can't stay at home on your own island, which means that in the game, there is not necessarily only one island owner. My leisurely island owner life can be designed as a multiplayer online social game. Every player who registers an account and enters the game will get an island. Island owners can play on their own islands and visit other people's islands. If each island has its own characteristics, the richness of the game will increase exponentially. The more Lu Mengyuan thought about it, the more excited he became. He said to Lu Yu with emotion, "You came here specifically to remind me of this?" What? Lu Yu was stunned, then nodded in confusion. I just casually said some inspirational quote I saw on the internet. Is it necessary for you to react so strongly? I will not let you down. Lu Mengyuan stood up suddenly and trotted back to the hotel. Oh. Lu Yu continued to sit there, staring at the moon in the sky in a daze. In his previous life, he often looked at the moon at midnight, alone, and drank to drown his sorrows. And now, wine has been replaced by my favorite tea. There are more people I like around me. That's pretty good too. After returning to the hotel, Lu Mengyuan opened the discussion group and shared his ideas. Sister Lu is amazing. This is a great idea. Multiplayer online social interaction will instantly expand the game's playability. Actually, it was Lu Yu's reminder again. She felt a little embarrassed. As expected of my brother Lu, even though he didn't interfere with our research and development, he always cares about our progress. Chu Xiong immediately started working on the server-side architecture. He frantically typed code for a while and then said, "There's a problem. We can't cram all the players' islands into the same ocean. If we do that, the server will definitely crash. So I want to divide the players into groups of 100 islands in a sea area to separate them. But now there's a new problem. If the player's boat goes out to sea and finds that it can't go beyond the edge of the sea and hits an air wall, the sense of immersion will be greatly reduced. We need to find a way to package this." Lu Mengyuan was stunned for a moment, then whispered, "How about adding a reminder, explore the area ahead later?" It always feels a bit stiff. Sea area, storm. Zheng Qiqi, who had been silent for a long time, made a suggestion. They went surfing a few days ago and did encounter a storm warning. Lu Mengyuan nodded and agreed. Zheng Qiqi's suggestion is good. I will try to make some storm effects and place them on the edge of the air wall. When the ship approaches, it will be blown back. After finalizing the design plan, the three people started working on it. Lu Mengyuan was very pleased to see that Zhang Qiqi was gradually able to offer useful suggestions. After these 7 nights of development, the game development skills of these two newcomers have triggered the minimum level and are becoming more and more proficient. I guess Lu Yu would be very happy that his employees are becoming more and more capable, right? On Sunday, Lu Yu lay in the hotel room, checking the system screen. This week, I gained 62.5 leisure points. In other words, I made 6,250 yuan while having fun. The more fun he has, the faster he makes money, and Lu Yu can't help but feel happy. But after observing for a moment, Lu Yu discovered the problem. Compared with the first few days, the curve of obtaining leisure points later showed a downward trend. In other words, you should have earned more. That's not right. I've been having different kinds of fun every day these days, so I should be having more and more fun. How come my level has dropped? Lu Yu thought for a moment and came up with 2 possibilities. First, the threshold for everyone to obtain dopamine has decreased and the marginal effect has decreased. In other words, after spending a week on the beach, there is nothing new or exciting, and everyone is tired of it? The second possibility is that something else took up everyone's time to earn points. After all, a person's time and energy in a day are limited. If they are squeezed out by other things, it is naturally impossible to enjoy peace of mind. But the problem is, I have brought everyone to an isolated island in the sea. Logically, there is no place to roll even if I want to. Therefore, Lu Yu concluded that it should be the first possibility. Looks like we need to find something new and exciting to play with. He immediately called Dongming Travel Company. "Hello, I'm a VIP customer who has purchased a monthly package. Please start the second phase of my travel experience next Monday." On Monday, Lu Yu told Taoyuan Township employees that they would temporarily leave the beach and set up camp on the other side of Dongming Island's coastline. That is where the wilderness survival reality experience is held. The Dongming Island government has specially planned a stretch of coastline as a camping experience area. Visitors will have to find a way to survive in the camping area for 7 days with only the initial supplies. The first tourists to successfully pass the customs will receive limited souvenirs. Although the gimmick is wilderness survival, it is a tourism project after all, so there are staff to supervise the whole process, and some simulation projects even have a director team. Therefore, this tourism project can be regarded as a game of house for adults, focusing on the process experience. This place is also the filming location for many domestic romance variety shows. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Luyu and his 4 companions arrived at the beach and prepared to start camping. Compared with the beach, the coastline here is indeed bare, with nothing on it, highlighting the emptiness. Most of the tourists on the beach were in groups of 3 or 5. Luyu counted and found that there were about 9 other groups besides his own. Each group is basically a combination of men and women in equal proportions. Therefore, many people sign up for this tourism program with a simple motivation: to pick up girls. After all, when a man and a woman are alone in the wilderness, it is easy for them to develop an illusion of dependence. Luyu is probably the only gaming company that organizes team-building activities like this. The director team gathered the tourists and announced the safety precautions and the rules of the game. All tourists' bags are stored in the storage area and no other items are allowed except computers and mobile phones. Oh, and girls can also carry the 7th dimension. The director team will distribute an initial survival kit. Next, tourists can only use this equipment to survive on the beach. They are not allowed to seek help from outside without permission. Those who can't hold on can quit at any time. Every day, the director team will issue a survival goal and then distribute points based on the time and quality of completion. At the end, the tour group with the highest total points wins. The survival goal for the first day is to build a house for the night. After everyone dispersed, Luyu checked his survival kit. Axe, pickaxe, hammer, fishing rod, fishing net, insect jar. Wow, I really start from scratch. The boys from other groups were stunned when they saw Luyu. It turned out to be you. Last week, we were showered with dog food, and now it's finally our turn to show off. The reason why some of these boys dared to pick up girls in this kind of tourism project was that they were well prepared. Because many of them are experienced people who focus on survival in the wild. In particular, they were even more proud when they saw Chu Xiong was fat and out of breath after carrying the sledgehammer for a while. A boy came over and said with a caring tone, "Dude, can you do this? You all look like nerdy students who haven't done any heavy work. If you can't hold on, just quit early. Otherwise, nature will teach you a lesson." This is what is called a smiling face with a dagger hidden behind it. Employee Chu Xiong is feeling down, leisure points minus 0.5. Luyu frowned and said, "You are so talkative. Mind your own business." Luyu retorted without even raising his head. "Oh, you're pretending to be a foreign guest." The boy felt embarrassed and walked away with a wry smile and muttering to himself. Next, the first day of the survival game officially began. Around the coastline, there are small woods that can be cut down. As soon as Luyu saw the tree roots, he knew they were temporarily transplanted for this survival game. But to make the show complete, Luyu and Chu Xiong began to chop down tree trunks diligently, while Lu Mengyuan and Zhang Qiqi began to pick up usable hay on the side, which were necessary materials for setting up the camp. When he first started chopping trees with an axe, Luyu felt a sharp pain in his knuckles. Lu Mengyuan waved her fist and encouraged him, "Come on, keep going, it will definitely get easier." The cute look in her eyes made the other boys who were cutting trees cry silently in their hearts. Blanche. Coming here, it's still inevitable to be shown affection. Is there any reason? Is there any royal law? Luyu chopped the tree with great effort for who knows how many times. At one of his strokes, the axe suddenly got embedded in the tree trunk. Your boss, Luyu, proficiency points plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. Your boss, Luyu, repeatedly practiced to trigger the guaranteed minimum, and the felling skill is upgraded to LV2. That's it, nice, points earned. The corners of Lu Mingyuan's mouth curved like a cat's. As the future house husband she envisions, it would be great for Luyu to learn more physical skills. The 4 people became more and more proficient, and the subsequent construction work went smoothly. Get usable stones from the ore pile, and weave tough grass into ropes. Luyu found a relatively flat place on the beach, used ropes and wooden strips to build a simple frame, and then used stones and wood to build walls and roofs. By sunset, the main structures of the 4 cabins were basically completed. Inside the hut, Luyu dug a pit as a fire pit to make fire for cooking and heating. Chu Xiong used rope and wood to make simple wooden benches and tables. Fatty Chu's face became more rosy the more he worked. Employee Chu Xiong experienced a camping trip he had never experienced before and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Leisure point +1. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that this new stimulation was quite suitable. This fat guy usually likes to stay in the dormitory and do exercises. It's not a bad thing to let him have more contact with nature. Now it was the other group's turn to be dumbfounded. It was already very difficult for them to build a small wooden house. Were these 4 people so crazy that they built 4 houses in one go? If this were a game instead of reality, they would definitely accuse these 4 people of cheating. The man who had just mocked Chu Xiong was now carving wood with great effort. But he always planes the wood into pieces, making his head and face covered with sawdust. Suddenly, the rope on the wooden stake next to him broke and the wood fell towards him. His female companion exclaimed. Lu Yu moved closer and raised his hand to hold the wood. He curled his lips and said with a smile, "Dude, can you do it? You look like a homebody who doesn't do much heavy work. If you can't hold on, just quit early. Look, isn't nature teaching you a lesson?" The boomerang hit him back and the boy blushed. The key point is that Lu Yu just saved him, so this time he couldn't argue or thank him, so he could only stay there awkwardly. Lu Yu didn't care. He was just doing things that made him happy from beginning to end. He didn't care about other people's reactions. Helping others makes you happy, and your leisure points +3. Speak your mind, be clear-minded, leisure points +5. Lu Yu had just clapped his hands and returned to his cabin when the director announced today's winner using a loudspeaker. Lu Yu's group undoubtedly won first place and obtained 10 points. The group of boys he rescued seemed to be still in shock, and after thinking it over again and again, they chose to withdraw. The rest of the people will sleep in the camp tonight. However, the organizers still distributed boxed lunches and thoughtfully provided large-capacity mobile power banks. After all, as modern people, we can give up anything, but we cannot give up the internet. Into the night. The waves were crashing outside, and inside, everyone was playing on their computers. 3 people from the game development discussion group came online again. Chu Xiong, tell me, what's the point of Brother Lu suddenly asking us to experience camping life? Lu Mengyuan, I don't think it's that simple. If Dongming Island is the pearl he mentioned, then there is no doubt that he hopes we can discover all the wonderful things here, not just the beach. Zheng Qiqi, so, this is his hint. Lu Mengyuan, that's right. Now that he knows we're developing a new game and is encouraging us to keep going, every step he takes must have a deeper meaning. But if he says it openly, we won't grow at all. Chu Xiong, Tears.jpg, Brother Lu is really worried about us cobblers. Oh, sorry, Sister Lu, Qiqi, no offense to you, I'm the only one who is cobbler. Afterwards, the 3 of them combined their experiences today and discussed and changed the design plan. When players first enter the game, they don't get a tourist island with complete facilities, but an uninhabited island. At the beginning, there are only the most primitive toolkits. Players need to use axes, hammers and pickaxes to chisel the mountain walls, cut down trees and build their own cabins. This is just the beginning of a long life on an isolated island. Moreover, there are many new areas to be unlocked on the island, which can only be accessed by building bridges or stairs using wood. After reading the design plan, Lu Mengyuan sighed. It's definitely more interesting to start from scratch rather than just playing a few limited projects on the island. Chu Xiong echoed, as expected of Brother Lu, our skills are still far behind his. Zheng Qiqi, I'll make some background music that fits the setting. The 3 of them started working quickly, each holding a computer. The next day, the director team announced the mission objectives for the next day, which were to use local materials to obtain enough fresh water and food. While the other groups were using evaporation to obtain fresh water on site, Lu Yu led everyone to search in the forest. Lu Yu's idea was very simple. Since the hotels on the island had running water, there must be a source of drinkable water. Sure enough, they found a stream near the forest. Lu Yu began to carry buckets of water back and forth. Chu Xiong took a fishing net and started fishing on the beach. Lu Mengyuan and Zhang Qiqi, each barefoot, picked up conchs, shrimps, clams, etc. on the beach. This kind of experience is really new to people who grew up in the city, and Luyu started to receive new leisure points. On the beach, Zhang Qiqi didn't run around like Lu Mengyuan, but stood still, her eyes darting back and forth. Perhaps the energy she'd accumulated from her silence had been channeled into developing her observational skills. She could spot various seafood on the beach from a distance. In less than half an hour, she had accumulated half a basket of seafood. It was at this moment that she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and saw that a pair of girls from another group had started following her. After the game started, they did not rush to act, but quietly observed the actions of other groups. Soon, Zhang Qiqi caught their attention. This taciturn girl seemed to have good observation skills, so they followed her quietly. The next moment, Zhang Qiqi was about to pick up the clams on the beach, but the two girls took the lead and picked up the clams. Zhang Qiqi remained silent, her face expressionless, like a calm lake. Her eyes moved, then she turned silently and slowly moved towards another seafood. At this moment, the two girls took the lead again and snatched the shrimp. In less than a moment, both girls' bamboo baskets had a small harvest. "Oh, sorry, sister, we are lucky, we always see it before you, oh hee hee." Even her laughter is bitchy. The vein on Zhang Qiqi's forehead twitched slightly, but he quickly calmed down. The two girls were secretly delighted. The girl has short hair and wears a men's t-shirt and shorts. It's obvious that she doesn't know how to dress herself. Moreover, she seems not good at speaking and is introverted and shy. Usually at school, they like to bully such little sisters. Things like using each other's shampoo without permission and eating each other's snacks without permission, but the other party has no complaints and endures it silently. The next moment, when they were about to attack again, Lu Mengyuan suddenly appeared, picked up the conch and put it in Zhang Qiqi's basket. "Qiqi, let's pick it up together." Afterwards, the two people divided the work, one discovered and the other picked it up. The two girls felt bored and left in disappointment. Lu Mengyuan picked up the items in silence for a while, then suddenly said, "Qiqi, if someone makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to endure it, understand?" "Well, thank you." Zhang Qiqi's eyes lit up for a moment, then returned to their calm state. In today's game, Luyu and his foursome got the most points because they were the first to discover fresh water, and they won first place again. In the evening, the development trio continued to add what they had learned today into the game. Lu Mengyuan used his talent for Q-version hand drawing to add a Q-version little girl as the protagonist to the game. Various waterfalls, lakes and streams have been added to the island for players to explore freely. Various aquatic products are also randomly placed on the beaches by the sea. Lu Mengyuan was very happy watching the Q-version character in the game engine swaying around the island with his little butt shaking. At this moment, the salty and humid sea breeze outside the house blew in. Wow, this kind of immersive reality game development experience is so good. Which other game company can do it? But Zhang Qiqi hasn't shown up yet. Where is she? The moon is high in the sky and the waves are surging. Zhang Qiqi carried a small stool, pushed open the door, and walked to the window of a cabin somewhere in the campsite. Inside the house were the bitch sisters from the daytime. They had fallen asleep and their even breathing could be heard. Zhang Qiqi took out her cell phone, found one of her most proud original songs, pointed the speaker towards the room, and gently pressed the play button. The distorted notes danced a strange dance and slowly entered the house. Zhang Qiqi sat on a small stool, her face still calm. The next morning, the director team found that the sisters had not gotten up yet, so they sent someone to knock on their door. As a result, when the two sisters pushed open the door, they had dark circles under their eyes and black spots on their foreheads. They seemed to have woken up from a nightmare, their bodies trembling and their lips turning purple. For some reason last night, these two had nightmares one after another, and the contents of those dreams became more and more terrifying. I experienced every level of hell. What's even more terrifying is that they heard music from hell in their dreams. It's simply the ravings of Satan. It seemed like a judgment on their bullying behavior. However, the gentle tone, like a lullaby, made it impossible for the two girls to wake up. While experiencing the trial of hell, he was constantly trapped in dreams by lullabies. It's top-level torture. In their current state, they definitely could not continue with the camping project, so this group was forced to withdraw. Luyu was wondering what was going on when a system screen popped up in front of him. Zhang Qiqi is extremely happy because of her outstanding composition. She suffers a critical hit and gains +2 leisure points. Luyu smiled without saying anything. Lu Menyuan turned around and told him what happened on the beach yesterday. So, he roughly guessed what was going on. Very good, very energetic, this is the employee of Taoyuan Township. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. But if someone offends me, I will return the favor double. Live a free and easy life with clear thoughts. In just 2 days, 2 groups of people withdrew, and the remaining people became more cautious. After all, the prizes for this survival game were limited souvenirs that could not be bought anywhere else. Having solved the problems of housing and food sources, the goal of today's game is to use local ingredients to cook a delicious dish. The director team will taste and score the dishes in turn. Luyu chooses to use freshly caught ocean fish and shrimp. He placed the sea fish and shrimp on a simple grill and applied the seasoning provided by the director team. Salt, pepper, cumin, chili powder, and hoisin sauce. The ingredients are then wrapped with seaweed and herbs and grilled over low charcoal. After a few days of training, their group has now mastered the outdoor cooking techniques, and the heat and seasonings are perfect. The aroma of sea fish and shrimp gradually spread, golden and tempting. All the tourists around the beach were greedy and couldn't help but look over. On the other side, Lu Menyuan and Zhang Qiqi processed the picked mulberries and nuts, cutting them into even sizes and making salads. There is no doubt that Luyu and his 4 companions won first place again. Luyu generously invited everyone to eat the food prepared by their group. There were a few groups of losers who burnt their fish, looking embarrassed but enjoying the meal with relish. Share delicious food, feel a sense of accomplishment, and get +5 leisure points. On the other hand, Lu Menyuan has already begun secretly thinking about how to design the cooking system for the game. During lunch break, Zhu Xiong ran over in a panic, his phone in hand, and shouted, "Hurry up and watch the live broadcast of Tinghui Interactive Entertainment. Something terrible is happening." Luyu then remembered that today was Tinghui Interactive Entertainment's annual press conference. The title of the live broadcast room of the press conference is, Leading 2012, Embracing the New Era. After opening the live broadcast channel, a man in a suit and tie stood on the stage and slowly explained. "We've always been committed to meticulously creating joy for our players, forging ahead with determination, and constantly expanding into new areas. This upcoming work is a brand new original masterpiece that the Daimei Studio Group has spent a year developing." Immediately afterwards, the game trailer began to play on the big screen. In Dog Girl Paradise Adventure, you will explore a world full of surprises and mysteries, and embark on an adventure with the adorable Dog Girl. Based on classic side-scrolling gameplay, this game will take you on a journey through the unique culture of Wasteland Paradise, where you'll experience the charm and abilities of the Dog Girls. By collecting Dog Girl companions, you'll uncover the secrets hidden behind the park. A gorgeous and varied skill system, rich level design, and puzzles will test your wisdom and courage. But don't worry too much, there's more than one way to the end. Wow, the advertising slogan is copied exactly. Therefore, Luyu knew without even looking at the following game scenes, plots, and skills that it was almost a replica of the Sharingan level. It's just that the cat girl turns into a dog girl and the hamster turns into a squirrel. However, the game still adds some new things. Item Shop. This shop sells epic skins for the dog bitch, each of which provides a 5% attribute bonus. It also offers equipment enhancement gems, equipment inlay gems, and equipment refinement gems. PK Arena and Ladder Tournament. Players can compete with bitches from other worlds, aiming to become the strongest amusement park poster girl. Guilds and group battles. Players can join different guilds and start guild battles, and Old John becomes the guild boss. All guilds will compete for the new owner of the amusement park. VIP Color Diamond Hajue System. When the accumulated recharge reaches a certain amount, you can unlock Hajue permissions and kick people out in the PK room, up to VIP 15. One click to clear the screen and kill monsters instantly. The first kill every day is 6 yuan, the second is 30 yuan, the third is 68 yuan, and so on, with no upper limit. The host continued with a smile. This game will be launched first on our ME Game gaming platform and will be featured at the top of the homepage for a month. Of course, our competitors' platforms will also follow suit. After watching the press conference, everyone was dumbfounded. The charm of a horizontal scrolling game lies in gradually unlocking new levels in gameplay. If you put all of them into top-quality equipment and gems, and kill them instantly with one click, you can really clear the level in 3 minutes. Fatty Chu angrily said, "Brother Lu, this is too much. Do you really think we will just accept this in silence?" Lu Yu shook his head and smiled. Since Ting Hui was able to release it publicly, they must have done all kinds of homework and preparations in advance, and made legal evasions. After all, they have a myth of being undefeated. However, Lu Yu also realized that this game did not intend to compete directly with Catgirl Paradise. The focus of this game is the arena and guild wars in the later part, which stimulate the rich guilds to join and spend money. The standalone part in the front is equivalent to being given away for free. Teng Hui could have used any single-player game skin for packaging, but Catgirl Paradise just happened to be a hot topic recently, so they used it. They are not on the same track as the single machine authors, including Tao Yuanxiang. One is to create happiness with your heart, the other is to create happiness with your salary. I heard it's hard to get into a big company. Campus recruitment is incredibly difficult, and they recruit the best of the best. So how come these talented people use their Sharingan every day after they get in? Don't they feel frustrated? It's not easy for them either. Lu Yu was deeply touched. Constrained by organizational structure and KPI pressure, talented people with independent ideas can only pretend to be ignorant. After all, they have elderly parents and young children to support, and they also have mortgages to pay off. That is to say, it has been systematized. This is a common problem among large companies. Lu Yu smiled and said, "There's no need for us to pay too much attention to this right now. Let's just do what we need to do. It's time to eat and play. There is still more than half a month left for the island vacation. If you have anything to worry about, just keep it in your mind and deal with it after the vacation." Lu Mengyuan interrupted at this time. "Indeed, let's listen to Lu Yu and continue to do what we should do. Among warriors, the test of true skill is revealed through their skills, while among game manufacturers, the test of true skill is revealed through their works. Now, Lu Mengyuan just wants to wait until My Leisurely Island Owner Life is released to teach the other party a lesson. Don't you claim to be enterprising and leading in 2012? Look what I have in my hand." Lu Yu didn't expect Lu Mengyuan to be so sensible, and nodded with satisfaction. "Miss Lu is right. Let's just keep going at the current pace." During these days of camping, the leisure points he earned have increased, so he naturally hopes that everyone will continue to enjoy life. "I understand. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I won't be affected by this." Chu Xiong's tone was full of admiration. He was indeed Brother Lu, and he had a big vision. The most important thing is that we continue to maintain the current pace of game development and not affect the release of new works. The four of them seemed to be talking to each other, but also seemed to be talking about their own things as they finished their lunch. Almost at the same time as the press conference ended, a new article appeared on the GameTZ platform. Comparing Catgirl and Doggirl, re-evaluating Tao Yuanxiang Studio, a flash in the pan? A lack of continuity? A producer, exhausted of ideas, faces a dead end under Tinghue's siege. Signed by Thomas. Thomas has been silent for half a month since his last article criticizing Catgirl Paradise was severely criticized by some players. And now, he officially launched a counterattack. In this article, Thomas mentioned, "When we judge whether a gaming company can gain a foothold in the industry, it is very important to study its history. Tao Yuanxiang Studio is undoubtedly one of those lucky ones, blessed by a low probability event and achieving success. But I think this success is destined to be short-lived. Because, according to the rules of the Yuyi platform, if a hot small hit appears, especially a hot hit that has been recommended by the Yuyi Rising Star, developers are so anxious to release news about sequels or new games that they'll even create a new document to outline the plan first. After all, the traffic bonus brought by a hit game is limited in time, so why didn't Teo Yuanxiang Studio strike while the iron is hot and release news of a new game? There's only one answer: they've run out of ideas. After venting the emotions that had been pent up for half a month, Thomas was quite satisfied. Of course, since it was a manuscript for making money, Thomas still did his best to praise the client. What a great gaming company in the country, a leader of the times. At the end of the manuscript, he concluded with great confidence. Tenghui has undoubtedly developed a new category, that is, cartoon-style casual games. I think that in the foreseeable future, no domestic manufacturer will be able to make a better cartoon-style game than this new one. After the article was published, the comments section was completely blown up. The comments were directly divided into two camps. Some believed in Taoyuan Township, and of course, more supported Thomas. After all, Game Grapes was his fan base. Thomas's article caused a stir in the gaming industry within just a few hours. Soon, a large number of passers-by fans of Dog Paradise began to appear in the comments sections of major game forums. Catgirl Park is a fart of fun. If you really want to have fun, you should go to the Big Factory's Doggirl Park. My eldest uncle's second nephew's third brother works on the Doggirl Paradise project team. According to his exclusive revelations, Doggirl Paradise was established earlier than Catgirl Paradise. It was only later that someone illegally leaked the development information, allowing Catgirl Paradise to take over first. Under this wave of rhythm, it seems that Catgirl Paradise has become a poor imitator, while Doggirl Paradise is the original. On the Dilly Dilly Danmu website, a game review self-media posted a dynamic. I was lucky enough to be invited to play Dog Paradise and complete it, collecting all the hidden elements. After the official release, I stopped downloading from the Yuyi platform for fear of playing the wrong game. This offensive post involves two parties. One side is Teo Yuanxiang Studio, and the other side is Yuyi platform, because Tenghui is promoting its own game platform ME Game. In this parallel world, Tenghui and Yuyi, a subsidiary of Lu Group, as the first and second in the domestic game market, have been competing fiercely for many years. Of course, now that Catgirl Paradise Adventure has sold a total of 8 copies, there are also die-hard fans of Catgirl Paradise who use the avatar of the white-haired Catgirl Ilia to fight with suspected water armies everywhere. According to Mr. Thomas, Teo Yuanxiang Studio has run out of ideas, right? Otherwise, why wouldn't they dare release news of a new work? Of course, I'm afraid that you, a bunch of gaming experts who have never played the game, will just come here when you smell the scent. For a time, this verbal battle went viral and became a hot topic on Weibo. Hashtag Taoyuan Township is a flash in the pan? Hashtag. In the evening, as public opinion became more and more explosive, Lu Mengyuan became anxious. The official release date of Dog Paradise Adventure is June 6, 3 weeks later, which is the same day as her next round of system mall settlement. If they don't produce new works before this day, this precarious little studio in Taoyuan Township will be completely swallowed up by the storm of public opinion stirred up by the big company. So she went to find Lu Yu. Lu Yu, why don't we first? She originally wanted to ask whether they should release the news of the new game first to appease the players. Then he thought again. Lu Yu obviously trusted the three of them so much that he had always let them develop new works without interfering at all. This shows that Lu Yu has enough trust and expectations for the three of them, especially for her, Lu Mengyuan. If he has to make all the decisions, he will be disappointed. Therefore, Lu Mengyuan changed his words and said, I want to get permission to use the company's business license to register the official Weibo and D-Station official account. Registration number? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Yu was listening to light music leisurely. Since the Tenghui Interactive Entertainment press conference at noon, he had not paid attention to any news in the gaming circle. In his opinion, a vacation is a vacation, and any behavior that affects the leisure points is wrong. I just want to share my recent achievements. Lu Mengyuan hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Lu Yu suddenly realized. Girls all like to share their lives. Some girls are even more exaggerated. They will post on WeChat moments even when they have a meal. As for posting on official accounts, it may be because they want to share it with more people. It is understandable. Luyu did not object to this desire to share and gave the other party the authority. Anyway, this will help promote Taoyuan Township's leisurely corporate culture and attract more like-minded talents. After Lu Mengyuan obtained the license authority, he quickly registered the official game account on his computer. In order to avoid alerting the enemy and being targeted by Tinghui again, she used her code name as the game name. Then, she opened the work discussion group and discussed the concept of the promotional image with the other two. The next day, gamers discovered a new Weibo post. Codename Island Official Weibo. Long time waiting. Below these 3 words is a cartoon rendered using a 3D engine. An island floats on the blue ocean, seagulls fly over the peach blossom forest, and the rosy glow penetrates the skyline. The following corporate certification is Zhanghai Taoyuanxiang Information Technology Company, Limited. Public opinion in the gaming circle, which had calmed down somewhat, was ignited again. What the hell, what am I seeing? 666666, a head-on confrontation, Taoyuan Township is awesome. Who said that Taoyuan Township has run out of ideas and dares not release news about new works? Fans of Catgirl Paradise frantically flocked to Weibo and D-Station updates, turning into Sherlock Holmes to analyze various details on the picture. After seeing this Weibo post, Thomas was once again defeated. I just said you guys couldn't possibly release a sequel, and you guys released a new promotional image. Is it targeting? But, fortunately, it's not a big problem. It's just one picture and it can't explain anything. Everyone can draw promotional pictures, but it's not uncommon in the gaming industry for products to not match the description. It seems that the new work of Taoyuanxiang, codenamed Island, will compete with Dolphin Paradise in the same time slot. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably be beaten by Tinghui. In the comments section of Weibo, passers-by players frantically analyzed the possible themes and game types of this mysterious new work. But limited by their understanding of this era, they could only imagine that this was a game of PK group battles on an island. Various PvP ladders and rankings are of course indispensable, with the wealthy fighting each other to compete for the dominance of the island. But fans of Taoyuanxiang have a different view. They believe that Taoyuan Township will not engage in scam PK games to ruin its reputation. But even with all their imagination, they could only imagine that this was probably a horizontal scrolling game with an island theme. Apart from online PK games, other casual and relaxing gaming experiences in domestic games are simply a desert. This group of players racked their brains but couldn't come up with anything new. On Saturday night, Luyu, who was enjoying the breeze in the cabin, looked at the account information on the system screen. From Monday to now, I have earned 72 leisure points and deposited 7,200 yuan, which is a slight increase from last week. However, Luyu soon frowned again. Because the income trend of leisure points has begun to show a slow downward trend. Exactly the same trend as last week. After a little thought, Luyu decided to call everyone together to have a chat. When everyone was present, he got straight to the point. How are you feeling recently? Have you encountered any worries or secrets? Don't be afraid, just tell me. As the person in charge of the company, I will definitely solve everything I can for you. If you have any bad experiences during your trip and don't have a good time, I will lose a lot of potential points. Must be arranged. Unexpectedly, Lu Mengyuan nodded first. In fact, the development of my leisurely island owner life did encounter new problems. Now, what they are doing is completely different from their previous content, and they have no idea how to integrate them together. Last week, they created some tourist activities on the island, such as surfing, beach volleyball, and watermelon hunting, and both the art resources and implementation codes were produced. This week, they created another batch of wilderness survival games from scratch. It's a struggle to fit all this content into the same game. This also caused a delay in the game development progress in the past 2 days, and the proficiency points she could obtain were greatly reduced. She frowned slightly and spoke softly. How should I put it? I always feel like there's such a huge disconnect between what we're doing now and what we did last week. After hearing this, Luyu suddenly realized. From frugality to luxury is easy, from luxury to frugality. After a week of sleeping outdoors, this group of people must be missing their modern life at the beach. In addition, as the experience threshold decreases, it is time to add some new ways to stimulate dopamine. It's just a sister thing. Lu Yu consoled her. Next week, let's go experience new things on the island, like the Peach Blossom Forest, the Peach Blossom Village Farmhouse, and Dongming Peak and the temple on top. We haven't visited them yet. After hearing this, Lu Mengyuan felt deeply moved. In order to help them understand new game development inspiration, Liu went to such great lengths. The other two also felt a little embarrassed. Chu Xiong sighed, "Hey, brother Lu, I'm really useless. I'm sorry for making you spend money." Lu Yu suddenly said seriously, "Don't say that. It's my responsibility to make you feel troubled. Remember, no matter what you do, you must do it to the extreme. If you want to have fun, you have to completely let go of all the worries and have fun until you forget about leaving. This is the corporate culture of Taoyuan Township." After the three of them returned to the house, they began to discuss what Lu Yu had just said in the discussion group. Brother Lu specifically asked us to talk about this at night. There must be a deep meaning behind it. Chu Xiong vowed. Lu Mengyuan kept repeating, "No matter what you do, you must do it to the extreme." As we all know, their boss Lu always likes to use some seemingly ordinary marketing chicken soup sentences to convey some mysterious key information. This sentence, which is most like chicken soup, made everyone fall into deep thought. Suddenly, Chu Xiong slapped his head. I understand everything. Speak." Zheng Qiqi was also a little impatient. "Look, in our game, life on the deserted island at the beginning is really simple, just cutting trees, mining, and building houses. However, this isn't the ultimate form of a life skill. We can definitely upgrade technology to make life closer to that of a normal tourist island." Lu Mingyuan's eyes also lit up, indeed. If we make all life skills into an upgradable technology tree, wouldn't it be a perfect solution to the transition between the two lives? Afterwards, the three of them quickly discussed the design plan. Woodworking technology tree. After upgrading, you can make more advanced building and furniture materials and unlock furniture blueprints. Miner tech tree. Players can mine iron ore to craft more advanced tools and facilities, such as mineral extractors and ore screeners, and dig for gold, silver, gems, and more. Smelting technology tree. Players can smelt metals in furnaces to make advanced building materials and daily necessities, such as metal weapons and metal utensils. Cooking technology tree. The processing level of ingredients gradually matures and more advanced cooking utensils are unlocked. Building technology tree. Upgrade houses and supporting facilities, such as fences, lookouts, etc. After their thoughts became clear, the three of them felt extremely refreshed. Chu Xiong. Crying cat head.jpg. Brother Lu is like this, always caring about the people around him, always giving advice when everyone is distressed. Moreover, in order not to hurt our pride, the means were so subtle. Ah, this damn tenderness. In the domestic gaming circle where there are all kinds of people, a boss like this is the one worth following wholeheartedly. Infected by Chu Xiong's emotions, Lu Mengyuan also felt his eyes slightly moist. This man, he really made me cry to death. The three people secretly made up their minds that they would never let Lu Yu down. They each held a laptop and excitedly worked on game development. Employees Lu Mengyuan, Chu Xiong, and Zheng Qiqi are moved by your joy and resonate with you. Leisure points +6. Lu Yu, who was lying on the bed, was startled and hurriedly checked the system instructions. The so-called resonance linkage is a new mechanism that was accidentally triggered just now. When employees have a tacit understanding with each other and feel a certain joy at the same time, cooperation will be generated, producing more leisure points. Lu Yu was puzzled. What I said just now was quite normal. I was just informing everyone about the travel arrangements for next week. This reaction was too exaggerated. Never mind, it's always a good thing to earn some points. Beautiful. Lu Yu continued to lie down and do nothing. On Sunday, after 7 days of camping, the director team announced the overall standings. There is no doubt that Lu Yu's group won the championship. Tourists from other groups all sighed. In fact, they basically gave up after a few days of playing, and lived on the boxed lunches given by the director team every day. Only these 4 people were serious, as if they were really trying to survive in the wild, with no other distractions. But, how to put it? Seeing how happy Luyu and the others were, the tourists did not find them funny, but felt a little envious instead. I envy their vitality and their attitude towards life. Many tourists have been beaten by society and the workplace for too many years, and their edges and sharpness have long been smoothed out. There are many things that I don't have the energy to try or explore. There were many office workers among the tourists, and in the following days, they had been quietly handling various work matters on their computers. As office workers, although their bodies are on this isolated island, their spirits are still trapped in the steel jungle of the city. These 4 people are truly spiritually free and are doing what they love. Amidst everyone's heartfelt applause, Luyu and his 3 companions stepped forward to choose the prizes. The boxes prepared by the director team are filled with Dongming Island's souvenir specialties. Chu Xiong searched for a long time and chose a miniature lampstand made of coconut leaves and trunks. Zhang Qiqi chose a conch pendant with the beautiful scenery of Dongming Island carved on the shell. Luyu chose a wind chime, which made a melodious sound when blown. Lu Mengyuan hesitated for a long time and chose a sea blue gemstone necklace. Luyu laughed and said, I thought you would choose something even stranger. After all, this necklace only looks like it's worth $100, and has a cheap feel like something from a street stall. As the daughter of a large group, she would have as many luxurious necklaces as she wanted. Different. Lu Mengyuan lifted her long hair and carefully hung the necklace around her fair neck. Her beautiful eyes secretly glanced at Luyu. This is a souvenir I won while on vacation with Luyu, and it has special meaning. Into the night. Lu Mengyuan checked her system account. Since the last settlement cycle, she has accumulated more than 400 proficiency points. He quickly flipped down the skill list again. The newly acquired skills are now almost half and half, including useful design skills and useless vacation skills. I don't know what I'll be able to find in the mall when this cycle ends. It seems that in order to refresh more useful talents, the development progress of my leisurely island owner life will have to continue to accelerate. Next Monday. After the 4 left the beach and retrieved their luggage from the hotel, they headed to Taohua Village to experience island farm life. Taohua Village, the only aboriginal village on the island, is located in a lush peach blossom forest. Walking into the small village, you will see a winding bluestone path with lush peach trees on both sides. The falling petals set off the entire village, making it look like a fairyland in a paradise. Most of the houses in the village are traditional wooden structures with simple yet exquisite design. They are equipped with exquisite stained glass windows, through which you can see the flying and falling peach blossoms, as if you are in a sea of flowers. There is a small square in the middle of the village with tea houses arranged in an orderly manner. Many villagers come there to enjoy the flowers, drink tea, and chat. Unlike the leisurely and peaceful pace of life of the villagers, Liu could still see sporadic tourists coming and going hurriedly with suitcases near the small square. Luckily we came during the off-season. If it were the peak season, we might not be able to book a B&B. The homestay that Liu booked is located in the southwest corner of the village. It was a quaint and unique wooden house surrounded by lush peach trees. The hostess of the B&B warmly entertained Liu and asked them to sit on the rattan chairs in the middle hall and drink tea while waiting. Lu Mengyuan seemed very curious about the peach blossom mural on the wall and kept stopping to observe it. Liu was more interested in the tea the islanders drank. According to the proprietress, it was a specially made peach blossom tea. At this moment, suddenly, 3 young girls rushed out from the exit of a side room, scaring everyone. These 3 seemed to be tourists too. The girl in the middle was holding a mobile phone selfie stick. They each made a heart shape with their hands towards their phones and shouted in a clip voice. "Hello everyone. We are the 3 Tang Tang sisters." Winky face. The 3 sisters' clapping sounds were so tingling that Liu and the other 3 couldn't help but shiver. Although it is pinched, it is sweet and not disgusting, and it touches the heart. Oh, sorry, everyone. There's a new guest at the B&B, and I think we disturbed them. Let's talk later. The girl holding the selfie stick in the middle finished speaking in a clip-like business voice, pouted at the phone to look cute, made a scissors hand gesture, and then turned off the live broadcast room. Sorry, didn't I scare you guys? The girl was a little embarrassed. It's okay, no problem. Shushion's fat head shook like a rattle, and it seemed that he liked this. Afterwards, everyone chatted briefly. The three Tang Tang sisters are real triplets. They have graduated for 2 years, but have not looked for jobs. Instead, they travel freely around the country on a budget and live broadcast while traveling. Their travel expenses come from the gifts they receive in the live broadcast room. They travel wherever they earn and are truly moonlighters. In this parallel world, the development of mobile phone hardware is faster than in Luyu's previous life, so mobile phone live streaming has begun to rise. Luyu discovered that although the faces of these three people were carved from the same mold, their hairstyles, clothes, and temperaments were different. The eldest of the three sisters, whose stage name is Marshmallow, is the long-haired girl holding a mobile phone in the middle. She has a delicate temperament and wears a loose long skirt. She looks mature and intellectual. The second sister's stage name is Popping Candy. She has a single ponytail and a small canine tooth. She is playful and cute. She wears an off-shoulder shirt and jeans, and looks like a quirky troublemaker. The third sister's stage name is Lollipop. She has 2 ponytails and her temperament and figure are quite childish, as if she stopped developing very early and looks like an elementary school student. She was also wearing a colorful children's dress, with a school bag on her back and a recorder in her hand. Luyu was shocked. Damn! Not only is she a legal loli, and it's a living meow pass. The proprietress rubbed her hands and walked in from outside with a smile on her face. Oh, it seems you all know each other. That saves me the trouble of introducing you. For the next week, you will be our tenants. Let's get along well. This homestay has 2 wings, east and west, each with 4 rooms. During the off-season, the hotel was still fully booked, so she was naturally in a good mood and immediately decided to cook for herself in the evening. At night, everyone sat around the stone dining table in the yard. There are sporadic fireflies flying around, cicadas chirping in the summer night, and the sound of waves roaring in the distance. In such an environment, Luyu felt an inexplicable peace in his heart. The eldest sister Marshmallow was a warm-hearted girl and volunteered to help serve the dishes. Here comes the chicken soup. Marshmallow was holding a small bowl and walking happily towards the stone table, when he suddenly tripped and some chicken soup spilled on Chushon. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. The eldest sister blushed, took out her handkerchief and helped wipe Chushon's clothes. The fat man's big belly was shaking because of the rubbing. It's okay. Chushon's old face turned red. Luyu was amused. This was clearly a reward for the fat man. Sister, you're embarrassing yourself again. The second sister laughed and showed her little fangs. No way. In a panic, the eldest sister dropped her handkerchief on the ground. She squatted down to pick it up, and her hair hit Chushon in the face again. Ah, I'm sorry. The scene became even more chaotic. Hey! The second sister held her chin and said to Luyu and the others. Don't be surprised, my eldest sister is naturally reckless. What I mean is, we played the camping game at the beach half a month ago. Originally, there was a group of people who, seeing that life was not easy for the 3 of us girls, decided to cook together and share ingredients and cooking utensils. My eldest sister was in charge of making the fire and cooking, but she ended up leaving the pot on the beach and it got washed away by the waves, and all the food we had worked so hard to prepare was gone. Marshmallow rubbed his eyes and retorted in an innocent tone. You're still blaming me. I asked you to bring a pot of boiling water, but you accidentally stepped on a crab passing by on the beach. You got so scared that you jumped up and down, and the water spilled, and the crab cooked on the spot. Humph, of course crabs are scary. The second sister bared her little fangs and waved her pink fists. Sister, stop arguing and make fun of others. The younger sister came out to put out the fire. Second sister, Humph, Omega. Eldest sister, Omega. Little sister. Luyu stroked his chin and muttered in his heart, these three sisters are very interesting. They haven't worked for 2 years after graduation and are traveling around. They seem to be three talented people. After a while, all the dishes were served. Come, try the cooking of our island farmers. It's no worse than what you eat in your hotel. The proprietress smiled warmly. The appetizer is peach blossom cake made from peach petals. It has a soft and glutinous texture, melts in your mouth, and has a rich aroma. This was followed by a seafood dinner featuring juicy lobsters, scallops, prawns, grilled squid and steamed crabs. The main dish is peach blossom wontons, the filling of which includes flower petals and honey. It tastes delicious and is full of floral fragrance. Afraid that everyone would not have enough to eat, the proprietress prepared some home-cooked dishes, such as stir-fried seasonal vegetables and braised pork. Xu Xiong devoured the food. Boss, this is not only good, it's much better than those custom-made meals in the hotel. Lu Mengyuan and Zhang Qiqi also ate with rosy complexions, delicious. On the other side, the three sisters were also enjoying the food so much that they kept clacking their lips. The system screen in front of me kept showing new leisure points being credited. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Very good, I guess this week's leisure point income will reach a new high. This trip to the farm was not in vain. After meal. There is a small garden outside the back door of this B&B. There is an exquisite small pavilion in the garden for people to rest and enjoy the scenery. Whenever night falls, lanterns all over Taohua village gradually light up, embellishing the entire village. Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan strolled into the small pavilion and watched the fireflies flying among the peach blossoms, as if it were a world in a painting. The two reborn people were reminded of their college life by the scene. Lu Mengyuan casually asked, I heard that you quit the game research club. Why? If you had stayed until your junior year, wouldn't you have been the next president? Because someone said something bad about you. Lu Yu said it almost subconsciously. Lu Mengyuan widened his eyes. Only then did Lu Yu realize that, damn, he hadn't confirmed the other party's true intentions yet, so he couldn't alert the enemy. He added calmly, I mean, some people say bad things about your involvement in Catway. Oh. Lu Mengyuan was just about to ask, are you angry about the person or the game? But he stopped talking at the tip of his tongue. He was not sure of the other party's true intentions yet, so he couldn't alert them. She just nodded slightly and followed Lu Yu in small steps. Behind a peach tree in the distance, Wang Su poked his head out with a telescope. She wondered in her heart, are these two really an ordinary boss and employee relationship? Could this man be the young lady's love interest? His family background is obviously unremarkable. But, how should I put it, the eldest daughter has indeed changed a lot recently compared to when she was at home. She has become much more cheerful, and even her complexion has become rosier. Moreover, the eldest lady has been typing away on the computer at night recently, as if she is developing some game. This was the first time Wang Su had seen a young lady who was so dedicated to her career. Wang Su downloaded and played the previous film, Catgirl Paradise Adventure. Even though she had never played a game before, she managed to complete it. And now, she was actually looking forward to the new game developed by the eldest lady. In short, don't tell the chairman yet, just observe and see. In the next few days, the four of them experienced farm life in Taohua village. Pick fresh vegetables from the vegetable garden, pick big peaches from the orchard, and feed sheep, pigs, and rabbits at the village farm. Lu Mengyuan took a drawing board and sketched in the fields, and saw a lot of wild game passing by. Zhang Qiqi, holding a recording device, recorded various sounds of nature and animals as materials. Xu Xiong, on the other hand, held his chin and conceived the code structure of the game. Soon, my leisure island life developed a new way to play. Agricultural planting. Players can plant various crops in the farmland on the island and unlock seeds such as wheat, vegetables, and fruits. Livestock farming. Players can domesticate and raise animals to produce new resources such as eggs, wool, milk, etc. Building technology upgrade, farm construction, barn and windmill construction. Tool upgrades, feeding boxes, feed machines, pasture fences, tailoring tools, etc. However, the development of the game was not smooth. As more and more things were stuffed into the game, many strange bugs appeared in the game world. Many animals deviated from their original tracks without permission and behaved in a variety of random ways. The modeling resources of some animals have also been distorted, becoming a hodgepodge. The butterflies grew as big as seagulls, and the rabbits grew a single horn on their heads. This is not because Chushion's coding ability is poor, but because of the performance limitations of the game engine provided by Yi Workshop. On Wednesday and Thursday, in order to fix these annoying bugs, the 3 members of the development team worked until after 10 o'clock in the evening, but it was still useless. On the other side, Liu looked at the 3 people's leisure points that dropped sharply, as if facing a great enemy. On Friday morning, he invited Lu Mengyuan to take a walk in the fields and casually asked, "I saw you had a lot of fun the past 2 days. Are you worried about something again?" Lu Mengyuan's eyes lit up. Lu Yu was indeed worthy of his name. Although he never asked about the project, he was able to make plans and knew the project's situation very well. It was as if there were surveillance cameras installed above the 3 people's heads. Indeed. How should I put it? What we make always goes wrong, and it's the kind of error that can't be fixed. Lu Yu sighed. It was really difficult for these modern people who grew up in the city to come here to farm and feed pigs. He pointed to the 3 Tang Tang sisters in the distance. When the eldest sister was feeding the chickens, she startled the old hen that was laying eggs, and the second sister accidentally locked the dog in the chicken coop. The whole chicken coop was in chaos. I think that even though the 3 Tang Tang sisters are always causing trouble, they are still enjoying it all happily, taking things as they come and letting nature take its course. As a straight man who has never been in love, Lu Yu doesn't have that many corny words to comfort girls. After racking his brains, he can only come up with the chicken soup of marketing accounts. After all, imperfection is part of life. Lu Mengyuan felt a sudden shock in his mind. I'm coming. Boss Lu is here with the chicken soup for the life that he is good at. This is undoubtedly another mysterious and valuable development hint. Imperfection is a part of life. In other words, since bugs are unavoidable, just treat them as part of the game's features. It would be better to make those animals with strange appearances and attributes into elves. In the evening, Lu Mengyuan shared his ideas in the game development discussion group. As expected of my brother Lu, this is a genius idea. Chu Xiong immediately began to classify and fine-tune the animals with strange behaviors in the game according to this idea. Untamed wild Pokemon can cause damage, such as invading players' homes and farms, stealing, and destroying them. But if they are tamed and trained, they will become partners who help the player. After fine-tuning the bug model, Lu Mengyuan quickly produced the first batch of assistant sprites. Bonibeo. Appearance: a cute pony with colorful mane and wings, similar to My Little Pony. Function: wings can be used to help players fly short distances and jump over canyons or ravines. Lightning Rabbit. Appearance: a giant rabbit that the player can ride on, with its ears acting as handrails. Function: it can provide a short period of high-speed running ability during the adventure, allowing players to travel quickly. Glow Butterfly. Appearance: a shining butterfly with colorful wings. Function: it can provide light at night to help players explore in the dark. Wild elves are so ferocious and the environment is harsh, so we also need to design some combat elves to assist players. Afterwards, everyone started designing combat sprites. Flame Lion. Appearance: a lion surrounded by flames, with a flaming mane. Function: can use fire attacks to repel enemies and provide protection when surviving in the wild. Mountain Monster. Appearance: stone man-shaped, with moss and green flowers growing on his body. Function: can cast vine control spells and has healing skills. After designing dozens of ordinary elves, everyone's imaginations were opened up and they started designing legendary elves. Rain Master. Appearance: a girl with cloud wings, often accompanied by small rain clouds. Function: it can change the weather effect of the site in a short period of time, summon rain, moisten the land, and promote the growth of crops. Whale Dream. Appearance: a giant marine creature, similar to a blue whale. Function: it can carry players on the sea for ocean exploration and has superior attack power. Nine-tailed fox. Appearance, a fox with 9 tails. Function, can cast illusions, charm enemies, and possesses a powerful special move Skyfox Demon Fire. This kind of legendary Pokemon can't be released directly into the wild for players to easily obtain. Otherwise, it will greatly disrupt the game balance. We need to find a new way to release it. Lu Mengyuan's design ideas gradually became clear. Sister Lu, the way you analyze problems now is becoming more and more like Brother Lu. Chuxiong's flattery was delivered at the right time. After all, she was the future boss lady. Oh, no way. Lu Mengyuan felt a little embarrassed when being praised. At critical moments, I still have to rely on him for guidance. I'm still far from being as good as him. She said this, but she was happy in her heart. As long as she continues to accumulate proficiency in game design, sooner or later, she will be able to impress Lu Yu. Friday is the market day in Taohua village. The square in the center of the village is bustling with people. The villagers wore traditional island costumes and set up stalls with a wide variety of goods. The entrance to the market is occupied by seafood products, including plump abalone, tender crabs, fresh fish and shrimp, as well as various dried seafood, which are mouth-watering. Freshly caught seafood is quickly snatched up by tourists. Further in, there are handicraft stalls selling hand-woven straw hats, shell bracelets, t-shirts designed with marine elements, picture books, etc. Zhang Qiqi stood at a hand-painted mask stall, staring at a black and white facial mask in a trance. This mask is somewhat similar to the black and white impermanence. Everyone is ashamed. Zhang Qiqi is worthy of being a great writer who can write funeral songs, but even the things she likes are so gloomy. Do you like it? Lu Mengyuan asked directly when he saw Zhang Qiqi couldn't walk. Yeah. Zhang Qiqi nodded silently. Lu Yu paid the money without saying a word. Taoyuan Township employees can buy whatever they like, no taboos. It's on the company account anyway. Zhang Qiqi bought something she liked at the market, feeling happy, leisure points +2. The back half of the market is full of snack stalls, selling barbecue, seafood hot pot, spicy hot pot, fruit salad, ice cream. At the end of the market, you can even see a makeshift stage for performing arts. Some villagers performed folk songs and dances, acrobatics, and played musical instruments. There was a plate in front of the stage for tourists to give tips. Lu Yu watched for a while and gave a reward of 100 yuan, which made the villagers very happy and they kept bowing to express their gratitude. Unfortunately, he couldn't earn leisure points from these villagers, otherwise he could watch them all day long. After leaving the market, Lu Mengyuan stretched comfortably. This place is truly a paradise on earth. If possible, I really want to live here forever. Chu Xiong jokingly said, if Sister Lu wants this, why not just let the Lu group take over the contract? Lu Mengyuan sneered, oh, my mother only considers commercial potential and cost-effectiveness when buying things. I'm afraid this place will not catch her eye. Zhang Qiqi, we will buy this in the future. It's easy to talk about. Lu Yu laughed it off, but he was thinking about something else. You're finally going to be so happy that you don't want to leave. In the last round of market, the number of leisure points generated by a single person reached a new high. Lu Yu was overjoyed and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Are you satisfied with this? In the afternoon, let's go somewhere more fun. While eating breakfast, Lu Yu was chatting with the owner of the B&B and accidentally learned that there is a mysterious cave near the foot of Dongming Peak in the Peach Blossom Forest. This cave has been a legend passed down from generation to generation in Taohua village for hundreds of years. The proprietress said mysteriously that for hundreds of years, few villagers dared to go in, and it was said that there was a mysterious power inside. Therefore, Lu Yu decided to take everyone there in the evening to hold a test of courage. In reality, why are various haunted houses so popular? Because it is easy to produce the suspension bridge effect and easily stimulate dopamine. If Lu Yu operates properly, wouldn't he be able to make a lot of points? In the afternoon, the sun was scorching, but it was pitch black near the cave entrance. Gusts of cold wind blew out from the cave, rustling the leaves of the nearby trees. The 3 Tang Tang sisters came here carrying all kinds of bags. The eldest sister, Marshmallow, shrank back and asked weakly in a clipped voice, "Second sister, are you sure it's here?" The second sister smiled mischievously, showing her little tiger teeth. "I heard the conversation between the boss lady and Mr. Liu this morning, so this is the place for sure." In the morning, the second sister accidentally overheard the conversation, and especially when she heard Liu say that he was planning to hold a courage test meeting with his friends, she had the idea of playing a prank. They carried 3 worn white sheets with 2 holes in them and a mannequin made of straw, intending to scare Liu and others into a cold sweat. After hearing about the second sister's evil plan, the owner of the B&B kindly sponsored the above props. "But, isn't it said that there's a mysterious force at work here, and even the villagers don't dare come in?" The eldest sister trembled even more violently. The boss lady told me that she said those words to scare Mr. Liu, just to add some atmosphere to the Test of Courage conference. This cave is usually used to dry sea fish. During the fishing season, villagers often come to work. There's something wrong with me. So the 3 sisters carried their things into the cave, laughing and talking. The 3 of them walked into the cave side by side, holding small flashlights. The swaying spider webs and the cry of cranes in the wind filled the cave with a spooky feeling. Walked to a relatively spacious area inside the cave. The eldest sister trembled and said, "Let's stop here." "Ha, big sister is so timid, just like a little kid." Although she said so, the second sister took off her backpack honestly. "With a flashlight, I put a scarecrow in the corner." The scarecrow's face was painted by my second sister herself with a brush, and it was quite distorted and abstract. "Can this thing really scare people?" the eldest sister said worriedly. The second sister put her hands on her waist, shook her bangs, and proudly showed her tiger teeth. "Don't worry, I am very confident in my own artistic attainments." In a hidden corner of the cave, they wore white sheets, painted their faces with white powder to make them look scary, turned off their flashlights, and waited quietly in the cave. There was a chilly wind blowing in the cave, and the darkness around them seemed like a bloody mouth that was about to swallow the 3 sisters. The eldest sister was trembling with fear. The second sister consoled him, "Don't be nervous. This just proves that scaring Liu and the others will be very effective." The third sister remained expressionless throughout the whole process and watched coldly. I don't know how long it took, but the sun set and the sky was filled with sunset glow. Liu and his 3 companions came to the entrance of the cave. Lu Mengyuan was a weak girl after all, and she was still a little scared. Her fingers subconsciously pulled the corner of Liu's clothes. "I'll go ahead." Zhang Qiqi took a step forward calmly, pulled down with her fingers, and pulled down the mask of the god of death that she had bought at the market. Then, she took out her cell phone, picked out the most powerful original song from the playlist, and turned on the loudspeaker. Liu was slightly shocked. "Sister, although I know you are brave, this is a test of courage, not a killing contest." However, since it was a team game after all, Liu just let her do what she wanted. Anyway, according to the owner of the B&B, even the villagers don't dare to come in here. It is probably deserted and there is no possibility of people living here. Zhang Qiqi just walked forward slowly, playing eerie music on her phone. Lu Mengyuan and Liu followed closely behind. Perhaps it was the effect of Zhang Qiqi's music. Lu Mengyuan felt that the cave was even more gloomy and the atmosphere of horror was at its peak. She couldn't help but pull the hand that was holding Liu's clothes tighter. Xu Xiong was walking at the end. The boss and the future boss lady were openly showing affection in front of him, which made him roll his eyes. The 3 Tang Tang sisters were wrapped in white sheets and waited in the cave for a long time, but they didn't see Liu and the others. "Never mind, forget it. I think they are scared and won't come," the eldest sister said timidly. "Humph, they're just cowards. If that's the case, let's go back. I'm hungry." The second sister was also frightened to the extreme by the atmosphere in the cave, so she found a step to go down. "Listen, there's a sound." The third sister, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. "A requiem that seems to come from hell, coming from far away." Every note is like Satan's sickle, hooking the fragile hearts of the 3 sisters. The 3 sisters trembled as they turned on their flashlights and shone them towards the source of the sound. Then they saw the living black and white impermanence. The decibel-breaking sound of the clips pierced the cave, scaring the bats so much that they flapped their wings and fled madly. The three of them didn't even bother to remove the white sheets from their bodies, and ran in the opposite direction. Bang! The second sister bumped into the scarecrow they had set up in advance, and then she was once again shocked by the abstract art she had drawn with her own hands. The three sisters' legs were so weak that they could not walk. They sat down on the ground, shivering. The second sister's reaction was the most exaggerated. She burst into tears. "Ghost, please leave now. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you." The eldest sister was chanting Amitabha and drawing a cross on her hand. "The girl is praying." The third sister, Meowpass, took out her recorder and tremblingly played a distorted version of Ode to Joy, trying to give herself courage. Afterwards, Luyu and others took great effort to calm the three sisters down, and then helped them back to the B&B. In the living room, Luyu saw that their hands holding the teacups were still shaking, and said helplessly, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect to scare you like this." No, it's all our own fault." The eldest sister wrapped herself in a small quilt. I want to play a game to calm down." The second sister opened the laptop with trembling hands. After playing for a while, she was indeed in a much better mood, and her face turned red like a crazy fan. "Ilya is so cute." Luyu saw that she was indeed playing Catgirl Paradise Adventure. "Why are you playing this?" Luyu asked casually. "The three of us sisters are all die-hard fans of this game. It's really fun. Do you want to try it?" The third sister also agreed. "We have already completed the third round, but there are still a few catgirls whose favorability has not been fully increased. We will try to collect all the elements in the fourth round." When we talked about games, the eldest sister also became interested. "Have you heard? Teo Yuanxiang Company seems to be releasing a new game. I don't know when I can play it. I'm really looking forward to it." "New work?" Luyu rolled his eyes. "Maybe it's just creating a new folder?" "Impossible," second sister said firmly. "You don't understand Teo Yuanxiang Company at all. They are a group of people who really put their heart into making games, and they are a group of young elites." The third sister nodded. "Everyone on Weibo is saying they're the rising stars of the gaming industry, that they're going to sweep away the old, outdated market hype and directly challenge Tinghue Interactive Entertainment." This awkward boasting made Luyu feel embarrassed, and he joked. "How do you know so much? Do you have friends working in Taoyuan Township Company?" The second sister opened the Catgirl Paradise Adventure post bar and found a post by her uncle that received a lot of hits. "My second uncle's third nephew's fourth nephew works at Taoyuan Township Company. If the building reaches 100 floors, I will share the exclusive insider information of Taoyuan Township Company." This post has over 5,000 views. Luyu flipped downwards. "The headquarters building of Taoyuan Township Company is right near my residential complex. I pass by it every day when I go out to buy fried dough sticks." To make it more convincing, he also posted a photo of himself carrying fried dough sticks and passing by an office building. Teo Yuanxiang Company is currently developing its new project in secret. After all, this is a battle of reputation with Tinghue, so there are security guards stationed at the entrance of the company, and the security is very tight. I can only peek through the crack in the door. It's not easy, guys. Please support me. Reply on the 126th floor, "Thank you for your hard work, please update soon." Reply from 127th floor, "Damn, I hope the OP won't be arrested. Stay safe. I'm back, OP. I just finished eating fried dough sticks. I'll continue updating." Let me tell you, the developers at Teo Yuanxiang Company all wore black business suits, black-framed glasses, and ties, and carried development laptops, like well-trained special forces. 130th floor reply, "Damn, that sounds so fucking cool." 131st floor reply, "Nonsense, without this kind of momentum, how can you create a Catgirl Paradise Adventure, how can you arm wrestle with Tinghue? Some of you guys can't imagine it, so I'll just post a picture." Afterwards, the poster posted a poster of the American TV series Suits, which showed all the career elites in formal attire, with an imposing aura. The host continued to reply. I happened to catch a glimpse of the boss of Taoyuan Township. He was a handsome man with bright eyes and 1.8 meters long legs. His secretary was a dashing older sister with a devilish figure. Luyu's expression, subway, old man, mobile phone.jpg. Shua, 1.8 meter long legs, are you an alien? Luyu scrolled down and saw that the poster was praising Taoyuan Township in various ways, making Luyu feel embarrassed. Really, you know my company better than I do. Looking at the three sisters' admiring faces, Luyu thought for a moment and did not reveal his identity directly. Taoyuan Township's current all-star lineup is a boss who focuses on lying down, a second generation who ran away from home because he was too useless, a wretched fat man who focuses on playing naughty games, and an autistic funeral music musician. He was afraid that the beautiful fantasies of the three Tang Tang sisters would be shattered when they learned the truth. These three little darlings had already been frightened, but they couldn't bear to be frightened again. Luyu smiled and said, if you are really looking forward to working for Taoyuan Township Company, why don't you submit your resume to this company when you return from this trip? The eldest sister smiled bitterly and shook her head. Are you making fun of us? A company that can make a game like Catgirl Paradise must have top graduates from 985 or 211 universities. The three of us are useless losers who haven't found a job in 2 years since we graduated. We don't know how to do anything except travel. Why would they hire us? Luyu's eyes lit up and he quickly said. Don't underestimate yourselves. Traveling is a rare skill. You might just be the top talent Taoyuan Township Company desperately needs. The three Tang Tang sisters were slightly moved. It felt wonderful to be encouraged and affirmed by others. It always made people feel confident easily. They secretly remembered Luyu's words in their hearts. At this time, in the guesthouse room on the other side, Lu Mengyuan is in the discussion group, leading the other two employees to continue game development. Chu Xiong, Brother Lu has shown us a lot of things over the past 2 days, but I just don't know how to incorporate them into the game. Zhang Qiqi, ask again? Lu Mengyuan, no, I think we shouldn't always rely on Luyu's hints. Through these few weeks of island vacation, he has taught us his way of thinking. For the remaining development work, we should continue his ideas and spirit. Chu Xiong, okay, let's listen to Sister Lu. If we always rely on Brother Lu, we will never grow. The three of them were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their fighting spirit was high. First of all, inspired by the mask bot today, Zhang Qiqi suggested adding a new handicraft technology tree to the game. Players can learn and master crafting skills to create unique decorations. The mining technology tree also unlocks gem processing. It would be a shame if players could only use these artifacts to decorate their own houses. It would be great if they could exchange them with players from other islands. Lu Mengyuan held his chin in his hand in thought. Chu Xiong slapped his head and said, can we add a place similar to the Taohua village market in this sea area so that players can exchange what they have? Lu Mengyuan's eyes lit up, that's fine. We can put a public island in the middle of the sea so that the 100 islands in the same sea area can exchange what they need. Subsequently, the design plan was released. This public island is called the Regional Central Island. It is a no man's land and is managed by 100 players. The central island of the region has an important function, which is the island market. Players can set up stalls and trade the supplies, fashions and crafts they produce. Zhang Qiqi added, add the cave here. Maybe she was too excited about today's test of courage, and she still couldn't forget the cave. Add a cave to the central island? Lu Mengyuan held his chin and thought, if it were Luyu, what would he use this cave for? Think carefully about why he took everyone to visit that cave today. What we should experience is the sense of mystery, the spirit of adventure, and ancient legends. Her eyes lit up. I got it, we can make this into an ancient ruins that can be explored in a team. Then, after a heated discussion among the three, a design plan was quickly produced. The ancient ruins of this central island allow players to explore with their own crafted weapons and equipment, as well as trained elves. You can play solo or in a team. Explore downwards layer by layer. There are small rewards for every layer, big rewards for every 1 layers, and legendary rewards for every 10 layers. Here, players can unlock archaeological research, ancient technology drawings, ruins restoration technology, etc. Lu Mengyuan added, "Didn't we design a batch of legendary elves like Ninetales before? We can drop legendary elf eggs here. But, I will get tired of it." Zhang Qiqi interrupted and said that, for example, if she were to play with the hole today again, it would definitely not be as exciting as the first time, because she already knew what was inside the hole. That's easy. We can just modularize the maze scene and randomly arrange and combine each layer to create a fantastic maze. Chu Xiong suggested. In his conception, this mysterious maze has a combat layer, a puzzle-solving layer, and a welfare layer that specifically provides supplies for a limited time. At the same time, if players break the jars in the scene, they can also get a lot of random buffs. For example, there are magic bombs that instantly kill small monsters in the range, portals that lead directly to the next floor, and invisibility spells that can make difficult monsters evade class. Fortunately, ready-made components for individual gameplay modules can be found on Yuyi Workshop, which greatly reduces the difficulty of development. Employee Chu Xiong's game production practice triggered the guaranteed minimum, and the level production skill was upgraded to LV2. The pop-up prompt made Lu Mengyuan very happy. Not only did he earn points, but he was also able to share the pressure of game development. Very good, everyone keep using your imagination and keep rolling. Seeing Chu Xiong so enthusiastic, Zhang Qiqi naturally did not want to be outdone and offered her suggestions enthusiastically. Autistic players, how to match. Lu Mengyuan understood what Zhang Qiqi meant. Some players indeed did not like socializing and preferred to stay in their own little world and farm peacefully. If farming players and social players are matched to the same sea area, their respective gaming experiences will probably not be very good. Moreover, if some players quit the game halfway, their island will become a worthless waste island. Chu Xiong touched the shiny fat head. I think we can create a dynamic matching mechanism. This mechanism will regularly calculate players' in-game behavior, including game activity, social frequency, etc. Then, the game will match farming players together and players who are active in socializing together. Of course, players can choose whether to accept the match in the game settings. If not, they will be fixed in the initial C area. Employee Zhang Qiqi's game production practice triggered the guarantee, and her design inspiration was upgraded to LV2. Very good. Lu Mengyuan was quite satisfied, but was the design finished at this point? If it were Lu Yu, what would he do? Lu Mengyuan remembered what Lu Yu once said, if you want to do something, you must pursue perfection. Yes, since exchanging resources and socializing are one of the core gameplays of the game, it is necessary to encourage players to participate in resource exchange at the underlying mechanism. In other words, if every island is exactly the same at the beginning, it would be boring. Some scarce resources for upgrading key technology trees can be randomly distributed to different islands, encouraging players to set sail immediately after they have upgraded their farming technology to shipbuilding. Congratulations, your game production practice has triggered the minimum guarantee, and the gameplay design has been upgraded to LV3. Seeing the system light screens popping up continuously, Lu Mengyuan felt excited. As the game gradually took shape, she had a hunch that this would be a game that would shock the industry. On the weekend, Lu Yu checked his system account in the room and found that the leisure points were showing a downward trend again. Especially in the last 3 days of this week, the decline was very obvious, causing the number of leisure points he earned this week to drop by 10 points compared to last week. Only 60 points. Rounding it off means I earned 1,000 yuan less. But according to Lu Yu's observation, there was basically no particularly obvious fatigue or frustration on the faces of Lu Mengyuan and the others. On the contrary, the 3 guys had rosy complexions and looked very excited. This is strange. What is taking up the time they should be using to earn points? While Lu Yu was feeling the pain, his 1-week farm stay experience also expired. The 4 of them packed their bags and prepared to return to the hotel on the island. The 3 Tang Tang sisters chose to go back to land directly, and Lu Yu and his party said goodbye to them. You guys are quite interesting. Is there a chance to see you again in the future? The second sister touched her nose and said goodbye nonchalantly. The eldest sister and the third sister also looked reluctant, with tears in their eyes. Yes, it depends on whether you dare to submit your resume to Taoyuan Township Company. Lu Yu smiled and said this ambiguous sentence, then turned around and got on the bus. There is only 1 week left for the Dongming Island monthly vacation package. After returning to the hotel and taking a quick rest, the four of them went to visit Dongming Peak and Dongming Temple on the mountain. Dongming Peak stands in the center of the island, like a towering guardian reaching into the clouds. The top of the peak is shrouded in clouds and mist, appearing and disappearing, like a fairyland with misty white clouds. The stone stairs leading to the top of the mountain are steep and rugged, with cliffs as straight as swords, which is frightening. It took a lot of effort to climb. However, after the four people reached the top and looked down at the magnificent mountains, they suddenly felt that their minds and hearts were integrated with the heaven and earth. The sea is surging, and a red sun hangs at the junction of the sea and the sky, as if a magnificent picture is unfolding before your eyes. Lu Yu let out a breath of air freely. He finally understood why Lu Yu, the tea saint of the Tang dynasty, and many literati and scholars spent their entire lives visiting the famous mountains and rivers of China. In his previous life, he spent his most youthful and energetic years in an office that was a fortress of reinforced concrete. He never imagined that the country would be so beautiful and fascinating. Afterwards, everyone went to visit Dongming Temple on the top of the mountain. The temple is simple and elegant, with blue bricks, white walls and mottled moss. After years of baptism, it has coexisted with nature. Inside the temple, the sound of bells echoes melodiously, prayer flags flutter, and incense lingers. The monks strolled leisurely in front of the temple, chanting scriptures and praying devoutly. Lu Yu walked into the main hall. The murals and wood carvings on the wall made the dust of history overlap, making people feel as if they were there. Lu Mengyuan beside him offered incense and worshipped devoutly. When they left the temple, Lu Yu asked her jokingly, "What wish did you make in front of the Buddha?" "Secret." Lu Mengyuan smiled. Against the backdrop of the ancient temple, the girl looks like an immortal with a beautiful appearance. In fact, what she didn't tell Lu Yu was that she came to fulfill a vow. The wish that he had longed for countless times in his dreams in his previous life was finally realized, and Lu Yu was walking beside him in reality. At night, a temple fair was held on Temple Street south of Dongming Temple. The stone streets are decorated with lights, colorful lanterns sway in the breeze, and the night sky is dotted with stars. The temple fair was bustling with people, and visitors dressed in various costumes came to participate in the celebration. The quality of the snack stalls at the temple fair is even better than those at the Taowalan market. The four of us were full halfway through our visit, especially the special fried peach blossom rice cakes, which are absolutely amazing. The dragon and lion dance competition began with the sound of gongs and drums. The colorful feathered lion dances gracefully, and the performer holds the lion head, jumping, turning and moving. Behind them, a dragon undulated and danced. When the lion dance team reached the gate of Dongming Temple, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the night sky. Lu Mengyuan's eyes continued to light up along with the fireworks in the night sky. If possible, I really hope that this moment can last forever, she muttered subconsciously. As long as the people you care about are by your side, every moment of the rest of your life will be eternal. Lu Yu also muttered to himself subconsciously. Not far away, Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi, each holding a string of candied haws, squatted on the ground and watched coldly. "Hey, Qiqi, you see, these two are just about to break the last layer of window paper, but they have to pretend to be reserved. I feel anxious for them when I see this." Chu Xiong sucked down the whole bunch of hawthorns in one gulp, and then grimaced at the sour taste. "This is also a kind of fun." Zhang Qiqi's face was as calm as a pond. On the way down the mountain after the temple fair, Chu Xiong noticed the new billboard of the tourist attraction and quickly pointed it out to everyone. On a huge sign of about 10 square meters was an advertisement for Tinghui Interactive Entertainment's Adventures in Doggy Paradise, which was to be publicly tested on all platforms on June 6. Tinghui Interactive Entertainment is really generous. They put all the advertisements here. He sighed. Lu Yu smiled and said, actually, billboards for tourist attractions and landmarks get a lot of exposure. Many games like to put on light shows at landmark buildings, like the Oriental Pearl Tower, before they go online. Near the billboard, a young couple was pointing at it and chatting. The girl said, "This is Tinghue's flagship product this year. How about we both take a day off on June 6th and play it at home?" The boy was quite disdainful. "Isn't this just a reskin of Catgirl Paradise? What a masterpiece! We have to look forward to the new work of Taoyuan Township." "Humph, you're always talking about Peach Blossom Land." There's such a heated online debate about these two games, and yet someone like you has nothing better to do than get involved every day? I think you've been bewitched by those catgirls. What's the point of being jealous of a paperman? You even changed your WeChat profile picture to that Ilya selling pancakes. You might even go crazy and call her your wife in the middle of the night. You spent so much money on costumes in TT Dance that you bought all the Heartjoy 3 costumes, and you wear them every day to dance with strangers in the game, and I didn't say anything. Lu Yu and his 3 companions calmly passed by the 2 people who were arguing more and more loudly. It's great to be young. Lu Yu sighed casually. Chu Xiong rolled his eyes and said, "Brother, they are already working, but you are not even as old as them." Yes. Lu Mengyuan also agreed. Zhang Qiqi walked for a while. Lu Mengyuan started talking about business. "When will our new work be released?" Lu Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Probably in a week. I just happened to go online before the system cycle was settled, and then I got the random surprise buff seamlessly. My plan worked. Should we release a preview?" Previously, Lu Mengyuan only posted a promotional picture on the official Weibo, and there was no release date on it. She was worried that the promotion was not strong enough. Lu Yu shook his head. "I haven't even started creating a new folder for my new work, how can I promote it?" Lu Yu's idea was to create a multiplayer online game with a satisfactory gaming experience within the limited time of next week and complete the system tasks. This game can be a chess or card game, or even rock paper scissors. As long as it is to the extent that, although players are dissatisfied, they cannot find any faults, and it is indeed a complete game without bugs, it will be fine. He felt that he had become very familiar with his leisurely lying method. But, he glanced at Lu Mengyuan and felt a little uneasy. The last time she secretly got involved in the Catgirl Paradise, he was vaguely worried. Fortunately, Lu Mengyuan and the other 2 were eating, drinking, and having fun right under his nose this month. It's impossible that this group of talented people under me can suddenly, like magic, produce a project document comparable to a masterpiece out of thin air for me, and then make me scramble and anxious, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhanghai City, Jiangdong District, a quaint riverside villa. Wuya, one of the famous 5 Zhongyuan compilations in the field of game appreciation, is giving a lecture to students in his study. The Central Plains is divided into east, west, south, north and center. The one in charge of Shenzhou is the southern chapter Thomas, nicknamed Windwalker. The reason for this nickname is that he can publish his game reviews as fast as wind, and in the field of game reviews, he is good at blitzkrieg and getting the upper hand. The one in charge of Zhanghai City is Dong Dian Wuya, nicknamed Zayak. Completely different from Thomas, Wuya's writing speed is very slow. He is good at digging into the various production details of new games. His writing style is gorgeous and his rhetoric is complex. He deeply interprets the various production details of the game in front of and behind the scenes, attaches importance to the design concept behind the game, and makes predictions about the development of the industry. Wuya has been famous in the inner world for nearly 30 years, so now that he is in his early 50s, his status among the 5 great masters of the Central Plains is second only to the leader of the 5 great masters of the Central Plains, Daji, who sits at Huashan and is nicknamed Fox Fairy. Thomas's main battlefield is the self-media game Grapes. Wuya's main battlefield is even more important. He has been a special guest on the esports world of Zhanghai City TV Channel 9 for many years. Therefore, many young people come to learn from him. Over the past 30 years, Wuya's students and former employees have been all over the gaming media circle. Although he is over 50 years old, he still insists on continuing to run editing teaching classes in his own study. In the spacious and bright study, a large number of yellowed ancient books are neatly displayed on the bookshelves. On one side of the wall hangs a huge diagram of the I Ching Bagua. In the middle of the study, there is an exquisite mahogany desk, on which the quaint four treasures of the study are placed. Wu Ya, wearing a robe, stood beside the desk and looked at his students seriously. I have taught you all before that the general trend of the world is that after a long period of division, there will be unification, and after a long period of unification, there will be division. Today, Tenghui and Yuhi are competing for supremacy, but the stars are moving eastward. Last year, I made a calculation and found that there would be a new overlord with a founding team of 4 people, who would make their fortune in Jianhai City. Although one of the founders withdrew midway, this did not prevent them from rising to prominence. A few years later, a 3-way balance of power was formed in the world. Having said that, Wu Ya's expression suddenly became serious. That was how it should have been, but over a month ago, while observing the stars, I saw the sudden arrival of the dragon and phoenix stars. Something has changed in the destiny of the universe. A new storm of chaos is bound to unfold in the gaming world. Many students think Wu Ya is a bit weird and don't care about his chatter at all. They just leave after learning the writing skills. But some students still listened with great interest. One of the young men with pockmarked faces flattered, "Teacher, your analysis is excellent. Please tell us more. We would love to hear it." I love to listen. Do you think this is a crosstalk studio? Wu Ya's expression suddenly changed and he threw a piece of draft paper at the pockmarked man. "Look at the assignment you handed in. You call that a game review?" The pockmarked face picked it up and looked at it in confusion. "Teacher, my writing is fine. I've covered all the key points you taught me, such as the art details, scene settings, character design, special effects, and analysis of the impact of lighting and shadow effects on the game's atmosphere." Wu Ya looked disappointed. "You have only learned my skills, but have forgotten my techniques." He looked at the Bagua diagram on the wall. As game connoisseurs, when we get a new game, we should first feel the energy and momentum it contains. The games made by producers with great aspirations are also awe-inspiring and magnificent. This kind of energy and momentum is also hidden in various details of the game. Whether it is the skyball lighting of a certain scene, the volumetric clouds, or even the normal map, you can find the energy exuded by the producer. This is the soul of the game. The students were confused. Can the normal map reveal the gas? Suddenly, Wu Ya's cell phone rang. He frowned when he saw the incoming call message and walked over to the next room to answer the phone. "Mr. Wu Ya, it's been a while since we last met. Thomas is here to greet you." Wu Ya snorted coldly. "A busy man like you came to see me. I'm afraid you don't come here for no reason, right?" Thomas's tone remained polite. "Old sir, it's been 3 years since the 5 of us from the Central Plains met at the summit of Mount Hua. Since then, I've been so busy that I've never visited you. I was afraid you might blame me, so this time, I wanted to give you a generous gift as an apology." "Oh?" Wu Ya raised his eyebrows. The public relations department of Tenghui Company knows that the old man lives a secluded life and doesn't like to be disturbed. So, I've asked you to act as a middleman and introduce a lucrative business deal to this old gentleman. All I need is for him to give a positive review of the game Dog Paradise Adventure on a TV program next weekend." "Bitch Paradise? I'm not interested in this field." Wu Ya's main review areas are ancient history, martial arts, and fairy tale games. This kind of shameless game will disturb my Dao heart. Tang Hui knows that it will be very hard for the old gentleman to review this game, so he specially prepared a small gift, an original painting by Master Hongsher that he just bought at Sotheby's auction house. Wu Ya was silent for 3 minutes. "My heart is as solid as a rock. It's just a game, so what's the harm in reviewing it?" Thomas was overjoyed and struck while the iron was hot. "Also, please, sir, please criticize Taoyuan Township's Catgirl Paradise on the show. You should basically say that Catgirl Paradise isn't as sophisticated as Doggirl Paradise in various details, and then express your pessimistic expectations for Taoyuan Township's new game. Of course, these are all facts, and you will know if you try these 2 games. Are these also Tenghui's requirements?" "Yes. Thomas agreed verbally, but he knew clearly in his heart that asking Woya to criticize Taoyuan Township was completely his own private agenda. Anyway, Tinghui has given him such a generous amount of money, it would be a waste if he doesn't make use of it. I already know about this. After hanging up the phone, Thomas breathed a sigh of relief. The attack he launched against Teo Yuanxiang Company on the Game Grape has caused quite a stir on the internet. If the more heavyweight Wuya also takes action, Taoyuan Township will undoubtedly be in a more passive position. Taoyuan Township Company, taste the consequences of offending the Central Plains 5th edition. Thomas shook the whiskey in his hand. This time, not only Tinghui personally came out to start the fight, but 2 people from the Central Plains 5th edition also came out. How can you, Taoyuan Township, turn the tables? Young people are so arrogant, this time I, Thomas, will teach you a lesson. After returning from the temple fair, Lu Mengyuan and the other 2 began to make the final improvements to the game. First, inspired by their visit to the temple fair, they decided to create a larger world central island based on the regional central island. The central island of the world is very large and is the gathering place for players from all servers. To reach the central island of the world, players need to unlock advanced technology, build large ships that will not be destroyed by storms, and teleport across the edge of the sea. On the central island of the world, there is a larger trading market where players from all servers can trade resources, equipment, elf eggs, recipes, treasure maps, quest scrolls, architectural blueprints, fashion, furniture, handmade decorations. There are also mysterious world legend quests on the island, which are open to players from all servers to complete together. Previously developed holiday tourism projects such as beach volleyball, watermelon playing, surfing, and sand pot making are all crammed into the world central island. Lu Mengyuan also added temple fairs, music festivals and other celebrations and festivals. She even added a little social Easter egg like applying sunscreen at the beach. On the last weekend of the island vacation, the game project files of my leisurely island owner life were finally completed. At this time, there was still a week before Tinghui's Dog Paradise adventure was released, and in order to control the settlement cycle, Liu had previously told Lu Mengyuan that this new work would be released on the same day. I don't quite understand, Brother Lu. Since you're going to face off against Tinghui in the middle, why don't you start promoting it in advance? After all, these days, even good wine needs to be hidden in a remote alley. Chu Xiong stretched and chatted in the work discussion group. Lu Mengyuan, based on my experience in developing Catgirl Paradise, Liu must have a deep meaning behind this. After Catgirl Paradise was launched, due to lack of publicity, sales in the first few hours were 0, but Liu was not panicked at all, and looked like he had won the game. As it turned out, the subsequent developments were exactly as Liu had predicted. There must be a deeper meaning. Chu Xiong held his fat chin and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he started typing on the keyboard frantically. I see, I understand. I understand everything. Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Qiqi said concisely. Brother Lu's move is truly a brilliant move, pretending to build a plank road while secretly attacking Qinsong. Think about it, what kind of opponent are we facing now? The Tinghui Daimei Studio Group, which has the Sharingan level, and because of this, our Taoyuan Township has fallen into the whirlpool of public opinion, with all kinds of speculation and quarrels from the outside world. First, Brother Lu did not accept the challenge and did not announce the release date, which was definitely to make Tinghui's publicity campaign hit cotton. We are in the dark, and Tinghui is in the light. Second, Brother Lu wanted to avoid alerting the enemy. Just think about it, just a few days after Catgirl Paradise was released, Tinghui called to invite Brother Lu to join the company, which means that the game project had already been approved at that time. If we blindly release all the information and release date of the new work, Tinghui will definitely announce a similar new work as soon as possible. It doesn't matter even if they haven't started making it yet, they can just throw out a smoke bomb of a promotional picture. In this case, our new work will be attacked from both sides, and the public opinion power is not as strong as that of the other party, so we will definitely be put in a passive position. If we go public quietly, at least the public will promote the game for us, which will be a good combination and a surprising victory. As expected of Brother Lu, he always thinks deeper than us. I see, Lu Mengyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she exclaimed. It's really a brilliant plan that kills two birds with one stone. Chu Xiong rubbed his face, his eyes slightly moist, and said with emotion. Actually, if you think about it carefully, almost nothing of what we experienced during this month's vacation was wasted. It was all added to the game. What does this mean? This shows that Brother Lu has planned everything out perfectly and arranged everything for us from beginning to end. All of Brother Lu's unintentional actions and words are connected together. But for our sake, he couldn't tell us his plan directly. Where can we find a boss who pays us to eat and play for free, and then makes careful arrangements to help us grow faster? We thought Brother Lu was on the first floor, but actually he was on the second floor. When we were so happy that we thought we could keep up with Brother Lu's thinking and reach the second level, we didn't expect that Brother Lu had already reached the 100th level. 1,000-layer pancake. Zheng Qiqi summarized. Employees Lu Mengyuan, Chu Xiong, and Zhang Qiqi admire you immensely. Their joyful and grateful feelings resonate with you. Leisure points +8. Lu Yu, who was lying on the big bed in the hotel basking in the sun, was startled by the system light screen that suddenly popped up. He stood up and looked around, his heart was bewildered and his face was blank. Fuck, what the hell did I do? How come I didn't know this? I've been completely laid up these past 2 days, sleeping in the hotel every day and playing dirty. But, you don't think you'd worship me like this, right? Since he was already up, Lu Yu simply stretched and started to open the system account to make a judgment. The last week was the same as last week, and I earned exactly 60 points. So far, I have accumulated a total of 280.5 leisure points on this trip to Dongming Island. In 2012, it was difficult for an ordinary college graduate to earn a monthly salary of nearly 3 yuan by working. Even if there are elites who can do it, that kind of work must be very tiring. Lu Yu spent the money in the company account on free food, accommodation, and entertainment. His brain was at a standstill for the past month and his limbs were completely relaxed. If he had to say how tired he was, his mouth would be the most tired because he was eating everywhere. As a result, after playing, you can wipe your mouth and get an extra 28,050 yuan reward. Isn't it too cool? What made Lu Yu even more excited was that after practice, he had already summed up a way to play in a cycle based on this. As long as you can find time to create a mediocre and crappy product to keep the company running while showing off your leisure points in each cycle, and earn operating funds by relying on the system's big turntable buff, then, the money earned will continue to be enjoyed by yourself and your employees in the next cycle, and you can continue to show off your leisure points, and the cycle will continue. Enjoy winning once here and there. After enjoying it, you can collect the money and win again. Win-win, that means I win twice. As long as you keep this cycle going, you can live a relatively successful life. However, to maintain this cycle, there are 2 conditions. The first is that the game cannot be too defensive. No matter how bad it is, what is given to players must be a normal game experience, not a collection of weird bugs. Otherwise, 2 or 3 rubbish works would be enough to ruin the company's reputation and bring it down, unbinding its golden fingers. This condition is actually easy for Lu Yu to meet. After all, he has been a producer for more than 10 years and does not need to defend himself. What he was really worried about was the second condition, that the game would be too successful. The few days after Cat Girl Paradise became a hit had already sounded the alarm for him. He was so busy fixing bugs and communicating with channel dealers that he was exhausted and his points were being deducted. Moreover, based on the underlying rules of the system, the deductions caused by busy work will be particularly severe, with no upper limit. It's hard to imagine how overwhelmed the company would be if it continued to produce more popular products relying on the 4 smartest people in the company. Although it is possible to expand recruitment, managing a company of 4 people is not the same as managing a company of 4,000 people. The larger the company, the more precarious its operations are. Lu Lan, a strong woman who claims to spend 300 days a year on an airplane, is a living example. Originally, Lu Yu wanted to enjoy life and earn points, and what he needed most was time. If all of that was taken up by his career, he would definitely lose a lot of potential points, which would be a loss. If you are too busy and exhausted, and your points are deducted again, you will lose again. Rounding up means double loss, which means losing twice. But after thinking fearfully for a while, Luyu smiled self-deprecatingly, thinking that he was being too worried. I've even said it myself, I recruited very smart people. How can a very smart person make a hit product? Impossible. Luyu comforted himself, calmed down again, and fell asleep sweetly. On the other side, Lu Mengyuan also checked his system account. During this 1-month vacation, she earned 500 proficiency points. However, as she slowly slid through her skill menu, the smile that had finally appeared on her face froze again. Top model LV5, when taking photos, you can match the background and strike a more elegant pose. Surfing Goddess LV5, epic surfing skills, allowing you to use the surfboard more calmly when facing turbulent waves. Zhuhai Shellfish Picking LV4, when catching shellfish on the beach, you can identify and locate rare shellfish more quickly. Building a sand tower LV4, when playing sand towers on the beach, your shovel using skills improve, allowing you to build more stable shapes. Craft Appreciation Level 4, when browsing markets and temple fairs, you can more quickly identify high-quality handicrafts from handicraft stalls. What the hell is this? Fortunately, after scrolling down, I finally saw some skills that would be helpful to my career. Game Design LV3. Original Painting Creation LV3. Level Design LV2. Story Creation LV2. Talent, Q version hand-painted. Useful skills, but very low level, basically at the bottom of the skill list. After thinking for a moment, Lu Mengyuan finally understood why this happened. A person's energy allocation is ultimately limited. When on vacation, you have 16 hours of activity time every day, 12 hours of which are spent on eating, drinking, and having fun, leaving only 4 hours for serious work. In the next cycle, I will definitely learn from my mistakes and work hard to improve my skills. She patted her pretty face to cheer herself up. On Sunday, the group of 4 ended their trip to Dongming Island and boarded the passenger ship back to Jianhai City. As we watched the island gradually move away from our sight, we all felt a mix of emotions. This trip must have left some unforgettable memories in everyone's heart. Lu Mengyuan clenched the sapphire necklace around her neck with her hands. Apply sunscreen on the beach. Wild camp survival. Strolling through the peach blossom forest. Making a wish at Dongming Temple. This month, she has experienced too many unforgettable moments. Glancing at Luyu beside her, Lu Mengyuan smiled like a flower, her cheeks flushed, like a crabapple intoxicated by the sun. In the future, I will collect more and more memories. On Monday, the 4 of them gathered at the cat cafe Mao Jiming again and started working. Sitting by the window in the cat cafe, Luyu opened the company's operating account and found that the account balance had become more than 75. It turns out that the cumulative sales of Catgirl Paradise in the first month reached 12 copies. Although there was no bumper harvest buff from the second week, it still brought in 35 in sales. Even though Luyu spent more than 10 yuan on a monthly island vacation, he still couldn't make ends meet. Wow, the money is really being spent more and more. If I start my second monthly vacation right away, I'll probably be warned by the system. Is there any other way to quickly generate points? Got it, let me pay everyone last month's salary first. Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi, who were sitting opposite each other, felt a little dazed when they looked at the salary arrival information on their mobile phones. Strictly speaking, today is the second day of work. I vaguely remember that on the first day of work, their main activity was 2 meals, one was called a celebration banquet and the other was called a welcome banquet. Then they got a month's luxury island vacation and a month's salary for free. If I hadn't done a little bit of work during the vacation, I would have felt guilty about taking this money. Luyu stretched and said. Okay, then it's time we talk about the new work. Luyu felt that it would not be difficult to create a new folder now and make a playable game before the system settlement cycle. When they heard about the new work, Lu Mengyuan and the other two's eyes lit up, and then they reminded Luyu to quickly look at the engineering files on the UE platform. Suspicious, Luyu opened the company account that he hadn't opened for more than a month, and was surprised to find that a huge project file of more than 20 GB appeared on the workbench. Take less? He wiped his eyes and almost suspected that he had mistaken KB for GB. How about it? Let's see. We have followed your suggestions in every step of the production. Haven't we met your requirements? The three smart people who were recruited by Luyu with his discerning eye held up their chins and looked at Luyu with bright eyes. That expectant look is like a primary school student who has handed in a perfect homework and is waiting for praise from the teacher. Boom! Luyu was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, looking confused. With shaking hands, he began to browse the game files called My Leisure Island Owner Life. As he browsed, he began to question his life. Shit, I've been corrupting you guys for a month. How did you manage to come up with a new game of over 20 gigabytes like magic? What did I suggest to you? What did I ask of you? Luyu's expression throughout the whole process, QAQ. After browsing the project documents, Luyu picked up the coffee cup with trembling hands, wanting to drink some coffee to calm his nerves. As a result, the coffee sloshes around in the cup, creating a choppy, turbulent experience. The three people opposite nodded with satisfaction. I guess Luyu must be very happy to see the three of them making such progress. Look how excited he is. Lu Mengyuan struck while the iron was hot, opened Weibo and said. Also, the promotion and marketing work for this new work has already begun. Later, when he saw the Weibo page, Luyu was shocked again. His jaw seemed to drop to the ground, and he was petrified on the spot. What the hell is the codename Island? How come I don't know anything? Who am I and where am I? After thinking for a full hour, Luyu felt that he had solved the case. He finally understood why the earning of leisure points had become unstable recently. These guys actually made a big news without telling me. He opened the main game code with a confused look on his face. As soon as he opened the file, Luyu saw that Chu Xiong used a string to draw a giant Buddha at the beginning of the server code. The following is the Dharmakaya motto, Marava, bless the smooth operation, no downtime, urgency as ordered. How about it, Brother Lu? I designed it based on the Buddha statue in Dongming Temple. Doesn't it look similar? Chu Xiong rubbed his nose proudly. It does look similar, but your method of preventing server crashes is too abstract. Seeing Fatty Chu perform so stably, Luyu felt relieved. Considering Zhang Qiqi's underworld music and Lu Mengyuan's abstract art, it seems that the product is unlikely to become a hit, and he began to worry whether such a huge piece of data weighing more than 20 gigabytes can be run normally. But it's better this way. I almost got backstabbed by these guys. Luyu breathed a sigh of relief. In short, since the promotional picture has been released and it is indeed a multiplayer online game, Luyu decided to revise it and release it to complete the system task. He rubbed his brows and prepared to start packing up these resources. Although, from a more pragmatic decision-making perspective, he could completely create a new social chess and card game to complete the system task. However, seeing the expectant glint in the eyes of Lu Mengyuan and the other two, Luyu gave up the idea. What can you do about the woman you like and the brothers and sisters you recruited? Just pamper them. Okay, let's put this online. Luyu finally spoke. Great. The three people cheered. But Luyu was not as optimistic as the other three. He has to ensure a bottom line, that is, the thing that is launched online must be a normal game experience, not a collection of bugs. Taoyuan Township's popularity is now a double-edged sword. If the product is well made, it will naturally sell well, but if the product is not good, the reputation will collapse very quickly. The system cannot support him to change the studio name and start over. In other words, the experience of this new game is too bad, which is equivalent to sentencing Teo Yuanxiang Studio to a suspended death sentence. It is only a matter of time before the gold finger is untied. Afterwards, after listening to Lu Mengyuan's explanation, Luyu roughly understood that this was a multiplayer online game in which players farmed on an island. In the early stage, you can develop on your own island, and in the later stage, you can go to places like the central island to trade and exchange what you have. However, he did not understand the specific design details of this game. Because these three geniuses had no habit of writing comments when submitting their work documents. So whether it's code, art resources or audio files, in his eyes they are all just a big lump. Luyu felt that if it was simply a combination of farming and socializing, it would be great if around 1,000 people could be online at the same time. Having 1,000 people online at the same time is actually quite demanding. Basically, it requires around 2 active registrations to achieve this. With only a week left until the release, Luyu no longer had the time to confirm every design detail with the 3 people one by one. He could only ensure that the game could be played normally. And there were no bugs. This week is a battle to eliminate bugs. The 4 people divided the work among themselves. Luyu was responsible for checking the main program code, while the other 3 people helped him and repaired the modules they were responsible for. It took 2 days to repair it. Although, Luyu still didn't quite understand every detail of the gameplay. However, after taking a quick look at the server code, he still found 3 key problems. Fourth brother, did you design the code for the matching mechanism? Luyu took a sip of coffee. What do you think? The dynamic matching mechanism is simply a genius design, right? Shishyon's eyes were bright. Luyu sighed. Let me ask you, what if gold farming studios are rampant? This question stumped Shishyong. In this day and age, game gold farming studios are very common. Their main mode of operation is to purchase a large number of high-configuration computers to open multiple game clients, and then use small accounts to continuously farm scarce game resources, and then sell them to rich people who have spare money but no time. For many games, gold farming studios are destructive to the economic system. Moreover, gold farming studios basically enter the same area in batches of dozens, so other players in this area basically have no gaming experience. If you're creating this world's central island and allowing free trade across all servers, then eliminating the existence of studios is a top priority. After that, Luyu bought a series of anti-cheating and anti-plugin program components from Yu Workshop. In addition, Luyu added a mechanism to the game to limit logins from the same IP address, and the C area that each player enters is completely randomly assigned. In particular, the closer the 2 IP addresses are, the less likely they are to match the same C area. Luyu rubbed his brows and asked again, let me ask you again, if all the players in the server are crowded on the central island of the world, what will happen to the server capacity? Chu Xiong was speechless again. He really hadn't considered this matter. Luyu pointed out, split the line, split the line. When the number of players reaches the upper limit, open a new line. The principle is similar to that of many online games that have different channels, and players can freely switch to the channel they want. After finishing this, he stretched himself and asked again. Fatty, your dynamic matching mechanism is a good idea, but it also has loopholes. Let me ask you something. If all farming players are matched with other farming players, a certain C area will be filled with autistic players. The resources needed to upgrade a key technology for one of the players happen to be on another island, and the players on that island are also very introverted and don't socialize at all. What should I do? Isn't this a dead end? Chu Xiong opened his eyes wide, suddenly realized, and then sighed with shame. As expected of Brother Lu, the 3 questions he casually raised all hit the nail on the head. Luyu tapped the keyboard again and added a patch for dynamic matching. If the C area is matched by an autistic player, the system will re-coordinate the allocation of resources so that each player's island can have all the resources needed to upgrade technology. However, because the total amount of resources remains unchanged, the development speed of autistic farming players will be much slower than that of social players. But the advantage is that you can be self-sufficient on your own island and don't have to force yourself to socialize. On Thursday, Luyu cleaned up the obvious bugs and loopholes in the program and began to process the audio resources. He took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, and then put on his headphones. However, to his surprise, a lot of the music was not as gloomy as he had imagined, and the later it got, the more he could hear Zhang Qiqi's progress. She even carefully added a lot of natural ambient sounds. Some funeral songs I have already abandoned. Luyu nodded. It seemed that the songs in the resource library were the most earthly songs she could find. Luyu thought about it and rearranged the music in the music library according to the production date. When players first enter the game, they are exposed to Zhang Qiqi's relatively immature songs. As the game progresses, they will hear more mature and complex songs. After organizing the sound effects, Luyu took another look at the art resources. There are many Q-version hand-drawn drawings in the project files, including characters, animals, and elves. And like Zhang Qiqi's sound effect resources, they are a bit immature in the early stage, but become more complex and more obvious in the later stages. Liu did not make any changes to the art files. After all, Lu Mengyuan had previously made a small hit, Cat Girl Paradise, so it wasn't a big problem. The entire process of fixing the bug caused Luyu's memories of his previous life in the workplace to attack him crazily again. The system screen flickered constantly, and the four people's leisure points fluctuated back and forth. This week, they were truly walking a tightrope, trying to avoid the tragedy of the game failing due to endless bug fixes, while also trying to avoid the tragedy of losing a lot of leisure points. It is very difficult to strike the right balance. Luyu could only increase the amount of drinks and food he ate. However, the leisure points that were hard-earned were quickly consumed by the subsequent bug-fixing work. On Friday evening, Luyu finished his coffee and stretched. After 5 days of hard work, I finally managed to organize a large pile of project files into the appearance of a game. He clicked on the system screen and saw that his leisure point income for this week was minus 2.5. Wow, I didn't make a penny this week and lost 250 yuan. This loss figure seemed to be mocking Luyu's stupidity, as he accidentally tipped his employees and made a big news. It seems that in the future, we need to consider the design of various underlying systems of the company and how to avoid being backstabbed by these employees, and instead let them generate leisure points with peace of mind, so as to achieve sustainable fishing. As for Lu Mengyuan, his proficiency points this week were simply amazing. The bug detecting skills of all four people have improved significantly. Especially Lu Yu. Congratulations, your boss Lu Yu has triggered the minimum number of bug repairs, and his bug cleaning skill has been upgraded to LV3. Lu Mengyuan didn't understand why he was so skilled at fixing bugs, it was almost like it had become muscle memory. So skilled that it makes people feel distressed. But, there is no doubt that Lu Mengyuan and the other two are now truly convinced of their boss Lu Yu. In just 1 week, we can sort out a mess into a structure that can be launched smoothly. This person doesn't look like a fresh graduate with no development experience, he looks like a veteran who has been in the industry for more than 10 years. On Friday evening, after Lu Yu confirmed that the bug had been fixed, he clicked the publish button. My Leisurely Island Life will be officially launched at 8 a.m. next Monday, almost at the same time as Dog Paradise Adventure. Lu Yu also set the game's pricing. The game uses a monthly card system. Players pay 15 yuan every month to play all the content of the game. Apart from this, there will be no additional charges. The first 24 hours of the game are free to try. Seeing that the game was about to be released, everyone's faces were filled with nervousness and anticipation, especially Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi. After all, this was the first game they participated in producing. In the evening, Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi left first. Lu Mengyuan ordered a cappuccino and sat with Lu Yu in the cat cafe for a while. Thinking about everything Lu Yu had done since the vacation, Lu Mengyuan was moved and emotional. She held her chin and said softly, "Actually, developing games has always been my dream. Thank you for making my dream come true. I owe you a favor." Lu Yu rubbed his chin. "Girl, you shouldn't casually say I owe you a favor to a man. Once you owe a favor, there are many ways to repay it. Fortunately you met me, I am a gentleman." Lu Yu had a righteous look on his face and a sweet taste in his mouth. "Okay, then I'll accept this favor. One day, Miss Lu, you must pay me back bitterly. What do you think the performance of our game will be?" Lu Mengyuan blinked. Lu Yu thought for a moment. He only fixed some low-level code bugs this week and did not fully understand all the gameplay. So in his impression, this is still just an ordinary farming simulation game. He decided to stick with his original guess and said, around 1,000 at most are online at the same time. Although he said this, he was still secretly worried. After the game is launched, will it perform too poorly and cause Taoyuan Township's reputation to collapse? the Saturday before the game's release. Channel 9 of Donghai City TV broadcast a new episode of Esports World. During the program, the host and Wuya, one of the 5 central planes, talked about the new changes in Chinese-style martial arts games and the development trend of PK moves and routines in martial arts games. As the show was coming to an end, Wuya suddenly spoke. Actually, I've recently been trying out a game from an emerging field, the new game from Tenghue called Dog Paradise Adventure. Oh? The female host was quite surprised. I didn't expect that teacher Wuya really is old but not old at heart. A barely perceptible blush flashed across Wuya's face, but quickly disappeared. I played this game not because of its subject matter or genre, but because it was produced by Tenghue. As the largest game manufacturer in China, I have a good impression of Tenghue, especially their traditional Chinese martial arts game, The Sword of Tomorrow, which I have given very high praise. We game reviewers really hope that leading manufacturers like Tenghue can set new examples in innovation in the gaming field. After drinking a sip of water to moisten his throat, Wuya changed the subject. Of course, I've also noticed that the game Goblin Paradise has recently caused some inadvertent controversy online. As a completely independent, objective, and neutral media person, I have to stand up and say something fair. In fact, I believe that most players don't care about 2 similar games, which one was released first or later, or who is imitating whom. Everyone only cares about whose game is more fun and whose game is more exquisite. And this point actually already has an answer. Please ask the director to cut the scene so that we can all watch it on the big screen together. Soon, the big screen behind the guests began to play a detailed comparison of the scenes of Cat Girl Paradise and Dog Girl Paradise. Wuya stood up, holding a laser pointer, and began to explain the details. As you can see, whether it's texture resolution, quality, or the level of detail, Tenghue's new work completely surpasses its competitors. The imitations from competitors are obviously made of general components bought online, and they exude an air of poverty. After all, Tenghue is a big company, and its technology and manpower are not something that a small studio can match. Therefore, when the core mechanics, gameplay, and even main story of these 2 games are exactly the same, I would recommend players to play the game from a big-name company with better graphics. After saying all this in one breath, Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. After years of experience, he has mastered this set of rhetoric to perfection. First, blur the key points, put aside the facts, and then directly make a conclusion: who came first and who came later, who imitated whom is actually meaningless. Players only care about whether the game is fun. After this top-level push, Wuya directly made the final kill. I've been in the game appreciation industry for over 30 years. I can't say I've developed a pair of sharp eyes, but I can say I'm absolutely spotless. In our industry, we often say that we can see the big picture from the small details. Teo Yuanxiang Company's first product was so perfunctory, I can conclude that this manufacturer's subsequent new products will definitely be mediocre. After the show aired, online public opinion reached a new climax. On Weibo, the phrase #WuyaTeacher's sharp comments on Taoyuan Township hashtag once again became a trending search. Wow, in the Central Plains 5 series, the highly respected teacher Wuya has also met his end? Wuya is worth a lot of money now. Tang Hui's PR team is really willing to spend a lot of money to get him to speak. The person above, stop using PR tactics to accuse others of wrongdoing. Are you going to stop teacher Run Wuya from speaking the truth? Now, the public opinion on the internet has changed, and the voices supporting Taoyuan Township have weakened a lot. The reason, of course, is that Tenghue Interactive Entertainment's new work publicity campaign is overwhelming, which has aroused everyone's appetite and expectations. But on the other hand, Taoyuan Township has not released any news about the new work except for a promotional picture that is beautiful but confusing. I have no idea about the gameplay, genre, or story theme. There isn't even a release date. The only thing that stands out is its Buddhist nature. This naturally made the voices of players supporting Taoyuan Township smaller and smaller in this online public opinion storm. In the Cat Girl Paradise forum, many posts expressing wavering confidence gradually emerged. They just posted a promotional image and nothing happened. Could it be that Teo Yuanxiang Studio has already run away? No way. That's impossible. Last time, a friend of mine passed by Taoyuan Township when he was buying fried dough sticks and said that the boss of Taoyuan Township had legs that were 1.8 meters long. Come on, that post was found to be fake. That building isn't Taoyuan Township's office at all. Yo Chiao brother has become a favorite on the forum now. In addition to the idle posts about quarreling and arguing, there are also many practical analysis posts predicting the gameplay. In the forum, almost 90% of the players believe that Codename Island is a horizontal scrolling game, but the stage has become an island. This is also the reason why many people are not optimistic about Taoyuan Township, because Tinghue's new work is also a horizontal version. Tinghui is a large company that is good at piling up materials, while Taoyuanxiang has at most dozens of people. It remains to be seen whether it can compete with Tinghui, which has tens of thousands of people, in publicity and promotion and piling up materials. Of course, there are also some fans who are sticking to the public opinion position. Among them is a Tiebai user with the ID Yuan, who is very active and posts everywhere. No, I believe in Taoyuan Township. If you trust me, the game will definitely be fun. Monday, 8 a.m., Cat Cafe. Under the anxious and expectant gazes of 4 people, my leisurely island owner life is officially launched. Moreover, it was released almost at the same time as Dog Paradise Adventure. A moment after the game was released, a system prompt popped up in front of Luyu. This cycle is about to end. Current leisure points are 378.5 and are being redeemed. 37,850 yuan has been credited to my personal account. Congratulations on completing the extra mission of this cycle, releasing the second game. Reward, a random surprise effect lottery. A large lucky draw will appear on the system screen, spinning wildly, emitting blue light, and then stopped at a certain position. Colorful Festival LV2 effect. In the next 90 days, if the user can feel happy from the games or other products of Taoyuanxiang Company, the host will also obtain leisure points, with a rebate rate of 0.01%. Note, in each settlement cycle, the host can only obtain leisure points from the same user once. Currently, Taoyuan Township Company's operating capital is 749,000 yuan. The next settlement cycle is 90 days later. Additional task, before the end of the period, release the third game produced by Taoyuanxiang Company, and the theme of this game must be a modern urban genre. Task reward, random surprise effect. Because the host caused multiple critical hits on company employees during the previous settlement cycle, the Chiyuan mission has been triggered. Please open the mission list to view it. In the last cycle, which lasted more than a month, Liu made more than 38,000 yuan without doing anything, and he was generally very satisfied. You have to know that he is still a senior student who has not graduated yet, so this income is considerable. Next, we must continue to expand and strengthen the business of lying flat. Moreover, unlike last time, the lucky draw will this time produce a rare LV2 buff, no wonder it emitted a blue light. By analogy, are there purple, orange, and red lights further up? Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. And the effect of this buff is even better. In the next 90 days, not only employees but also users of Taoyuan Township can give him rebates. Now he has to find a way to make users feel happy. Although the rebate ratio is only 1 in 10,000, the total amount cannot be underestimated. Luyu will have to figure out how to make money from users. Afterwards, Luyu's attention quickly focused on the last strange mission, and he clicked on the task list to check. Fantasy mission, you need a little stimulation. Task requirements, during the next settlement cycle, have a company employee trigger 50 critical hits while earning leisure points. Task reward, the rebate rate for company employees is permanently increased to 20%. Luyu's eyes lit up. The rebate ratio will be permanently increased? Although this rare and wonderful mission is quite difficult, the rewards are also incredible. It seems that in the next cycle, not only do we have to continue to increase the company's efforts to earn points by lying down, but we also have to take the time to find a lucky employee of the company and train him/her well so that she can get a series of critical hits. He slowly made a plan in his mind. At this time, on the other side, the system light screen also lit up in front of Lu Mengyuan. Gains 620 proficiency points in this cycle. The The system mall has been refreshed. Welcome to purchase. Lu Mengyuan looked at the dazzling array of talents with anticipation. Surfing coordination, born with good body coordination, suitable for surfing athletes. Natural beauty, born with a temperament that suits the camera well and has the talent for modeling. Natural adaptation, born with the ability to endure harsh natural environments, this talent is suitable for wilderness survival enthusiasts. Eye of the ocean, born with the ability to distinguish the freshness of seafood in the sea where it is produced, and can determine the best cooking method for seafood ingredients, a talent that is very suitable for foodies. The price is 300 proficiency points. But, it's still a bummer. What kind of weird talents are these? Also, what the hell is suitable for foodies? Is being a foodie also a profession? She picked through the pile of products and finally saw a useful one. Color inspiration, born with good color sensitivity, you have a better taste for color matching when drawing art, which is suitable for the talents of art creators. The reason why she has this talent is probably because she has been in contact with nature during this period of time. After spending 300 to buy this talent, logically speaking, the remaining 300 points should be saved. But Lu Mengyuan's eyes were always secretly watching the foodie talent of the Eye of the Ocean. Honestly, if you can master the best cooking methods for seafood, even if you can't become a top chef, you will be a top food connoisseur. When I get married, I can make time to cook for Luyu. As she was thinking about it, she quickly patted her face, and her smooth little face bounced back and forth. Wake up, Lu Mengyuan, you are such a shameless woman. We haven't confirmed the other party's feelings yet, and nothing has been decided yet. That. She leaned close to Luyu's ear and whispered, do you like seafood? Luyu was a little confused by Lu Mengyuan's sudden words. Ah. Boy, it's okay. I like it very much. You have paid 300 points to purchase the talent Ocean Eyes. Your account balance is 20 points. After the purchase, Lu Mengyuan's cheeks flushed and she kept comforting herself. Although I vowed to become a career-oriented woman and be proud of myself. But, it's okay to fall into depravity once in a while, right? She swore secretly in her heart. This is the last time I will fall. Next time I will work hard to earn points and buy all the useful talents. Absolute. Just as I finished thinking this, the system popped up a prompt. Because the host fully participated in the development of a game project during the previous settlement cycle, the Chiyuan quest has been triggered. Chiyuan quest, developers getting better. Task requirements. During the next settlement cycle, you and your company employees must accumulate 1,000 proficiency points related to game development. Task reward. The employee's proficiency point rebate ratio is permanently increased to 20%. Lu Mengyuan's eyes lit up. Look, just when I said I was going to make a lot of points, the mission is here. We made 600 points in the last cycle, which means that in the next cycle, we need to make a larger game and mobilize the entire company to work more actively. She slowly made a plan in her mind. After the game was launched, everyone looked at the back-end operational data nervously. 5 minutes. 10 minutes has passed. But the number of registered players is still 0. This is an inevitable result. After all, there was no publicity. On the other hand, whether it is Dosha, Leopard Tooth Platform, or Dilly Dilly Danmu Network, a large number of anchors have joined Dog Girl Paradise Adventure at the time of server opening. The Krypton Gold Up hosts in the Dilly Dilly game area, including Takaya, Cotton, Wanzi, Bacillus, Cotton Quilt, etc., entered the game as soon as possible to evaluate the cost-effectiveness of various Krypton Gold skins and Krypton Gold props. Coupled with Tinghui Company's paid publicity, for a time, Dog Bitch Paradise directly dominated the top of the Dilly Dilly hot search list. The unique horizontal version of the game has attracted many new players. Although there are also fans of Teo Yuangxiang who explained in the live broadcast room that this game imitates Catgirl Paradise. But after all, the sales volume of Catgirl Paradise was only over 10, and the publicity coverage was not as good as Tinghui's own chat software WeChat and TT. Seeing Tinghui's overwhelming publicity campaign, Lu Mengyuan and the other two were anxious, but Lu Yu remained extremely calm. Having 1,000 people online at the same time is not something that can be achieved overnight. Don't panic. He smiled slightly and dragged the other three to the pedestrian street to eat, drink and have fun. Dilly Dilly Barrage Network. The live broadcast room of the single-player game anchor G. Ji-chan is the top anchor of the year in the Dilly Dilly gaming area, with over 1,000 ships for many years. In her early years, she appeared in real life as a loli with twin ponytails. She likes to play various hardcore single-player games, including horror games. Later, the virtual image was changed to one with blonde twin tails, which is said to be a tribute to Mary Rose from Dead or Alive. At this time, the title of the live broadcast room is Play in the Bitch Paradise for a while. But after playing for a while, Ji-chan lost interest. Because she had watched Wang Fanxia's video before, she also got into Catgirl Paradise and has completed the second round and collected all the hidden elements. Replaying content that has already been played out is a real waste of time. No, wait a moment, let me find some new games to play. Suddenly, she inadvertently noticed that the game list of Taoyuan Township Company's official account had become 2. Taoyuan Company has released a new game? Ji-chan opened the new game interface. The colorful game logo of My Leisurely Island Owner Life comes into view. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. The plot is about to enter the exciting game live broadcast segment, so please read the latest chapter every day in the next few days, especially until next Wednesday. I urge everyone, please don't just throw the book on the bookshelf to grow old QAQ. Your daily reading determines how many rounds of recommendations the book can make, which is very important. This book has 2 chapters updated every night at 7, so you can read it after dinner or watching the news. The new book season is coming to an end, so I can't recommend it anymore. I'll compensate you after it's on the shelves. In addition, I would like to thank the following big guys for their monthly tickets: Life in Bed, Sang Xiaocheng, Fanxian, Mo Zishan, Hope Heroes Live Forever, Route 1876, 139969445, Bookfriend 2023042616471867 Bookfriend 201910212023518030. Thank you for your daily recommendation votes, which can be seen in the background. 3. Under the game logo, there is a brief game introduction. Start a dreamlike and leisurely journey. Apart from this, there is no introduction to the product's gameplay or selling points, highlighting its Buddhist nature. The live broadcast room barrage began to scroll wildly. Holy crap, Taoyuan Township Company is releasing a new game? Isn't this the game that was on their preview poster? I didn't expect it to be released so soon. So, why not announce the release? I have to say, this company's closed-door promotion and marketing is an old tradition, and the previous game was also like that. If it weren't for Wang Fanxia's support, the company would probably be doomed. Isn't it because they're afraid of Ting Hui's new game? Right now, all the attention is focused on Dog Paradise. I guess Taoyuan feels their new game can't beat Ting Hui's, so they're ashamed and trying to avoid it. Goddamn, you're so ashamed of yourself. The person above, if you're not a sailboat, then you're really mentally retarded. Oh my, are you so anxious? Teacher Woya is openly confronting Taoyuan Township, and you're still here defending? How much money does Taoyuan Township pay you? 666, fight. Ji-chan, come and try it out and show everyone the way. Ji-chan tried to appease the audience. Everyone, please stop arguing. Some of the room managers who are stirring up trouble will be shut down. Hey, if you want to know what the game is like, you can just go in and take a look. Seriously. She clicked the download button and was shocked when she saw the download progress bar. Client 25G. My goodness, Taoyuan Company's previous game was only a few hundred MB. What the hell have they come up with this time? After 10 minutes, the download and installation is complete. The screen immediately displayed the game's login interface in full screen. Under the blue sky, the screen camera follows a seagull soaring on the skyline, circling from its subjective perspective. The sun is shining brightly in the sky and the wind is blowing the clouds away. Seagulls flew over the sparkling sea and landed on the white sand beach, while waves gently touched the shore, spreading like ripples. In the distance, the peach blossom forest is full of colorful petals fluttering in the breeze. The music suddenly became passionate, the seagulls rose and flew over the mountains on the island, and a towering and ancient temple rang the bell. The magnificent picture gradually unfolds, and the game title appears on the sky screen. My leisurely island owner life. The live broadcast room began to swipe the screen like crazy. Holy crap! I haven't even entered the game yet, and this opening animation is already awesome. I love it so much. You can tell the production team put a lot of effort into it. And it doesn't look like CG, it's rendered in real time in the game. Awesome! In this era, domestic games rarely have animations at the beginning. Even if animations are made by big companies like Tinghue, most of them are based on the duels and fights of martial arts PK games. Ji-chan's review: the opening gave me a good impression, and I think the music of this game is a bit unique. It sounds a bit weird at first, but it gets a little better the second and third times. Next, after registering for the Taoyuan Township Pass, a black screen. Ji-chan, from a first-person perspective, slowly opens his eyes. The scorching sun casts a halo, the waves are heard, and the palm trees sway on the beach. A chubby orange cat suddenly popped up its big head. Game subtitles: she seems to want to talk to you. Pick up the translator next to you. It can understand the language of animals. After using the translator. Xiao Yuan Yuan, hello, meow, I've been waiting for you on the island for a long time, meow. Xiao Yuan Yuan, what's your name? Ji-chan tapped the keyboard without hesitation and entered the character name, Little Meat Bun. Xiao Yuan Yuan, Little Meat Bun, what an interesting name. Next, please give this island that belongs to you a unique name. Ji-chan tapped the keyboard and typed, 213 Real JK Island. The barrage began to flood the screen. Why is this cat called Xiao Yuan Yuan? It sounds weird, like a person's name. Little meat buns and little round balls, a perfect match. Housekeeper, 213 is the room number for the livestream. As for why it's called Real JK, you'll know in a moment. Xiao Yuan Yuan, next, please recall what you look like. Little meat bun stood up in the first-person perspective, walked to the beach, and looked down at his reflection in the water. Immediately afterwards, the character face-shaping interface appeared on the sea. There are many parameters that can be set, including gender, skin color, body shape, body proportions, hairstyle, makeup, etc. Even eye color and birthmarks can be customized. Barrage exclaimed. Just from this novice segment, you can see the production team's skills. These days, online games all let you choose a name and sculpt your face as soon as you log in. This game's approach is quite refreshing. It seems that only Q-version proportions can be created. Ji-chan fiddled with the face-shaping interface for a long time and finally created a spirited girl with blonde twin tails, and matched her with a black JK uniform. The audience was delighted. 666666, it really is a real JK. Although it's a Q-version character, I always feel that the game's rendering of JK's stockings is unusually attentive. Ji-chan, please turn your perspective and look from the bottom up. I don't mean anything else. I just wanted to see if there are any bugs in the model. The upstairs one smells better, don't get a haircut in this barber shop. After finishing the face shaping, Ji-chan controlled the little meat bun and started walking around on the beach. WASD controls movement, the spacebar jumps, the F key interacts, and the mouse slides to adjust the perspective. The entire island came into view, and Ji-chan turned the mouse to appreciate the scenery of the island. The game engine renders the entire island into a bright cartoon style, with blue sky, clear water, lush forests, and golden beaches, which makes people feel happy just by looking at them. Ji-chan, wow, this scenery is so cool. The live broadcast room's barrage also began to swirl the screen crazily. Holy crap! Holy crap! This scenery is pretty good. Although it's still using the UE Workshop engine, the rendering has been optimized a lot. It looks like a brand new 3D cartoon-style game, not a side-scrolling one. Look, the game UID is displayed in the lower right corner, 0000000001. Wow, Ji-chan is the first one to get to the island? This UID is so envious. No more watching, guys. I'm itching to leave now and go grab the UID. I won't let you go faster than me. But among Ji-chan's audience, fans of Taoyuangxiang are only a minority, and most of the audience still choose to stay in the live broadcast room. Ji-chan dragged the mouse gracefully and looked at her own Q version image. She commented, after all, with such a lovely face, I have to be more elegant and easygoing, and become a lady. Next, Xiao Yuan taught her to pick up the toolkit, which contained an axe, a hammer, a pickaxe, etc. The first step to island survival is to build your own nest. Ji-chan picked up the pickaxe and tried to clear out a piece of flat land as the foundation. As a result, she just swung the pickaxe. Suddenly, a huge crab jumped out from the sand pile next to her and snatched her pickaxe away. Ji-chan's voice broke, "Ah, you scared me to death." The barrage began to flood the screen. Ha 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 ha. Elegant and easygoing. Where is the lady you promised me? The little meat buns are so cute. The crab kicked its legs, raising clouds of sand, and prepared to run away. Ji-chan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he caught the crab by pressing the F key. This is a huge fat crab, half the height of the character, and has become almost spherical. Xiao Yuan ran over and licked her cat paw. This crab is called Jingxiong. Although he is very naughty, he is not a bad person. The comments were full of complaints. God damn it, Masao, why does a crab have such a serious name? Really? Ji-chan's voice was filled with doubt. The game options appear in front of you. Option 1, let it say something praising you, and then make a decision. Option 2, roast it and eat it directly. The comments were all about roasting it and eating it directly. Ji-chan said, Don't be impatient, let me first listen to how a crab can praise people. Masao raised the pliers, his eyes sparkling as he said. One day, the god of the universe asked a question to all the living beings on this planet. Please raise your hand if you think the little meat buns are cute. And so, the planet became a sea urchin. Ji-chan chuckled, ha ha ha, oops, forget it, I'll let you go. Don't scare people anymore. The crab looked at the little meat bun with bright eyes, gave him a wink, and then burrowed back into the sand. Donmu is happy. Ugh, so greasy. Gold, wood, water, fire, you. Brothers, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that this fat crab is a bit disgusting. Maybe it's because we're both old gentlemen. Ha 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 ha. Ji-chan continued the game. Everyone, I like to listen to the sound of the waves when I go to sleep at night, so my secret nest must be near the sea. She picked up the tools and started hoeing the earth again. Fortunately, the foundation was completely leveled and Masao did not come out to make trouble. Xiao Yuan teaches Ji-chan how to cut down trees. After reading the tutorial, Ji-chan began to explain to the audience, in this game, there are also skills to chopping down trees. You have to click the mouse at the right time when swinging the axe to maximize the force. Then she dropped the axe with a clang. Ha 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 ha. Words follow words series. I see, it does require skill. Seeing that Ji-chan was not good at chopping trees, Xiao Yuan picked up a small branch in her mouth. And taught her. A man and a cat used branches to imitate each other's tree-cutting actions, which made the audience laugh. Haha, help me, you guys are so cute. After finally laying the foundation and obtaining the wood, Ji-chan began to build the wooden house. At this moment, the weather suddenly changed and a strong wind blew up. The few wooden boards that were finally erected were blown all over the place. My goodness, I didn't expect the weather system in this game to be so realistic. There was no other choice, so Ji-chan started using ropes made of seaweed to fix the wooden board. As a result, the rope scattered aside looked too much like a ball of wool, which directly caused Xiao Yuan to roll around on the beach, forcing her to look for the rope frantically. Finally, the frame of the cabin was finally formed. Ji-chan wanted to add a chimney on the top of the wooden roof, but accidentally got his head stuck in it. The Q-version man was left with only 2 short legs, kicking around outside. Xiao Yuan was so anxious that she was spinning around on the roof, sprinting non-stop and bumping into Ji-chan's but trying to knock him out. Ha 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 ha. You two idiots, you're killing me with laughter. You two understand the effects of the show. After a long time of hard work, the wooden house was finally built. At this time, Ji-chan suddenly found that his walking speed was getting slower and slower, and finally he fell to the ground on the beach with a plop. Xiao Yuan reminded at this time. Look at the satiety bar in the upper right corner. If it turns yellow, your physical abilities will weaken. If this bar turns red, you cannot move and must eat. If this bar turns gray, you're gone and you have to wait for the cooldown to end before you can respawn, meow. Then, it slowly took out the fishing rod and bucket, which it needed to use to find food. Ji-chan's voice broke, why didn't you tell me earlier? As if I could hear Ji-chan's complaints, the next sentence of the NPC Xiao Yuan was, I should have given you these first, I forgot, hey. The orange cat stuck out its tongue. Barrage of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Little Yuan is trying to get away with it. Afterwards, Ji-chan found a source of clean water in the forest, drank half a bucket, and finally recovered. Hey everyone, look, there are apples in front. Ji-chan walked to the apple tree and kicked it with a charged kick. Bang! 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 The falling apple hit the character's head and caused bumps all over it. Ji-chan pouted and said, why is this game so realistic in a place like this? Barrage. Killing me. Ji-chan is a bad boy. After a busy day, the first day of the deserted island survival experience is finally over. In addition to the cabin by the sea, Ji also used her basic carpentry skills to make some furniture for herself. The night in the game is very quiet, with the moon hanging high in the sky and the waves surging. Ji-chan and Xiao Yuan sat on the beach looking at the scenery, and the background music became warm, like a lullaby. The audience was still unsatisfied in the barrage. Wow, the scenery at night is also beautiful. This game feels really warm and cozy. There's no PK for loot or guild fights. After watching it for a whole day, I couldn't wait any longer, so I downloaded it too. Ji-chan soon discovered another fun thing, she could draw on the beach with her hands. As a result, just as she was about to finish drawing a loli with twin ponytails, a big crab suddenly emerged from the sand and messed up the painting. It was Masao who appeared during the day. A dialogue option popped up in front of Ji-chan, and she immediately chose, did you do it on purpose or was it an accident? On purpose, because you graffitied my door. So, one man and one crab began to circle on the beach. The barrage refreshes the screen. Ah, this crab makes me laugh to death. Catch him and cook him. Don't give in, little meat. Bun. After all, Ji-chan is a single-player anchor, and she can even use the invincibility frame when playing fighting games. This kind of chase is a piece of cake for her, and she soon caught Masao again. Option 1, listen to it tell a joke first, then decide whether to eat it. Option 2, cook it and eat it directly. Considering the effect of the show, Ji-chan still chose 1. She snorted coldly, I want to see how this crab can make people happy again. Masao's expression was filled with memories. Little meat bun, let me tell you a sad story to cheer you up. As you know, it's not easy to find a partner in our sea area, so my mother arranged for me to go to Xinglu Beach, 3 kilometers away, to find a single Miss Starfish for a blind date. As a result, as soon as I met Miss Starfish, she rejected me immediately. I asked her directly why, and guess what she said? Masao's face was filled with grief and indignation. She actually told me that her older sisters had always told her since she was little that those who hurt girls were scumbags. The barrage exploded directly. Ha 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 ha. This crab is so easy to deal with. You'll be fined for using puns, ha ha. Ji-chan also laughed so hard that tears came out. You are indeed a scumbag. After laughing enough, Ji-chan decided to release the crab. It would be nice to keep it as a fun thing. Just as Masao regained his freedom, he suddenly stopped not far away, took out a bag of vegetable seeds, fruits, butter bread and other food from behind him, and put them on the ground. Ji-chan was moved and chose the dialogue option, you finally have a conscience and want to help me? The crab replied seriously. These things should have been given to you as part of the novice tutorial when you first landed on this island. But I forgot. Sorry, you've been eating wild fruits all day, hee hee. Then it disappeared in a flash. Ji-chan's voice broke again. Damn it, I regret this. Stop right there. I'm going to make you into a crab stick. Ha 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 ha. The novice tutorial can actually be like this? Hey, what the hell is that? Interesting, interesting. The newbie experience in other games is very dull and boring, but this game is full of laughter on the first day. Ha ha ha. Ji-chan yawned. That's all for today. I signed off early. This game was surprisingly fun. We'll continue tomorrow. See you all. Into the night. Lu Yu and his 3 friends had some dumplings at a Shandong restaurant on the pedestrian street, and then played in a cat cafe until after 8 o'clock before preparing to go home. Before leaving, Lu Yu took a look at the game's operational background data. There were 6,000 registered users on the first day, and as of 8 p.m., there were 1,200 people online at the same time. Although this result is basically in line with expectations, it was achieved a little too quickly. Since the first 24 hours are free to try, Lu Yu does not have revenue data yet, but it should be roughly the same. Lu Yu decided not to pay attention to the game data anymore. That should be it. After all, it is a relatively niche farming game and it is unlikely to become a hit. System hint. A total of 6,000 users have played My Leisure Island Life and are happy. Leisure points plus 0.6. Users have started to receive rebates, and he can finally make money from them. What a good sign. While Lu Yu was feeling happy, he began to plan his next work arrangements. It is already June and the final defense of the graduation thesis is about to take place. After the thesis defense, there is the graduation ceremony, and then I become a real office worker. Lu Yu put down the coffee cup and ordered. Everyone, please focus on your graduation thesis work first. If you have any questions, please come to the Cat Cafe for a quick meeting, or directly handle them in the work discussion group. After the graduation ceremony in half a month, I will rent a new office and everyone will officially start work. Of course, wages for this period will be paid as usual, Lu Yu added. At night, Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan strolled under the streetlights, slowly walking towards the school dormitory building. As graduation approaches, this pedestrian street in the university town has become much busier, and many senior students come to the nearby area for graduation dinners. Some were laughing out loud, while others were crying loudly after drinking. Either way, it's genuine feeling. How's your graduation thesis going? After walking in silence for a while, Lu Yu tried to make conversation. I didn't have a clear direction at first, but after a trip to Dongming Island, I was inspired by the scenery and now I have some ideas. Lu Mengyuan asked back. What about you? Me? I'm just a so-so. I finished it a few months ago and I'm just waiting for the defense to pass. Lu Mengyuan thought to himself, he is indeed the king of exams and a top student, as excellent and calm as ever. Thinking of this, she nervously asked, what are your plans after graduation? Someone like Lu Yu would definitely get offers from many large companies. If he encountered an opportunity with very good pay, would he consider going? Of course, I want to continue to keep Taoyuan Township going. Lu Mengyuan finally put down the stone in his heart. If Lu Yu chooses to give up running Taoyuan Township, the system will have to be untied, fortunately. What about you? Didn't your family ask you to go back for internship? Lu Yu asked casually. I won't go back. Lu Mengyuan curled her cherry lips. Lu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a strange sense of security in his heart. After thinking for a while, he said casually. Then you have to start looking for an apartment in advance. After graduation, you can no longer live in the school dormitory. With a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, it's a bit difficult to live in an apartment by yourself in Jianhai City, but finding someone to share the apartment with is definitely no problem. Lu Mengyuan stole a glance at Lu Yu and whispered, what about you? I should find someone to share the rent with. Lu Yu stretched. Oh. Lu Mengyuan stared at her toes. Her crystal clear toes peeked out from her sandals and twisted slightly nervously. That? She hesitated. No, nothing. The moon smiled secretly and hid in the clouds, and the street lights gradually lengthened the shadows of the two people. More than 11 o'clock in the evening. A number of top game anchors from live streaming platforms such as Dosha, Baoya, and D-Station looked exhausted after playing Dog Paradise Adventure. On the first day of the server opening, in order to rush to the top guild ranking in the server, the show effect was used to earn traffic. The anchors of major D-stations spend a lot of money to strengthen equipment, enhance gems, and refine equipment attributes. However, after the wave of excitement brought by spending a lot of Krypton gold, what remains is endless emptiness. In order to speed up the progress, they basically pay to kill the monsters in the level instantly, and use various skipping methods to fight the boss. The plot was also skipped all the way. After they finished the main storyline, they realized that they had not noticed what story it was about. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room caught the attention of the anchors. Just came from Ji-chan's place. That crab made me laugh to death. Brothers, what are the comments saying? What crab? Is it a new game from Taoyuan Township? I watched the live broadcast and it's pretty good. It's quite fun. What the hell? Taoyuan Township has a new game? Why didn't I know about it? And it's a horizontal version? Not at all. The online Uncle Party is all a scam. This is a brand new game focusing on island survival. It just so happened that the anchors were also very tired and bored after playing Dog Paradise. Seeing the heated discussion in the barrage, they also started downloading and trying it out. As a result, more and more anchors on D-Station are broadcasting My Leisurely Island Owner Life. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Ji-chan titled the live broadcast room Second Day of Survival on a Deserted Island and officially started the live broadcast. Little G is here so early today. Ha, this game is so fun, it makes the anchor become a self-disciplined G. With the seeds given by Crab yesterday, and after studying the system's skill menu for a while, Ji-chan had a preliminary understanding of the initial routines of this game. She explained. In fact, this farming game is all about how to efficiently circulate resources, quickly upgrade the technology tree, and discover key technologies. First, plant crops to obtain food, process the fishing materials into various items, then explore deep into the island's hinterland to obtain new mineral veins. Then, use the mineral veins to unlock tools, upgrade your residence and farmland, and unlock more advanced plant seeds. So, the first step, Ji-chan decided to farm first. But just like yesterday, Ji-chan's farming life also made the show a huge success. She had just turned over a piece of land with a hoe when a blue butterfly danced over in the distance. Meow meow. The orange cat Xiao Yuan Yuan jumped excitedly and waved his little paws to catch butterflies. At this time, Ji-chan had just finished leveling the vegetable field. When she saw the butterfly and the orange cat flying towards her, her face turned pale. No, 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 no. Boom! Xiao Yuan Yuan hit her but again, and she fell flat on her face. Ah! The land I just plowed. The barrage refreshes the screen. Ha 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 ha. These two idiots are at it again. I laughed like crazy this morning, and now my mom is looking at me weirdly. Ji-chan had no choice but to take out the Polygonum multiflorum that he got from the forest yesterday from his backpack and threw it into the distance. The orange cat meowed and rushed over. After finally clearing the area, she began to level the land again, planted a row of tomato seeds, and started watering them. As a result, halfway through the watering, a bulge appeared in the ground again and started moving around. After the tomato seeds were turned over, the sack became bigger and bigger, and finally Crab Jingshon broke out of the soil. Masao's eyes sparkled as he waved his pliers twice, making a cool gesture. There's a thunderclap in the sky, and I make my grand entrance. Why didn't I cook and eat you? Ji-chan was so angry that she started chasing him, but Masao ran away without a trace. Ji-chan looked at the messy field, feeling very angry and not knowing what to say. Suddenly, a rabbit poked its head out from the bushes and threw a carrot, almost hitting her on the head. Ji-chan said angrily, "Who is it? What are you doing?" "Oh, carrot. Thank you, thank you, thank you." The barrage began to flood the screen like crazy. The anchor is so pitiful, even the rabbit can't stand watching it, Ha! The little meat buns are so cute, even the rabbit wants to feed them. Maybe Lord Rabbit was amused and gave me a reward. Fuck, host, did you see that just now? There was a rabbit with lightning in the bushes. You must be seeing things. How could a rabbit be electrified? Really, I saw it. It vanished in a flash, as fast as thunder. Seeing the barrage reminder, Ji-chan went to the bushes and searched around, but couldn't find the lightning rabbit. She just thought that this netizen had seen it wrong. After planting the vegetable fields, Ji-chan took his fishing rod and went to the beach to fish. While fishing, she looked back at Xiao Yuan, fearing that the cat would attack again if she disagreed with him. After waiting for a long time, she finally noticed that the fishing rod moved. She excitedly reeled in the line. Swish! Masao climbed out of the water holding the fishhook and grinned at Ji-chan to show off his coolness. The crab held a struggling fish in its claws. I'm sorry I ate your bait, so you haven't caught anything for a while. I'd like to dedicate this fish to the lovely little meat bun lady. Ji-chan was so angry that he swung his fishing rod and threw the crab into the sea. You're so annoying, go away. The barrage of music. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Krabs should be sad. After fishing for a long time, something took the bait again. Ji pulled the line hard and caught another bottle. Ji-chan said self-deprecatingly, is this what they call a fisherman who can catch anything except fish? There is a message in the bottle. Hello, is there anyone else in this area? If so, I hope you can build your sailboat soon. Remember to find me at the island with the following coordinates, E114, N514. What strange coordinates? Is this island called Shimokitazawa? Ji-chan, throw away the message in the bottle. Don't respond. Don't respond. Ji-chan chuckled at the comments, come on, don't be like this. Shouldn't we sympathize with this player for being randomly assigned to this kind of coordinates? Someone in the barrage quickly came to their senses. Guys, so, is this game playable socially with other people? What the hell? Does this mean that this world isn't just one island, but is actually bigger than we imagined? At the end of the letter, there is a warm reminder left by the player. If there are stones arranged in a regular equilateral triangle near the peach forest, it means there's a hidden mine nearby. Look carefully. I hope you can build a small boat to go out to sea before I can. I'm stuck on key resources and can't upgrade the technology tree. After reading the letter, Ji-chan recalled, Does anyone remember? It seems like we actually passed by a similar place yesterday. Soon a netizen responded, I remember. Ji-chan turned around and followed the instructions of the fans to find the mine. At this moment, an inconspicuous comment floated across the live broadcast room. Oh my god, look at the sea in the distance. Isn't that a giant whale spouting water? It's so huge, and it's glowing blue. But no one noticed this barrage. After Ji-chan found the entrance to the hidden mine, he found the cave was extremely gloomy, like a huge abyss that could swallow everything. She explained, based on my gaming experience, there must be something better in here than the copper and iron ores outside. As she walked, her pickaxe hit a hornet's nest near the cave entrance. Buzzing. The wasp raised its stinger, which shone with a cold metallic gleam, and charged. Oh my god, don't come over here. The barrage refreshes the screen. Something better. Ha 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 ha. Stupid anchor, I reminded you to bring a torch. At this moment, Xiao Yuan and Zhengxiang jumped out, waving their claws and pincers, and quickly killed several hornets. Ji-chan chose the dialogue option, thank you. In the game screen, although the Q-version man looks very happy, he still turns his head away. Masao stroked his bear crab shell with a sharp gaze, and spoke in a disgustingly handsome tone. It's okay to be honest with yourself and not be so arrogant, ma'am. Ji-chan's forehead veins bulged, and he couldn't stop clenching his fists. For some reason, I keep coming up with the idea of cooking and eating this stinky crab. So, a man, a cat, and a crab began to explore the mine. After walking for a while with the torch in hand, suddenly a shining butterfly appeared in front of me and flashed by. This butterfly has glowing colorful wings, and wherever it passes, the mine is illuminated as bright as day. Now, everyone can see it clearly. What's going on? What's that? Fuck, I've noticed it too. It's definitely not an ordinary animal. Could it be an elf? I've already said that the lightning rabbit was real too. Ji-chan operated the mouse and clicked the butterfly, which displayed glow butterfly. Race, insect. Gender, female. Rating, 5. Status. Neutral, can be subdued. Description, a bug-type Pokemon that lives deep in a dark mine. It possesses self-luminous wings that can illuminate the dark place as bright as day. At the same time, it excels at using pollen for hypnosis and hallucination attacks. As soon as this message was displayed, the barrage exploded again. Oh my god. Capturable fantasy species Pokemon? Isn't this just a simple farming game? Look, you still don't understand after reading this. This is the ambition of Teo Yuanxiang Studio. What they want to present to the majority of players is a world of true freedom to build and explore. This butterfly seems to be able to fight and also serve as a mobile torch. It's very practical. What should I do? I really want to explore this island myself. But no, the more I watch the live stream, the more itchy I feel. I'm going to log out of the game first. Of course Ji-chan wanted to capture this phantom butterfly, but the two guys following him were both weak fighters, so he could only watch the phantom butterfly fly away. After walking forward for a while, Xiao Yuan said, "Be careful, little meat bun. I heard from the cat elders at home that there's a creature called Chi-Chi in this mine. She's the leader of all the mine elves and the queen of the night." Ji-chan selects the dialogue option. What is Kiki? Chi-Chi is Chi-Chi. Few people on this island have seen her true face. When Jingxiong heard the name Chi-Chi, he was so scared that his crab shell trembled twice and silently retreated to the end of the team. The appearance of these two guys increased Ji-chan's inner tension. After looking around and walking for a while, they came to a pile of amethyst ore. The ore produced here is the key material for upgrading the building technology tree, and the food that Ji-chan brought with him has run out, so he decided to stop today's exploration here, dig some more and go back. As soon as the fat crab saw Ji-chan start working, he started to act up again. It crawled around on Ji-chan's mining tools, constantly poking its head out. Then he crawled to the backpack, grabbed a dug ore with his claws, shook it hard, and threw it aside when he had enough fun. Seeing Ji-chan chasing after him, the crab ran to an abandoned small mine cart, as if he wanted to escape by the mine cart, but with a click, he was stuck in the corner of the wall by the mine cart. Now, Crab Masao could only look at Ji-chan in despair, and slowly approached it with a smirk on his face. The comments were all about, "Cook it." Thanks to Zhu Xian, 3000 demons, Shen 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 Shen, Zingiwis, Bookfriend 2019102511810136711, Shen Sanmo, Dongfun's Crazy, Admired Hansan, and Hunger Wants FF for their monthly tickets. Also, thanks to the big guys who voted for the recommendation votes crazily, Muamua, 3. The game options pop up in front of Ji-chan. Option 1, let it tell a bad joke, then decide whether to eat it. Option 2, steam it directly. Ji-chan chuckled and chose option 1. She wanted to see what other pearls this crab could spit out of its mouth. Masao's crab-like face was full of vicissitudes of life, and he stared at the dim mining lamp in a daze. "Little meat bun, let me tell you a story about my friend. It is also a crab, named Away. We are good brothers who grew up on the same reef. Its temper is even worse than mine. Once, Away was walking on the beach and was hit by a shrimp. Away angrily asked, 'Are you blind?' Then the other person replied with a look of surprise, 'How did you know?' The barrage refreshes the screen. Ha 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 ha. It's so cold. I told you that you'll be fine for using puns. One more and one more. The game options popped up again in front of Ji-chan. Option 1, let it continue talking, and then decide whether to eat it. Option 2, add oil to the pan and start frying. Ji-chan happily chose option 1. Masao seemed to be lost in distant memories and continued to narrate. Later, Aoi was captured by the cook of a tavern in a port and steamed in a pot. The cook was a novice and had no experience. He would open the pot and poke Wei with his finger every once in a while. Finally, after poking him several times, Wei suddenly clamped the cook's finger with pliers and sneered. "Are you familiar with each other? Just stand here and touch me." Ji-chan was laughing so hard that he couldn't speak, and the microphone was breaking. The barrage exploded again. Ha 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 ha. This is making me die of laughter. Wei is so brave. The game pops up a prompt for the third time. Option 1, give it another chance to tell a bad joke. Option 2, light a bonfire and start grilling right away. Ji-chan immediately chose 1. Masao realized that Ji-chan would not let him go easily this time. His crab eyes revealed a loneliness that seemed to have seen through the mundane world. He sighed and said sadly. Later, Wei was finally steamed and served on the tavern's table. A family from the city came to eat, and the little girl saw Wei on the plate and suddenly started crying. The parents hurriedly asked what happened, and the little girl cried, "Poor crab, its parents must be waiting for it to come home." The parents suddenly felt the forks in their hands become heavy. Seeing that the little girl was about to suffer from a childhood trauma, the tavern cook came over enthusiastically and pointed at the table and said, "Don't worry, little darling, their whole family is here." Ji-chan was almost out of breath from laughing. The live broadcast room barrage completely exploded. My face mask cracked from laughing, the anchor compensated me for it. I just had my wisdom teeth removed, and now the wound is splitting open from laughing. The anchor needs to pay for my medical expenses. I burst out laughing, the anchor should compensate me for the bitter tea. After telling 3 jokes, Masao sighed. Wei is dead after all. Please steam me and let me go down to accompany my good brother. Masao covered his eyes with pliers, pretended to cry, and then stole a glance at the little meat bun through the gap between the pliers. Ji-chan chuckled, "Oh, since you made me laugh, I forgive you." When Ji-chan chooses to release Masao, the game pops up a prompt. Masao the Giant Claw, a water-type Pokemon, has joined your crusade team. There is a new sprite button on the main interface of the game. Ji-chan clicks into the game and the property panel shows. Giant Crab. Race, Crab. Gender, Male. Rating, 1. Status, Teammate. Description, an aquatic elf that lives by the sea. It has a pair of huge pincers that can be used as a sickle during farming activities. At the same time, in battle, it is good at using the giant pincers for shearing attacks. Ji-chan was both surprised and delighted. He was worried that he didn't have an initial elf to open up the mine, but he didn't expect that Masao was an elf. Come to think of it, ordinary crabs are not this big, and they are not this ugly. After a while, the game popped up a prompt again. Dear players, your 24-hour trial has expired. If you want to continue supporting this game, you are welcome to purchase a monthly card. Ji-chan flipped through the payment instructions and was shocked. For the entire game, you only need to pay 15 yuan to buy a monthly card, and you can play it for a month. Other than that, there are no other charges? The barrage refreshes the screen. My conscience, the expression of my wallet being tortured by a bitch paradise is unbelievable. Exactly. This game is way better than Bitch Paradise in terms of fun, effort, and depth of gameplay. Each primary power-up gem in Goosebumps costs 30 yuan. I already regret playing that game. It was so boring in the end. I was either beaten by the rich or the hardcore players snatched away my resources. There was no gaming experience at all. Will Taoyuan Township Company starve to death? I'm so worried. No more talking, brothers. Start charging. I'll charge him 3 monthly cards as a sign of respect. It was late at night, and Ji-chan went off the air after recharging her monthly card. Many viewers still stayed in the live broadcast room and refused to leave, enthusiastically discussing the game content. On DillyDillyDanmu.com, Ji-chan's various live broadcast clips and secondary creations began to become popular on D-Station. There is even a popular video in the Ghost video area, The Life of Crabway. In order to find new program effects, more and more anchors in the gaming area have given up on Gonyo Paradise and started broadcasting My Leisurely Island Owner Life. Late at night on the first day, about 90% of the anchors in the live broadcast area of Station D were broadcasting Dog Bitch Paradise. By late the next night, about 30% of the anchors had started live streaming Taoyuan Township's new game. Moreover, a strange entry appeared on the D station's hot search trend list. Hashtag should Masao be boiled or grilled, hashtag. The discussion continues to heat up. It can be seen that many players actually chose to eat this crab. But according to players' feedback in the comments section, it seems that even if Masao is eaten, the subsequent novice process can still be continued. However, there will be a crab elf that brings fun permanently missing from your account. At the end of the second day, Leisurely Island Owner Life made it into the top 100 of the UE platform's real-time online MMO rankings. Website data shows that 5,000 people are online at the same time. The cumulative number of registered users is 60,000. On the third day, at 8 in the morning, Ji-chan couldn't wait to get up and start the live broadcast. After all, she is an old driver in the gaming area, and she has become more and more adept at playing. After playing for a morning, I unlocked advanced technologies, mineral extractor and/or screener. The metal smelting technology tree has also been unlocked, allowing her to create more advanced combat equipment. In addition, she opened a new ranch next to the cabin, raising poultry such as chickens, sheep, and cows. She also made feeding boxes, feed machines, pasture fences, etc. After having sufficient resources, Ji-chan started to invest in tailoring and hunting technology points, unlocking leather armor blueprints and herbs and elven potions for exploration. All of this is in preparation for conquering various wild elves and continuing to explore the deepest part of the mine. Based on Ji-chan's many years of gaming experience, Kiki must have something good on her, most likely an item to unlock key technology. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, under the afterglow of the setting sun, Ji-chan's first Pokemon battle is about to begin. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room has reached a historical high. In the grass, Masao and the wild grass-type Pokemon, the ironclad beetle Pupa, stared at each other with eager eyes. The game uses dynamic command system for real-time combat. Players need to constantly adjust combat orders according to the existing dynamic situation and changes in the environment. Under Ji-chan's command, Masao moved his crab legs and rushed towards the pupa first. His huge claws were like a giant axe, and he chopped it down with a downward move. The patterns on the ironclad beetle pupa emit a faint light, like a halo wrapped around its body. Sonorous. It began to spin rapidly, knocking away the giant claws attack, and a large number of sparks flew out from the impact point. Then it let out a roar, and the halo turned golden, covering its body. A large amount of golden silk gushed out from its mouth, quickly weaving into a strong net that wrapped Masao. Seeing that the encirclement was about to close, Ji-chan quickly clicked the mouse and directed Masao to move. Light blue light continued to emerge from Masao's body, and he entered a rampage state, tearing the insect net apart with his giant pincers. I admit that you are very strong, but if I do the same, how will you respond? After Masao finished his battle lines, the giant claws did not stop. Instead, they created a blue storm by spinning at high speed and sucked the insect pupa into it. Boom, boom, boom. The pupa was constantly hit by the rotating giant claws, and finally it was exhausted and fell to the grass. Ji-chan cheered in a sweet voice, "Great! I successfully captured the iron beetle pupa." The live broadcast room began to have a heated discussion. Fuck, this is so cool, right? I thought it would be a turn-based battle where you hit me, but I didn't expect it to be a dynamic battle calculated in real time. This is more complicated than a turn-based system. Not only do you have to consider the timing of skill releases, but you also have to consider the positioning of the elves. Teotihuancang Studio is quite something. I remember their Catgirl Paradise, but it didn't have such a complicated game mechanic. Are their game designers cheating? They're growing so fast. Afterwards, Ji-chan teamed up Masao and Iron Beetle Pupa, and used the combo of Silk Binding and Giant Claws combo to capture Lightning Rabbit. The more Pokemon you have, the more flexible your strategies will be when facing different wild Pokemon. During the next 2 days of live broadcast, Panaibo, Flame Lion, and Ice Elf were obtained one after another. In the farm that has already begun to take shape, Ji-chan is still hatching various elf eggs with better qualifications. Among them, some embryos with good initial qualifications can also become quite powerful if they are cultivated to maturity. Thursday night. Accompanied by a hissing sound, Ji-chan conquered the phantom butterfly at the last hurdle before the deepest part of the mine. Ji-chan finally breathed a sigh of relief, her voice weary but still full of anticipation. Now, all obstacles leading to the deepest part of the mine have been cleared, and we will soon be able to see Kiki's true face. The appetite of the audience in the live broadcast room was also whetted. Little Neat Bun is awesome. I haven't even gotten halfway into the mine yet. I guess what Chi-Chi is guarding is the blueprints for shipbuilding technology. If we defeat her, won't we be able to go out to sea? Oh, you guys are so amazing. I haven't even hatched my first Pokemon egg yet. The guy upstairs, did you eat Jinxiong? In the game settings, if the player eats Masao, he can only hatch his first Pokemon by picking up randomly dropped Pokemon eggs from the mine. Therefore, from the perspective of land reclamation, the progress will be slower than those who let Masao go. Ji-chan played until 11 p.m. At this moment, the character's energy progress bar in the upper right corner of the game interface began to gradually decrease. She continued to play for another half hour. The character's movements became increasingly sluggish, and he began to yawn constantly. The game prompts a subtitle, "It's getting late, time to go to bed." Barrage sigh. Wow, even the sleep and rest schedule in this game is the same as in real life. Other games want you to grind 24 hours a day, but this company actually reminds you to go to bed early. I heard that Taoyuan Township's gaming philosophy is to combat involution. They've incorporated that philosophy into every detail of the game. Ji-chan was also tired from playing and said goodbye to the audience. Okay, it's over. Good night everyone. Remember to click the live broadcast reservation button at the bottom of the screen. See you tomorrow, Friday, to officially begin the crusade against Chi-Chi. Good night. Great. Looking forward to it. Little Neat Bun will definitely be able to take down Chi-Chi. With the exposure of the elf gameplay of My Leisure Island Life, and many players have begun to go out to sea to explore. As of midnight on Friday, the game's maximum number of concurrent online users soared to 0, jumping to the 3th place among online games on the UE platform. D-Station's hot search list has a new entry, and the popularity has soared. Hashtag how to revive Crabmaso, waiting online, very urgent hashtag. Under this topic, someone left a message. Official, please give me some resurrection medicine and revive Jinxiong. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. Someone responded below. Now that you've eaten it, don't regret it. Have you ever seen any zenithal technology that can turn digested food back into food? However, most players are happy even if they eat Masao, which just shows the freedom of the game and everyone enjoys it. On Weibo, Tieba and major game forums, public opinion about Taoyuan Township also began to reverse. Everywhere you look, players are showing off the rare Pokemon they've bred, the equipment they've crafted, or even live streams of cooking and eating Masao. There are also those who simply share their freedom and comfort of farming life. The fans of Taoyuan Township finally began to feel proud and turned their offensive. Didn't that guy bet with me that the new Taoyuan Township game would fail? I'll admit defeat, but you said you were the one who said to eat shit while standing upside down. Where are all the players in Dog Paradise? Oh, maybe they got beaten into autism by the rich. Although you look tough when you protect the bitch paradise, you look really unlucky when you secretly download the island owner's life. There were also some fans who originally believed the advertisements for the game Dog Girl Paradise, but found out that they were cheated and were extremely angry. After playing the life of the island owner, they immediately turned from haters to fans of Taoyuan Township. The game forum where the island owner lives was originally very deserted. The influx of a large number of newbies shocked some of the veterans in the forum, and they posted a question. Fuck, why is this bar so busy these days? Someone on the second floor replied. Based on this explosive popularity, Are you telling me that Taoyuan Township is self-isolating in its promotion? Third floor post. That's the genius of Taoyuan Township, alright? So, people are sometimes truly amazing creatures. If you desperately promote it and beg you to play, you'll definitely think it's a money-sucking scam. But if they act like they don't care about the game, many players will be curious about what the company has done. On game rating websites such as Dilly Dilly Game Zone and Yuyi Platform, the game reviews of My Leisurely Island Life and Dog Paradise Adventure also began to show a two-level reversal. One rating skyrocketed, while the other plummeted. In the comments section of Dog Paradise, many players gave negative reviews. I'm tired of playing. I was beaten by the rich. I'm already a hardcore gamer, but I didn't buy the full-screen instant kill feature to save money. But someone cleared the main questline within an hour of the server opening. How are you supposed to catch up? Fuck you, development team. Rare equipment isn't even bound. I was ambushed in a guild war, and the plus 12 gear I spent thousands of dollars on was snatched away by a tycoon. He was still taunting me as he left the room. Damn you. I originally came here to play for the beast-eared girls, but I found out that everything costs money. If I want to continue playing, the equipment upgrades are quite expensive. Working class people can't afford it, so I'm leaving now. He could have robbed her, but he chose to make a game out of it. He really is making me cry. It's so expensive, can you please optimize your Xiaobawang server? You spent all your money on buying trolls to manipulate reviews, right? The Dilly Dilly game rating is out of 10 points, but Goblin Paradise quickly dropped to 5.9 points. But every time the bottom line of 5.9 is touched, the score will rebound instantly, and a large number of 3 small accounts will appear in the comment area, refreshing the 5-star. Reviews. Data from the MeGame platform and the Yuyi platform show that on the first day of the launch of Dog Paradise, there were 6 simultaneous online users, but now the number has dropped to only 3. In stark contrast, in the major game review sections, Leisure Island Life received rave reviews. This game is fun. I made a beautiful girl and raised her as my daughter. HHH. I'm a farmer. Every day I just go online to harvest vegetables, go fishing, catch bugs, and then decorate my house with all kinds of interesting furniture. It's like playing house during my childhood's summer vacations. I'm a plot fan. I really enjoy talking to the elves on the island and listening to them tell the legend about Kiki. This game is very enjoyable to play. There's no forced main plot that requires you to do anything immediately. I'm not in a hurry to leave the island right now. Instead, I'm obsessed with hatching Pokemon eggs. I won't leave until I have a pet with top-notch attributes. At the age of 40, I've surprisingly rediscovered my passion for exploration in this game. I'm just waiting to build the boat so I can visit my friend in the bottle. Moreover, the atmosphere in the comments section of the game is very friendly. Because there is no PvP and ladder leaderboard, the resources provided by the game are sufficient and there is no need for involution, so the players are not so aggressive and even throw messages in bottles to each other to send coordinates for encouragement. Of course, there are also players who occasionally pass by and break defense. Who designed this crab, Jingxiong? If the production team comes out, I promise I won't beat you to death. The game's rating has always remained above 7 points, but every time it touches the critical value of 8 points, a large number of 1-star bad reviews from unauthorized accounts will instantly appear in the comments section, directly pulling the rating down. On Friday morning, Zhang Qiqi posted on the development discussion group of Island Owner Life. She posted a screenshot of the game with 3 simultaneous online users, and then posted scatterflowers.jpg. Lu Mengyuan, okay. After all, this is a game they participated in developing throughout the entire process. This achievement makes everyone very excited and full of a sense of accomplishment. Xu Xiong, Brother Lu has been in the dormitory these past 2 days, but he hasn't reacted much and seems very calm. I guess he's busy with his graduation thesis every day. I'm not sure if he knows the data. I haven't told him yet. Lu Mengyuan, really? I'll call him later to tell him the good news. Xu Xiong, okay, I'll let Sister Lu have the chance to announce the good news, hee hee. Lu Mengyuan, hey boy, you're very sensible and have a bright future. Pat me on the shoulder. JPG. Afterwards, she called Lu Yu. Lu Yu was drinking green tea and browsing his graduation thesis. When he received Lu Mengyuan's call, he was a little confused. What have you been busy with these days? Lu Mengyuan's gentle tone was like spring rain and jade, nourishing Lu Yu's tired heart and making him feel comfortable all over. Working on my graduation thesis. By the way, how's our game going? In order to revise his graduation thesis, he set the system to do not disturb mode and has not checked the system screen for several days. Lu Mengyuan wanted to announce the good news, but then she remembered what Chu Xiong said in the group, that Lu Yu had been quite calm recently. He must have seen the online praise, yet he remained calm. Perhaps the 3 concurrent users was something he had anticipated. So, she tried to calm herself down as much as possible. Well, it's okay. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. What Lu Mengyuan meant by not bad should mean that the game still maintained around 1,000 online users. Fortunately, it didn't become a hit. No need to worry about dealing with various bugs and operators. The two chatted a few more words about their graduation thesis, encouraged each other, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Liu packed up his laptop and prepared to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. The younger students who kept passing by seemed to be chattering about a certain game. Wow, the attributes of the Panaboy you hatched are so good? I'm currently short of blue crystal or to upgrade my technology. When will your ship be finished? I'll send you the coordinates. Please support me. I used my tailoring skills to make a new little skirt. Do you think it's beautiful? In order to concentrate on his thesis, Liu has not paid attention to gaming news for several days. He couldn't help but mutter, huh? Which game is so popular? He piqued his interest. It sounded like the gameplay was far more complex than his own farming game. In this day and age, there were actually such refreshing and unconventional game developers? They look like the new dark horse in the gaming industry. After the paper is reviewed, I have to take some time to inquire about it and try it out. At 8 a.m. on Friday, Ji-chan titled the live broadcast room "Let Me Meet the Legendary Kiki" and started the broadcast on time. Before the show even started, more than 10 viewers had already flocked to the live broadcast room. This is probably the first player on the entire internet to see Kiki, so naturally he received a lot of attention. After wearing the exquisite equipment and jewelry that he had made in the past few days, Ji-chan and a group of elves stood in front of the sealed stone gate. Everyone, we're about to go in. What should we do? I'm a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, Ji-chan opened the seal of the stone door. A violent hurricane blew out from the stone gate, knocking everyone to the ground. After the whirlwind stopped, Ji-chan walked into a spacious underground hall. In the center of the rocky hall, everyone finally saw the Lord of the Night, Chi-Chi. She had the body of a human girl, with a slender and graceful figure and skin as pale as snow. The moonlight shining on her skin was like weaving a layer of gauze. The black wings resembled bat wings in the night, and the contrast between black and white exuded an eerie beauty. Her long hair was like a waterfall in the dark night, like silk and mist, dancing in the wind. The deep golden vertical pupils flickered faintly in the dark night, as if they could see through everything in the other person's heart. She was dressed in a long black dress, sitting on a stone seat in the shadows, as if she herself was part of the mystery. Seeing the uninvited guest, her lips curled up slightly, and the strange smile was in sharp contrast with her cold appearance. The barrage is flooding the screen like crazy. So handsome. Oh my god, the aura is so strong. So cute. AWSL. New wife? Ji-chan clicks on Kiki's attribute panel. Chi-Chi. Race, night elf. Gender, female. Grade? Description. An elf with both dark and ice attributes, whose identity is unknown, seems to have spent endless years in this mine. Skill. Frost touch, Kiki's wings can release a cold breath that freezes the ground and restricts the opponent's movement. Dark field, Chi-Chi can create a dark field, and the opponent's ability in the field is reduced and the chance of injury is increased. Phantom clone, Kiki creates phantom clones, confusing the opponent and ignoring friend and foe. Annihilation funeral song, ultimate secret Chi-Chi sings the melody Sonata from Hell, causing large-scale area damage. Ji-chan was stunned. What a guy! He has control, is vulnerable, and has AoE. He is worthy of being the ultimate boss of this mine. However, she is not fighting alone. She raised her hand and summoned 6 elves in one breath. Masao's pliers glowed coldly, like 2 giant sickles, ready to cut off all obstacles. Behind it, the iron beetle pupa stood majestically, the lightning rabbit darted nimbly, its lightning flashing. Flames blazed from the flame lion like sharp swords. A falcon-shaped ice spirit circled and danced in the air. Ji-chan raised her legs and rode on the My Little Pony-shaped pony Panabo, and with a wave of her little hand, she issued the attack command. In the game's single-player boss battles, 6 elves can be present at the same time. Masao led the charge. Chi-Chi gently flapped her black wings, and frosty air spread, quickly spreading across the frozen ground. Masao accidentally rushed into the ice and snow, and the frozen ground slowed his steps and made it impossible to use his giant claws. The iron beetle pupa tried to release the binding silk thread, but it was quickly frozen and broke. The lightning rabbit jumped quickly bypassing the frozen ground, trying to launch a surprise attack. However, Chi-Chi raised her hand slightly, releasing the dark field, and the lightning rabbit trembled all over, and its movement speed dropped rapidly. Panabo tried to use his jumping ability to quickly cross the icy ground and the dark area to attack Chi-Chi. Kiki's body fainted, and soon she transformed into 5, each of which looked like a real body. Ji-chan had no choice but to command Panabo to charge nearby, but he missed, and the illusion was shattered. The flame lion roared and sprayed out scorching flames. Kiki spread her wings and easily dodged all the rays with her skilled flying skills. The ice elf hovering in the air felt threatened and quickly released a frost shield. At this moment, Chi-Chi began to chant the ultimate secret, the burial song of annihilation. The frost shield was shattered instantly, and the ballad from hell quickly killed all targets present. The health bars of Ji-chan and all the elves are dropping rapidly. The barrage is quite tense. Come on, little meat bun, don't give up. Look at me nervous. Damn it, Chi-Chi is simply invincible, how can we fight her? Let's go back and upgrade the elves and sort out our equipment before coming back, hey. But Ji-chan didn't seem to want to give up. After becoming familiar with the boss's moves, she began to click the mouse quickly to redeploy the positions of all the elves. Under her instructions, Masao and Lightning Rabbit worked closely together and performed a combination technique. Masao grabbed the Lightning Rabbit with his pliers and threw it into the air. The Lightning Rabbit tumbled nimbly in the air, bypassing Kiki and delivering a powerful kick, interrupting her song. The commentary exclaimed, "Oh shit, is it possible to coordinate like this?" On the other side, the ironclad beetle pupa began to release binding threads continuously. However, Kiki flapped her wings lightly, and the binding threads were blown away from her. But the pupa didn't seem to care and continued to spray threads everywhere. Chi-Chi's pupils shrank, as if she realized the threat behind this action, and she launched various skills at the insect pupa. However, she was quickly interrupted by the flame ray released by the flame lion. The flame lion was immediately hit by the dark domain and its body trembled, but it still gritted its teeth and persevered. At the critical moment, Panaibo approached Kiki from behind and performed a horseshoe kick. The huge impact force briefly knocked Kiki back. The ice elf swooped down with the silk thread in its mouth, quickly wrapped around it, and trapped Chi-Chi. The flame lion roared and spewed out scorching flames, igniting the insect silk. The entire underground hall formed a gorgeous flame binding net, trapping Chi-Chi tightly. It's now! Ji-chan shouted excitedly, and all the elves worked together to launch the final joint attack, using all kinds of signature skills on Kiki. The entire mine was illuminated by colorful skill light effects. Kiki struggled for a while, but was ultimately unable to withstand the righteous 6-on-1 struggle. The dark realm gradually collapsed, and finally, with a loud bang, Kiki fell to the ground and was annihilated. Behind her throne, Ji-chan found a treasure chest containing technological blueprints for ocean voyages and a dark elf egg. The barrage of comments refreshed the screen again. 666,666. Fuck, this is so fucking exciting. I almost forgot to breathe just now. Awesome. It's been years since a Chinese online game has had a boss battle of this quality. This fight made me cry. This is a game, guys, this is a game. At first I thought it was a turn-based game, then I thought it was an action game, and then I thought it was a real-time strategy game. But when the elves launched combo skills, I realized how superficial I was. Taoyuan Township is awesome. I unilaterally declare that Taoyuan Township is my new dad. After the live broadcast on Friday, the live broadcast clip of Ji-chan vs Kiki became a popular play on D Station. Many players were attracted by the battle scenes and asked in the barrage and comment areas, "What kind of game is this? Which company released it? Is Krypton Gold expensive?" As an old fan of Taoyuan Township, Wang Fanxia decisively started live streaming and promoting the product through videos. Later, even the FPS area, singing area, competition area, and even the female anchor Falcon in the Go area joined in this traffic carnival. In the early hours of Saturday morning after Ji-chan's live broadcast, the rankings on the UE platform's MMO Top Online rankings changed again. My leisurely island owner life reached 6 concurrent online users, jumping to 22nd place on the rankings. On Saturday morning, Thomas, the gold medal editor who had broken down, was reading various player reviews in his study. Because of the popularity of Island Owner Life, Thomas's previous remarks were once again brought out and criticized by players. Especially some players who were deceived by him to play in the dog paradise, felt that their wallets were ripped off, and they attacked Thomas the most fiercely. In the first few days of this week, there were only sporadic objections in the manuscript comments section. At that time, Thomas was still very stubborn and passionately argued with those opponents. But as the island owner's life became more and more popular, he began to lose ground. "Hey, isn't this the famous gold medal editor Thomas? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're so upset? Why don't you just keep talking tough? I still like your rebellious side. Please recover. You've had your fill of PR articles, haven't you? Take this money and get out of the gaming world right away. Stop embarrassing yourself. You're truly the epitome of a bitch who's only as good as the devil. Every time you criticize Peach Blossom Land, you push them to even greater heights. It makes me laugh to death. You're a true fan, aren't you? Can you perform that scene again, the one about the donkey in Guizhou has run out of tricks, and the man in Jiang has run out of talent? Make your expression more vivid." As he scrolled the mouse, Thomas felt a bitter taste in his throat. There are several familiar IDs here, some of which even claim to be his longtime fans. I didn't expect that the people who praised him the most back then and those who criticize him the most now are actually the same group of people. In short, the recent reversal of public opinion has caused his mood to hit rock bottom again, and his life has become a mess. The ancient books on the bookcase were in a mess, the desk was filled with unreviewed manuscripts, and the ground next to it was piled with takeout boxes. Thomas himself was unshaven and disheveled. He no longer tasted whiskey by the glass, but instead gripped his phone tightly, searching himself intensively. As a media person, he was afraid that he would not be able to find any news about himself, but he was also afraid that all the news he would find would be negative about him. The more he searched, the colder he felt. So, Thomas directly hung up the white card and posted a message on Weibo. "I've been feeling a bit jaded lately, so I'm officially taking a break from writing. I'm going to take a few days off." But players are not buying it. Here it comes, classic UU. When you're talking nonsense and trying to influence other people's opinions, have you ever considered that one day you'll suffer the consequences of your actions? Even after such a mess, you still refuse to give in and apologize. You're really just playing dead. On Saturday, Ji-chan, who made a sea ship during the live broadcast, officially arrived at the central island of the area. The area of the central island in the area is more than 10 times that of an ordinary island. Mysterious ruins stand in the center of the island. Ji-chan also saw the Golden Beach and the spacious trading square. After Ji-chan landed, many active players in this sea area soon arrived, and the trading market on the island began to flourish. In the game, each island produces different products, so players can exchange what they have on the central island of the area. But this also leads to price fluctuations in the market. Ji-chan analyzed while walking around the live broadcast room. Everyone, I've thought of a great way to get rich. You see, watermelon is one of the ingredients for combat potions, and a lot of people buy it. It just so happens that my island specializes in growing watermelons. If I buy a batch of watermelons and sell them all off when prices are high, can I make a fortune? Ji-chan acted immediately and soon ignored the price premium and bought up a large number of watermelons on the market. Then he happily took a boat back to his island to pick up the stock. When she returned to the island with dozens of watermelons, she was dumbfounded. It turns out that the game's economic system has begun to supply a large number of watermelon seeds, causing the market to fall back. This resulted in a large number of her watermelons being unsold, and the price soon fell below cost. Oh my god, why are the prices dropping so fast? No, I have to clear out the inventory quickly, or I'll lose everything. So she set up a stall with the title, "Watermelons are unsaleable, please help me." Watermelon prices were already falling, and Ji-chan sold a large number of watermelons again, which directly led to a complete collapse in prices. After a while, a Q-version man came over and asked in a typing voice, "Does your melon stay ripe?" Ji-chan was unconvinced. "I'm a fruit vendor, how can I sell you green eggs?" "Then I'll take them all." Ji-chan was secretly delighted that someone was willing to take over, and quickly packed up all the remaining watermelons and sold them. Unexpectedly, shortly after the watermelons were sold, the game's economic system discovered that the price of watermelons had dropped abnormally, and it activated the price callback mechanism again, controlling the output of seeds, and the price of watermelons rose again. Ah, if I hadn't acted so quickly just now, I should have been able to break even. The barrage began to laugh crazily. Stupid little meat bun, ha 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 ha. 666666, a classic example of chasing the rise and selling the fall. As expected of you. I couldn't understand it, but I was shocked. It would be a shame not to trade stocks. This game's economic system is pretty good. It can definitely help prevent studios from speculating on the game. Soon, the players in this sea area became familiar with each other. Ji-chan and everyone held a sand sculpture competition on the beach, played beach volleyball on the beach, and held a ballroom dance competition at the beach music festival. She even saw two players who formed a CP couple in the game showing their love in public and applying sunscreen to each other. Wow everyone, even in the game we're being fed a lot of dog food, this game is too real? Barrage discussion. Actually, I'm more curious about what kind of mentality game developers have when they create an interaction like applying sunscreen. Maybe they did this while on vacation at the beach. Damn, doesn't this mean that we're actually being fed dog food by the game developers? Afterwards, Ji-chan unexpectedly met the anchors Wang Fanxia, Laoi, and Zhu Chang, who were also from Station D, on the beach. It seems that these people all entered the game before the server was launched. The four anchors posed for various photos on the beach and also formed an organization for sand sculpture enthusiasts on the beach called the Sand Sculpture Association. After piling up enough sand sculptures, Ji-chan continued to wander around and found that some players were setting up stalls to sell homemade recipes. She soon bought a strange recipe. Turkey-flavored rice crust. That's a disgusting name. After a while, she began to scream and try to explain. Oh, sorry, it's not disgusting. Oh, sorry, I was mistaken, it's not disgusting, not disgusting. The barrage began to swipe like crazy. Element perception. As we all know, the order of Chinese characters does not affect reading. So, Ji-chan's inner thoughts cannot be concealed, ha ha ha. Dirty, 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 dirty. Next time I understand it in seconds, I hope it will be math. Just when the scene was filled with joy, suddenly, the sky began to grow gloomy, the silvery clouds were shrouded in shadows, and a biting chill spread. In the ancient ruins on the central island of the area, ancient flames condensed, as if turning back time, and relit the ancient ruins. A mysterious creature flew out from the top of the ruins. The appearance of this creature is somewhat similar to the Great Tengu in the mythology of the island country. It has a tall body, a human body with a beast face, broad wings, and is surrounded by black particle light effects. It spreads its wings and flies in the sky in a noble and mysterious posture, like the overlord of the sky. It circled gently around the central island, and each flap of its wings caused a storm-like airflow, making the surrounding trees tremble slightly. The waves also rose and fell, as if surrendering to the flying demon king. Then, it hovered above the beach, its deep, eagle-like eyes looking down at the people below, as if it were looking at insignificant ants. If you wish to witness my power, you should come to the 100th floor beneath my earth and challenge me. I will grant the victor supreme glory. Then, it flew back into the ancient ruins, like a master returning to his place. The clouds dispersed and the weather returned to normal. Just now, Ji-chan clicked on this mysterious creature with the mouse to check its information. Land Feather Demon. Rank, Legend. Race, Demigod. Gender, Male. Grade? Description. A legendary, demigod-like elf seemed to have ruled this sea since the dawn of time, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Legend has it that beneath its throne lies the key to a vast new world. The appearance of Lu Dumo once again ignited the barrage in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, just after defeating Chi-Chi, an even more powerful land feather demon appears. It looks even more awesome. Demigods? In other words, in addition to the elves that can be cultivated in the current battle, there are also legendary elves? I told you, there's no mistaking the giant whale we saw earlier. It must be a mythical beast. If there's a key hidden under the throne, defeating him should allow us to reach a wider world, right? I'm looking forward to it. Come on, little meat bun. On Sunday, the news that the Ji-chan foursome was preparing to attack the ruins of the Land Feather Demon as a pioneering team quickly spread throughout the entire D-station. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, the live broadcast rooms of the four anchors had gathered more than viewers. The ancient ruins on the central island of the region rise into the clouds, like a gigantic pyramid, built with layers of huge stones. Ancient murals are carved on the surfaces of the two pillars next to the entrance, depicting mysterious rituals, heroic battles, and the blessings of gods. Each mural tells an ancient legendary story. Ji-chan and the other three looked at each other and walked in nervously. According to what Lu Dumo said before, he would wait for the challenger on the 100th floor underground of this ruin. This challenge is destined to be a long and arduous journey. As soon as the four of them entered the room on the first floor, the old goose with rich gaming experience rubbed it. Brothers, be careful, this is a mysterious maze, every level is different. How did Brother Goose know this? Asked Zhu Chang. If you look closely, the floor of the maze is composed of regular units with gaps between them. This is enough to prove that it is a randomly arranged and combined modular system. He had played a similar mystery maze on GBA before and quickly found the familiar feeling. The first layer is okay, it's just an appetizer, this layer is an ordinary combat layer. The mysterious maze allows up to 4 players to form a team, and each player can bring 2 elves. Therefore, the boss on the first floor quickly fell to the ground under everyone's righteous beating. The ruins on the second floor are completely different. The rearranged walls are covered with colorful paintings, making this place look like a kindergarten. There is a row of elf dolls in the room. These ancient toys look cute. Wang Fanxia murmured to himself. Ji-chan egged him on, do you want to try to pick it up? Just try it. As a result, as soon as Wang Fanxia approached a doll, the doll actually jumped over and came towards him, and threw itself into Wang Fanxia's arms. Cute. As soon as he finished speaking, the doll exploded violently. Wang Fanxia was blown away, his hair was messy, black smoke was coming out of his body, and his HP was also low. The barrage refreshes the screen. Ah ha ha ha, you'll die if you try. Teacher Tomato understands the effects of a show. What should I do? I remember the time when Mr. Tomato was kicked away by Ilya HHHHH. The floorboards made a slight creaking sound, and the puppet began to move quickly towards the group. Guys, I've figured out the trick to this room. It's about dodging bombers. I'm good at this, follow my elbow. Zhu Chang personally led everyone and started a quick sprint. Four game anchors began to frantically type on the keyboard, demonstrating extreme micromanagement. Wang Fanxie, be careful, you're the one holding us back. As soon as the old goose finished speaking, he turned around and stepped on a doll at his feet. The doll detonated the dolls around it, causing a chain explosion. Barrage. 666666, it's become roast goose. Ha ha ha, old goose, better not set a flag for yourself. Are you four going to be roasted right here on the second floor today? Half an hour later, four Q-version figures with charred bodies and frizzy hair reached the fourth floor. Deep in the ancient ruins, the four faced a group of stone statues with eagle heads, human bodies, and wings. The stone statue did not move, but its eyes were bright and lively, as if it were alive. Ji-chan spoke on the mic, everyone, let me tell you, I've figured out the routine of this ruins. The odd-numbered floors are about killing monsters, and the plural floors are about solving puzzles, so this level must be about solving puzzles. Wang Fanxie, as expected of Ji-chan. It's just, it would be even better if you could see the solution to the puzzle. Zhu Cheng interrupted, then teacher Wang Fanxie will have to do it himself. Old goose, I also agree to let teacher Tomato go. Barrage, haha, Ji-chan is destined to be the group's favorite, and Tomato teacher is the group's bully. Wang Fanxie manipulated the mouse slightly and just leaned into the room. Bayou. Red laser beams began to be emitted from the eyes of the stone statue at intervals. Even when hit in the foot. By the ray, Wang Fanxie's health instantly dropped by 1/3. Zhu Cheng complained, oh my god, I'm going to die after being hit by the ray 3 times. There are so many stone statues here, how can I get through this? Wang Fanxie, however, appeared quite confident. I've already understood the tricks of this Taoyuan Township Company. Let me take a look. After saying that, he rolled over and came to the corner of the room, where he found a clay pot in the shadow. After breaking the clay pot, the four people's bodies flashed with light and they immediately entered invisible state. It seems that the clay pot contains the key props that can be used to skip classes and pass the level. Old goose, oh, Lao Wang, it's okay. Wang Fanxie said proudly, there's nothing I can do. After being severely beaten by Taoyuan Township, I just guessed that they might be secretly rubbing the Dizang breaking tool in some bushes or corners. The barrage of music turned over. Ha ha ha, is Mr. Tomato thinking about his dark past again? Has your travel ideas completely taken on the shape of a paradise? He still can't forget that blue and white hat that smells like strawberries. It makes me cry. When they reached the middle of the room, Wang Fanxie reminded everyone again. Attention, there is a horizontal ray ahead. Pay attention to my performance. I'm such a sliding tackle. Hey, Ji-chan, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong direction and hit your waist. Zhu Cheng, you hit my butt. Barrage, ha 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 ha, I suspect Mr. Tomato did it on purpose. After clearing monsters all the way to the 6th floor, the four people encountered another strange room. The empty room only had 4 portals. Each portal has words engraved on it. First door, the second door leads to the next floor. Second door, the fourth door leads to the next floor. The third door, I will not lead to the next level. The fourth door, the second door is lying. There was a wooden sign next to it, of these 4 doors, only one tells the truth. Lao Goose, to be honest, I have a headache when I encounter this kind of problem, I leave it to the water friends. Wang Fanxie said firmly, based on my experience as a gaming expert, I think the first door leads to the next level. Zhu Cheng, no, you have to believe me, the second door is right. Ji-chan, my friends in the livestream have been talking about the third door. The 3 argued for a moment. The old goose couldn't bear it any longer. Oh, this is easy, there are 4 of us, each of us can go through 1 door and be done with it. After saying that, he took the lead in pushing open the 4th door and walked in. The other 3 looked at each other for a moment, and then each walked into the door of their choice. As a result, only Ji-chan reached the 3rd floor. After Wang Fanxie entered the door, he fell directly into the abyss. The screams of the Q-version man went deeper into the ground, getting farther and farther away, and suddenly sounded again from the direction above his head, from far to near, and then hit the floor with a slap. Wang Fanxia stood up dizzy, and was sucked into the abyss by the door again, then reappeared from above his head and fell heavily to the ground. This process continues to repeat until the character's physical strength and energy bars both reach 1. Barrage, damn, this is an infinite descent into hell. The other two who went into the wrong door were not much better off. The old goose fell back to the entrance of the maze and needed to start over. After being eaten a few times by men, Juchan vomited it out. He was shrunk to the size of a mouse, and all his combat attributes were forcibly reduced to 1. This state could only be lifted after half an hour. The barrage music is crazy. Ha 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 ha, what a bad idea from old goose. So why do you want to go in at the same time? Can't you try one by one? Ha, 4 smart guys. Help! Why is it so funny? How Wang Fanxia keeps slapping his hands on the floor. After struggling for a long time, the 4 of them successively cleared the mirror level with reverse direction and the time acceleration level, and finally reached the 10th floor. The live broadcast lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening. All the food, potions and props on the 4 people were used up. They had no choice but to collect the reward treasure chest and prepare to return to the city. At this point, the total number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 60, and everyone is discussing it very enthusiastically. Oh my god, I thought this was just an ordinary farming game, but I didn't expect the gameplay to be so rich. Watching the streamer play makes me want to play. I just got to Chi-Chi now. The guy above, why are you in such a hurry? There's no PK in this game, just play it slowly. In the barrage, some more professional game practitioners noticed. Actually, if you take each layer of this incredible maze separately, you can find ready-made components at Yu Workshop. But the amazing thing about Teotihuancang is that they always manage to combine simple things into rich enough gameplay. That's right, their company's previous game, Catgirl Paradise Adventure, was exactly like that. It's hard to imagine how much the game's expressiveness and gameplay will evolve if this company breaks free from the constraints of Yu Workshop and develops a perfect self-developed engine. Just then, Wang Fanxia discovered that there seemed to be something on the wall of the room on the 10th floor, and quickly called his friends to come and take a look. Many of the murals above were engraved with the image of the land-feathered demon. The phrase next to it seems to be the motto that this demigod spread to all living beings. I seek the pearl of life. Livelihood is one aspect of career, career is one aspect of livelihood. Imperfection is also the true meaning of life. After reading the proverbs, the 4 of them looked at each other. Could it be that this land-feathered demon is a marketing account that tells chicken soup jokes? Thanks to Xian Yu Tianxin, Alexfully, Bookfriend 1609211751233337, Mole Stranger, Good Night Hello, Light Smile, Fast You Brother, Shushi, Homeless Cardia Fat Cat, Jiku for the monthly ticket, thank you all for the recommendation vote, Moda, 3. If they wanted to challenge the land-feathered demon, they needed to reach the 100th floor of the ruins. With their current elf combat power and farming accumulation, the 10th floor was already the limit. Ji-chan, well, it's a development game after all, so don't rush. It would be boring to complete all the content at once. Lao Goose, indeed, brothers, for the next few months, I will take time out every night to live broadcast this game until I successfully defeat the land-feathered demon. Wang Fanxia, I will give out 100 648s in my live broadcast room through lucky draws. Everyone is welcome to come and support me every day. Zhu Chang, I will start a contest for elf pet attributes. Everyone is welcome to share with me the top quality elves you have cultivated. According to the ancient stone tablets in the ruins, the land-feathered demons are guarding the core shipbuilding technology that can break through the storms at the edge of the sea. At that time, everyone will go to a vast new world. This undoubtedly raises the anticipation for future exploration to a new level. The barrage is flooding the screen like crazy. Okay, I will definitely come to see Little Meat Bun every night. Lu Dumo is so domineering. I can't imagine how exciting the boss battle will be. Family, I've been looking forward to it. No need to say anything else, Taoyuan Township is awesome, that's all. From today on, I'm the Tao Guard. After the joint live broadcast between the big ups in this game area ended, the game platform showed that my leisurely island owner life reached 10 simultaneous online users. This also allowed the game to jump to 18th place on the MMO list of the UE platform. In just 1 week, the number of concurrent online users increased from 1,000 to 10. In contrast, Dog Paradise Adventure opened high and ended low, with online data falling all the way. Especially with the breaking of the circle of island owner life, many original players of Dog Paradise were also attracted there, causing the number of online players to plummet. On Sunday evening, the number had fallen below 2 simultaneous online players. This comparison of results made Taoyuan Township's fans completely proud. On major gaming forums, memes started appearing comparing my leisurely island life to other PK scams like Dog Paradise. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you, I'm saying everyone here is garbage.jpg. On Sunday evening, the Esports World program was broadcast live on Channel 9 of Donghai City TV station. Dongbian Wuya from Zhongyuan Wubian is discussing the art style of Incanwash martial arts games with the host. For this live broadcast program, every viewer can use their mobile phone to edit text messages and send messages to the program, and the messages will scroll and play in real time at the bottom of the screen. The style of the comments in this episode is particularly wrong. Wuya, you old Biden, you only know how to talk nonsense in a serious manner. What happened to the mediocre games at Taoyuan Township being outclassed by Goblin Paradise? I trusted your show for so many years, and it turns out it's just a sponsor's job. He said he was just hitting randomly, but he wasn't hitting randomly. It seems like a bear came and he had colluded with Thomas long ago. At first I thought it was Thomas who was the bad apple that ruined the whole mess for the Central Plains 5BN. Now it seems that you are all in cahoots. Ah, come on, don't be like that. After all, when teachers review the details of a game, they always use a microscope. Their sharp eyes can see the dimensional cracks between the pixels. The teacher not only has a keen eye, but is also a smell detector in the gaming world, able to sniff out the smell of poverty in games from Taoyuan Township. Teacher Wuya, I'm very disappointed in you. The smell of poverty in your eyes may be exactly what ordinary players like us need. Because the program order was almost out of control, the director had to suspend the scrolling function. After the show ended, the director had a long talk with Wuya and strongly suggested that he stop broadcasting for a few episodes to rest. After all, if it continues like this, I am afraid that its reputation will be ruined. In the evening, Wuya dragged his tired body back home alone. The empty study seemed a bit dull and decadent. The yellowed ancient books had become dull in his eyes, the Bagua diagram had lost its luster, and the 4 treasures of the study on the mahogany desk had lost their vitality. Although he continued to teach this weekend, the number of students who showed up had dropped by more than half, and many of them directly applied to withdraw from the course. One of Wuya's important sources of income in recent years has been teaching, and the sharp drop in the number of students in his editing crash course has dealt him a heavy blow. Hey! That stinky boy Thomas is ruining my reputation. Wuya called Thomas angrily, but he didn't answer the call after it was connected. It seemed that Thomas was pretending to be dead. On Monday, Liu finally finished his graduation thesis defense, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. In the afternoon, he stretched and planned to take a look at the product data of Taoyuan Township. Lu Mengyuan called him before and told him that the game data was okay, so he had some bottom line in his heart. At most, there are more than 1,000 people online and about 5,000 monthly active users. However, when he opened the UE platform, logged into the company account, and checked the background data, time seemed to have stopped. 10 people were online at the same time and 80 were monthly active users. Sees less? His jaw almost dropped in shock. It's okay. I was probably too tired from working on my graduation thesis, so I was dizzy and had hallucinations. He quickly closed the UE platform, then took out some eye drops, put them in his eyes, took a deep breath to adjust his mood, and reopened the game platform. The data remains unchanged. Boom! He seemed to be struck by lightning, sitting there in a daze, completely unable to believe his eyes. It's a dream, it must be a dream. Liu slapped his face hard, trying to wake himself up in this way. Ran an egg. This week, he set his phone to silent mode for unknown calls in preparation for his graduation thesis defense. When he shakily opened the notification on his phone, he found that there were hundreds of missed calls from unknown people. The number of friend requests on WeChat has also exceeded 99 plus. It's all about the operation of the UE platform and business docking for seeking cooperation. The mailbox is full of unread emails. Invitation to the EASTJOY China International Digital Interactive Entertainment Expo. Shanghai City TV Channel 9 Esports World Interview Invitation. Lu Yu finally realized that this was not a dream. He clicked on the system screen and turned off the background Do Not Disturb mode. Soon, a large number of system prompts began to flood the screen. Congratulations! 1,000 users enjoyed playing the game and received 0.1 leisure points. Congratulations! 8,000 users enjoyed playing the game and received 0.8 leisure points. Congratulations! 50,000 users enjoyed playing the game and received 5 leisure points. Lu Yu remembered that because he had spun the big wheel, the system now had a buff. Colorful Festival LV2, in the next 83 days, if the user can feel happy from the games or other products of Teo Yuanxiang Company, the host will also obtain leisure points, with a rebate rate of 0.01%. Note, in each settlement cycle, the host can only obtain leisure points from the same user once. With 80 active users, Lu Yu has accumulated 80 leisure points. The 8,000 yuan in his account made him feel a little better. He clicked on the comments section of the game and started browsing. He found that many players were discussing Pokemon names like Panabo, and he seemed to have heard his classmates discussing them as well. He had seen his classmates discussing this game before, and was joking in his heart, wondering if it could be the new dark horse in the gaming circle? Damn, I didn't expect that after all this time, the dark horse turned out to be me? He also noticed that many players left comments saying that they got into the game after watching the live broadcast of Ji-chan, a host in the Dilly Dilly gaming area. Damn, could it be that the anchor of Station D has backstabbed me again? He clicked on D Station and quickly found a new video released by Ji-chan on the hot list of the entire station. After playing My Leisurely Island Life for a week, I'll tell you why this game is so fascinating. The video has been viewed over 300 million times and received 10 likes. This video reviews her 1-week life as an island owner, and is accompanied by her emotional commentary. In this game, each player's island is unique, with random resources, random elves, and random seeds. What you get is a home that belongs to you alone. After building your cabin, you can farm, fish, catch bugs, and mine on the island. You think you've mastered the game, but soon, a glowing butterfly sprite shatters your understanding. As more and more facilities are built on the island, more and more interesting things will follow. Until you unlock the sea ship technology and reach the central island of the region, a new world will soon appear before your eyes. In short, this game won't show you its full strength right from the start. You need to experience the fun of the game over a long period of time. The subsequent elf training, mine exploration, and mysterious mazes of ancient ruins also give everyone a long-term gaming goal. Also, the game's time and schedule are completely synchronized with the real world, which makes it very immersive. The creatures in the game work from sunrise to sunset, just like you. Even the solar terms are the same. For example, if it's summer now, the game will also be summer-themed. I believe that in the future, the game will also launch various activities during various festivals. In short, this game has become a gateway to another world for me to forget the troubles of reality. Teo Yuanxiang has truly implemented its design philosophy and company culture. This game truly feels like a paradise on Earth. After watching the video, Lu Yu's face was full of question marks again, huh? This is too exaggerated. Are you sure this is the game of our company? Is your channel's anchor playing the wrong game again? Huh? Why did I say again? Afterwards, Liu opened the company's business background and found that as of now, the company's business account had received 960 million yuan in new funds. Adding the original 75 yuan, the company's operating funds directly became 1,035 million yuan. After all, 80 players paid 15 yuan for a monthly card, with a game turnover of 1,200 million yuan, and the UE platform took a 20% commission, making a net profit of 960 million yuan in a week. Looking at the more than 1,000 million in the company's account, Luyu was stunned again. We agreed to give up and show off points, but why are we expanding our business? The problem is, I never intended to spread it so wide. I have already done my best to lie down with my employees. It's outrageous. In the evening, when the other three returned to the dormitory, they found that something was wrong with Luyu. He picked up the thermos and poured hot water into the cup. The water was overflowing, but he didn't care. I walked into the bathroom blankly, picked up the toothbrush, but squeezed facial cleanser on it. I walked to the balcony with my phone in my hand, stood there thinking for a long time, and didn't know why I came here. Brother Lu, are you okay? The three asked in unison. Oh, it's all right. Luyu was simply doubting his life, and he kept thinking about what went wrong. How did this hit product with 10 simultaneous online users come about? I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. On Tuesday, all employees of Teo Yuanxiang Company held a meeting at the Cat Cafe. After a night, Liu seemed to have accepted the current situation, and his tone revealed a hint of resignation. Well, could you three share with me your thoughts on the development of my Leisure Island owner life? How did you get the design inspiration step by step? After trying it out himself, he was really curious about how these three talented people, no offense, turned an ordinary happy farm game about harvesting vegetables into a combination of Animal Crossing, New Horizons, Pokemon and Wind of the Westwood. Lu Mengyuan chuckled. What are you talking about, Luyu? We are all responsible for execution, and you are the chief producer. Every step we take is based on your suggestions. Chu Xiong also had a wicked smile on his face. That's right, Brother Lu, you're being modest, aren't you? In fact, I have to thank you. Without your careful consideration and meticulous planning, we wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. Zheng Qiqi nodded. Thank you, thousand-layer cake. A large number of question marks began to attack Luyu frantically. When I put a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. No, why did I give you instructions step by step? I am on Dongming Island, and I hope you will forget your original jobs and enjoy yourself here. Besides, I just lie around in the hotel every day, so how on earth did I connect all the steps? Finally, Luyu's CPU overloaded, and he completely gave up thinking. It was as if his entire body had lost all color and was about to be blown away by the wind in the next second. Lu Mengyuan and the other two who were sitting opposite looked at Luyu sitting silently on the chair, neither happy nor sad. They were filled with emotion and admiration. As expected, he is our President Lu. Even though he has achieved such remarkable results, he remains calm and composed, and does not take credit for his role in guiding and training his employees. This is the kind of person who can do great things. After accepting the current situation, Luyu rubbed his eyebrows. In short, let's quickly deal with the numerous problems that have accumulated in my leisurely island owner life this week. Although dealing with these problems will visibly deduct leisure points. But if the problems are not dealt with, they will accumulate and get bigger, and more points will be deducted in the future. And just as Luyu analyzed before, Taoyuan Township's fame is now a double-edged sword. With more and more players, once an operational error occurs, the reputation will collapse very quickly. In other words, after the stall is set up, the risk of reputation collapse and golden fingers being untied is even greater than before. He quickly made various work arrangements. Chu Xiong is responsible for maintaining the server and game client programs, and fixing various graphics and operation bugs. Many bugs cannot be seen when testing alone, but once more people play at the same time, they are very easy to reproduce. In the past few days, many bug feedback posts have appeared in the game comments section and forum, and they must all be dealt with. In addition, Chu Xiong also needs to maintain the stability of the server and apply to the Yuyi platform for server expansion to cope with the larger player traffic. As a planner, Luyu began to monitor game data, analyze player behavior and trends, and make decisions for subsequent updates. In particular, the in-game economic system, currency circulation, and item balance require close monitoring. After all, this fragile economic system, facing a massive user base of 80, still presents some potential risks. In addition, Luyu also needs to connect with the operations of the Yuyi platform and conduct business negotiations with partners. Even if it is impossible to cooperate with all of these upstream and downstream players in the gaming industry, they must not be offended. Lu Mengyuan will handle social media and player communities to maintain interaction with players. At the same time, as an artist, she also has to produce various promotional materials needed by the Yuyi platform, including posters, advertising videos, and design and optimize the game's UI interface and user experience. Zhang Qiqi improved the original game BGM and sound effects, and worked with the Yuyi platform to compose music for the game's commercials. What's more, to make Luyu even more worried, with the popularity of Taoyuan Township, Catgirl Paradise Adventure has also ushered in a second spring, and the total sales of the game have exceeded 15 copies. Therefore, Catgirl Paradise also has to continuously release new patches to fix bugs. I was busy like this for 4 days. Although Luyu tried his best to take everyone to eat at various restaurants on the pedestrian street and order a lot of drinks at the Cat Cafe, by Friday, the leisure points were still deducted by more than 120 points, directly turning into a negative number. Luyu looked up to the sky and sighed, "What the hell, life is full of ups and downs. What I worried about before happened." Luyu began to reflect on himself. It was all his fault that he had not paid enough attention to the company's employees before, which led them to misunderstand his intentions. During this settlement cycle, I must pay close attention to the company's employees and give them lots of points. It's impossible for a person to be lucky every day. Luyu firmly doesn't believe that his next game will become a hit. Thanks to the madman walking the dog in the rain, Yang Wenqi Agyu, book friend 2017080322120670, Yeli 2, and book friend 1611041023575528 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Sanchen Demon Godrin Shiji for the 500-point reward, I'm happy, ********. But the first thing to do next is to find a suitable office space. If you are always on vacation, you will definitely be warned by the system that you are slacking off, so the choice of this new office space must be very careful. Employees must be made to feel that work is like a vacation, so that they can steadily earn leisure points. In addition, we need to expand enrollment. Now, he needs to form a stable operation team to maintain the subsequent updates of My Leisurely Island Owner Life, otherwise this game will become a bottomless pit that consumes leisure points. In order to complete the system tasks of this cycle and develop new games, a new team needs to be formed. Of course, these are all later stories. Today's main task is to have a celebration banquet. He was deducted 120 points this week, so he must take these guys out to have a good time and make up for all the losses. But, if you still go to eat at the restaurants on the pedestrian street, it will be boring. I've eaten at all the delicious restaurants nearby more than once, so if I want to eat, I'd rather eat something better. Anyway, the company now has more than 1,000 million in its account for food, drink, and entertainment. How to convert this money into leisure points as quickly as possible is Luyu's next focus. Half an hour later, the 4 people took a taxi and arrived at Zhangpan Road in Jiangdong District. There is a restaurant here called Guwei Jiangnan, which is a Michelin 1-star restaurant listed in the Michelin Guide. Luyu had seen it on a food show before, so he decided to bring everyone to try it. The restaurant is located on a quiet street corner. The exterior walls are antique, the wooden lintel is carved with ancient patterns, and bluestone tables, chairs, and lush potted plants are placed in front of the door. As you enter the restaurant lobby, the fresh aroma of tea hits you. A gentle breeze rustles the curtains on the railings, creating a feeling of being transported to the waterside villages of the south of the Yangtze River. Luyu booked the highest level box. The door of the box is a screen with an exquisite landscape painting, with gurgling water and undulating mountains. Pushing aside the screen, entering the box, you will be greeted by a subtle fragrance and the walls cleverly incorporating carvings of ink painting elements. Everyone sat down, admired the luxurious decoration, and saw the menu price of Guwei Jiangnan, and they were all amazed. Lu Mengyuan, it's worthy of a Michelin star. According to the internet, the average spending here is 1,500 yuan per person. Xu Xiong sighed, wow, the restaurants we ate at on the pedestrian street before were all affordable. The most expensive one was 500 yuan per person. Brother Lu, you're really spending a fortune. Zhang Qiqi, it's a huge investment. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. Why are you spending so much money? You are employees of Taoyuan Township. You are not allowed to say such petty things. You will make outsiders laugh at you. From now on, this will be the standard for our celebration banquets. Are you kidding? You backstabbed me so hard, this time I'm going to make you compensate me severely and make you recover my health. Also, I'm telling you, when the food is served, just eat. No talking about work or thinking about work. Just eat and drink well. Understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter started serving the dishes. The appetizer is cod with sweet orange sauce, which is a sweet cold dish. The presentation is very unique, with the snow-white cod meat, tender texture, and distinct texture, just like a painting. The fish is soaked in orange juice, and the dish is adorned with delicate flower petals, with the fish roe scattered like pearls. Zhang Qiqi really likes this dish. She gently peels the fish meat with chopsticks and puts the small cod into her mouth. The rich flavor of the fish meat spreads in her mouth, and the fish roe bursts gently in her mouth, releasing more freshness. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyes intoxicated. Enjoy the delicious taste of juicy cod, feel extremely happy, generate a critical hit, and gain +5 leisure points. Employees Lu Mengyuan, Chu Xiong, and Zhang Qiqi developed a bond while enjoying delicious food. Leisure points +4. Although each person only had a small bite, a total of 1,000 yuan was spent. But looking at the points he earned, Lu Yu felt it was worth it. Next up is Guwei Jiangnan's signature dish, honey-flavored crispy pigeon. This dish is braised and then roasted, resulting in a crispy, golden-brown pigeon with an alluring, charred aroma. Chu Xiong put on gloves, picked up the pigeon, and couldn't wait to take a big bite. The skin is crispy on the outside with a hint of honey, while the meat inside is plump and juicy. The tender and smooth meat spreads in your mouth, so silky smooth. He ate with relish, and after finishing, he still sucked his fingers reluctantly. A total of 8 leisure points have been credited. Next served was Lu Mengyuan's favorite dessert, the bird's nest lava fried rolls. The outer layer of the fried rolls is crystal clear, while the inside is as soft as bird's nest. Gently poke it with chopsticks, and the liquid will slowly flow out like a stream of fine sand. She took a sip and was intoxicated by the mellow aroma of the filling, the crispness of the sesame balls and the softness of the bird's nest intertwined together. Lu Yu's favorite is the black pork and honey-glazed barbecued pork. The meat is tender and firm, the skin of the barbecued pork is roasted until slightly golden, and coated with honey, while the inside is tender and smooth, and tastes great. After finishing these 4 dishes, Lu Yu was still not satisfied, so he ordered the jade juice stonefish and Jiangnan crispy veal. After a feast, Lu Yu wiped his mouth with a napkin and felt satisfied. All the fatigue of the past few days was gone. It is worthy of being a restaurant listed in the Michelin Guide. Both the dining experience and the food itself are a level better than those in the pedestrian street. Especially the various meats, which can be said to be cooked with great skill, and one piece of meat can taste like 5 to 6 layers of meat. Lu Yu spent more than 10,000 yuan on this meal. The waiter said enthusiastically. Mr. Lu, the chef will be here in person to introduce the signature dish to you. A middle-aged man in chef's uniform and with an elegant temperament walked in with a tray of food. Dear guest, thank you for visiting Guwei Jiangnan. Today, I am honored to serve you our signature dish, roasted garlic baked lobster. This dish uses fresh sea-cod lobsters, baked in the oven, and topped with a secret garlic sauce, which gradually blends into the lobster meat under the influence of heat, forming a layer of golden sauce. We also incorporate Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, scallions, and ginger into the sauce, giving this dish a unique emphasis on texture. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, this is our ultimate pursuit of the traditional Jiangnan flavor. Lu Yu had seen the program introduction before, so he knew that this was the restaurant's head chef Fan Jing. The waiter next to him flattered him at the right time. Teacher Fan Jing has won numerous awards in domestic and international cooking competitions, so it's a real honor for him to come to our Guwei Jiangnan restaurant. Lu Yu shook hands with Fan Jing and handed over his business card at the right time. Considering that there might be business engagements in the future, Lu Yu printed a large box of business cards at the school printing shop. Oh? Taoyuan Township Company? Fan Jing's eyes lit up. Mr. Lu, you may not know this, but my son really likes the games you make. He used to be very introverted, but recently he's been very cheerful. He even told me that he has his own Pokemon in the game and has made new friends. No, we are honored that Your Excellency is willing to support us. Lu Yu shook hands politely and also got Fan Jing's business card. For this meal, Lu Yu spent 12,000 yuan from his company account and earned 48 leisure points. This conversion ratio is okay. Fan Jing. Lu Yu looked at the famous chef's business card, pondered for a moment, and put it in his pocket. Lu Mengyuan stretched her waist comfortably and said, "Then shall we disband right here?" Lu Yu's mouth curled up. "What are you talking about? Isn't our company's team building nightlife just beginning? You've cost me so many points, and now you want to run away? Impossible." Although due to the marginal decrease in the threshold, having a meal together within a short period of time may not be as effective in earning points. But besides eating, he can find other fun things to do. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu and his 3 companions walked to Galaxy KTV not far from Guwei Jiangnan. This is the most luxurious business KTV in Jiangdong district, and paparazzi often photograph many celebrities gathering here. The exterior of the KTV is covered with geometric lines with a metallic texture, and LED lights interweave to create a dazzling world of light and shadow, presenting the style of a cyberpunk city that never sleeps. Led by the bunny girl waitress, the 4 entered the top-level box. The box is surrounded by a huge transparent glass wall, through which you can overlook the night view of the city, as if you are in a spaceship. The audio equipment in the box is first class, all Harman Kardon audio. Lu Yu also ordered a lot of fruit platters, nut snacks, iced drinks, as well as playing cards and board games for entertainment, filling the table. Everyone, try to relax and have fun. Lu Yu encouraged everyone to go to the jukebox and order a round of songs they were good at. Zhang Qiqi ordered Jordan Chan's Stupid Kid. Xu Xiong ordered Eason Chan's Best Friends. Lu Mengyuan ordered Fish Liong's Nuan Nuan. When they turned around, they saw that Lu Yu had already ordered a bunch of songs for them. Sailor, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, Snail, My Future Is Not a Dream. Zhang Qiqi and Xu Xiong had rarely been to KTV, so they sang shyly, just as a formality. It was Lu Mengyuan's turn to go on stage and sing. She was wearing a light tulle dress and her long hair was like a waterfall, swaying gently in the center of the stage. Her eyes were slightly narrowed as she gazed affectionately in the direction of Lu Yu below the stage. "I want to say that you are actually very good. You don't know it yourself. True kindness to me. Nothing in return." The melody of music floated in the dark night. Lu Mengyuan's figure was graceful and charming, and her snow-white arms waved gently, like an elf in the night sky. Her singing voice flows like a spring, full of warmth and appeal, and her eyes gradually become intoxicated. Love someone and hope he will live a better life. Warm from the bottom of my heart. You are more important than yourself. Lu Yu lay comfortably on the sofa, shaking the champagne in the glass. He looked at the beautiful figure on the stage and gradually became a little intoxicated. He didn't know whether it was the effect of the alcohol or the beauty. Enjoying fine wine and beautiful women, feeling extremely happy, generating a critical hit, leisure points +6. Finally it was Lu Yu's turn. Lu Yu woke up instantly and walked onto the stage in high spirits. He took the microphone and started singing passionately. He said the pain in the wind and rain is nothing. Wipe your tears and don't be afraid. At least we still have dreams. He said the pain in the wind and rain is nothing. Dry your tears and don't ask why. Thinking of the pain of being backstabbed and the huge amount of potential points lost in the previous cycle, he felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. So, I choose these songs to cheer myself up. In this round of settlement cycle, there is not only the task of developing games, but also the mission of triggering 50 critical hits for employees. He must personally take charge of all of these and supervise the whole process to ensure that all employees are able to complete them to the end. However, Lu Mengyuan and the other 2 had other ideas in their minds. Xu Xiong was especially moved and choked up. It was clearly a celebration of the game's popularity, but Brother Lu ordered inspirational songs about rebirth and adversity. What does it mean to keep your original aspiration in mind and not be arrogant or impatient? What does it mean to not be happy with things, nor be sad with yourself? This is called pattern. Our skills are still far behind Brother Lu's. At the same time, Lu Mangyuan also secretly made up his mind. In this settlement cycle, her mission is to accumulate 1,000 proficiency points related to game development. Lu Yu must have chosen these songs to encourage her and not to be complacent with her small achievements. In order to reassure Lu Yu, she must continue to work hard in this settlement cycle, supervise the whole process, and ensure that all employees complete the process to the end. Saturday. Lu Yu contacted a commercial real estate agency to select a new office space for Taoyuan Township Company. He found this company on an agency website. When the business manager heard that Lu Yu was a startup team and planned to rent an office, he immediately enthusiastically arranged a special car to pick up Lu Yu to see the house. Considering that Lu Mangyuan was the daughter of a large enterprise and had some experience, Lu Yu asked her to go along. Lu Mangyuan sat in the car, secretly and shyly speculating, "Is this treating me as the future boss lady?" After arriving at the destination, Manager Zhao from the agency who was waiting there enthusiastically handed over his business card. "Mr. Lu, you've come to the right place. We handle all the commercial office buildings in Jiangdong District. Considering you're starting a business, I'd like to recommend a suitable property." The crowd came to a narrow alley with tall buildings on both sides, almost blocking out the sunlight. At the end of the alley, there is a small office building that was originally a warehouse. The exterior walls are mottled and peeling, and the corners are covered with dust and cobwebs. The narrow lobby is paved with old tiles, and water stains can be seen on the ground. The notice boards on the walls looked faded and the information was difficult to read. The reception desk was also old, with broken folders and an old telephone on the table. The corridor was dimly lit, with the light bulbs emitting a weak glow that flickered from time to time. When I opened the door of the office area, a musty smell hit me in the face. The interior of the office area was very narrow and cramped. What's worse is that the office is next to the toilet, and the strange smell coming from it from time to time makes the entire office area stink. Lu Yu was shocked. "Is this a place where employees can stay? Are you thinking that I've earned enough points and want me to give them all back?" Lu Yu's face turned pale as he said, "Manager Zhao, maybe our previous communication wasn't sufficient. Although we are a startup company, we still have some budget. Do you have any better conditions?" When Manager Zhao heard that Lu Yu wanted to increase the money, he smiled and said, of course. After more than 10 minutes, the car arrived at a new location. It is located in an old office building and looks relatively clean. While visiting the office area, Lu Yu and Manager Zhao walked in a narrow corridor with densely packed grid office areas on both sides. Each grid was only 1 square meter in size. Lu Yu looked inside through the door and saw an office desk filled with computers, documents and miscellaneous items, with almost no extra space. What is most unacceptable is that each office has no substantial partitions, only thin partitions, which cannot provide sufficient privacy and quiet. In short, the overall environment is very dim and depressing. You can reach the ceiling without raising your arms very high, but it is still narrow and cramped. "Mr. Lu, this place is very formal. Not only are there startups here, but even many large and medium-sized companies have their customer service centers set up here. Manager Zhao, I think you still don't understand what I mean." Lu Yu continued patiently, "I need something better, much better than this. A monthly rental budget of several $100,000 is no problem." When Manager Zhao heard Lu Yu's offer, his eyes lit up and he slapped his bald head. At first, he thought Lu Yu and Lu Mangyuan were still students and entrepreneurs with little money, but he didn't expect to meet a rich man today. "Oh, blame me. I'll take you to see the best one around here. Thank you very much for your support. This book has not been eliminated and will be recommended next week. I would like to ask all the readers to continue to support this young book during its new book period. The method of support is very simple. Just read the latest chapter every day. The following content will enter the third round of development, but I will also insert some more interesting live broadcasts, such as the process of Xiaorobao and others defeating the land feather demon. I will also try my best to write about the daily life of game development in a non-boring way, similar to the Dongming Island chapter, with all kinds of pleasant and sweet daily life. 2 chapters of this book will be updated every night at 7. I would also like to thank Master Miao, Fengji Piaoyun, and bookfriend 20180430091132810 for their monthly tickets. I would also like to thank Sunshine Ruoshui for the 100-point reward. Half an hour later, the car arrived at a tall office building. The interior space of this office building is much more spacious and brighter. The reception desk in the lobby is decorated in a simple design, and the glass curtain wall reveals a wide view. Manager Zhao took everyone to the 18th floor by elevator. Walking into the office area, the interior layout is also a bit modern, with neatly arranged documents and computer equipment on the desks. Although it was still a little different from what he had imagined, Liu felt that this place finally looked like a formal office area. However, he still couldn't understand some of the designs here. For example, the ceiling above your head is densely covered with cameras of all sizes, as if cameras are free. After he expressed his doubts, Manager Zhao rubbed his hands attentively. Mr. Liu, you may not know that this design makes it easier to monitor employees at their workstations and prevent them from slacking off. To this end, we will also provide you with a fully intelligent supervision system. This system uses the currently very popular facial recognition system and behavior monitoring system. For example, employees' behaviors such as going to the toilet, playing with their mobile phones at their workstations, chatting with colleagues, stretching, eating snacks or taking a nap on the table can all be monitored. In addition, we also have the most comprehensive gateway and screen monitoring software. Whether it is playing games, browsing irrelevant web pages or chatting, any idle behavior of employees can be detected. The system will collect evidence and record the entire employee's behavior. One day, whether you want to deduct their salary or find a reason to fire them, you can do it easily. While listening to the other party's explanation, Liu checked various details. Your chair is a bit hard, and the table is so high, it's not ergonomic. Won't it be uncomfortable to sit on it? Mr. Liu, you may not know this, but the chairs are deliberately made uncomfortable. Manager Zhao smiled broadly and said in a flattering voice. Employees come to work to contribute value, not to enjoy themselves. Why do they have to sit so comfortably? What if it's too comfortable and they want to sleep? After saying that, he sat on it himself to demonstrate. Mr. Liu, you see, the employees have to force themselves to straighten their backs in order to operate the computers normally. The chairs are made harder, with a slightly uncomfortable slope. This intermittent pain reminds employees that they are working and need to tense up and maintain a high level of tension. Liu looked at it and shook his head, then asked casually, "How is the meal? Is there a staff restaurant nearby?" The park management company has several customized lunch plans. You can choose one. Let me tell you, business owners around here usually choose the cheapest one. Then he took out a lunchbox sample from the refrigerator and showed it to him. Liu saw a cheap white plastic foam lunchbox, half covered with a layer of rice, with a few slices of unpeeled potatoes and red peppers floating on top. With this plan, an employee's work meal only costs a little over 1 yuan. And you see, we thoughtfully add highly stimulating chili peppers and mustard to the lunchboxes. This can quickly stimulate employees to maintain a high-intensity stress state and prevent them from dozing off. Liu sighed, "Is this a box lunch or slop?" He walked forward for a moment, hands behind his back, and began to examine the slogans on the wall. Suffering is a test of experience, and suffering is a blessing. As long as you don't die, work until you die. If you don't work hard today, you'll have to work hard to find a job tomorrow. No one is closer to you than your father and mother. The kindness of your parents, who provide you with food and clothing, is as heavy as a mountain. If you want to avoid being eliminated, you have to be ahead. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. Liu began to think in his mind, if he really wanted to be the tallest among the crippled ones, this place would be okay, but the renovation cost would be a bit high. All the chairs would have to be replaced, the surveillance cameras would have to be removed, and the slogans would have to be painted over. Seeing Lu Yu's interest, Manager Zhao quickly struck while the iron was hot. Mr. Lu, let me show you another wonderful workstation. I believe that once you see it, you will definitely make up your mind to rent it. Everyone came to a slightly hidden corner of the office area. This is a narrow space recessed into the wall, with no windows, dark and damp. The air smelled faintly of mold and sluggish circulation. The walls were covered in water stains, and not far away were the restrooms and trash cans. The broken desks at the workstations were old, faded, and covered in uneven scratches, as if they had been salvaged from a school. Compared with other workstations, this place is like a forgotten corner, isolated from the world. Manager Zhao introduced attentively. Here is the pigeon cage that our property group has thoughtfully prepared for all the bosses. This can be used specifically to deal with some troublemakers, such as employees who refuse to leave even though they have been given a dismissal notice. There are also some supervisors who want to give some rebellious newly graduated employees a warning and teach them a lesson, so they can transfer them to this pigeon cage for a week. If a week is not enough, then a month will do, to ensure that employees can figure out everything, smooth out all edges and corners, and become docile, well-behaved and good people. Therefore, in our industrial park, these small pigeon cages are very popular among the bosses, who even gave them a nickname, young people's first social beating. After hearing this introduction, Liu shook his head and gradually gave up the idea of renting this place. However, this is already a relatively formal office park among those that can be found nearby. The others are not as good as this one. I've heard that the world is very inward-looking, but I didn't expect it to be so inward-looking. Lu Yu walked towards the exit while hesitating whether to go somewhere else. As he passed the office area, he smelled a strange odor that came from a newly renovated building. Has this office area been newly renovated? He raised his eyebrows. Indeed. The other party rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically. What should I do with my newly renovated office? What about formaldehyde? Have you hired a testing company to test it? It doesn't matter. Manager Zhao pointed to the activated carbon bag on the table. Lu Yu shook his head again. The small purification bag was just a drop in the bucket for the entire office area. In order to dispel Lu Yu's doubts, Manager Zhao continued to explain. First of all, the employee's formaldehyde poisoning itself is a low-probability event. After all, people have different physical constitutions. Secondly, even if some employees are really poisoned by formaldehyde or even develop leukemia, many bosses can afford it. Because compared to the capital gains from starting work a few months earlier, the medical expenses and compensation paid are basically negligible. Lu Yu didn't turn around, suppressing his anger as he spoke. In your eyes, emotional employees are consumables that can be discarded at any time? Manager Zhao didn't see Lu Yu's expression clearly, and nodded and smiled to himself. In a sense, yes. The veins on Lu Yu's forehead bulged. He recalled the night he died suddenly in his previous life. The AED was just a decoration for inspection because the company did not train employees on how to use it. If the company had taken it a little more seriously, such an accident would not have happened. He was furious and shouted, "Get out!" Manager Zhao was suddenly scolded and felt a little annoyed. You ungrateful young man, I accompanied you shopping for the whole morning, but you didn't like any of them. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you're challenging me? He planned to simply refuse to continue the service and leave the two of them here, letting them go back however they wanted. The male assistant next to him pulled his arm and pointed at Lu Mengyuan next to Lu Yu. Lu Mengyuan was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Manager Zhao expressionlessly. The assistant whispered in his ear. Manager Zhao, you don't know her? The daughter of the Lu family has appeared in photos of celebrity gatherings in Fortune magazine before. Manager Zhao was stunned. Lu family? Which Lu family? The assistant asked anxiously. Oh, among the top 10 richest families in our country, which one has the surname Lu? Manager Zhao's face turned pale. Be good. It almost became a big mistake. Lu Lan is well known in the business world for his ruthlessness and sharpness. Crushing their agency is as easy as crushing an ant. If this girl is the daughter of the Lu group, then can the man who allows her to follow him around like a little bird be an ordinary person? Manager Zhao's back broke out in a cold sweat, and he quickly forced out an even more exaggerated and enthusiastic smile than before. Sir, miss, I have other properties. Let's take a look. Please come this way. He nodded and bowed, as if he had transformed into an ancient waiter. Lu Yu? Why did you suddenly give me a higher generation? The more people scold you, the more polite you become. Are you a masochist? Later, Manager Zhao patiently took Lu Yu and the others to see many more properties with a smile on his face. The results were basically the same and did not satisfy Lu Yu. Lu Yu was disheartened and took the bus back. Suddenly, on the way, he saw an elegant European-style villa building. Parking. His eyes lit up and he got off the car first. This 5-story villa stands in a corner of the city garden. Above the main entrance are 3 large gold-plated characters, by Jinhan. The white stone pillars and the classical carved window frames complement each other, full of strong European style. The whole building is solemn and elegant, like an ancient aristocratic mansion. In front of the villa is a spacious fountain garden square with blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies. The green forest outside is like a safe haven, isolating it from the hustle and bustle of the city. Manager Zhao looked down and said, Mr. Liu, this is also a property managed by our company. It's the former site of the Baijinhan Health Club. It originally belonged to a wealthy merchant family from Jinghai, surnamed Gao. Later, the owner got into trouble and was imprisoned, so the health club became vacant and available for rent, looking for its next owner. The assistant next to him said, Speaking of the Gao family, they're all really ruthless people. They're all the kind of people who would go to jail for slapping a passing dog or shaking the yolk off an egg in the supermarket. Manager Zhao smiled apologetically and said, Mr. Liu, Ms. Liu, this is a health club, not suitable for IT companies to work in. Besides, the rent is quite high. The minimum is 80 yuan a month, and the rest of the property fees and utilities are your own responsibility. That doesn't matter. Lu Yu waved his hand, go in and take a look first. Entering the main entrance, you will see a magnificent hall decorated in the classical European style. The vaulted ceiling is carved with Renaissance murals, and the golden chandeliers emit soft light. The smooth marble floor tiles reflect the light like a mirror, making the entire hall more dazzling. Along the lobby corridor, you can see several exquisite reception rooms. Each room has a different theme, such as the ethereal galaxy, the ocean world, the French garden, the Egyptian style, etc. A few floors up are the gym and restaurant. The top floor conference room is surrounded by panoramic tempered glass, offering a breathtaking view of the garden. The room is fully equipped with high-end audio and projection equipment. Lu Yu went to see the hot springs, swimming pool and SPA health center on the underground floor. The spa is decorated in an antique style, with murals and stone carvings covering the walls. The swimming pool has a floor installation that emits negative oxygen ions, making the water surface as smooth as a mirror. The spa is elegantly decorated with silk chairs, crystal ceilings, and ceramic wash basins. It offers a full range of services, from spa treatments to meridian massages and hot stone massages. After looking around, Lu Yu immediately decided, this is it. Manager Zhao was stunned, are you sure? Determine. Lu Yu immediately signed the contract and paid the deposit. Seeing that a big deal had been signed, the wrinkles on Manager Zhao's face were all smiling. Mr. Liu, do you have any other instructions regarding the renovation? We know a lot of suppliers and will definitely help you. The decoration is generally good and can be used directly. Some details need fine-tuning, just follow me. One of the reasons why Lu Yu chose this place was that the decoration was ready-made and there was no need to worry about formaldehyde issues. Everyone returned to the main entrance hall, and Lu Yu began to put forward his own transformation requirements. This will be converted into the company's reception desk. It needs to be luxurious yet unique, but not too kitsch. It needs to make people feel comfortable and at home. The reception desk needs to be able to seat 3 people. Add some computer equipment to the reception rooms at the back of the first floor, which will be used to receive clients and interview new employees. Lu Yu came to the basement again. The original hot springs, swimming pool and spa were renovated on the original basis, and all kinds of bathtubs and tiles were made of top-quality materials. Luyu plans to allow employees of Taoyuan Township to enjoy the service for free at any time. Everyone came to the second floor again. I plan to turn this into a leisure and entertainment area. In the gym, I'm going to buy treadmills, barbells, and other high-end fitness equipment. I'll start with enough to accommodate 30 people. Next to the gym, there are 4 more sports areas, namely billiard room, table tennis room, indoor basketball hall, and badminton hall. Employees can still use these facilities free of charge at any time. We'll also build a library opposite the sports hall. Some people don't like sports and prefer to read quietly. Manager Zhao, you need to find a reliable contractor for this bookstore. We must keep it updated with the latest books on the market, whether it's beauty magazines, comics, or professional books related to game development. Even game software, records, and Blu-ray DVDs, whatever the employees want to watch, the contractors buy. Luyu plans to give each employee a 2,000 yuan bookstore shopping card every month, which can be used for spending here. If you want to open a convenience store next to the bookstore, you have to find me the best convenience store contractor in the country, and the product range must be complete. Whether it's beverages, prepared food snacks, candy and candies, or daily necessities, 3C hardware and small appliances, they all have to be available. Luyu plans to give each employee a convenience store shopping card worth 3,000 yuan every month, which can be used for consumption in convenience stores. Everyone went to the third floor again. This area will be converted into the company's dining area. A Chinese-style employee restaurant will be built here in the style of the Jiangnan water towns. If you don't know, there's a restaurant nearby called Guwei Jiangnan. You can imitate their style for the decoration. Manager Zhao was dumbfounded. My goodness, Guwei Jiangnan is a famous Michelin restaurant in the city. How could you, an employee, eat from the same pot in this staff restaurant and it become like this? He patiently offered advice, Mr. Liu, with all due respect, although the exterior may resemble the traditional Jiangnan style, the real value of a Michelin restaurant lies in its chefs, especially the head chef. Don't worry about the chef. I have a plan. Luyu smiled slightly. Manager Zhao was stunned. You wouldn't want to poach a Michelin chef to cook meals for your employees every day, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luyu continued to instruct, next to the Chinese restaurant, you should decorate a restaurant in the style of a French restaurant. On the other 2 sides, a bar counter and a coffee bar will be decorated. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll think about how to use the remaining space. Luyu plans to open 3 meals a day to employees in the employee restaurant on the 3rd floor free of charge, with plenty of delicious food. Manager Zhao and his assistant looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this Mr. Liu's company really a gaming company? We're already on the 3rd floor, and I don't understand why this has anything to do with gaming. Isn't this a health club that is more luxurious than by Jinhan's? Thanks to Shushishishu, Pingbu Yukinjian, Wui Leilu, Shuyu 2017022175606018, have a good name, Yujiqioshan, Shuyu 201910212023511830, watching the starry sky together, listening to the rainfall in the sky, and Jijianjia for their monthly tickets. 2021081214420347620220501218292019102102235180 me 5213114 Sunshine 100. Thank you everyone for your recommendation votes. Momota, 3. Everyone came to the 4th floor again. Luyu finally planned to turn this floor into a game development office area. Luyu finalized the design plan while observing. Manager Zhao, please find the most professional office equipment supplier and designate individual workstations here. Each workstation has an average per capita usable area of 20 square meters. Manager Zhao was dumbfounded. Wow, 20 square meters per person. What kind of work requires such a large office area? This is equivalent to a small room per person. But he didn't say much. After all, it was Luyu who paid the money, so he had to do whatever the sponsor said. All office desks are high-end mahogany electric height-adjustable desks, and we also purchased ergonomic fully automatic electric massage chairs. I remember a brand of massage chair that was pretty good. Not only did it give me a full body massage, but the motor underneath could also power the chair for short distances. It was truly a great tool for lazy people. After saying that, he patted the table again. All workstations are equipped with top-of-the-line computers, all with Intel i9 CPUs and NVIDIA Titan graphics cards, Max. Trident Z memory sticks, Max. Samsung solid-state drives, tower cases, and fully loaded all-in-one water cooling systems. Don't use inferior brands for accessories such as graphics cards, power supplies, and motherboards. Use the same brand as the Prodigy I. And for headphones, get Sennheiser's 10,000 yuan headphones. Then purchase a 4K 36-inch large-screen LCD monitor and place a horizontal dual screen on the desktop. Oh, to make it easier for programmers to trace back the code, we'll make a vertical screen one. In addition, each workstation needs to purchase a top-of-the-line Alienware laptop to make it convenient for employees to go out to play games. Oh no, work. In addition, the empty space on the side of the table should not be left idle either, as it is equipped with a complete set of game consoles from the three major companies, namely, Sony, Zhuiying, and Nintendo. After talking about the configuration of the desk, Liu began to pace back and forth in the 20 square meter space. He suddenly had an idea and patted the wall on one side. Here, a freely retractable electric spring bed is embedded in the wall for employees to take a lunch break. The remaining space can be used to place a small wardrobe and desk, where employees can store snacks, potted plants, and other personal items. Manager Zhao was taking notes with his pen, gasping in amazement. The most luxurious esports club in Shanghai City is just like this. Are you sure the employees are here for work? Then how do you decorate your office, Mr. Liu? Liu shook his head. All the management of the company, including me, do not have dedicated offices and sit with the employees. Manager Zhao and his assistant looked at each other. Wow, in the property business they had taken before, the bosses wanted to decorate their offices like palaces in order to highlight their status and authority, with bodyguards and secretaries covering 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. This Mr. Liu is really an extraordinary person. Everyone came to the glass dome conference room again. These Harman Kardon speakers are pretty good, so I'll keep them. But I've removed the projector and replaced them all with 90-inch Lockheed Martin top-of-the-line LCD TVs. We've transformed the open space next to the conference room into a toy display case, and are looking for suppliers to buy some action figures, toys, Legos, playing cards, capsule toy machines, and Ichiban Kuji toys. Oh, and some dolls and BJD dolls that girls like. Liu planned to give the items in this toy area as small prizes to employees for free every month. After browsing for a while, Liu stretched and finally instructed. By the way, there are additional bathrooms with showers and mother and baby rooms next to the restrooms on each floor. The 4th floor also features a medical clinic for emergency treatment of daily headaches, fevers, and injuries. Every 50 square meters is equipped with a high-end air purifier and water dispenser. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. I'll slowly think about how to decorate the rest of the space later. Manager Zhao looked at the densely packed list he had written down, did some calculations, and said hesitantly. Mr. Liu, although you said that the construction will be based on the standard of 30 employees for the time being, it will cost you at least several million. Compared with the money for decoration, the rent is insignificant. That's okay, just go find the contractor. Liu thought that there were already more than 10 million in the company's account, and it was almost the end of the month. Next month, the players of My Leisurely Island Owner Life would be able to provide at least 10 million in turnover. The money stayed in the company's account, and he couldn't get a penny. But if you invest in a place like this and let employees indulge in it, won't the leisure points come in large numbers? Manager Zhao did some calculations and said with an apologetic smile, Boss Liu, the renovation and configuration will probably take a little over a week. Is that okay with you? Liu nodded. The efficiency was faster than he had imagined. A week later, the graduation ceremony was over and it was time for everyone to move in and start working. By the way, since we've purchased a new batch of furniture, you must find a professional formaldehyde removal company to clean it out and make sure there's no formaldehyde residue left. Manager Zhao, Mr. Liu, it's the same problem. The cost of the formaldehyde removal company is not low. I recommend that you use more activated carbon bags. I'll do it no matter how expensive it is. Lu Yu was firm and resolute. What a joke! The employees who moved in were all his carefully selected treasures, and they were tasked with earning leisure points. If an employee has health problems, no matter how many points he has, they will not be enough to compensate for the deductions. Lu Mengyuan followed Lu Yu and didn't say a word the whole time. Now that she had read the list of renovations, she couldn't help but be secretly astonished. If this place were really renovated according to Lu Yu's requirements, it would indeed subvert her perception of office buildings. Because she had been to the Lu Group's office building before, the decoration style inside was basically all cold colors and silver gray metal furniture, just like a cold-blooded steel fortress. This manor has been transformed into something so cozy and warm that it will surely make employees feel like they are home. However, the only bad thing was that she was worried that she and the other employees would become reluctant to leave after moving in. System Mall, you have to stick to it and stop refreshing all kinds of weird enjoyment talents to tempt me to buy it. The girl prayed silently in her heart. June is gradually coming to an end. The reputation of the game Dog Paradise Adventure continues to collapse. As of 6:29 noon on June 12, the number of simultaneous online players on major gaming platforms fell below 1 and continued to decline. A large number of players flocked to game forums and bulletin boards, posting crazily to criticize the various terrible in-game Krypton Gold experiences. In the forum of Dog Girl Paradise, a player posted a post expressing his feelings. If you have a dog, why have a cat? Actually, if you just pick this game out for what it is, you can still play it, but the problem is that you're afraid to compare prices. With Taoyuan Township's new game here, the comparison is stark. Frankly speaking, whether it's the quality, playability, or the reasonableness of the pricing, Leisure Island Owner Life is a dimensionality-reducing blow to this game, crushing it to the ground. Fourth floor reply, it's because the Sharingan is overactivated. There's a saying that goes, those who learn from me will live, those who imitate me will die. Those noobs on the production team of Dog Paradise don't even know the difference between learn and imitate. Fifth floor reply, this is hilarious. They spent a fortune promoting themselves as the next generation casual cartoon flagship, while also disparaging Taoyuan Township. In the end, all the traffic they worked so hard to build up went to Taoyuan Township, completely facilitating someone else's success. On Wednesday, an anonymous user posted a message on the Game Melon Incident section of the NGA forum. Guaranteed. The Dog Paradise project team is experiencing an earthquake, staff optimization and downsizing, and the chief planner has been fired. According to an internal operation contact I know, the data for Dog Paradise clearly started strong but ended weak. On the first day of its public beta, it briefly reached the top 10 best-selling charts on major platforms, with DAU, daily active users, reaching 8 and ARPU, revenue per user, exceeding 200 yuan. The next day retention rate was also good, at around 40%. However, with the sudden rise of Leisure Island Owner Life, the momentum of Dog Girl Paradise was immediately cut short, and Dog Girl Paradise immediately entered hell mode with a plummeting online user base. Group executives had high hopes for this project, but were bitterly disappointed. The vice president in charge of the Interactive Entertainment Business Group directly instructed General Manager Daimai to issue a military order. The Dog Paradise project team has started laying off staff. The original lead planner has been fired, and the producer has been given a 1-star performance rating. A day later, another planner who was laid off from the project team went to NGA and posted a complaint. To quickly produce the new version of Dog Paradise, the project team has been working 3 shifts. I haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. I just went to the tea room to rest for a while, and then my HRBP talked me out of it. Reply to the second floor, I'll give you a thumbs up. Going to the tea room to take a nap or something is just an excuse for layoffs. I hope you find your next job soon. Third floor reply, the data is already like this. Taoyuan Township has beaten you to the ground. Why are you still working overtime? Just lie down and let them laugh at you. The original poster replied to the third floor, there's nothing we can do. We've been ordered to release a new version within a week and update the main storyline. This is a last-ditch effort. The new main storyline mentioned by the poster was previewed earlier this week. Dog Paradise is an online game, and it does need to be constantly updated with subsequent main storylines and new levels. However, the project team encountered unprecedented difficulties during production. The reason is very simple. The reason why the previous levels were completed so quickly was because it was easy to open the Sharingan. You just had to copy Catgirl Paradise and it would be done without having to use your brain. But Catgirl Paradise is a single-player game, and the game ended long ago. When the time came for me to create something original, I found it wasn't that easy. The evening of July 6th. The new main storyline that the production team of Dog Paradise worked so hard to come up with has been officially released. This story expansion is called The Day After Tomorrow, Big Hero 6. It tells the story of a year after John, Ilya, and other bitches escaped from paradise. Aliens from the Sagittarius galaxy took advantage of the Earth's weakness and prepared to Deus Ex Machina to completely occupy the Earth. Squirrel John and the bitches formed the Big Hero 6, and together with the remaining humans hiding in underground fortresses, they fight guerrilla warfare in the ruins of cities around the world to fight against the alien invasion. Although the setting is a passionate battle against aliens, the plot is quite melodramatic and full of logical flaws. The personalities of both Squirrel John and Bitch Ilya have completely collapsed. Especially at the end of the story, the game actually reveals the unexpected truth again. It turns out that the existence of the dog bitch itself is related to the alien technology of Sagittarius. In the original work of Catgirl Paradise, the beast-eared girls are genetically modified, which causes the game settings to directly contradict the book and be inconsistent. After this expansion pack was released, the game's already precarious reputation collapsed again. Angry players flocked to the game's comment section and began to rant. What's wrong with you guys? Why is the feel of this expansion so different from the previous ones? The previous stories were so touching, what kind of crap are you writing now? This is really a dog's tale adding to a tiger's tale. I can write better than you even if I bring a husky to type on the keyboard. The above, you guys might not know this, but the early plot of this game was directly copied from Taoyuan Township, and they continued it with their own writing, which shows their true level. The official Weibo account and D-Station updates of Dog Girl Paradise were once again flooded with comments from players. After being criticized for being autistic, the official issued an apology in the early morning, stating that they would reduce the main storyline updates in the future and focus on bringing novel combat experiences to players. As soon as this apology announcement was released, it was once again flooded with comments from players. Let me translate this for you. The so-called novel combat experience means more Krypton Gold combat items. Even in such a state, you're still reluctant to give out some benefits to appease the public anger. You're really stingy. The officials really have nothing to live for, they can bite lighters. The more they do, the more mistakes they make, and the more mistakes they make, the more they do. Goblin Paradise has fallen into a vicious cycle of reputation collapse. June 6, Shenzhou City. Lu Holdings Group's global headquarters, Chairman Lu Lan's office. Lu Lan sat in a high-backed chair behind his desk, flipping through the report documents in front of him. The sunlight outside poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but the atmosphere inside the house was like the coldest days of winter, filled with a depressing tension. On the other side of the desk, Manager Sher, the head of Yuhi Company, stood respectfully. He was wearing a dark blue suit, with a nervous and flattering smile on his face. Fine beads of sweat were oozing from his forehead, and the collar of his shirt was also wet with sweat. He didn't dare look directly at Lu Lan, but kept wandering around the office, as if looking for a sense of security. Tell me about it. Lu Lan had a stunningly beautiful face with light makeup on and her red lips slightly parted. Her voice has the laziness and magnetism that is unique to mature women, but it is also mixed with a majestic aura that makes any man around her dare not have any improper thoughts of usurping the right path. Manager Sher tried to keep his voice steady. Chairman, Yudi's revenue performance this month has remained stable, and its domestic game market share remains second only to Tinghue Interactive Entertainment. The company's revenue base is mainly based on some Chinese-style MMOs such as Fantasy Westward Journey and Journey to the West Online, as well as overseas agency games such as World of Dragon and Light Destroyer. Currently, in the MMO category, our company's Fantasy Westward Journey is still ranked first. Nationwide, with a peak concurrent online user base exceeding 300 million. Lulan crossed her hands in front of her chest, raised her chin slightly, and looked down at Manager Chen with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Her body language made Manager Sure feel uneasy. Manager Sure, this is your first time reporting directly to me, so you might not be familiar with my style. What you just said is already stated in the report, so I don't need you to repeat it. I want to hear something that is not in the report. You are a smart person and should understand what I mean. After Lulan finished speaking, his aura became even more fierce, and Manager Sure subconsciously took a small step back, like a frightened bird. After realizing that he had lost his composure, he steadied his trembling body, his throat rolled slightly, and he responded with difficulty. Yes, Chairman, I will report truthfully. This month, there were no problems with the old product lines and agency business lines, but there were indeed some problems with the self-developed system. The most serious problem is with our Frostwolf Studio. Frostwolf Studio's previous shooter game had dismal sales, leaving it in the red for a year. This month, the studio is planning to develop a modern urban online game, based on its core strengths, in an effort to turn losses into profits. Manager Sure rubbed his pants with his hands from time to time and glanced at Lulan cautiously. Seeing that the other party did not interrupt, he felt relieved and continued slowly. The head of Frostwolf Studios told me that they are quite confident about the next game. Our studio has chosen an urban theme, and the tentative name of the new work is Boss Simulator. The reason for establishing this project is that, after careful investigation, we found that modern urban-themed games on the market are still a blue ocean waiting to be developed. We believe that in the short term, it is unlikely that other domestic game companies will launch urban-themed games that would directly compete with us. Manager Sure said this with great confidence. Even if other small studios have conflicting projects, they will have to keep it to themselves. With the reputation of Lulan's Lu Group and Yuyi's R&D and channel strength, which short-sighted game company would overestimate its capabilities and clash with Yuyi's release schedule? Chairman, this game is aimed at the lower-tier market. Many low-level users will never have the chance to become bosses in their lifetime, so this game just meets their spiritual needs. Of course, we have also devised many clever payment points for this game to stimulate players to spend money in the game store. Manager Sure was getting more and more excited as he spoke, spit flying everywhere, but Lulan raised his hand to interrupt him. Okay, I'm not interested in your specific R&D plans. I have only one request for your future work, and that is to further reduce costs and increase efficiency. In particular, as a company leader, you need to constantly reflect on whether the current team size can bring enough value. Those who are inefficient, old, or injured should be dismissed. Clean up the cage and replace the bird, bring in some fresh blood. Lulan's eyes gradually became sharper, like an eagle's. I understand what the chairman means. I understand. Manager Sure agreed, nodded and bowed, said some flattering words, and left the office. Only Lulan and Wang Su, who had been standing silently by the side, were left in the office. Lulan lit a cigarette and blew out curls of smoke. She herself has no interest in the gaming industry at all. Yugi Company was acquired by the older generation during the group's expansion. Normally, these businesses of the group are handled by the vice president in charge of entertainment business. The game that Lu Mengyuan participated in producing was launched on the Yuyi platform. She needed first-hand information, so they met. Reluctantly. Otherwise, Manager Sure's status in the group would not be high enough to report directly to her. Lulan glanced at the platform game list on the report. My Leisurely Island Owner Life, ranked 16th in the MMO online rankings, caught her attention. 12 concurrent online users and 85 monthly active users. The developer is the Taoyuan Township studio where Lu Mengyuan works. A barely perceptible trace of emotion appeared on her calm face. Tell me about the whereabouts of that stinky girl this month. As she spoke, she glanced at Wang Su. After this month, her skin became much darker. Is this a vacation to the beach? Wang Su replied respectfully, Chairman, this month the young ladies' company went to Dongming Island for a team-building trip. They were there for a whole month and just returned a while ago. After that, she handed over a stack of photos. What kind of gaming company actually holds team building every day? Lu Lan's voice was cold and her brows were slightly furrowed. She remembered that last month, the company was eating, drinking and having fun on the pedestrian street every day, but this month they were even more unrestrained? When she saw the content of the photo, her frown relaxed slightly. I saw Lu Mengyuan wearing a cute bikini and playing with watermelon on the beach. In a camping cabin, typing on the computer under the stars. Wearing gorgeous hanfu and strolling around the market in Taohua Village. Wang Su praised the game My Leisure Island owner life on the UE platform. It seems that the eldest lady participated in its development. I didn't expect it to be so popular. When Lu Lan turned to the last page, his brows, which had been gradually relaxing, furrowed again. In this photo, Lu Mengyuan and Lu Yu are holding the wooden railings of the ancient temple and watching the fireworks display at the temple fair together. It looks like a still from a youth movie, filled with the sour smell of love. Did Lu Yu have any intimate contact with that stinky girl? Wang Su was silent for a few seconds, and his brain began to work rapidly. To be honest, apart from that time of applying sunscreen on the beach, there was no ambiguous contact between the two of them, and I didn't take any substantial evidence that time. Afterwards, the two people's walk in the peach blossom forest was indeed suspicious, but it was not substantial evidence. Lu Yu was very gentlemanly throughout and never did anything out of line towards the young lady. And, how should I put it, at this moment, the happy smile on the eldest lady's face replayed in her mind. She had a hunch that if she didn't answer this question well, the smile would disappear forever. After a moment, she said, "Chairman, I think this Lu Yu is just the eldest lady's partner. There is nothing to worry about." "Are you sure?" Lu Lan's tone gradually became more aggressive. Wang Su looked directly into his eyes and said, "I'm sure." Lu Lan breathed a sigh of relief and his expression softened. However, when she saw the game data on the report, she felt a slight sense of crisis in her heart. The daughter who has been obedient to him since she was a child is gradually getting out of his control. "Chairman, there's something I'm not sure I should say." Wang Su spoke tentatively. "Explain." Lu Lan continued to organize the reports with his head down. "I remember when I first joined the group, the eldest daughter was only 12 years old, so tiny. I never thought she would grow into such a graceful young lady now. Let's get to the point. I'm very busy." Lu Lan said expressionlessly. "What I mean is, the young lady is an adult now, with her own independent personality. Letting her experience the youth that a girl of her age should experience is not a bad idea." Hiss. The report on the table was torn into two pieces by Lu Lan's force. "Are you teaching me what to do?" "Wang Su doesn't dare." Wang Su quickly lowered his head. "Wang Su, you've been with me for 10 years, and I thought you understood me very well. Our Lu family needs a correct, meticulous, and perfect heir. I don't need her to have any boring, redundant traits, nor do I need her to have any unnecessary sour and smelly youth experiences. Do you understand?" "Yes, Chairman, I have overstepped my authority," Wang Su said quickly. Lu Lan lowered her head and stared at Lu Yu in the photo. Her intuition told her that it was this man who caused her daughter to change. "Continue to dispatch additional task forces to keep a close eye on that little girl. If there's any sign of anything amiss, your operations team will intervene directly. Do you understand?" "Yes." Wang Su was about to leave tactfully. When she pushed open the office door, Lu Lan stopped her. "Wang Su." Wang Su turned his head and looked at Lu Lan standing behind the glass curtain wall. At this moment, she had an illusion that the chairman's back looked particularly lonely. "Do not disappoint me." "Clear." Wang Su nodded and closed the door silently. In the empty office, only Lu Lan was left, blowing smoke rings and looking at the bustling city outside the window. She was like a queen, looking down at the countless creatures on the ground that were as small as ants. Night gradually fell in Shenzhou City, and shadows gradually covered the face of this charming woman, making it impossible to see her expression. October 7th, Wednesday. Lu Yu was in the dormitory, looking at the operating data of the UE platform. 2 weeks after its launch, my leisurely island owner life has reached 85 monthly active users. This means that as long as the operation remains stable, this product will be able to provide the company with at least tens of millions of cash flow every month. Although the renovation of the company's office area cost him more than 700 million yuan, he will be able to make back the money soon this month. He couldn't let the money in the company's account grow, he had to find a way to spend it. Because, to Luyu, the funds on the books are just numbers. Only when you spend them and convert them into leisure points can they be truly converted into cash. As for how to spend the money, Luyu's first thought was to expand enrollment. Now it's up to the 4 of them to maintain the game, and the pressure is too great. The points are deducted to the point where they are going off the charts. He must build a stable operation team. Moreover, he wants to develop a third game, which is an urban-themed game required by the system task, and he also needs to form a team. But Luyu did not intend to do as he did before, where every employee had to search for resumes on recruitment websites and then interview them. This is both tiring and tedious for him. Since he has decided to enjoy life in this life, he must be a hands-off boss. So he decided to directly hire a human resources director to be in charge of various recruitment and personnel work of the team. He opened Lianji Recruitment, which he had used before, and began to browse the resume database. There are many senior personnel looking for jobs in the labor market, but few of them are talented enough to catch Luyu's eye. One of the resumes is as follows. I was very good at using rhetoric to exaggerate company benefits and fabricate the company's vision and goals, luring and coaxing new graduates and junior professionals into joining the company. When these junior hires' probationary periods are about to end, I'll deploy sophisticated dismissal tactics to make the candidate doubt their abilities and even their character, thus dampening their desire for compensation. If you give me the opportunity, I will do my best to bring efficient and low-cost labor resources to the company so that the company can gain more profits. Luyu looked at it and shook his head. These days, all kinds of monsters are looking for jobs. But, as the saying goes, existence is reasonable. This kind of HR should be very popular among bosses in some labor-intensive industries in this parallel world of internal circulation. He wanted something high-end. So he looked at the next one. I've worked in sales, marketing, venture capital, and other fields as a business-focused HR professional, and I'm familiar with the process of setting employee KPIs. I need to emphasize that as a master of applied psychology, I am very skilled in PUA operations. Through psychological brainwashing, I can rebuild employees' personalities and values, inspiring their fanatical energy to work tirelessly for the company. At the same time, I'm also familiar with employee resignation negotiation techniques for employees who have lost their usefulness, and have developed a systematic resignation methodology. Wow, this guy is quite high-end, but all your high-end skills are used for PUA. The people on these websites really don't do anything. Luyu shook his head and put the resume on the blacklist. If we recruit this kind of person into the company, how many points will he owe the system? He casually flipped through the resumes again and found that they were basically the same. To other bosses who want to involute themselves, these may be potential talents, but to Luyu, they are all treated as a nuisance. Luyu decided that he could not use the recruitment website anymore. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He had to find another way. He opened the arbitration public announcement website to check the recent complaint cases of HR who requested labor compensation from the company. Because if an HR asks for labor compensation from his employer, it means that he has suffered a beating from his old employer, and such a person is less likely to get involved. Soon, his eyes lit up and he found an arbitration record in the gaming industry. The complainant in the case is Li Hongmei, 35 years old. She originally worked at Frostwolf Studio, a subsidiary of Yuyi Company, and was the HR manager of this studio. Just now, she was fired by the company for being incompetent for the job. The company refused to pay compensation and year-end bonus. Li Hongmei did not tolerate Yuyi Company and directly filed for arbitration. Luyu felt that this sister attached great importance to her own welfare and rights, which was great. Such people will never sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the company. Luyu immediately searched for Li Hongmei's resume on the recruitment website. then arrange an interview with the other party at Mausheiming. On Thursday afternoon, Liu met Li Hongmei at a cat cafe. The first time he saw her, Liu discovered that the face of this woman in her 30s was filled with deep fatigue and vicissitudes. The eyes are dull and empty, the skin is dark, and there are obvious wrinkles and bags at the corners of the eyes, which are all evidence of years of stress and staying up late to work overtime. Her hair looked dry and messy. The recent unemployment and arbitration had really taken a toll on her. In order to make her relax, Liu ordered her a cappuccino and a tiramisu. "Sorry, Ms. Li, the company's office space is still under renovation. We can just have a brief chat here." "No, thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Liu." Li Hongmei's voice revealed a hint of nervousness. The arbitration with her former employer, Yuyi Company, consumed a lot of her energy, leaving her with no time to submit her resume during this period. So, when she received Liu's call, she was extremely excited. Taoyuan Township is a rising star in the gaming industry recently. If you can join here, your future job will be secured. Well, let's follow the usual practice. Please briefly introduce yourself. Li Hongmei sat on the sofa, lowered her head slightly, clenched her resume with both hands, and spoke in a slightly nervous voice. "My name is Li Hongmei, and my last job was the HR manager at Frostwolf Studios. I graduated from Zhanghai University of Finance and Economics with a degree in Human Resources Management. After graduation, I joined Yuyi Company as an intern." As she said this, Li Hongmei's vision gradually blurred and she fell into memories. Li Hongmei joined Yuyi Company when she graduated from university at the age of 22 and has been working there for 13 years. In the past 13 years, she witnessed the company's growth and development, its listing in the United States, and its full acquisition by Lu Group. She still remembers what the HR who recruited her said to her when she first participated in campus recruitment. "Yuyi hopes that every employee will grow with the company." Until the night she was fired at the age of 35, she still naively believed this sentence. She even felt that she had dedicated so many years of her youth to Yuyi and met so many colleagues, and the relationship between them had gone beyond employer and employee and was more like family. However, all of this was shattered in an instant when the HR department of the president's office, which issued the dismissal notice, told her that she would not receive a single cent of compensation. If compensation is paid to an old employee with 13 years of service, it will be a huge sum of money. The company didn't want to pay the money and wanted to trick Li Hongmei into resigning on her own. The young HR in the president's office said in a cold voice, "Ms. Li, you're also an HR person, so please don't make things difficult for me. You've resigned voluntarily, so let's part ways amicably and maintain some dignity. If we receive a background check call about you in the future, we'll definitely speak well of you. But if you don't want to resign, we have no choice but to tell the truth during the background check. You are indeed not qualified for this job. Moreover, during your employment, you have been absent from work without reason many times, violated work discipline, and even caused losses to the company due to dereliction of duty." Li Hongmei sneered and asked, "Where's the evidence? Come on, I have plenty of time. Tell me everything one by one." After all, the other party was young and could not suppress Li Hongmei's momentum. His face turned red and white, and he was slightly angry. "Sister Li, don't forget, we have an HR alliance in the gaming industry. Whether it's headhunters like Pinlai or background check firms like Jinchang Bafang, we have people there. If you're blacklisted by our alliance, you'll never have a chance to work in this industry again." Li Hongmei looked at the little girl with heavy makeup and felt as if she saw herself back then. She was once so energetic and confident, with a pretty face, delicate skin, and bright eyes. Now, he has been ravaged by time and the workplace, leaving only fatigue and helplessness. "Little girl, everyone grows old. I hope that when you are 35 and sit where I am today, you will remember what I said today." She remembered that a few days ago, the company's manager Sher went to Shenzhou and reported to the group's chairman Lu Lan. After that, the entire company started a new round of cost reduction, efficiency improvement, and personnel optimization. Previously, in order to complete the personnel optimization KPI of Frostwolf Studios set by manager Sher, Li Hongmei was busy meeting with interns. She still remembers the pleading looks those fired young interns gave her. Sisterly, please ask the company for me to transfer me to another position so that I can stay in the company. I just graduated and haven't been hired yet. I'll lose my fresh graduate status, and my resume won't look good. Also, I just rented a house near the company, signed a 1-year contract, and paid a deposit. If I'm fired, I'll have a hard time. Many of these college students came to Jianghai City from other provinces to work hard. The rent and prices in this city are already very expensive, and being fired will make their situation worse. But she could only hide her sympathy and do her job, just trying to apply for a few months of unemployment benefits for them. She never expected that, as fate would have it, she would soon become the one in such a miserable state. After listening to Li Hongmei's self-introduction, Lu Yu pondered for a moment and put down his resume. Ms. Li, come and enjoy your coffee and dessert first. It won't be good if they get cold. Oh, thank you. The aroma of the cappuccino in the cup filled her nose. She stirred it gently with a spoon, and the coffee and milk foam intertwined into beautiful patterns. Take a small sip, and the rich cocoa aroma blends with the mild milk in your mouth, and the mellow fragrance spreads on the tip of your tongue. The tiramisu cake is layered, and when you take a bite, you can taste the soft cream mixed with the subtle bitterness of coffee. A feeling of comfort and satisfaction gradually spread across Li Hongmei's face, and she forgot the nervousness of the interview. She had to admit that the cat cafe's cooking skills were good, and the desserts were indeed relaxing. Lu Yu had been silently observing how Li Hongmei enjoyed the food. Whether she was completely immersed in it and her performance during the enjoyment were the areas he focused on. What are your favorite drinks and desserts? Lu Yu asked suddenly. Li Hongmei was stunned and answered subconsciously. Egg tarts and black tea. Oh. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. That's rare. I love tea too. What do you usually do at home on weekends? Lu Yu continued to ask. Weekend? Li Hongmei was stunned. Isn't this a job interview? Why ask about weekends? But she had no choice but to answer truthfully. I usually go for a walk outdoors, and sometimes I sign up for some handicraft or cooking classes, and then go on a picnic in the countryside with friends, carrying the things I made. When I was younger, I loved cycling, and now I enjoy yoga. I also have a small flower garden at home that I tend to on weekends. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction again. He has quite a variety of hobbies. Afterwards, Lu Yu asked her some other questions about her hobbies, such as her favorite movies and songs, favorite cuisines, favorite games, and travel destinations she wanted to visit. After answering these questions, Li Hongmei had more and more questions in her mind. The atmosphere of this chat is so relaxed, it doesn't feel like an interview at all, but more like chatting over afternoon tea. Seeing that the two of them had finished their desserts, Lu Yu ordered 2 more cups of black tea and hibiscus egg tarts. The aroma of black tea fills the air, and the golden egg tarts exude an enticing fragrance. Click. Take a light bite, the crispy tart crust falls off, and the filling is filled with extremely smooth egg liquid and milk aroma. At her feet, a fat orange cat was rolling around and acting coquettishly next to her, giving her a soft touch. The afternoon sun shines on my body, making me feel warm. At this moment, she felt a little dizzy, and for the first time, she felt that there were moments when she was alive as if she were a god. Lu Yu was very satisfied with her expression, and suddenly asked, which do you think is more important, living a healthy life or completing your work on time? Faced with this question, Li Hongmei wanted to say some polite words such as work is the most important and the company's interests come first. However, she saw that Lu Yu's eyes were very clear and sincere, and she subconsciously felt that this boss Lu was completely different from other bosses. For Mr. Lu, perhaps sincerity is the ultimate killer skill. She replied calmly. I believe that healthy living and work completion are both important and even mutually reinforcing. But ultimately, health is the capital of revolution. Only when you are healthy can you devote yourself to work better. Lu Yu nodded slightly and continued to ask. What is your attitude towards hobbies? Do you think they affect your work? I think it's very important to have a fulfilling life outside of work. If life is just repetitive and monotonous work with no other fun, then I am just exchanging my precious life for a limited salary, which is frustrating for me. So, hobbies keep me young and energetic, and I believe this is also very beneficial for my work. Hearing Li Hongmei's answer, Liu smiled slightly and continued to ask the last question. Which do you think is more important in life, happiness or success? Li Hongmei was silent for a moment, then answered frankly. I like happiness because only in happiness can I better pursue and enjoy success. So, in this sense, happy people are more likely to be successful. Lu Yu nodded slightly. He asked these questions because he wanted to test Li Hongmei's attitude towards work, life, and internal competition. After all, if the company wants to recruit a large producer of leisure points in the future, it will need human resources to screen them. This woman has high emotional intelligence. She gave her answer in a subtle way, but she didn't make her words too final, which would make her look lazy and gluttonous. It seems that at the age of 35, after experiencing this round of layoffs and enduring enough social beatings, she has completely realized the truth and given up on internal competition. If she recruits someone like this and makes her happy for a while, she will definitely not recruit another role king to disrupt the company's atmosphere. Could you please tell me how much you earn at Yui Company? 12K monthly salary, plus year-end bonus. I'll give you 16 yuan plus a bonus. Come start next week. Your title will be Human Resources Director. Lu Yu pushed the empty teacup forward, leaned back on the soft sofa, and stretched. Li Hongmei was completely dumbfounded. In order to prepare for the interview, she frantically memorized various prepared answers the night before. What about the detailed rules for setting KPIs, the precautions for personnel management, the formalities for employee contract signing? I didn't expect that without asking any professional questions. I just had a nice afternoon tea, asked a few simple questions about daily life, and then I was hired directly? The thousands of words in her mind merged into one confused word, huh? Lu Yu smiled and said, it's like this, Sister Li. The core of our Taoyuan Township corporate culture is leisure, which you can also understand as anti-involution. So, from the beginning of the interview, I have been implementing this corporate culture. I also hope that you will carry forward this corporate culture in your future HR work. Looking at the young boss who had not yet graduated from college and still had a childish face, Li Hongmei nodded blankly. She had a feeling that getting this offer meant she was either on a bad ship or getting a great bargain. In the evening, Lu Yu had just returned to the dormitory when his cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lu from Taoyuan Township Company? I'm the editor and director of the Esports World program on Zhanghai City Television's Channel 9. We have sent a contact letter to your email address before, but you may have been busy and did not see it. This evening at 8, our program is live, and we'd like to invite you to a live phone call to discuss your experience and insights into game production. Is that okay with you? Lu Yu felt that he really had nothing to talk about. But after all, the company is rooted in Zhanghai City, and Zhanghai TV station has a very large influence, so it will not hurt to establish good relations with the media. That's great. Before we start the connection, please keep your line open. Our director will connect with you 10 minutes in advance. After hanging up the phone, Liu climbed back to the upper bunk and lay down like a lazy fish. Thoughts? He smiled helplessly. He wanted to know more than anyone else the experience of making a hit product so that he could take targeted measures. 8:30. The live broadcast of Esports World begins. 10 minutes into the show, the hostess said, I believe that many players have recently been addicted to a newly launched social game called My Leisure Island Owner Life. To be honest with you teachers, I've actually been quite addicted to this game lately. The first thing I do when I get home from get off work every day is to harvest the vegetables. The guests burst into laughter one after another. Wuya, the former regular guest of this program, has recently been caught up in a public opinion storm and has suspended his appearances on the program, so the stage is filled with new faces, who are teachers from major art colleges in Zhanghai City. The host laughed. So, today on our show, we are honored to have Mr. Lu from Taoyuan Township Company for an online voice interview. Hello, Mr. Lu, are you there? After a moment, a lazy man's voice sounded, I'm here. The host flattered. From the sound of you, are you still busy at the company? It seems that all the colleagues in Taoyuan Township are working tirelessly to provide wonderful games for the players. Lu Yu woke up instantly. Oh my god, he must clarify this issue. This is a major matter concerning corporate culture promotion. No, you misunderstood. I'm lying on my bed in the dormitory right now. I accidentally fell asleep just now. Sorry. After saying that, the creaking sound of the iron bed twisting came from the other side of the microphone. It seemed that Lu Yu had changed to a more comfortable lying position. The host gave an awkward yet polite smile. It seems that our President Lu is quite humorous. She immediately got to the point. We all know that for a team to create a hit in the gaming industry, there may be a variety of accidental factors. But if you've been able to consistently produce hits, it means you must have unique skills in project management and team building. Please share your experience in developing hit games with our audience. Lu Yu was quite helpless. Come on, it's indeed this kind of problem. If you insist, Lu Yu wants to know the answer to this question more than anyone else in the world. So he could only say blankly and confusedly. To be honest, the development of the two games, Catgirl Paradise and Island Owner Life, was purely accidental, purely coincidental, and purely due to our good luck. I really don't have any experience with it. The host smiled on the surface, thinking, that's enough. Being too humble will turn into pride. She asked the second question. Then, could you please tell us in detail how you guided the team to create this highly creative and inspiring masterpiece, My Leisurely Island Owner Life? Lu Yu scratched his head and said in a very sincere tone. Our company went on vacation to Dongming Island last month, and we made this game. I don't even know how my employees made this game. They probably just came up with it on the spur of the moment while eating, drinking, and having fun. It's that simple. Now, not only the host, but also the guests present all live in Bungbu. If a hit product can be created on a whim, then the gaming industry would be filled with money. And why would it be in such a state? They strongly suspected that Mr. Lu was making fun of them. One of the art teachers wearing a baseball cap smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Lu, I'm actually very interested in the art style of your games. From the anthropomorphic animals in your first game to the hand-drawn chibi-style characters in your second, you can see a significant improvement. How did you manage to achieve such growth among your employees in such a short period of time? Another male music teacher with long hair next to him also said. Yes, I noticed that the music for your company's second game has made significant progress in composition style, gradually moving away from its naivete. I'd really like to know about your training methods. After all, even professional art teachers like them may not be able to teach students so effectively. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and said sincerely. I think the most important thing is to let nature take its course. Let it be? The guests looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Yu scratched his head. Yes, to put it simply, it means eating when you should, having fun when you should, and keeping everything to yourself. He was telling the truth, because this was the only thing he asked his employees to do during the month on Dongming Island. This. Everyone was stunned. In order to avoid a live broadcast accident, the director quickly cut the camera back to the host. The host maintained a formal business smile on his face, but his skin could still be seen trembling slightly. Okay, thank you Mr. Lu for sharing. According to our process, we will randomly draw a letter from the audience and then invite Mr. Lu to answer the audience's questions. Okay, I got it. This audience member's question is very interesting. He said, Boss Lu, we all know that before the launch of My Leisurely Island Owner Life, Taoyuan Township was under tremendous pressure from public opinion, especially from the two, gold medal editors from Zhongyuan No. 5. When the host said this, she paused. Because the names of Wuya and Thomas were mentioned in this letter. However, Wuya was a special guest on the show before, so the host deliberately skipped his name and continued to ask. Excuse me, Mr. Lu, what do you think of these public opinions and comments now? Lu Yu's tone of answer was still quite sincere. I don't know these two. What Lu Yu said was indeed the truth. He had no grudge against the 5 compilations of the Central Plains. Recently, he has been busy eating, drinking, and having fun, and has basically not paid attention to the public opinion and news in the gaming circle. He really doesn't know these two people. The host was confused again. The player wrote such a long letter, and you just dismissed it with a simple "I don't know him"? Fortunately, the director promptly signaled the end of this segment, and both sides stopped torturing each other. After this episode ended, major gaming forums once again sparked a new wave of discussion. Many fans of Teo Yuanxiang were once again excited and transformed into Sherlock Holmes, frantically analyzing Mr. Liu's performance on the show. "Look at this, what a true boss is, what a vision is. Facing interviews, facing fame, he's so calm and relaxed, this is what true humility is. I think that even though Mr. Liu says he'll just let it go, as the boss, he must know everything. But what kind of celebrities are the show's guests? They're not even qualified to ask Mr. Liu to share his secrets. As an outsider, I once thought that the decision not to publicize the game was a risky one. But judging by the calmness Mr. Liu displayed during the interview, it seems he had already masterminded the situation and was on top of it. He's truly a man of great skill and courage. It's hilarious. Mr. Liu doesn't even take the Central Plains 5 compilations seriously. In Mr. Liu's mouth, they're not even worthy of being mentioned by name. The people upstairs, it should be said that President Liu has never remembered them at all. They are not even qualified to leave a memory in President Liu's mind. Of course, the players enjoyed watching the fun, but many game practitioners who wanted to see the inside scoop were completely disappointed after watching this episode. Boss of Taoyuan Township, you've had enough. The achievements made by the leisurely island owner are what many of them dare not even think about in their inner life. If the number of online players in the game they make can reach a fraction of that of the leisure island owner, they will open the champagne. So you just did it while eating, drinking, and having fun? I give this Versailles full marks. As everyone in the industry was losing their defenses, Wu Ya, who was watching the live broadcast replay at home, also lost his defenses. As the show progressed, his brows gradually furrowed, and he seemed to have forgotten the remote control in his hand, with his arms frozen in midair. The picture on the TV kept flickering. "Excuse me, Mr. Liu, what do you think of these public opinions and comments now? I don't know these two." Wu Ya's wrinkled old face gradually became distorted, and his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Yellow-mouthed kid. He was so angry that he threw the remote control hard and smashed it on the floor of the living room. His hands were clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms, and his eyes were fixed on the TV screen. He has been a leader in the gaming media industry for more than 30 years. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? Just then, the cell phone rang. Wu Ya picked up the phone, glanced at the caller, snorted coldly, and pressed the answer button. "Thomas, what, you're not pretending to be dead now? Mr. Wu Ya, you've wronged me. I've been really troubled by Taoyuan Township lately, and I'm trying to stay out of the spotlight. As soon as I could catch my breath, I called you. You, boy, you really introduced me to a good business. Now I can't go on the show, and my training class can't recruit students. Humph, what do you say I should do? Old man, you really can't blame me for this. This is all a conspiracy by Taoyuan Township Company. Thanks to Lon Deffing, book friend 2017012211145905 Jizu Insertion, book friend 2018112410570916 Gang Songson, Yudo Fanjan, Zixialung Jianxi, Jizan Nubu, Yangwei Qiangyu, Ruji plus Baichi, reader 1579335372866236416, and Loki Shin known for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Tsong Xiaocheng and Yangguan Xiangyu for their 500-point reward, and thanks to Zhuifeng Shuchong for his 100-point reward. I'm happy, *******. Thanks to all the big guys who voted for recommendations. I can see the voting records in the background every day, and I recognize more and more familiar faces. Thomas said this, but sneered in his heart. You old Biden, both games are right here, and you were wrong about it yourself, so you deserve the criticism from the players? Now you're putting all the blame on Thomas. But now, Thomas needed to form a united front with Wu Ya, so he had to suppress his emotions. Oh? Wu Ye raised his eyebrows. So, our current miserable state was caused intentionally by the other party? That's exactly what the old gentleman said. Thomas told the story. Old man, I was lured by Tao Yuanxiang Company before. They deliberately didn't promote the game, tempted me to write a bad review, and then used the black and red traffic to promote the game, making a lot of money. This time, they just did the same thing, but you became a victim too. Wu Ye stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. The game quality of my leisurely island owner life is not bad, and it can even be said to have amazed the industry. However, Tao Yuanxiang Company did not conduct any video PV promotion before the game was released, which obviously did not conform to the normal business promotion logic. But Mr. Lu still chose to keep it secret, allowing Tinghui to gradually expand the whirlpool of public opinion. It was not until he heard about Thomas being lured into a trap that Wu Ye finally understood. This time, Mr. Lu still wants to do the same thing. He first lures others to write negative articles to lead the rhythm, and then he will take the backhand and achieve a reversal effect through good game quality. At this time, the traffic brought by black and red, as well as the dramatic effect of reversal, are even better than normal publicity effects. As the saying goes, surprise is the key to victory. However, this time, the one being lured and exploited was Wu Ye. Seeing Wu Ye lost in thought, Thomas struck while the iron was hot and added fuel to the fire. That kid surnamed Lu provoked me last time during the game, and that was enough. But this time, you just finished commenting on the game and esports world, and he immediately slapped you in the face with his work. This further proves that this guy does not understand the rules of the world and has hooked you, the leading figure. This young man has no moral principles and comes prepared. What's even more outrageous is that, Mr. Wu Ye, as soon as you stopped broadcasting, this kid started showing off on your homepage program. This means he is kicking someone when he is down. Oh no, I mean, kicking him when he is down. Can you swallow this? He didn't hit you or me in the face, he hit the faces of the 5 branches of the Central Plains. Wu Ye analyzed it over and over again and felt that this was the truth. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain Mr. Lu's abnormal behavior of not engaging in publicity and promotion. He never expected that after more than 30 years in the underworld, he would be manipulated by a young man with such a sophisticated chain of tricks. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he shouted angrily. I am so angry. Seeing that the emotions were almost brewing, Thomas suggested at the right time. The 5 editors of the Central Plains, the Huashan Alliance, prosper together and suffer together. We should find another editor to deal with. Teacher Wu Ye, you have more connections than me, you need to find someone. After hanging up the phone, Wu Ye looked at the empty study, feeling emotional and unable to stop laughing. How long has it been since my boat capsized so completely? Very good, Tao Yuanxiang, you have successfully aroused my long-extinguished fighting spirit. Although I am over 50 years old, my sword is still sharp. He twisted his neck and snapped his fingers a few times. Since he is serious this time, he naturally needs to know himself and the enemy so that he can win every battle. He walked into the study and turned on the computer. In order to get Tinghui's business order, he just briefly visited the Catgirl Paradise for a few minutes. But this time, he decided to experience the game of Taoyuan Township carefully, find out the loopholes and flaws of the game accurately, and then attack like a viper, defeat the enemy with one move, and kill the enemy with one blow. It was a dark night, a quiet study, and the light from the computer screen was projected onto Wu Ye's face. He started clacking at the keyboard and playing the game. Friday. Lu Yu gathered all the employees of Tao Yuanxiang Company at a cat cafe for a meeting. This is our company's new human resources director, Li Hongmei, who previously worked at Frostwolf Studio, a subsidiary of Yu Yi Company. Hello, Sister Li. The 3 of them were very well behaved. Hello. Li Hongmei smiled warmly. When she saw Lu Mengyuan, she was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, Miss, why are you here? Li Hongmei had heard of the name of this group's daughter when she was working at Yu Yi Company. Sister Li, I'm not in the group anymore, so you can just call me Xiao Lu. Alright. Lu Yu waved his hand. Our company has a flat structure and doesn't rely on seniority. Let's not be so distant. Although Li Hongmei was a generation older than everyone else, she had also worked in the gaming industry before and had common topics, so everyone quickly became familiar with each other. Then, Lu Yu decided that the first thing to do after the meeting was to raise salaries. In view of the contributions of Lu Mengyuan and the other two geniuses in creating a leisurely life for the island owners, Lu Yu decided to triple their salaries. Lu Mengyuan's monthly salary was adjusted to 24,000 yuan, and he was promoted to vice president of the company, also serving as artistic director. In Lu Yu's absence, Lu Mengyuan will be in charge of various specific R&D tasks. Xixiong's monthly salary was adjusted to 18,000 yuan and he was promoted to the company's technical director. Zhang Qiqi's monthly salary was adjusted to 18,000 yuan and she was promoted to the company's music director. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi. Strictly speaking, excluding vacation time, they only officially worked for about half a month. Wow, the speed of salary increase and promotion is comparable to riding a rocket. Besides, how should I put it, in a company of 5 people, except for the boss, all the others are directors. If you don't know, you might think it's a hair salon. The reason why Lu Yu promoted Lu Mengyuan to the position of vice president was naturally after careful consideration. The reason why the previous game became a hit was that he was too indulgent and indifferent to the research and development work of these 3 people. Facts have proved that he can't just be a hands-off boss now, and he needs to supervise his employees to enjoy life. But he cannot always be present in all project teams at the same time, so he needs a deputy. The reason for choosing Lu Mengyuan is that among the 3 smart people in the company, Lu Mengyuan still looks the smartest. Look at the intelligent eyes and the silly hair on the top of the head, coupled with the foodie attribute, it makes people feel at ease at first glance. When Lu Yu is not around, the employees should not be able to cause trouble as long as she is watching over them. As for the future boss lady or something, that's not one of the reasons, absolutely not. Graduation is next Monday, so we're going to start work on Wednesday. Just now, Manager Zhao from the agency called him and told him that the Bai Jinhan manor had been modified to remove formaldehyde. So, Lu Yu sent Bai Jinhan's address to everyone and asked them to report next Wednesday. Next Monday. The 2008 undergraduate graduation ceremony of Jianghai University was held grandly in the school auditorium. The school auditorium was decorated solemnly and grandly. A huge school emblem and motto were hung on the podium. The red and black graduation gowns gleamed under the lights, and the tassels on the hats swayed, forming a flowing ocean of colors. At the ceremony, the school leaders delivered an impassioned speech, encouraging the graduates to forge ahead and contribute to society. Then, music started playing, and the graduates walked slowly to the stage to the melody of the school song and received their diplomas. After the graduation certificates were distributed, the host said, "Now, it's time for the outstanding graduates to speak. You are role models for the vast majority of students in school. I believe that as you enter the workforce, you will surely have many valuable experiences to share with us." Afterwards, student representatives from each college took turns to speak on stage. The topics were similar, mainly recalling college life, looking forward to a better life in the future, and encouraging everyone to study hard. Finally, let us invite Senior Lu Yu from the School of Software Engineering to give a speech. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. The last person to make a big appearance is indeed Senior Lu Yu. I heard that he was the feared king of the exams in school. He first made other classes in the academy cry, and then he made people from other academies cry. The school leaders asked him to be the last one to perform. I guess he's going to give everyone some rave reviews or something like that, right? In full view of the crowd, Lu Yu stood on the podium. Dear teachers and students, the title of my speech today is, I Have a Dream. Lu Yu paused and continued. I had a dream to create a business like this. It has a creative and happy working environment where everyone can realize their dreams. In my company, you don't have to worry about being ignored or buried. This is a diverse team that will explore everyone's shining points and potential. The classmates looked at each other and talked about why Senior Lu's painting style was different from usual. I have a dream that in the company I create, no one will have to live a hard life. You have the right to feel tired and the right to stop and rest. You have the right to make mistakes and slip up, and there's no need to be afraid of them. You don't have to step on others to get a promotion or a raise. Your efforts and contributions will be rewarded reasonably. You no longer need to sacrifice the joy of life for work. You can go to a leisurely movie with your lover or go to the park with your children after get off work every day. You don't have to worry about being randomly eliminated. Everyone will receive long-term career planning and development opportunities. The chatter from the audience. What's going on? Senior Lou wants to start a business? I heard from people in his hospital that he has already started a business. How should I put it? It sounds a little exciting. Lu Yu's voice gradually became passionate. I have a dream in the company I founded. You are no longer a cold tool, your emotions and soul will be cared for. This is an equal working environment, no longer limited by identity and background. Love will not only flow to those who have enough love, but also to everyone. The audience was silent and many students were dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a speech. At the campus recruitment seminar they attended, the company leaders on the stage were giving them a lot of encouragement. Young people should work hard and endure silently. Young people should not always focus on salary. The experience that companies provide to young people is the greatest wealth. So, in comparison, Lu Yu's words didn't seem so annoying. This is not a business, it's a utopia. After finishing speaking, Lu Yu made a final summary. In short, I hope to use my own small power to influence and change the entire industry. Thank you everyone. After saying this, Lu Yu curled up the corners of his mouth. In fact, he had received a notice to give a speech at his graduation ceremony in his previous life, but that time, he encouraged everyone to compete internally. This time, he really didn't want to give up such a free opportunity to promote corporate culture. Although he did not explicitly state the name of his company, those who are interested will naturally ask. The audience fell silent. Lu Yu's graduation speech was so unconventional that no one knew how to react. At this moment, Chu Xiong in the audience cheered loudly. Well said, Martin Luther. Many people burst into laughter. Lu Yu's homeroom teacher stood up and applauded first. Student Lu Yu, I hope your speech is not empty talk. I am optimistic about your future. Then, the old principal also began to applaud. Lu Yu, I hope you can bring honor to your alma mater. With the elders taking the lead, the students began to applaud and cheer with confidence. Soon, applause and cheers filled the entire auditorium, bringing the atmosphere of the graduation ceremony to a climax. The graduation song concert was followed by the students from the school choir, who sang many classic songs on stage. My deskmate, Don't Say Goodbye, The Wind Rises, Ordinary Road, Snail. Later on, when everyone was having a great time, some students started to make a fuss and asked famous students from their department to come on stage and sing. Soon, a girl in the audience started to make noises. Senior Lu, I heard that you used to sing really well. Come up and sing a song. The students from the School of Software Engineering all followed suit. Unable to withstand everyone's enthusiasm, Lu Yu took the microphone and went to the stage. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, I like a song called Light Chaser. But, I want to invite someone to sing with me. Lu Mengyuan, a graduate of the class of 08, Department of Painting, School of Media Arts. Would you like to sing this song with me? There was an uproar from the audience, followed by even louder boos and whistles. The girl's eyes were full of stars. Wow, isn't Lu Mengyuan the daughter of the Lu group? I heard that no boys in our school dare to touch her. Senior Lu is so brave. If it's Senior Lu, they're a perfect match. Some boys laughed secretly. A rich second-generation goddess at the school beauty level, even if it's you, Lu Yu, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? That's right, Lu Yu is only asking for trouble by doing this. If the goddess doesn't agree, won't he be embarrassed? If he gets humiliated in such an important occasion, it will probably be a lifelong shadow. However, a moment later, their jaws almost dropped in shock. Because Lu Mengyuan stood up from the audience and walked onto the stage. She stood beside Lu Yu like a little bird, smiling and welcoming the warm applause from the audience. Lu Mingyuan's long hair fluttered gently, and she looked particularly petite and cute in her bachelor's gown. The prelude of the music gradually sounded. Lu Mingyuan began to hum, her voice clear and melodious. If you were a firework on the sea, I am the foam of the waves. At some point, your light illuminated me. At this moment, Lu Mingyuan's mind was the first time she and Lu Yu met in the Yu Yen Club during their sophomore year. Then, the two of them worked together to develop the game Cat's Way and received the award on the podium together. At that moment, Lu Mingyuan felt for the first time that he had found the light in his life. Lu Mingyuan's eyelashes trembled slightly, a happy smile appeared on the corners of her mouth, and her body swayed gently to the rhythm. Lu Yu's focused eyes were cast towards Lu Mingyuan. A low singing voice came from his throat. If you were a distant galaxy, dazzling enough to make you want to cry, I'm chasing your eyes. When I'm alone, I always look up at the night sky. Lu Yu also fell into the memories of his past life. In his junior year, Lu Mingyuan was isolated by the bodyguards of the Lu group, and he gradually drifted away from them. On countless nights after graduation, Lu Yu would sit alone on the windowsill, holding a bottle of red wine, and look at the starry sky. Where is she now? What is she doing? Is she also looking up at the same starry sky? The two looked at each other with tacit understanding and started singing together. The sounds intertwined to form a beautiful harmony. I can follow you, like a shadow dreamwalking after the light. I can wait at this intersection, whether you will pass by or not. The two people once again recalled their lives since their rebirth. We petted cats at cat cafes together, ate out together, vacationed together on Dongming Island, and even now, we sing together. The halo shines on the two of them, and the scene of the chorus is like a romantic figure painting. The audience was infected by their emotions and was intoxicated by them, with applause and cheers rising one after another. As the chorus reached its climax, the two voices became more passionate, and the students in the audience sang along. Whenever I raise my head for you, even tears feel free. Some love is like heavy rain, but still, I believe in the rainbow. At this moment, Lu Mingyuan fell into the memories of his past life. Because she refused the blind date arranged by her family, she was placed under house arrest in a villa by Lu Lan and went on a hunger strike all day in protest. Until one day, she found a long-forgotten game award certificate from her college days in the corner of the room. She regained her spirit and energy overnight. She began to frantically ask around among her classmates for news about Lu Yu, until a sad voice came from the other end of the phone. Senior Lu collapsed at his workplace a few days ago and couldn't be saved. The bubble of memories bursts. Lu Yu's young face appeared before his eyes. Again. Seeing Lu Mingyuan's eyes moist, Lu Yu was stunned. Why are you crying? Lu Mingyuan wiped the corners of his eyes with his fingers and said, I didn't cry, I just sweated. After the song was finished, the audience stood up and applauded. Couples began to cuddle with each other, while singles gnashed their teeth. Oh my god, my titanium dog eyes? Damn it! I thought this guy was going to be embarrassed, but I didn't expect the clown to be me. The first speech was about career pretense, and the second chorus was about love pretense. What a filthy Lu! I'm so envious, so envious, so envious. Singing with Lu Mingyuan at the graduation ceremony, feeling extremely happy and joyful, a critical hit occurs, and leisure points plus 10. Employee Lu Mingyuan sings with you, feeling extremely happy, a critical hit occurs, and leisure points plus 3. Being Versailles in front of all the boys in the school, feeling happy, leisure points plus 5. Lu Yu looked at the system light screen that kept rolling in front of him and sighed in his heart. After showing off in front of all the teachers and students in the school, you can get extra money. The more you show off, the more money you get. Beautiful. Lu Mingyuan was on the stage, and said softly and cautiously. Well, shall we rent together? Lu Yu was silent for 3 seconds. Okay. He nodded slightly. It is more than words. After the ceremony, the two of them walked out of the auditorium and discussed sharing a house while walking. Lu Yu spoke first. I know a good place, a 90 square meter 2-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of 7,000 yuan. It's in an old residential area nearby Jinhan Manor. It's convenient for work and quiet in a busy city. It's very good. Lu Mengyuan nodded shyly. Yes, I'll do as you say. Even now, the blush on her face has not faded. I never expected that I would have the courage to sing with Lu Yu in front of so many people, and after that I would take the initiative to ask Lu Yu to share the apartment. If this happened to her, who used to be introverted, she would never dare to think about it. Lu Mengyuan shook his head and encouraged himself. You said you would live your life again to make up for your regrets. Don't back down, girl, charge forward. But she soon became sad again. There's a problem. My mom has been sending a spy to keep an eye on me. She's the group's security director, Sister Sue. I don't want her to know the address of our shared apartment. Lu Yu thought about it and nodded. That's easy. The day after graduation ceremony, Wang Su and his female bodyguards arrived at the girls' dormitory early in the morning to observe secretly. Today is the day when students move out of the dormitory. A lot of people are leaving, so Wang Su and the others are particularly nervous. Everyone, keep your eyes open and keep a close eye on the young lady's whereabouts. After Wang Su finished speaking, the little sister next to him sighed. Hey, Sister C, when will the young lady be able to come home? We have been keeping an eye on her for more than 2 years. How much longer will we have to? Another sister next to her snapped at her head. You idiot! It's better that the young lady hasn't been away from home. Lately, we've been eating and drinking at the pedestrian street and vacationing on Dongming Island. We've been having such a great time. What's the matter? Do you want to be transferred back to the headquarters to serve the chairman? Thinking of the chairman's queen-like oppressive aura, the young lady subconsciously shuddered and shook her head like a rattle. No, I won't go back to stand guard. This is fine. Wang Su rolled his eyes at his men and was about to start scolding them when they quickly reminded him that the target had left. Lu Mengyuan was seen leaving the dormitory wearing sunglasses and a mask. She wore a large academic cape, covered her face with a scarf, and carried an easel and paints. Finding a secluded corner on the playground, she began to concentrate on painting. Wang Su and others looked at each other in confusion. Isn't today the day to leave school? How can he still be in the mood to paint leisurely? After staring patiently for half an hour, Lu Mengyuan stood up, stretched, walked into a tiered classroom in the teaching building, and closed the door. Wang Su continued to keep watch on one side of the corridor. 5 minutes later, she saw a person dressed like the eldest lady push open the door and walk out. Ha! Is that person the eldest lady? The female bodyguard asked suspiciously. Because they were wearing large hooded cloaks, Wang Su couldn't tell them apart, so he had to send a group of people to follow. After a while, the classroom door creaked open, and the man in the same attire walked out again, heading in another direction. Wang Su did the same thing and assigned people to follow. 5 groups of people were separated one after another. Wang Su waited for a while, and when she saw that no one came out of the classroom, she left and reunited with her subordinates. 10 minutes later, the door of the classroom opened, and Lu Mengyuan, wearing a t-shirt and a pleated skirt, came out with Lu Yu. Lu Yu helped her go back to the dormitory to retrieve her suitcase, and then the two of them took a taxi at the school gate and left. The moment Lu Mengyuan got into the taxi, a prompt popped up in front of him. Congratulations, the host's anti-tracking training has triggered the minimum, and the anti-reconnaissance skill has awakened to LV1. She was a little excited. This was the beginning of true freedom. Then she commanded. Driver, I can give you a little more money if you take the longer route. As he spoke, he looked to see if there were any cars following behind him. The driver was amused. He showed an expression of seeing through everything and said with a smile. Why, the young couple eloped, and are they afraid that their parents will break them up? No, we are just ordinary classmates. The two said in unison. It's okay. Every couple I've ever picked up for an elopement has told me the same thing. Okay, hold on tight. The driver shifted into gear, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. At this time, in the school, the bodyguards followed Lu Mengyuan and circled around the campus. Teaching buildings, corridors, playgrounds, cafeterias, gymnasiums, the route is very winding. Finally, they watched their target enter the men's restroom. Then, 5 boys came out. They were 3 of Lu Yu's roommates and 2 other boys from the class. Oh no, I've been fooled, they're all boys. What's more, the tricky thing is that Lu Mengyuan was also wearing a loose cloak before, so they had no way of judging by his body shape. When Wang Su and others rushed back to the girls' dormitory, it was empty. Wang Su looked at the empty campus, feeling lost. "Miss, where on earth have you been?" In the evening, the taxi stopped at a street corner. This is a community located in the ancient town of Jiangdong District, which was built in the 80s. Although it is an old community, it is very clean and the greening is well done. In his previous life, Lu Yu rented here when he just graduated. Since it was okay to live here, he simply didn't move. There are many shops at the entrance of the community, mainly snack bars, clothing stores, and grocery stores such as dollar stores. Going further east on this street is the famous Babao Ancient Town Old Street. Occasionally, some old men would play chess nearby, or admire the flowers and play with the birds. The leisurely and relaxed living atmosphere is also the reason why Lu Yu chose this place. Lu Yu skillfully opened the gate of the residential complex and introduced himself to Lu Mengyuan. Don't be fooled by the fact that this is an old house, but it's definitely a school district house, and it costs over 70,000 yuan per square meter. If the income from the gaming industry hadn't been good, he wouldn't have been able to rent this place in his previous life. Lu Mengyuan lifted her hair and looked around. "I grew up in a world where I had no idea what housing prices were." Lu Yu rolled his eyes. "Wow, she is indeed a rich girl. I guess buying a house here is as easy for Lu Lan as going out to buy an ice cream." Security guard Wan Jiangwo was on duty in the message room. The old man was in his early 60s, with gray hair on his temples and a kind face. He was wearing an old-style turquoise military coat and cap. In front of him was a simple small wooden table, on which were neatly arranged a thermos cup, a red thermos bottle and a visitor registration book. At this time, Uncle Wan was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the old CRT TV in front of him. Host announcement. Okay, let's focus on the economic and industrial news. Recently, there have been a lot of news about personnel adjustments at Frostwolf Studio, a subsidiary of Yugi Interactive Entertainment Group, which is located in our city. Many employees of Yugi are facing unemployment. The reporter learned from manager Sher, the person in charge of Yugi Company, that this is a normal business adjustment to reduce costs and increase efficiency. The company eliminated some backward employees who had no design ability. Frostwolf Studio will continue to be based in Jianghai City and bring more exciting games to players. We have learned from insiders that Frostwolf Studios is integrating its own resources, recruiting talents, and developing a new modern urban simulation game. This new work is the studio's flagship project this year, and it represents a groundbreaking leap in both gameplay and artistic expression. Yugi Company plans to use this product to dominate the urban-themed game market within the next 3 years. Lu Yu greeted. "Uncle, are you watching TV?" "Oh, Xiao Lu." In his previous life, Lu Yu was very familiar with the security guard, who took great care of him. Lu Yu introduced Lu Mengyuan. "Just to let you know, this is my roommate." The old man smiled kindly. "If you're going to live here long-term, please come over and give us your ID number so we can register." When filling in the information, the old man wrote couple in the column of relationship between residents. Lu Mengyuan blushed immediately and said shyly, "Sir, we are just ordinary colleagues in the company." Lu Yu also agreed, "Yes, uncle, why don't you fill in colleague?" Uncle Wan smiled and waved his hands. All right, I was young once too, I understand everything." Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Whether it's the taxi driver or the receptionist, they all have this expression of seeing through everything. In fact, there was no intimate behavior between the two of them, but it seemed that people all over the world looked at them as if the word couple was written on their heads. Uncle Wan continued to explain. "In our old neighborhood, neighbors usually like to gossip about each other. I'll just fill in the couple form. It will be more legitimate for you to go out together, and you can avoid receiving too much attention. Besides, regardless of whether you are ordinary colleagues now, you might become a couple someday in the future. If you still need me to edit the form, I, an old man, don't want to bother with it, so I might as well do it all at once. The two men did not insist any longer, thanked the old man, and walked inside. After entering the community, there is a small square with some simple fitness equipment and a garden pavilion. The place Lu Yu rented was on the second floor next to the entrance, which was the same house he rented in his previous life. After the graduation ceremony yesterday, he had already moved his things in and sorted them out. As soon as he stepped into the door, Lu Mengyuan poked his little head out to observe. This was her first time sharing a house with someone else, and she was curious about everything. There is a washing machine on the left side of the door and a turquoise shoe rack on the other side. Opposite the door is the living room, which is very spacious. There is an old sofa and a TV in the corner, and Lu Yu's game console and controller next to it. There is a small study room directly east of the living room. This was the original storage room that Lu Yu converted. The window next to it overlooks the main entrance of the community and the ancient street in the distance. There are some potted plants on the windowsill, including clivia, cactus, succulents, daffodils, gardenias. After playing with the potted plants for a while, Lu Mengyuan's eyes swept over the various books on the bookshelf. There are reference books such as programming manuals and game engine development, as well as many comics and light novels. At first glance, it is a standard feature of the otaku's bookshelf. Among a pile of books, Lu Mengyuan saw Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra at a glance. You still watching this? Just watching for fun. Lu Yu waved his hand. On the lower shelf of the bookcase, there are various beautiful girl figures, some of which are out-of-print limited editions, and some are cheap prizes. After Lu Mengyuan looked around with interest, he picked up a beautiful girl with orange hair, wearing a uniform and black stockings. Lu Yu smiled and said, Usaka Taiga, the heroine of Toradora. Toradora is my darling during my middle school years. For him as a time traveler, it is an old work from more than 10 years ago, but it is still a classic. Lu Yu held his chin and looked Lu Mengyuan up and down. Actually, if I look closely, I realize you look a lot like Usaka Taiga. Appearance? But I'm much taller than the cute tiger in my poem. I thought you would say I look like Kawashima Ami. Lu Mengyuan looked at the beautiful figurine in her hand. Could she understand that this man was praising her cuteness? Lu Yu felt that it was not just his appearance, but also his occasional silly temperament and even his personality. She was also a princess imprisoned in a gorgeous house. Lu Mengyuan flicked her long hair. In terms of compatibility, I think you're more like the male protagonist, Takasuruji. Why? Because you have the same dead fish eyes as him. Lu Mengyuan smiled and glanced at Lu Yu with a smile on her face. Lu Yu was speechless. I just praised her, but this woman repaid my kindness with evil. Afterwards, Lu Yu brought Lu Mengyuan to the master bedroom. The bedroom is simply furnished with a double bed and a wardrobe next to it with a floor-length dressing mirror. The second bedroom has a relatively simple single wooden bed. Lu Yu let Lu Mengyuan sleep in the master bedroom, and he slept on the small bed in the second bedroom. The master bedroom door can be locked from the inside. If you're worried, remember to lock it at night. This is not good. Lu Mengyuan felt a little sorry. Ah. Lu Yu was stunned, and subconsciously said, then, you can also not lock it. Lu Mengyuan's face suddenly turned red like an apple. No, I mean it's not good for me to live in the master bedroom. Don't be polite with me. If you insist, this is the request of the company president. After giving the order, Lu Yu went to clean up his bedroom. Lu Mengyuan opened the wardrobe and put away all his clothes. I was busy moving to the dormitory all day and was sticky all over. She took off her black stockings, her snow-white feet shone in slippers, and she came to the bathroom door holding her clothes. The bathroom is small but fully equipped with everything, and there is even a large bathtub by the window. This bathtub seems to be just big enough for two people to lie in together. She was halfway through her thoughts when she suddenly woke up and shook her head vigorously. No! Lu Mengyuan, you can't do this. You are such a shameless woman. Employee Lu Mengyuan, in the bathroom, imagines some scenes that are not suitable for the host to know. He is in a good mood and has a leisure point of +2. Lu Yu, who was tidying up the bedsheets, was startled. What do you mean by it's not suitable for the picture I know? System, please explain it to me clearly. While Lu Mengyuan was taking a shower, Lu Yu cleaned up the kitchen. After all, it is an old neighborhood and the kitchen is very old. The dilapidated aluminum windows were surrounded by steel guardrails, and the marble top under the old gas stove was worn, but wiped clean and connected to natural gas. Boom! It was pouring rain outside, so it might be difficult to eat out or order takeout. Lu Yu rubbed his hands. I opened the refrigerator and found the bean sprouts, green peppers and tofu I bought at the nearby market last night. On the table were 2 packets of spicy beef-flavored instant noodles and a variety of hot sauces and condiments. He decided to make a delicious dish using what he had on hand. When he was single and living alone in his previous life, he spent a lot of time thinking about how to make instant noodles in order to maximize their use. Pour olive oil and chili oil into the soup pot, turn on the gas stove to low heat, and lightly add 2 spoons of chili sauce into the pot. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The chili sauce slowly dissolves in the oil, exuding a mellow aroma. Put the bean sprouts, green peppers, and shrimps into the pan and stir fry, then add water, bring to a boil over high heat, and add the noodles. After boiling, Lu Yu put kimchi and tofu slices into the pot, poured the sauce on them, and served them smoothly. The bean sprouts are emerald green, the pepper shreds are bright, the shrimps are translucent, the kimchi is red, and the tofu is white and soft. These 5 ingredients are poured on the noodles, adding a lot of color to this dish. Make a bowl of noodles for your beloved girl, feel happy, and get leisure points +3. Lu Yu sighed, thinking that in his previous life, he had repeated this process countless times alone in this kitchen. Now, in the same place, his state of mind when making things is different, and the results are also different. Just because there is one more person here. Just as he was looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction, he suddenly heard Lu Mengyuan's coquettish voice from the bathroom. Ah. The voice was intermittent, and Lu Yu felt complicated. Benedict. 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 He knocked on the bathroom door. Along with the sound of feet stepping on water, Lu Mengyuan's slim figure was reflected on the glass door. It's okay. I didn't control the water temperature properly. At first, the water was too hot, and then it was too cold. Now, it's finally okay. Oh, that's good. I thought you were drowning in there. By the way, let me ask you something. That white oval bottle contains shower gel, right? Why does it feel sticky and slippery when I apply it on my body? That's anti-drying body oil, and it's for men, for the face. The shower gel is in the pink bottle on the windowsill. Oh. Lu Mengyuan agreed in a low voice, but was reluctant to waste it, so he tried to spread it evenly. Goji. No wonder this stuff is so smooth, it's like cream, The bathroom was steaming hot and Lu Mengyuan blushed. Congratulations, the host has triggered the guaranteed bonus, and the wife series skill has awakened. What the hell is this wife's skill? I've never heard of skills in series before. Lu Mengyuan clicked on the prompt details and saw that under this series of skills, there was an additional branch skill, smearing skill LV1. What the hell, why is there such a strange technique? With her long hair wet, she stole another glance at the large double bathtub. What should I do? It feels like things are going to go wrong on the first day of living with Lu Yu. After taking a shower, Lu Mengyuan came out wearing a loose white bathrobe. She stood in front of the floor-length dressing mirror in her bedroom, confused, letting the sleeves of her nightgown fall naturally. She had just come out of the bath, her cheeks were still flushed, her eyes were blurry, and she looked at herself in circles. The long black hair, like silk in the dark night, fluttered lightly with her movements. The chiffon nightgown undulated gracefully along with the curves of her body, with the neckline slightly open, outlining the graceful curve of her collarbone. Time to eat. Lu Yu leaned against the bedroom door, admiring Lu Mengyuan's beautiful figure. Lu Mengyuan has a slender and soft waist, matched with long and elastic legs. The waist-to-hip proportion and lines make him silently marvel at the wonders of nature. Appreciate the back of your beloved beauty emerging from the bath, feel happy, leisure points +5. Lu Mengyuan murmured. My skin seems to be more hydrated. The lubricant you prepared is really amazing. Well, they say it's a moisturizing oil, don't give me any weird settings without my permission. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. Two people sat opposite each other at the dining table. Lu Mengyuan stared at the instant noodles on the table in a daze. Spicy mixed instant noodle pot, you're welcome. Lu Yu mixed it with chopsticks, and the noodles were extremely chewy on the chopsticks. Don't be fooled by the fact that instant noodles are cheap. The other ingredients cost more than 10 times as much, and I've thrown away the original vegetable packet, so feel free to eat it. After all, in the previous life, there was a vicious incident in which the pickled cabbage in the beef instant noodles was stepped on with feet. After the news broke, Lu Yu not only stopped buying that brand, but also threw away all other brands of sauerkraut buns. The mixed hot pot in front of him exuded an enticing aroma, and Lu Mengyuan picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The sour and spicy taste spreads immediately on the tip of the tongue, and the sauerkraut has a crisp texture, which is perfect for whetting the appetite. The stewed tofu has completely absorbed the essence of the soup and tastes smooth and delicate. The pepper shreds are crispy, the shrimps are fresh and chewy. Mix them with chopsticks and pick up the chewy noodles. Plurk plurk. The noodles are soaked in the rich broth and are very satisfying to eat. Delicious. Accompanied by the aroma of sesame oil and chili oil, it seems as if the whole world is left with only this bowl of noodles in front of you. Her lips also looked brighter and plumper because of the oily noodle soup, making people want to help her clean them. Employee Lu Mengyuan is enjoying the assorted noodle hot pot, feeling extremely happy and suffering a critical hit. Leisure points +3. She looked up at Lu Yu, disbelief flashing in her eyes. How do you make instant noodles so delicious? Ingredients are not high or low, it all depends on how the chef prepares them. Lu Yu sighed. This is what a bachelor has been practicing for over a decade. Furthermore, Lu Mengyuan's reaction indirectly confirmed his theory of the leisure point threshold. I guess this girl has never eaten instant noodles since she was a child, so she thought it was extremely delicious when she tasted it for the first time. To the south of the bedroom is a small balcony where moonlight shines. There were 2 rocking chairs on the balcony, and the two of them sat on them, enjoying the tranquility of the moonlight. The two began to think about their own little plans in their minds. Lu Yu thought that since the two of them lived together, there was still a long way to go. He should not rush into conquering Lu Mengyuan and should take it slow and steady. When the security guard registered the relationship, she called out colleague. Moreover, I don't know what strange thing she thought of when she was taking a shower just now. Could it be that she was wary of me? After all, I have no experience in love, so I can't let her think that I am a frivolous man. If I were to live my life over again, I would make up for many regrets, including fulfilling my Lu Mengyuan and enjoying a leisurely life. There will be plenty of time in the future to take her to enjoy the beauty of this world. A double harvest of love and wealth, so wonderful. At this time, Lu Mengyuan, who was sitting next to him, was sipping canned iced black tea. Lu Mengyuan thought that since his plan to share a house had been realized, there was still a long time to come, and he should not rush into his strategy to conquer Lu Yu. When the security guard was registering the relationship, he called out colleague. Moreover, I made some strange noises when I was taking a shower just now, and then I shamelessly wandered around in front of him. Will he think I am a frivolous woman? After all, I have no experience in love, so I'd better restrain myself and take it slow. But after all, after moving in, Lu Yu did not do anything out of line and behaved very gentlemanly. I really hadn't misjudged this man's character. I will have plenty of time in this life, and I will follow Lu Yu, the king of roles. A double harvest of love and dreams, so wonderful. At this moment, a white Persian cat jumped onto the balcony windowsill and stared at the two of them with its sapphire-like pupils. Is this the cat of the neighbor next door? Lu Yu said with a smile. Its furry body and flexible cat ears made Lu Mengyuan unable to help but hold it in his arms and reach out to rub it. The more he rubbed it, the more addicted he became. After all, he has master-level cat stroking skills, and he can quickly make the kitty roll around in comfort. It's too unfair. The house you found is simply a devil's den. Lu Mengyuan sighed subconsciously. It seems very rude to the landlord to describe the house like this. Lu Yu joked. Don't get me wrong, I mean, everything provided here is really comfortable. Come on, a hot bath, a bowl of noodles, and rubbing a Persian cat is enough to capture you? Lu Mengyuan smiled and didn't respond. These are not the most important reasons. The most important thing is to live under the same roof with the person you have been thinking about day and night. Rua reached out to scratch the cat's head and began to scratch its chin. If this continues, she will become complacent, completely degenerate, and forget about hard work and internal competition. She murmured subconsciously. In short, I have to be careful and pay attention, otherwise sooner or later I will be completely defeated. Lu Yu was shocked. Free? Which free? What did this girl mean? Was it what he understood? Lu Yu kept his tone calm. Why would I force you to give it to me for free? Don't worry, I'm a gentleman. I don't have any bad tastes. I have no sympathy for gambling or drugs. Lu Mengyuan tilted her head, her long hair falling to her chest, her beautiful eyes revealing confusion. I just said defeat, what did you understand by that? Then, she reacted, her face instantly flushed to her ears, and she waved her hands in panic. You misunderstood me. Being your wife or something like that, isn't that too sudden? Lu Yu was also dumbfounded. Ha? At most, I just thought of defeat as a free gift, but how come you've already imagined it as a wife? So, he cleared his throat and continued along with Lu Mengyuan's words. Hey, don't panic. We're colleagues at the company. We're just living together for the convenience of developing the game. It's nothing serious. Regardless of other parts of his body, at least Lu Yu now has a tough mouth. Well, of course, it's innocent. Lu Mengyuan also hurriedly defended himself with a red face. The Persian cat yawned and watched all this with a lazy doge face. The moon shyly hid in the clouds, and the evening breeze blew gently. Zhanghai City is still peaceful today. Silent all night. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains onto the living room floor, creating a mottled pattern of light and shadow. Lu Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and came out of the bedroom. The door of the master bedroom was half open, and Lu Mengyuan was already folding the quilt. The morning sun cast a golden halo on the outline of her body, which was dreamy, beautiful and moving. Lu Yu felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. Last night, he had a nightmare. He dreamed that he and Lu Mengyuan were living together, and it was all a dream. After he woke up in shock, he felt relieved when he saw Lu Mengyuan. Just as I was rejoicing, a system screen flashed before my eyes. Employee Lu Mengyuan is relieved to have woken up from a nightmare. Leisure points +2. Lu Yu brought back a quilt from the balcony. You should use a new quilt today. I dried it in the sun earlier. Lu Mengyuan sat on the bed and buried his head in the quilt, feeling soft and comfortable. She whispered softly. It smells like sunlight. Lu Yu thought to himself that the so-called sunshine smell of the quilt after it was dried was actually the smell of mites being roasted. But the old saying got stuck in my throat and I never said it out loud. After all, you are already living with a girl, so it is better not to act too straight. Lu Yu made some fragrant coffee and placed fruits and freshly baked waffles on the table. Lu Mengyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat at the dining table, as obedient as a hungry rabbit. Eat? Lu Yu spoke in the tone of an old father. The small waffles were golden brown and baked to perfection. The cake is decorated with fresh strawberries and cream, and next to it is a small bottle of maple syrup specially prepared by Lu Yu to enhance the taste. Lu Yu stared at the oven, wondering. In his previous life, he also tried to do some baking, but his technique was always unfamiliar and he never got the hang of it. I fiddled with it a few times this morning and suddenly it clicked and I got it done. Lu Mengyuan took a bite and found it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, very elastic. Licking the cream from the corner of her mouth, she said simply, "It's delicious. Congratulations. Your boss, Luyu, has triggered the guaranteed bonus by repeatedly practicing. The baking skills in the Cook series skill has awakened to level 1. Huh? What the hell is this, a cooking skill? Oh, look carefully, this is a series of skills that match the wife skills." She secretly rejoiced in her heart. After work, all the employees of Taoyuan Township came to buy Jinhin Manor. Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi glanced back and forth between Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan with gossipy looks on their faces. "Brother Lu, how is life living with Sister Lu? Are you happy?" Chu Xiong whispered with a wicked smile. "Get out of here. Go to work." Lu Yu scolded with a smile. When Chu Xiong, Zhang Qiqi and Li Hongmei saw the luxurious European-style manor villa and fountain garden, they were shocked beyond words. At this time, the 3 words by Jinhan on the main entrance of the villa had been removed and replaced with 3 large pink words, Taoyuan Township. The decorator also installed LED light tubes, which will flash neon lights in the style of a city that never sleeps at night. Chu Xiong couldn't help swallowing, his voice a little stuttering. "Brother Lu, are you sure you're in the right place? Is this our office?" A subtle surprise also appeared on Zhang Qiqi's calm little face. "It's like a fairy tale castle." Li Hongmei was calmer than the other two, but her eyes were still filled with surprise. When she first heard that Lu Yu wanted to rent an office, she thought that the conditions for college students to start a business would be very difficult, but the specifications and grade of this villa looked much more luxurious than her previous office area at Frostwolf Studios. Lu Yu smiled and said, "That's nothing. A good craftsman must first sharpen his tools before he can do his job well. Only when game developers themselves are happy can they make good games, right?" It made so much sense that they couldn't refute it. And when everyone entered the manor and saw the interior decoration, they were even more shocked. The door of the fitness equipment room on the 2nd floor was open, and the brand new equipment was neatly arranged. Zhang Qiqi gently touched the handle of the treadmill with her hand, feeling the smooth surface. She stared intently at the mirror on the wall, as if she could already see herself sweating profusely. In the adjacent venue, the ping-pong tables were neatly arranged. After playing for a while, she went to visit the convenience store and bookstore nearby, forgetting to go upstairs. Li Hongmei went up to the dining area on the 3rd floor. The bar is stylishly decorated and the wine racks are filled with a wide variety of foreign liquors. She walked to the bar and tapped the wine glass lightly with her fingers, making a crisp sound. Next to it is a Chinese restaurant in the style of an ancient Jiangnan town. With mahogany furniture, tassel curtains and antique decorations, it feels as if you are in a Jiangnan water town thousands of years ago. The Western restaurant has an elegant and romantic atmosphere, with white tablecloths, exquisite tableware and glass chandeliers, exuding a strong French atmosphere. Li Hongmei looked around and saw the oil paintings hanging on the wall, and couldn't help sighing. Yui Company also has an employee restaurant, but compared to this place, it is not even on the same level. Lu Yu smiled and said, "The external chef will start working today. As for the head chef, I already have a candidate, but it will take some time to recruit him. Everyone, please be patient." In the office area on the 4th floor, high-end computers have been assembled. Chu Xiong was dumbfounded when he saw the configuration table. The entire Prodigal Sonata family bucket, an NVIDIA Titan-class graphics card, an Intel i9, Trident Z's top-of-the-line RAM, a Samsung solid-state drive, a Cherry mechanical keyboard, and Sennheiser's Yuan headphones. Wow, this is a real performance monster. In the past, he couldn't afford this kind of computer, so he would always choose and assemble it himself on the website, and then look at the finished effect pictures with envy. Before he could recover from the shock, he caught a glimpse of the alien notebook next to him. What the hell? An 18-inch Alienware? And a top-of-the-line model with maxed-out graphics and RAM? If it was the high-end computer mentioned above, he could still dream about it, but he didn't even dare to dream about this kind of laptop that costs 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. He stammered and turned his head. "Brother Lu, can I really take this laptop out to play games?" Lu Yu waved his hand. "Whatever, if you want to play with it after get off work, just take it home and play with it." Shu Xiong's fat body trembled as he sat on the electric massage chair, looking at the sci-fi triple-screen LCD display, then picked up the handles of the three major game consoles and rubbed them several times. He looked a little dazed and rubbed his face several times before he was sure that this was not a dream. At this time, Lu Mengyuan was in the hot spring on the underground floor. There are various facilities here, including hot spring pools, pedal baths, steam saunas, etc., and there is also a swimming pool and SPA area next to it, highlighting luxury and comfort. The hot springs are transparent and clear, with mist swirling around them, and artificial waterfalls flowing down from the stone walls, making you feel like you are in a fairyland. She took off her shoes involuntarily and walked carefully into the pool with her beautiful white feet. The underwater lights changed colors and slight ripples appeared. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan of pleasure. If I come here every day to soak in it, will I get lost and degenerate here? For some reason, she remembered what she had just learned yesterday, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. No! Lu Mengyuan, wake up! You absolutely cannot fall into the land of gentleness, it will break down. She covered her face. Employees Lu Mengyuan, Shu Xiong, Zheng Qiqi, and Li Hongmei are excited about their new office space. Their joyful and happy mood resonates with each other, resulting in +10 leisure points. The system light screen prompt made Lu Yu very satisfied. Very good, I just gave them a brief tour and earned 1,000 yuan. Although I can't go on vacation all the time, I can turn my office into a vacation estate. What can the system do to me? At this moment, Li Yu seemed to have transformed into a demon king, staring at the four adventurers who had mistakenly entered the castle. That's right, just continue to feel the pleasure and depravity in this castle. Get addicted to it and never want to leave. Ah ha 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 ha. After the tour, everyone sat at their workstations and prepared to work. When Lu Yu checked his system account and found that there were only 50 points, he couldn't laugh anymore. Damn, those 120 points deducted are still too much. This cycle has been going on for 3 weeks, and the revenue of 5,000 yuan in 3 weeks has been overshadowed by the salaries of its own employees. True employees earn more than me series. Seeing Chu Xiong and others ready to start working again with full enthusiasm, his vigilance was immediately raised to the maximum. I can't let these motivated little test takers deduct points from my scores anymore. Enrollment expansion is urgent. Hey, before next Thursday, I implore you all to read this book to the latest chapter every day. This will greatly affect the future of the book, so don't give up on it for now. Very, very important, please, big guys, take out your last ripples. After it is on the shelves, I will update 5 chapters to thank everyone. Bang bang bang. Kowtow. Thanks to Sister Fusu, book friend 201812161325315524, Jin Sanmo, book friend 2022040311022940, Infinite Flag System, Return of the Night with the Rain, clearly I, who in the world doesn't know my sister, Alexfully, I've been playing bad for too long and forgot my name, Hope Heroes Live Forever, Boa Sun So, book friend 2020030409151547, Daokashwan, and book friend 202301281041162220 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends 202108220242100059 and Yang Wenqiangyu for the 100-point reward. Thank you all for your continued votes every day. Muwa 3. Lu Yu plans to divide the company into 3 groups after the expansion. One group of people manages the life of the island owner, and a small group maintains the Catgirl Paradise. There is also a group of people developing new works with urban themes and completing system tasks. Oh yes, he also has a destiny mission, which requires him to pick a lucky person from the company and cause 50 critical hits to him. When recruiting, also keep an eye on the lucky candidate. With this in mind, Lu Yu called Sister Li over and conveyed his recruitment targets. The operation and maintenance team of My Leisurely Island Owner Life is recruiting 8 people, 2 each for planning, programming, art, and business operations. The Catgirl Paradise Adventure operation and maintenance team is recruiting 3 people, mainly to do simple version maintenance and business cooperation docking. Recruit another 10 people to form a new team to develop new works with urban themes. In this way, the total number of employees in the company reaches 26. The reason for setting this number is not because Luyu has any special considerations, but simply because there are only 30 workstations in the manor at present. Luyu thought that these people should be enough. In the future, he would rely on these employees to earn leisure points for him, forming a new cycle of earning points. We must not produce any more hit products, otherwise the company's scale will expand again, which is visibly happening. If the stall is too big, it is easy to be distracted, and if the business is too successful, it will attract a large number of busy people and madly deduct leisure points. In order to prevent the company from producing new kings of volume and hot products by all means, it is necessary to consider the level of underlying system design. Liu sat in his seat and pondered for a moment, then said to Li Hongmei, "Sisterly, as you know, when recruiting, the company's benefits system will be an important means of retaining talent, so let me talk about the two core elements of our company's current benefits system." After that, he tapped on the keyboard, and two words appeared on the screen. 543 Work System, Reduced Efficiency and Increased Costs. Li Hongmei tilted her head in thought for a moment. Based on her past experience, she tentatively said, "Mr. Liu, regarding the 543 work system, do you mean that we start work at 5 a.m. every day and leave work at 4 p.m., and work overtime 3 days a week? I personally think that the working hours are too early. As you know, modern urban white-collar workers tend to get up quite late." Liu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head frantically. "Oh my goodness, what kind of sweatshop is this?" He explained. The so-called 543 work system means 5 hours of work per day, 4 days a week, and 3 months of paid annual leave per year. What? Li Hongmei was stunned. With her worldview, she couldn't understand Lu Yu's words and was stunned for a while. Lu Yu didn't see Li Hongmei's expression and continued to explain. "I work 5 hours a day, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break at noon, and from 2 p.m. to 2 p.m. We only work 4 days a week and have holidays starting from Friday. The 3 months of paid annual leave each year do not conflict with statutory holidays. Of course, some employees prefer to stay at home and don't want to travel, so they don't use all of their annual leave. In this case, the remaining unused leave will be converted into full attendance pay and paid to the employee at the end of the year. Is this too exaggerated?" Li Hongmei stuttered. She had been engaged in human resources work for more than 10 years and was familiar with the attendance systems of companies in various industries, but she had never seen a boss who let himself go like this. She subconsciously sniffed the air to see if there was any smell of alcohol. She suspected that the boss was bragging after drinking. But it was obvious that Mr. Liu looked very sober. "Is it an exaggeration?" Lu Yu asked back. If it weren't for the system warning, he would have wanted to make it even more exaggerated. This welfare system was the result of his constant attempts to test the limits of the system's warnings. For example, why 3 months of paid annual leave? Because he had been experimenting, and the maximum the system could tolerate was 3 months. So, what do you mean by reduced efficiency and increased costs? Lu Yu knows all about it. Of course, this means reducing work efficiency and improving employee well-being. This system requires companies to ensure that employees' workloads are not saturated, and that daily workloads remain at a healthy level below 70%. This requires daily monitoring of the work status of all employees. Once a situation occurs where they can barely complete their work near the end of the day, the company needs to intervene immediately, either by postponing the work schedule or by bringing in other unemployed employees for support. In short, the core concept of reducing efficiency and increasing costs is to never do the work of 2 people alone if 2 people can do the work of 1 person. Li Hongmei was stunned on the spot. With all due respect, I don't understand. Working 5 hours a day is already easy enough. Do you need to further reduce the workload within these 5 hours? Besides, isn't there a lunch break at noon? Lu Yu patiently explained. Sisterly, I believe you can definitely do it. Besides, even if the workload is not saturated, isn't it natural to take a lunch break? Li Hongmei struggled for a moment and decided to give up. She felt that the common sense of personnel management she knew could not shake Lu Yu's ideas. What's more, as an employee, I would love to have better company benefits. The only thing we need to worry about is whether the company will go bankrupt because the benefits are too good and the work is too easy. Oh, by the way, Mr. Liu, I'd like to discuss the performance evaluation system with you. Liu Yu took over the performance appraisal assessment scale made by Li Hongmei, which is basically a relatively mature and mainstream evaluation system in the gaming industry, namely the Key Performance Indicator, KPI. He glanced at it casually and then waved his hand. Don't worry about this, Sister Li. I have my own set of standards. Li Hongmei was dumbfounded again. The inspection forms she submitted were internationally recognized corporate management standards, even used by the Fortune 500 companies. What strange system had you created, Mr. Liu? Liu Yu smiled but said nothing. He certainly had his own assessment criteria, which was performance appraisal based on the ability to earn leisure points. The more an employee knows how to enjoy life and is crazy about showing off his points, the more precious he is in his eyes. In short, Sister Li, you should follow the rules I told you. You must remember that the 543 work system and reducing efficiency and increasing costs are the cornerstones of the entire Tao Yuanxiang company, and no one can shake it. Sister Li walked back with the report. She was shocked by this welfare system that seemed too fantastic, but at the same time, she felt relieved and fortunate. The boss Liu she met was different from any leader she had met before. But she doesn't hate following such a boss. As she walked, she suddenly remembered something and turned back again, hesitantly saying, Mr. Liu, I have a selfish motive that I would like to discuss with you. As you know, the Frostwolf studio of Yugi Company laid off a group of employees before. Many of them were fresh graduates or young people who had just graduated for 1 or 2 years. They are now having a hard time finding jobs outside. If they can't find a job, many of them will have to return to their hometowns. So, I would like to ask you to give them a few interview opportunities. Of course, I will also screen some resumes from outside the society so that everyone can compete fairly. Liu Yu casually asked, what was the reason for their dismissal? They were ranked last in their performance reviews, and the citation for their dismissal was for being passive and slacking off at work, but... Liu Yu's eyes lit up and he interrupted Li Hongmei's explanation. Alright, let them come for the interview. It's human nature to not be proactive at work, it's normal. If you are not active in eating, then there is something wrong with your thinking. The next day, Taoyuan Township posted a recruitment notice on the recruitment platform. Soon, resumes from all sides came in like snowflakes. In this parallel world of internal circulation, it is difficult for fresh graduates to find jobs, and Taoyuan Township has recently become famous. Therefore, many people who submit resumes have the mentality of trying their best to do whatever they can, even if they don't work there for a long time. It's still okay to gild their resumes. This leads to the situation that when faced with a huge number of candidates, we have no idea how to screen them. Li Hongmei pointed to the resume database list and said to Liu Yu, Mr. Liu, according to the usual method, in order to save time and recruitment costs, we usually match according to academic qualifications. For example, we will first screen graduates from top universities, such as C9 League universities, Oxford and Cambridge, or Ivy League schools in the United States. If there are no suitable talents here, we will screen out graduates from 985 universities, and if that fails, we will screen out graduates from 211 universities. Liu Yu waved his hand. My goodness, if we only recruit students from famous universities, these top students will have been the test-taking kings since childhood, and will have become the top students in the city and the province. Wouldn't the company be in a mess? Of course, he would not completely reject graduates from prestigious universities, as there might be some bigwigs among them who are particularly good at enjoying life. So, he waved his hand. Don't screen resumes like this. Taoyuan Township treats all candidates equally, regardless of gender, age, education, or background. Li Hongmei was in a dilemma again. Then, how do we conduct the initial screening of resumes? Liu Yu sent a document to Li Hongmei. This is a written test I created myself. Please send it to the job seekers first. If they answer well, I will let them come for the interview. Li Hongmei opened the document and saw a list of various questions. On the weekend, would you choose to sleep in at home or go out for fun? Suppose you're at home on Monday dealing with urgent work, and suddenly your secret crush asks you out. Would you go without hesitation or finish your work first? Do you consider yourself a hedonist? Please describe your ideal life in 3 words. Do you think humans should have one unplanned day every week to completely empty themselves? Lee Hongmei took a look. The beginning of the question was similar to the one Mr. Liu had asked her before, but the latter part was very different. If you had 48 hours in a day, how would you like to spend them? If you could choose the life of an animal, which animal would you choose to be and why? If you could have a conversation with the cat you've had for 10 years, what questions would you ask her? If you could land on an unexplored planet, what would you want to see there? Each question is worth 10 points, and the total score is 80 points. Mr. Liu, this interview question, is it really okay? Li Hongmei was a little nervous because the boss didn't ask any professional questions related to game development. It's okay, trust me. Afterwards, Li Hongmei sent an answer sheet to all candidates who submitted their resumes. Some candidates who were struggling to find a job were so angry that they laughed when they saw this kind of question. They thought Taoyuan Township was making fun of them and gave up answering. Some people write randomly with a joking attitude. Only a small number of people seriously consider the questioner's intention and answer it. As of next Monday, Li Hongmei has received more than 1,000 valid responses. Faced with a dazzling array of answers, Li Hongmei didn't dare to make up her own mind and came to Liu Yu to ask again. Liu Yu took a quick look and shook his head at the answers to some questions, such as: the first question clearly asked whether he likes to sleep in or go out and play, but some people pretended to be smart and thought that this two-choice question was a trap, so they answered, I like to work overtime in the company and dedicate my youth to the company. This is 0 points. For example, in the second question, candidates were asked to choose between work and a date with their girlfriend. Some of them chose to work from home, but they chose to add a paragraph after their answer. I can handle high-intensity work, both at home and in the office, and I'm willing to accept a salary lower than the market rate. If the position I'm applying for is already filled by someone who is earning a very high salary, I'm willing to take a 60% pay cut. Please fire that person and hire me. It's fine that you like involution, but you're actually a scab. Negative points, get out of here. Liu Yu's face turned grim as he ordered, this kind of person will be put on the talent pool blacklist and will never be hired again. Li Hongmei listened and took notes, and then asked curiously. Then Mr. Liu, what kind of answer is excellent? Liu Yu scrolled through a few pages and came across the question, dialogue with a cat I've raised for 10 years. Someone answered like this. 10 years, a full 10 years. Why can't you turn into a shy cat girl? Why change for me. He analyzed, this kind of person has decent XP and a certain pursuit of health and wellness in life, but he is too vulgar, so I can give him 5 points at my discretion. After flipping through the pages for a moment, he continued. For example, if someone answers, what animal do you want to be, and they answer sloth or panda, they'll get 10 points. If they answer bee or cow, they'll get 0 points. Li Hongmei looked confused and tried to follow her boss's train of thought. Mr. Liu, you said bees work harder to collect honey, so that means this person is more unpredictable. I understand that, but what about the cow? Liu Yu replied, they eat grass and produce milk. Li Hongmei had a complicated expression. I kind of understand. Don't worry, Mr. Liu, I'll grade these questions appropriately. The next Monday, Li Hongmei selected a total of 200 answers from the answer sheets, sorted them by scores, and notified the candidates to come to the company for interviews in batches. According to Liu Yu's instructions, Li Hongmei arranged the interviewees in reception rooms with different themes on the first floor of the manor, and then placed snacks and tea on the tables in the waiting room according to their respective tastes. There are still candidates ahead of us who haven't finished their interviews yet. Please wait a moment. After saying this, Li Hongmei went upstairs. Afterwards, at the end of the corridor on the first floor, Liu Yu, wearing a cleaner's uniform, slowly appeared. While cleaning the corridor, he observed the interior of each waiting room through the glass and door cracks. In the exotic room, a young woman looked very cramped and uneasy. Her eyes kept wandering around the room, her resume tightly clenched in her hand, her gaze drifting towards the door from time to time. After waiting for a while, she looked down at her watch from time to time, tapping the table lightly with her fingers, as if she was constantly calculating the time. Her breathing was rapid, as if she might lose control at any moment. After calming down for a moment, she took out another piece of manuscript paper and recited non-stop. The dark circles under her eyes showed that she had been staying up all night to memorize the interview questions. In the galaxy-themed room next door, a man was also fidgeting. He shook his legs anxiously, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned slightly white. After a while, he began to pace back and forth in the room, touching his face from time to time in front of the glass and adjusting his tie. Not only did he have dark circles under his eyes, but his face was also gray, his brows were furrowed, and he was muttering something. Neither of them seemed interested in appreciating the room's decor, nor in tasting the food and tea on the table, letting them get cold, even though the lady's stomach was rumbling because she hadn't eaten breakfast. Lu Yu shook his head. It seemed that the answers these people gave in the written test were carefully designed after deliberately studying and guessing people's intentions, and were not their true inner thoughts. Being so anxious and impatient when encountering things, you will not be able to discover and enjoy the beauty of life. Heavy dark circles under the eyes and not eating breakfast further indicate that they don't care about taking good care of themselves. Recruiting such people will also result in big deductions. Lu Yu shook his head regretfully and put 2 crosses on the list of candidates. Thanks to Mu Qiang, Serious Doom, The Last Alchemist, Dayswing, Xiaozhu the Rainman, The Bookworm Chasing the Wind, Chu Jiwei, Bookfriend 1612032047343307, Tiger Roaring in the Sky, Time Goes Back, and Prosperous as Red for their monthly tickets. Thank you to the conscientious readers for the 1,000-point reward. *******. Of course, there were also some interviewees who caught Lu Yu's eye. In the space-themed interview room, a girl leaned leisurely on the back of a chair, her eyes clear and tranquil, as if nothing around her could shake her inner peace. She picked up the teacup, blew gently on the water, and savored the aroma of the tea. Then, she picked up the macaron on the plate with her fingers and put it into her mouth. She closed her eyes, concentrated on savoring the taste of the dessert, squinted her eyes, and nodded slightly. Lu Yu sighed. This talented person must be having a soul-to-soul conversation with food. The girl in the waiting room actually thought. At least, I have to make up for the travel expenses for this interview. Lu Yu ticked the list of candidates with satisfaction. Later, although out of respect for the candidates, Li Hongmei would simply invite them to the interview room on the first floor to have a chat. In fact, the result had already been decided by Lu Yu. And just like that, the interview went smoothly. Among the interviewees on the first day, there was one candidate who particularly impressed Lu Yu. His name is Mo Xiaoxian, and he is also a graduate this year. Although he is a boy, he has a delicate appearance, is fair and thin, and wears slightly thick glasses. His eyes are unusually large, and his look is simple and pure. He had a bowl-cut hairstyle and wore dark trousers under his shirt, looking quite plain overall. At first, Mo Xiaoxian looked a little nervous, glancing around from time to time, and rubbing his trouser legs nervously with his hands. But soon, he was attracted by the desserts and coffee on the table. He hesitantly reached out and picked up a puff cake, like a cautious child, took a small bite, and then quickly put it down. Good, delicious. A hint of enjoyment and joy flashed across his face. He glanced at the door for a moment, finally made up his mind, picked up the dessert again, and took a small bite. This time, a happy smile appeared on his face. His eyes wandered and fixed on the coffee beside him. Repeat the previous process, take a small bite, and slowly put it down. In the warm atmosphere of the lounge, Mo Xiaoxian was no longer so nervous and calmly appreciated the surrounding decorations. Lu Yu felt that this kid had a good ability to adapt to unfamiliar environments. Although he was nervous and bad at the beginning, he was very good at finding some fun for himself. Lu Yu looked at the information and learned that he had been interning at Frostwolf Studios for half a year since his senior year, and was later fired by the studio when he graduated. So, this person is one of the talents specially recommended by Li Hongmei. Maybe it has the potential to become a major producer. Lu Yu ticked the form. The one-week interview officially ended. Li Hongmei recruited enough people according to the established recruitment plan, and the company officially expanded to 26 people. In terms of personnel composition, the ratio of men to women is basically half and half, and the majority of them are young people, but there are also a few veterans in the gaming industry who are similar in age to Li Hongmei. Among them are 6 employees who were eliminated from Frostwolf Studio, including Mo Xiaoxian. Li Hongmei negotiated the salary with each of them individually, and both were much higher than the salaries for the same position in the labor market. On the first day of work, Li Hongmei took them to meet the company's management. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Hello, Mr. Liu. Hello, Brother Xiong. Hello, Sister Chi-Chi." The group greeted each other in a nice and sensible manner with loud voices. I felt uncomfortable when Xu Xiong and Zhang Chi-Chi called me. My goodness, I just graduated not long ago, how come I act like the leader or big sister of an evil organization? When they sat down at their respective workstations and saw the computer configuration table and game console sets, they were stunned again. In order to save costs, many of them had development machines in the past, and only the main programmers and video editors used the computers, so they strongly suspected that they were using obsolete mining cards. I didn't expect the hardware facilities here to be so impressive. Then, Li Hongmei took them to visit the company's gym and various sports venues. Many people who came from Frostwolf Studios would tell other newcomers, "Damn, I kid you not. The exercise facilities here are even better than Frostwolf Studios. The treadmills at Frostwolf have long been in disrepair." Afterwards, they went into the bookstore and saw the shelves filled with a wide variety of goods. "Sisterly, the games and DVDs here look pretty good. There are also some limited edition records. They must be very expensive, right?" Li Hongmei smiled and said, "Every month, the company will give everyone a 2,000 yuan consumption card to buy things here. If you can't spend it all this month, you can carry it over to the next month." "What? Just send a shopping card. And the benefit amount is not low, equivalent to 24,000 yuan of game shopping quota per year." Li Hongmei turned around and took them to visit the convenience store next door. The convenience store is operated by Sunluo and has a wide range of merchandise. All the mainstream brands of snacks available on the market are available here. When many people heard Li Hongmei say that the company would give them a convenience store credit of 3,000 yuan a month, their jaws dropped. Many old employees of Frostwolf Studios lamented that when they worked overtime at their old employer, they were only given some cheap snacks every day. For example, a small bag of Ladayuan bread or a small bag of spicy strips that taste terrible are both low-priced foods with a very low cost of $1 per bag. This convenience store shopping card can not only be used to buy snacks, but also daily necessities. If fresh graduates live frugally, this 3,000 yuan card can fully cover their daily expenses and even have some left over. In other words, in addition to salary every month, the company also gives out a shopping subsidy totaling 5,000 yuan. What kind of magical company is this? When the employees saw the luxuriously decorated Chinese restaurant, French restaurant, bar and coffee bar on the 3rd floor, they were so greedy that they couldn't walk. At this time, the external chefs have already started preparing lunch for everyone, and the employees have begun to browse today's lunch menu. Honey-roasted beggar's chicken, dongpa pork, Jinling roast duck, soy sauce spare ribs, crystal braised pork, squirrel mandarin fish, casserole fish head, crab roe soup, crab roe and shrimp roe fried rice, sweet and sour lotus root slices, braised wild rice stem, bamboo shoots, and pickled mustard greens. The LCD screen also shows today's main dish for dinner. Fu Shou Quan Buddha jumps over the wall. The menu of the Western restaurant has also been updated. French lobster soup, French baked snails, French pepper sauce steak, foie gras and truffle bread, bucatini pasta, Spanish paella, coconut pumpkin soup, latte puffs, passion fruit pudding, chocolate mousse. Li Hongmei introduced with a smile. Our menu changes every day, so we can give everyone something to look forward to. And, here's a sneak peek, a mysterious Michelin-starred chef will be joining the company soon. What the hell? A Michelin-starred chef? Many people have never been to a restaurant of the level of Guwei Jiangnan in their entire lives. How can they eat there 3 times a day when working in Taoyuan Township? After seeing all these benefits, The final highlight was that Li Hongmei took them to see the hot springs in SPA Health Center on the basement floor. If the aforementioned benefits can be considered the top standard for gaming companies, then this set of hot spring health facilities has completely gone beyond the scope of gaming companies. Many of them began to doubt whether they were really interviewing for a gaming company. Finally, when they returned to their workstations and Li Hongmei introduced the company's 543 work system and efficiency reduction and cost increase system to them, their worldview had completely collapsed. What? 5 hours a day, 4 days a week, 3 months of paid vacation a year? It's exaggerated that the working environment is so luxurious. There are even more exaggerated working hours and holiday benefits. Moreover, these are based on salary levels that are higher than those in the same industry. Many new employees couldn't help crying with joy. Damn, what a bargain I got! Submitting my resume to this company is the best decision I have ever made in my life, no doubt about it. This is the real paradise. After the new employees reported for the first day, Liu happily checked the scrolling system light screen records. Employee Zhang Qiqi enjoyed herself at the gym and was in a good mood, earning 0.5 leisure points. Employee Lining enjoys the library, feels happy, and receives 0.4 leisure points. Employee Mo Xiaoxian enjoys a massage chair, feels happy, and gets a critical hit, earning 1.5 leisure points. Employee Zhang Fan enjoys the coffee bar, feels happy, and receives 0.5 leisure points. Employee Lu Mengyuan enjoys SPA treatment, is in a good mood, and suffers a critical hit, gaining 2 leisure points. By the end of the day, the total points earned were 52.5. Wow, I earn more than 5,000 yuan a day. Just one word, cool. In addition, Liu himself can earn about 15 points a day by enjoying the facilities of this villa. When all these are added together, the points income becomes even more substantial. However, the threshold of enjoyment has a diminishing marginal effect. If employees repeat the same enjoyable thing in a short period of time, their point income will gradually decrease. But fortunately, there are enough projects in the company to enjoy, and it shouldn't be easy to get bored if you rotate them frequently. In addition, he can also often take everyone out for team building activities. After all, these 20 or so people are not too many, and he can barely manage them all. Liu plans to use these employees to form a new perpetual motion machine that can earn points infinitely before the current cycle ends. Among these employees, Liu was particularly interested in the thin and fair boy named Mo Xiaoxian. Because he had 5 critical hits on his first day at work. Ranked first in both the employee point income list and the critical hit list. Liu held his chin and thought, this is a top talent, he might really have found a treasure this time. During lunch break the next day, Lu Mengyuan enjoyed a massage at the SPA club. Soft light streams from the wall sconces, illuminating the spacious spa room. The interior is elegantly decorated, and the gentle music, mixed with the sound of gurgling water, fills the air. In the women's SPA area of the club, various massage beds and ceramic washbasins are neatly arranged. The professional masseuses hired from outside were waiting on the side, awaiting the arrival of employees. At this time, Lu Mengyuan was the only guest here. She lay face down on the massage bed, her long hair loose, her soft bathrobe spread out, and her beautiful back stretched. Against the backdrop of soft light, her waist curve becomes even more charming and perfect. At this time, Lu Mengyuan was enjoying the SPA massage from the masseuse while checking the system light screen records. Employee Mo Xiaoxuan's Chinese food appreciation proficiency points plus 0.1. Employee Xie Ying's table tennis proficiency score plus 0.1. Employee Li Hongmei's yoga proficiency points plus 0.1. Why are all these proficiency levels seemingly irrelevant to the real business? She continued downwards. Fortunately, as the 26 employees were assigned to their respective project teams and started working, some proficiency points related to game development were also generated. Your boss Liu's bug repair proficiency points plus 0.1. Employee Yao Jun's server development proficiency point plus 0.1. Employee Chu Xion's graphics rendering proficiency points plus 0.1. Adding the proficiency points Lu Mengyuan earned himself, a total of 21 points were earned in one day. However, the current ratio of sources of proficiency points is not very healthy. According to statistics from the system interface, only about 40% of proficiency points come from game development, while the remaining 60% are all from daily enjoyment. If this ratio continues, she can almost imagine how terrible the system mall will look like after this round of settlement cycle ends. Just as she was thinking this, her thoughts were interrupted by the massage ants technique, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes comfortably. The ants technique was very experienced. She gently pressed various meridian points with her fingertips. Lu Mengyuan felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his fatigue was dissipated. I curiously observed Auntie massaging for a while, and suddenly, the system popped up a prompt. Congratulations, the host has been influenced by what he has seen and heard, and repeated observation has triggered the guaranteed minimum. The massage technique in the wife series skill has awakened to LV1. She was stunned. Why is it the Sweet Wife series of skills again? Also, why are there more and more strange skills in this series? The aunt in charge of the massage said at the right time. Miss Lu, I see you have good comprehension and that we are destined to be together. I would like to teach you the massage techniques I have mastered for dual cultivation and health preservation. This is a skill passed down from our ancestors. It relaxes the muscles and activates the blood circulation, and is very effective in relieving fatigue. Listen carefully. First of all, the two of you have to sit face to face. Then, gently hold each other's hands and use your eyes to make each other relax. Use the fingertips of both hands to gently massage, slowly moving from the Shinting point on the head to the Jianjing point on the shoulder, and then use both palms to slowly move down along the contour of the shoulder. The more Lu Mengyuan listened, the more shy she became. Auntie, I don't need it. The massage aunt looked at Lu Mengyuan's beautiful back. It will come in handy someday. After massaging the meridians on the back, the aunt started to knead the shoulders. She followed Lu Mengyuan's shoulders and looked down. Then, the aunt looked shocked. At this moment, she was in a trance. Lost in the distant memories of those wasted years. In the early 1990s, my aunt lived in a rural village in Zhejiang province. To improve her life, she raised a number of rabbits in her yard. These plump rabbits, kept in groups of 2, were caged in narrow iron cages, their round, springy bodies bouncing back and forth from the pressure. Every time it's mealtime, the auntie would bring out carrots and vegetable leaves to feed the rabbits. Once the cages were opened, the rabbits would frolic around the yard, their plump, round bodies bobbing up and down. Their bright red, round eyes were even more lively and adorable, seemingly inviting the owner to taste them. Return to reality from the bittersweet memories of the past. Auntie continued her massage and said with a warm smile. Miss Lu, you have such a great figure. If you can learn the ancestral massage I taught you, your boyfriend will be blessed. She was a little moved when she heard it, and asked quietly. What kind of massage is this? What effect does it have? The aunt had an expression of someone who had experienced this, and pointed at the hot spring in the distance. Look, it's like a guest is soaking in this hot spring pool. She looked over and saw that the rockery waterfall was continuously releasing water. The water surged sometimes gently and sometimes violently, with each wave higher than the last. Lu Mengyuan blushed and thought to himself. 2 people are already living together, so doesn't that mean that sooner or later there will be an opportunity? She didn't expect this. Moreover, how could there be a day when 2 innocent people? She thought of the double bathtub in her bathroom at home, and her face became hotter and hotter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. While enjoying a SPA, employee Lu Mengyuan imagined some scenes that were not suitable for the host to know, resulting in a critical hit. Leisure points +3. At this moment, Lu Yu, who was taking a nap upstairs, was startled by a system prompt that suddenly popped up. So, what exactly is the picture that is not suitable for me to know? I'm curious. This time, Lu Yu did not intend to give up and continued to question the system. The system screen quickly turned into a player, and the content was a bunch of shaking mosaics with extremely low resolution. In the center of the screen, there is a long red strip with the English letters, System Warning. I blanch? Even a gentleman should be on guard? Lu Yu had no choice but to turn off the player and put the matter behind him. These past few days, Luyu has been secretly observing his employees and trying to identify the major producers among them. Soon, Mo Xiaoxian, who topped the points income list, attracted his attention. This boy seems to be very sensitive to enjoying life and often goes crazy when enjoying the company's various facilities. Luyu secretly guessed that, judging from the other party's dress and living habits, employees like Mo Xiaoxian did not know how to enjoy life in the past. But he guessed that it was due to objective conditions, and that the boy actually longed for leisure and enjoyment. Moreover, since this type of people have a very low starting point, they will easily become overwhelmed if they are allowed to enjoy a little happiness that they have never tasted before, and they are very easy to train. Therefore, if such a person becomes the team leader, he will definitely not be able to succeed. Okay, it's decided to be you. Luyu silently threw a master ball to Mo Xiaoxian in his heart. When Mo Xiaoxian was called to his front by Luyu, his face was full of confusion. I am just an ordinary low-level executive planner in the project team. What does Mr. Lu mean by calling me over? While he was in a daze, he heard Luyu on the opposite side laugh and say, Mo Xiaoxian, I appoint you as the producer of the new game. All work from project establishment to launch will be handed over to you. The company's current employees have been divided into 3 project teams by Luyu. The Leisure Island Owner Life project team has 8 people and is currently performing online maintenance on the game. The 3 people in the Catgirl Paradise project team are making some minor repairs and updates. Both teams are currently led by Vice President Lu Mengyuan, and Chu Xiong and Zhang Qiqi will also supervise the R&D work of the 2 project teams. The 10 employees in the new work development team are currently in a leaderless and unemployed state. Every day they are familiarizing themselves with the Yuyi engine or looking through the development materials of the company's online products. Luyu's appointment of Mo Xiaoxian was equivalent to promoting him to the same management level as Chu Xiong, Zhang Qiqi and others. Mo Xiaoxian just stood there in a daze. His eyes revealed a hint of uneasiness and lack of confidence, and he said timidly, Boss Lu, you want me to be the producer and lead the team? I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this position. It doesn't matter. Everyone has been through a period of inexperience. Mo Xiaoxian swallowed and rubbed his fingers on the corner of his clothes, trying to calm the tension in his heart. No, Mr. Lu, you misunderstood. I meant that before at Frostwolf Studios, I was a useless person. My performance was rock bottom, I was isolated by the team, and I often caused operational accidents. I am not familiar with the market environment, nor do I have any experience in project management, especially those complicated cost accounting. I know nothing about it. As Mo Xiaoxian spoke, his eyes gradually dimmed. Mo Xiaoxian recalls his past unpleasantness, becomes depressed, and suffers a critical hit, resulting in a -2 leisure points. Damn, how can this guy still have a critical hit even when he is in a bad mood? Luyu suddenly said seriously. Do you know how many resumes we received in just a few days when Taoyuan Township decided to expand enrollment? Mo Xiaoxian raised his head in confusion. 10,000 copies, a full 10,000 copies. Luyu smiled and said, and you, from these more than 10,000 people, stood out and successfully got the offer from Taoyuan Township. He stood up and walked over to Mo Xiaoxian. Mo Xiaoxian, I didn't choose you as the producer out of thin air. I'm impressed by your potential and talent. You won't let me down, right? Give me some contribution points and some critical hits, boy. But, how do I start? I only have one request, which is to develop a game with an urban theme. Other than that, there are no restrictions. You can develop any type of game you want. I will give you the greatest development freedom. Mo Xiaoxian became even more panicked. The boss might as well point out a direction. Wouldn't this make us run around like headless flies? When setting up your game project, you don't need to consider the market prospects or the intensity of competition. You don't need to worry about sales, and you don't even need to calculate whether the project can make a profit. In short, do whatever makes you feel comfortable. Comfortable? Mo Xiaoxian was stunned. Yes, it's comfortable. If you subconsciously want to make a game and feel comfortable and happy making it yourself, then go for it. Everything will be based on your feelings. Mo Xiaoxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He is just a lousy worker. What does such an important thing as game development have to do with his feelings? In fact, Liu was not worried at all that the game would fail. The company now has a monthly turnover of over 10 million. Even if Mo Xiaoxian's project fails completely in this cycle and loses all the money, the company can still continue to hold on and fight for the next round. What he focused on was how much points Mo Xiaoxian could gain in the process of completing the system tasks. Afterwards, Liu gathered the 10 people in the pre-research group and publicly announced that Mo Xiaoxian would be the development manager of the new project. From now on, for any development operations, you must follow Mo Xiaoxian's command. The other 9 people nodded their heads like woodpeckers, with no objection to the appointment. Many of them are either fresh graduates who were fired by Frostwolf Studios, or newbies in the industry. Having landed a job with such incredible benefits, they couldn't be luckier. How could they dare to complain? Frankly, as long as the pay and benefits were adequate, they would fight to the bitter end even if their boss said the sun rises in the west. Anyone who dared to say it rises in the east would be completely stoic. Yes, I'll listen to you from now on, brother Mo. Seeing that he was instantly promoted to the brother generation, Mo Xiaoxian quickly waved his hands and said, "Don't be like this, just continue to call me Xiao Mo from now on." After the meeting, Li Hongmei sent a private message to Liu on the chat software. "Mr. Liu, Xiaoxian has good character, but he still lacks experience. He made many mistakes while at Yuyi Company, and his design skills are very immature. I'm worried he won't be able to handle such a heavy responsibility all at once." "That's okay. I have my own considerations. The design level is very immature? Isn't this a coincidence?" He hoped that the company would continue to produce mediocre products and maintain the cycle of 30 people's points forever. "It would be fine if you didn't say it, but if you say so, it will further strengthen my confidence in making use of Mo Xiaoxian." Mo Xiaoxian returned to his workstation and created a new folder called Taoyuan Township New Project on his computer. Then he stared at the blank computer screen in a daze. His mind was as blank as the screen. "I feel very insecure and confused." He had never taken on such a heavy burden when he was interning at Frostwolf Studios. On Wednesday, Taoyuan Township Company received a new round of settlement payments from the UE platform. In the last accounting period, sales of Cat Girl Paradise Adventure soared to 18, bringing in 30 in revenue. With the establishment of the operation team of My Leisurely Island Owner Life, many problems in player experience have been gradually fixed. The monthly active users of this game have exceeded 100 million, and the maximum number of simultaneous online users has reached 15. Excluding the platform share, the game earned 1,200 million. Adding the surplus from last month, Liu was in trouble again when he saw the more than 1,500 million in the company's account. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous of this money. However, he needs to think carefully about how to spend the money on employees more efficiently and convert it into points. Now, the leisure points he earns every day fluctuate between 40 and 60, which means an average daily income of 5,000 yuan. This income may seem like a lot, but the risk of losing it all is also high. This is because employees can earn points and can also earn points by deducting points. This is also why he is determined to control the size of the company, because the more people there are, the more difficult it is to manage. The forest is big, and there might be some bad guys who want to take everyone with them. One negligence and loss of control can cause the team's internal circulation to form a stampede effect, and the team can return to the pre-liberation era overnight, and even owe the system money. He originally thought that he would play it safe in this cycle and continue to look for a resort that is more luxurious than Dongming Island and take everyone there for vacation. However, the system's message warning of a work stoppage was soon triggered. Now, the company's regular benefits and team-building vacations are approaching the system warning threshold. How can I find a reason to spend money on them and earn some points? Liu stroked his chin and stared at these precious treasures he had recruited. He began to observe Mo Xiaoxian secretly again. The guy had a rustic watermelon-like haircut and wore a gray, faded shirt and trousers. This image is not very good. How can I serve as a team leader and win the support of others? The other fresh graduates and old employees of Frostwolf Studios are basically the same. Especially programmers, all of them wear plaid shirts. Ever since he entered the industry, Luyu has been wondering why programmers like plaid shirts so much. It seems as if all programmers in the world are parasitized by plaid shirts. Got it. His eyes lit up. As the saying goes, people rely on clothing, and Buddha rely on gold. It's time for me, the employees of Taoyuan Township Company, to improve our image. That afternoon, Luyu led a group of company employees to the nearby Golden Shopping Plaza. This shopping mall is the most luxurious and modern shopping mall in Jiangdong District and one of the landmarks of Zhanghai City. The glass curtain wall, covering the inverted pyramid structure, resembles a crystal palace. Entering the atrium, a soaring glass dome painted with a starry sky pattern appears. Beneath the crystal chandelier, a red carpet adorns the floor, creating an utterly luxurious experience. After everyone gathered at the main gate, they looked around with wide eyes. The cost of living here is too high. Many recent graduates have never been here even after studying in Zhanghai City for 4 years. Li Hongmei announced with a smile. Dear colleagues, President Liu has made a last-minute decision to allocate 100 million yuan from the company budget to improve everyone's image. In other words, the average budget for each colleague is around 3 yuan. In this mall, you can buy suits, fashion, furs, watches, and jewelry. There's also a professional hair salon in the mall, so anyone looking to change their hairstyle can go there and try it out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then burst into enthusiastic cheers. Great! Mr. Liu is open-minded. Mr. Liu is so domineering. 666666, I'm Mr. Liu in society, I'm a man of few words. 25 Taoyuan Township employees were excited about the unexpected shopping benefits, and they formed a sympathetic bond and earned 50 leisure points. Seeing that he had received another 5,000 yuan, Liu smiled slightly. Don't be impatient, this is just the beginning. Since I have spent 1 million, I will at least get a few 100,000 points back from you. Afterwards, a group of people came from the atrium into the luxury goods area on the second floor and began to visit the counters of each brand one by one. The girls browsed the jewelry counter, the fur counter and the perfume counter. The boys concentrated in the suit and watch areas. 3 yuan is not a small amount of money, and everyone was soon overwhelmed by the choices. Zhang Fan, a member of the team, is quite lively. When passing by the watch counter, he enthusiastically explained to his male colleagues. Let me tell you, if you want to buy a watch, there is a trick: spend money wisely and get it done once and for all. The O refers to Omega, and the Long refers to Langens. For us working people, these 2 brands are enough to start with, and a budget of 3 is enough. Going up further are IWC Portugal, Blancpain 50, Rolex Submariner, Coke Ring, Inter Milan Ring, Panda D, all the way to Vacheron Constantin. Of course, if ordinary middle-class people work hard and save for a few more years, they can still afford a Patek Philippe Grenade. Wow, you seem to know a lot. It seems you have a collection of many famous watches at home. The other Taoyuan Township employees all looked envious. Collect shit. Zhang Fan said self-deprecatingly. Don't you know that the more people like me who can't afford it, the more they talk about it and the more knowledgeable they are. For the truly wealthy, a watch is just an everyday accessory, they buy it without a care in the world. Lu Yu and Lu Mengyuan walked side by side at the back of the team, and the other employees tactfully did not disturb them. Lu Mengyuan looked at the luxury goods counter and seemed very calm. Lu Yu thought about it and it made sense. This young lady was probably exposed to these things since she was a child. When she reached Lu Lan's level, she was only interested in designer-signed custom-made items. This kind of mass-produced items for the general public were no longer acceptable to her. Why don't you buy yourself a famous watch? She lifted her long hair and asked Lu Yu. Lu Yu shook his head. These gorgeous big gold watches and designer furs were what he had pursued madly in his previous life. For example, the Rolex Panda D. For this watch, he worked so hard for so many days that he finally saved enough money to buy it with the project bonus. Then, he went to Rolex stores across the country and snagged the watch through a premium bundled deal. However, after buying it, he still felt endless emptiness. Because even with this watch, his life has not changed, and he is still a 007 office worker. I don't dare wear it to work because the leader in charge of R&D wears a Longines watch. This watch is of a higher grade than the leader's watches and it's not low-key. He usually wears it for fun on weekends and holidays, but because the surface of a steel watch is particularly prone to scratches, he was too distressed to wear it a few times and put it back in the watch winder to admire it as a vase. Although it is said that the more you work, the more responsibility you bear, he felt that after buying a Rolex, he was still just working hard. In this life, he has become indifferent to these things, and he values the process of enjoying himself more. Enough time to enjoy yourself, a healthy body that keeps you energetic, and a partner to enjoy yourself with are far more important than these material things. Even if I really want a famous watch, I will directly contact the designers of the Swiss watch factory in the future and get a signature design that is exclusive to Taoyuan Township. How impressive that would be. Then let me pick out a suit for you. After all, you're the CEO now, and it's not appropriate for you to always wear those student-style t-shirts. As Lu Mengyuan spoke, he gently pulled Lu Yu's arm and walked into the suit area. Every time he took out a suit, Lu Mengyuan would hold the suit against Lu Yu and carefully measure the size. Today, Lu Mengyuan tied her hair up, put on charming OL makeup on her face, and wore a slim white shirt and a black half-length hip skirt, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. This outfit has shed the childishness of a student and gradually has a hint of a mature woman's flavor. Every time Lu Mengyuan tried on a new piece of clothing, her fingers would inevitably touch Lu Yu's shoulders or chest. The thick touch made her heart beat slightly faster. Lu Yu remained calm, but his heart was filled with ripples. She was so close that she could smell a pleasant grapefruit scent. She couldn't tell if it was perfume or the girl's body odor. Lu Mengyuan picked up the clothes, half squatted down, and measured his trouser legs. Lu Yu lowered his eyes slightly and caught a glimpse of the other person's proud cleavage and round hip skirt. I don't know if it was his illusion, but since joining Taoyuan Township, this girl has stopped abstaining from food. Although the arms and legs are still slim and well-proportioned, the fatter parts are getting more and more outlandish. The girl you like has a more and more amazing figure. You're extremely excited about this. Critical hit. Leisure points +5. Lu Yu was stunned. System, what do you mean by deliberately typing out the pinyin? Are you mocking me? On the other side, Lu Mengyuan, who was half squatting, was picking up a new pair of trousers and gesturing to Lu Yu. This is a great outfit, perfect for both formal and casual occasions. Her beautiful eyes glanced up inadvertently. Suddenly his face turned red to his ears, and he stood up hurriedly with a shocked expression. Well, I've tried almost everything, so I'll take this one. A system prompt popped up in front of her. Congratulations, by repeatedly selecting a men's suit, you have triggered the guaranteed bonus. Your wife's skill men's clothing selection has been awakened to level 1. She covered her fiercely burning cheeks with her hands. Why are other skills progressing slowly these days, but my wife's skills are awakening one after another? Are you going to let me do my job properly? Not far away, the Taoyuan Township employees who were watching were all amazed. TSK, the sour smell of love. Afterwards, most Taoyuan Township employees bought a stylish business suit and paired it with some gold and silver jewelry and sunglasses. Zheng Fan also gave himself a mohawk hairstyle. At the end of the line, Mo Xiaoxian still didn't buy anything and was just looking around. At this time, Mo Xiaoxuan's mind was full of thoughts about the new game project. With such a heavy burden on his shoulders, he no longer had the heart to go shopping in the mall. Not far from him, in the children's clothing area, a family of 4 was shopping. The father and son in this family are all muscular, and the old lady and daughter-in-law also have deep nasolabial folds and a face full of fat, making them look difficult to get along with at first glance. The daughter-in-law at home sighed, "This children's clothing is nice, it's a pity that Cheng Cheng didn't come to the tutoring class today, otherwise I could try it." When her husband saw Mo Xiaoxian, a short and thin man wandering alone, his eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his hand and slid Mo Xiaoxian over like an eagle catching a chick, and said to the woman, "Wife, this boy is about the same size as our son, let's try him." "Ha?" Mo Xiaoxian looked confused. The old lady smiled and said, "Young man, since you don't have anything to do, why don't you help my grandson try on his clothes for size? It will only take a few minutes." "Ah, this. I. Mo Xiaoxian stammered for a moment. Seeing that the other person was an old lady, his throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't say no, so he nodded. Mo Xiaoxian is troubled by the unsociable customer. He doesn't want to help, but is too embarrassed to refuse. His leisure points are -2. Lu Yu frowned slightly, stopped moving forward, and looked in the direction of Mo Xiaoxian. The old lady picked up several pieces at once and pressed them against Mo Xiaoxian, showing a hint of a wry smile on her face. He, you're too thin to hold it up. Mom, then we can just buy a bigger size." After picking out a few pieces of clothing, the man went to the checkout counter to pack them. After finally helping her try on the clothes, Mo Xiaoxian breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by the woman again. "By the way, Mom, I think this kid's head is about the same size as Chung Chang's. Don't we still need to buy a hat for Chung Chang? Let's try it on him." Mo Xiaoxian moved his body, as if he was going to leave. The woman grabbed the corner of his clothes, her face full of sarcasm, and scolded him. "Little brother, look how much my mother loves her grandson, how can you refuse?" The old man who hadn't spoken for a long time stood beside him, his face full of majesty and justice. "That's right, young man. Isn't society now advocating for young people to respect the elderly and love the young and do good deeds? It's only natural for you to help us old bones." I. Mo Xiaoxuan's lips moved. His heartbeat echoed in his ears, but he felt his throat was tightly bound by an invisible force, and he could no longer shake his head. Mo Xiaoxian was being held hostage by a familiar customer, but he was too embarrassed to refuse. A critical hit occurred, and his leisure points were -2.5. Shit, they deducted some critical hits from me again. Lu Yu frowned slightly, but still stood with his hands behind his back and continued to observe patiently. He was waiting for Mo Xiaoxian to speak in person. After finally helping to try on the hat, Mo Xiaoxian finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. At this time, the male host came back and stuffed several large packaging bags into Mo Xiaoxuan's arms in one breath. Dad, Mom, and wife were all tired after walking around. "Let's go have some milk tea over there. It's too much trouble to move things around, so let this guy help us watch it for a few minutes." "Him?" the old lady asked suspiciously. "What if he runs away with our things?" The man smiled and said, "It's okay. The milk tea shop is right across the street. We can just drink while watching. He wouldn't dare to do anything." "Hey, you guys." "I don't." Mo Xiaoxian was in a state of confusion. His hands clenched unconsciously, his fingertips turning white, and he finally spoke. "I still want." He had barely started talking when the family left without giving him a chance. The old man walked at the end with his hands behind his back, snorting coldly. "Young man, you have to watch carefully. If we make it dirty, you have to pay for it." Just like that, the family of 4 went to drink milk tea happily, leaving Mo Xiaoxian alone and disheveled in the wind. Mo Xiaoxian was troubled by a very familiar customer. The customer didn't give him a chance to refuse, resulting in a critical hit. Leisure points -2.5. Lu Yu couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he sighed and walked over. "Your colleagues are all in front, why are you still here alone?" Lu Yu asked. I am helping." "No help." Lu Yu cursed with a smile, took the packaging bags from Mo Xiaoxian, and threw them one by one towards the door of the milk tea shop. With a clang of clack, 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 the packaging bags were scattered all over the place in front of the milk tea shop. Soon, the young man from that house rushed out and yelled, "What's going on, you kid?" Halfway through his speech, he discovered that Lu Yu was standing in front of Mo Xiaoxian. Lu Yu was about the same height as the man, and since his rebirth, he'd been disciplined in his morning exercises and fitness routines, aiming to enjoy a leisurely life. His figure was no less impressive. So the man paused suspiciously. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business?" "I'm this guy's boss. I'm very upset that you've wasted his time, so I'm returning these junks to you." When the man heard this, he immediately yelled in frustration. "You threw it away? Then don't leave. You have to pay the price of each item. If you pay even a penny less, I'll take a part from you." "Ha? What's going on? Did you have a fight?" People gradually began to gather around to watch the fun. "What's going on? What are you doing? Who's looking for trouble?" Chu Xiong shouted at the top of his voice and led nearly 30 people from Taoyuan Township to surround them in a crowd. The employees of Taoyuan Township have been living a nourishing and healthy life in the manor these days. They are all energetic, with bright eyes, rosy complexions, and dignified looks. Not to mention, many male employees have already built up quite a lot of muscles in the gym. In addition, they all wore newly bought suits, gold and silver jewelry, and sunglasses, which made them look not to be messed with. So, when a group of people surrounded the man, he immediately wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Zhang Fan adjusted his mohawk with his hands, spat, and cursed. "Fuck, you blind idiot. You're barking like a dog in front of Mr. Liu." After living a comfortable life in Taoyuan Township, Chu Xiong is no longer the fat otaku he used to be. He snapped his fingers and imitated Zhang Fan's evil smile. "I heard you like taking parts apart. Isn't that a coincidence? We like taking parts apart too, Brother Liu. I think we should take this guy apart like Lego and then put it back together again." Lu Yu adjusted his sunglasses, patted Mo Xiaoxian on the shoulder, and said, This young man is a cadre under me. You have wasted his time and affected my company's business. This business loss is not something that these tattered clothes of yours can compare to. Now, are you still going to talk to me about money?" The man was stunned, shaking his head like a rattle. He usually likes to bully the weak and take advantage of the strong, but that doesn't mean he is a fool who can't judge the situation. My goodness, look at these people eating with rosy faces, and a group of street urchins with their hands in their pockets, strolling on the street on a weekday. Can this be a serious company? Is business the kidney? Oh no, I hit a brick wall this time. Lu Yu raised her hand to flick the dust off the man's shoulder and said, "As a person, you should still have a little sense of boundaries and not always bother others. As an elder, you must respect him, and as a woman, you must be kind." At this moment, the shivering old man hiding at the door of the milk tea shop stretched his neck and said stubbornly, "Who are you calling disrespectful to the elderly?" Lu Yu adjusted his sunglasses and said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying, your whole family is trash." The old man's face turned red as he brought humiliation upon himself. He moved his lips but did not dare to refute. The two women had already huddled in the corner of the milk tea shop, shivering. More and more guests came to watch the fun, and the mall security was so scared that they had to report from a distance using a walkie-talkie. Soon, the mall manager rushed over. He was startled when he saw the formation of the group of people from Taoyuan Township. After looking carefully, he quickly recognized Lu Mengyuan from the crowd.